Lu Chaochao was originally an ancestor of the cultivation world. In order to save the people of the world, she sacrificed her soul. However, when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a warm environment, as if she was soaking in warm water. There was a ray of light in front of her, and a voice faintly came from her ear. Inhale, exhale. Madam, please try hard. You will see the baby's head soon. Before Lu Chaochao could react, she rushed out with a force, and a white light appeared in front of her eyes, which made her squint her eyes. Then, she felt her throat being tightly pinched, and she heard a clatter, and the people around her knelt on the ground one after another. Madam, it's a daughter, but the midwife's voice stuttered and seemed a little hesitant. The child is dead. It's a dead baby. The midwife knelt on the ground tremblingly, covering Lu Chaochao's mouth and nose tightly with both hands. Maybe the child was suffocated because of the long delivery. The nanny knelt behind the midwife and said tearfully. The lady on the bed was pale, and now she widened her eyes in fear and resentment. Dead baby, I don't believe it. Hurry up and bring it to me for a look. The maid beside her cried with red eyes. Madam, don't look at it. I will never forget it in my life and will never get over it. I'm sorry to my husband and the Marquis mansion. The old lady prays in the small Buddhist temple every day for the safety of the child. She gave birth to 3 sons and only had this one daughter. The lady burst into tears, and her heart ached. Lu Chaochao was breathing rapidly, and her face was red from being covered. Husband Marquis Mansion Lu Yuanza. Isn't this a character in a book she had read before the book records that in the family of the loyal and brave Marquis Lu, the lady gave birth to 3 sons and 1 daughter, and the youngest daughter died young. The Marquis's wife thought that her marriage was happy and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were harmonious. But she didn't know that all this was a shocking scam. She was kept in the dark all her life. The Marquis had been in love with his cousin since childhood. But his cousin's family was low and would not help his career. He never married his cousin, but placed her outside. He married Sue, the legitimate daughter of a high-ranking family, in a high-profile manner and gave birth to 3 sons and 1 daughter. After marriage, the whole family used PUA on her, using the power of the Sue family to climb up while making her sever ties with her natal family. The youngest daughter was drowned at birth, so the Marquis took the aunt's daughter to her knees to raise her. Sue worked hard to raise her adopted daughter, but the adopted daughter framed the crime of treason and put the blame on Sue. He personally reported Sue's participation in her natal family's rebellion, resulting in the execution of more than 100 members of the Sue family. However, the family of the loyal and brave Marquis was unharmed because of their meritorious reporting. In the end, the loyal and brave Marquis continued to marry his cousin, and the illegitimate children were included in the family tree, becoming legitimate sons and daughters. The adopted daughter inherited all her property, married the male protagonist, and lived a loving and harmonious life. Lu Chaochao, oh, I am the baby girl who died. Being born is equal to death. Madam, dead babies cannot be buried in the ancestral tomb. I will take them down and deal with them. Otherwise, Madam will be sad. The nanny lowered her head and slowly retreated to the door. Lu Chaochao tried to struggle, but her whole body was restrained by those hands, turning slightly blue and purple, unable to move at all. Her breath became weaker and weaker, and her cheeks turned slightly blue and purple. Dead baby, you are the dead baby. Your whole family is dead babies. I'm still breathing. Mother. The weak voice made Mrs. Sue, the wife of the loyal and brave Marquis, open her eyes instantly. She suspected that she was hallucinating. How could there be a child's voice in this room suddenly? Her eyes fell on the only baby in the room. Oh, my dear mother. I can still be saved. I'm about to be suffocated to death. Lu Chaochao was only 1 step away from being carried out of the delivery room. Wait, Sue said suddenly. Bring the child here for me to see. Sue sat up straight and said sternly without even wiping the tears on her face. The nanny and the midwife looked at each other and froze. Madam, a dead baby is a bad omen. It will offend you. The 2 of them knelt on the ground and said, Dangji, bring the child here. Sue felt her heart beating like thunder and felt uneasy, as if she was going to lose something important. Anxious, she got off the delivery bed directly. She was exhausted and her legs softened, and she almost fell to the ground. The head maid Dangji hurried to hold the child. Madam, please lie down quickly. I will hold it. You just survived a near-death experience. You can't move around. She held the child in her arms and felt the child's body temperature, and her body shook. When she lowered her head, she saw that the little lady's face was all purple, and the area under her neck was all purple, and the 5 finger marks were particularly glaring. "Madam, the little lady is still alive." Dungji screamed and hurriedly took the little lady back. When Su lowered her head, she saw her daughter looking at her with tears in her eyes. The ancestor of the cultivation world, Lu Chao, cried and coughed. "What a miserable life. Woo woo woo, what a miserable life. She was strangled at birth." Cough cough, the little guy coughed. "The most terrifying thing is not strangling the neck. It is to exterminate the whole family. If she doesn't die now, she will die sooner or later. There is a big knife hanging over her head that will cut off her 9 clans. Hey, life is more bitter than Coptis." Perhaps it was because she was reborn again. It seemed that her mind and nature gradually returned to the original state, and she was really like a baby. Sue's hands trembled, her body was slightly stiff, and she was a little shocked and a little scared. "Damn you! Who gave you the courage to lay hands on the child?" Sue was extremely weak, and at this moment she couldn't help but kick the nanny in the heart. "Drag her away, interrogate her, and interrogate her thoroughly. Our little lady suffered an unprovoked disaster since she was born. We must interrogate that woman thoroughly. Who sent her? Madam has never made enemies with anyone in her life, but she dared to be so cruel." Dungji was so angry that she trembled all over, and the little lady was almost strangled to death. "Just thinking about it makes me cold all over." The two were dragged away with ghosts crying and wolves howling. Sue looked down at her daughter in her arms. She had given birth to 3 children, but none of them was as fair and delicate as the one in her arms. Her eyes were big and watery. When she saw that she was looking at him, she grinned with her toothless mouth, revealing her gums, and her eyebrows and eyes were curved. Her child was almost killed right under her nose. "Mother is such a beauty. So beautiful. Mother is so sweet." Was the voice she heard really an auditory hallucination? The voice was intermittent, and it seemed that it was not real and a little fuzzy. Sometimes it could be heard, and sometimes it could not be heard clearly. She carefully observed the maid's expression, and it seemed that only she could hear it. "Fortunately, Mother saved me. Otherwise you would have to raise the daughter of your enemy. And then she would be pissed to death." Lu Chao spit out a bubble. In the original book, she gave birth to a dead baby and became mentally ill. The Marquis took the heroine home and raised her under her lap. The evidence of treason was also framed by the heroine to the Su family. It was also she who stabbed Su the deepest. Su only vaguely heard that her rival's daughter was so angry that she almost threw the child out. She pricked up her ears to listen again, but she couldn't hear anything. Su raised her head and asked, "Why hasn't the master come back yet?" Several maids brought ginseng soup one after another, and someone gave Lu Chao a bath. But Su was worried and didn't allow the child to be taken away from her. She only washed him in the small bathtub in the room. Dungji smiled and said, "I asked someone to invite the master when the attack just started. The master loves the lady the most. I'm afraid he was tripped up by political affairs. Who in the capital doesn't envy the loyal and brave Marquis's mansion? The old Marquis died early in the war, and the old lady raised several children by herself. The dignified Marquis's mansion became an empty shell. Fortunately, Lu Yuenza worked hard, made achievements, and inherited the title. The only accident was that Lu's distant cousin came to seek refuge. It is said that she has been in love with Lu Yuenza for a long time and even banged her head against a pillar to marry him. Lu Yuenza was engaged to the Su family at that time, so he married his cousin to a distant place. This matter became a topic of conversation after dinner. Su was a daughter of a famous family. After marrying the loyal and brave Marquis, with the help of Yu's family, the loyal and brave Marquis's mansion rose rapidly. Lu Yuenza and Su were also a well-known loving couple in Beijing. They were in harmony and had a very good relationship. But Su, because Lu Yuenza didn't like her, had gradually become estranged from her family. At this moment, Su smiled and nodded. "You are right. The master may have been delayed by important matters." Su had no doubts. "Our little lady, coming to the Lu family is a life of happiness. The Marquis and his wife are very loving. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are harmonious. And even the little lady of the Lu family, such a proud person, treats the lady sincerely." Dengji thought that her wife was probably the most enviable in the whole capital. After Lu Chao finished taking a bath, her 2 little hands waved. She looked very angry. "Liar, liar. Daddy is a liar. He has been deceiving Mother. Mother is so pitiful. Daddy is a bad guy." He is in the courtyard at the corner of Qingyu Lane, waiting for his concubine to give birth to a child, the little baby said with a crying voice. Su Bao said. Qingyu Lane waiting for the concubine to give birth to a child. She had a narrow escape in the mansion, and he was waiting for the concubine to give birth to a child her love for many years was torn apart. Su's mind was in a mess and she felt extremely confused. She was eager to know more about the concubine, but her daughter was young and her thoughts were vague and jumping. She could only try her best to filter out useful information. Today's discoveries almost overturned all her previous cognition. Her daughter was almost strangled to death when she was born, but she could hear her daughter's voice, and her husband was waiting for the birth of the child in the concubine. Su was panicked. Since she married into the Lu family for more than 10 years, she had never had a dispute with the Lu family and always thought she had married the best man in the world. But now, she suddenly learned that he had a concubine. Her first reaction was unbelievable and unable to accept this fact. The husband who had always regarded her as a treasure had actually been deceiving her. Madam, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Why are you shaking all over? The maid Chuyer looked around. The doors and windows were clearly closed and there was no air leakage. Su's lips trembled, and she suppressed her emotions and said, "Let the wet nurse come and feed the child." The wet nurses were prepared in advance, and there were 3 of them. However, surprisingly, the child only looked at the wet nurse and vomited violently, spitting out milk and coughing. The wet nurses were frightened and knelt on the ground. Madam, for some reason, the young lady refused to drink the milk of the slaves. The wet nurse was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She found that the child not only resisted drinking milk, but even vomited out what she drank accidentally. Woo woo woo, cough cough. Goat milk and cow milk, I don't want human milk. Lu Chow Chow cried loudly, but there was not a tear in her eyes. Su tentatively said, "Try goat milk and cow milk." Goat milk is always available in the mansion, and it tastes good after removing the fishy smell. Chuyer immediately ordered the servants to prepare it. After a while, the child was carried to the compartment. Then the maid came to report. The young lady drank more than 10 spoons of goat milk, dozed off while drinking, and fell asleep now. Su breathed a sigh of relief. The child was taken back to her bedroom again. She dared not let the child out of her sight. Lu Chow Chow yawned. She was still a baby and had experienced such a great ordeal. She was already exhausted at this moment. She spit bubbles and mumbled twice, then fell asleep. Chuyer, you are the only one I can trust. Su sat in front of the bed with a complicated look. She didn't want to doubt her husband, but hearing her daughter's voice today gave her a little courage to find out the truth. Madam, what's wrong with you? Chuyer was a little worried. She was Madam's maid who came with her as a dowry and had a deep relationship with her. Find 2 reliable people and go to Qingyu Lane. Su's tone was difficult. Go to Qingyu Lane and see if the master is there. Su said almost word by word, and this sentence almost exhausted all her strength. Kuya was shocked. She opened the door and looked around, then said, Chunlon, Choju, you guard 3 steps outside the door and don't let anyone get close. These people were all married with their dowry, and their indentures and families were in Madam's hands. Yes. Chuyer immediately closed the door and hurried to the lady. Why does the lady suspect the master is there? Something unusual. Chuyer felt a little uneasy. The lady has been devoted to the Lu family for these years, and almost all her thoughts are on the master and the Lu family. Can be said that the master is half of her life. Su shook her head slowly. Don't make it public. Don't let others find out. Su tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, her eyes full of anxiety. Madam, don't worry. I will disguise myself and take people to check it out myself. Chuyer knew that this matter was no trivial matter, so she immediately asked someone to come in to serve the lady, and she hurried out. Su waited until the evening, but Lu Yuanzi didn't come back. The chill in her heart became deeper and deeper. Mother, Mother, I'm back. Mother, where's my sister? There was a cheer from outside, and a little boy rushed into the door like a cannonball. Third master, be careful not to fall. The little lady is still sleeping. Don't wake her up. Chunlon hurriedly grabbed him. The third son, Lu Yuanshao, is 8 years old this year. Just like his name, he was born on the Lantern Festival and is chubby, like a lantern. He is naughty and doesn't like to study. He just likes to eat, drink, and have fun. The loyal and brave Marquis scolded him a lot on weekdays. Lu Yuanshao suddenly covered his mouth and whispered, Then I will speak softly. Where is my sister? Choju smiled and pointed to the cradle in the compartment. Mom, you have worked hard. Why do you look so bad? Although Lu Yuanxiao is only 8 years old, he is very filial to his mother. Su forced a smile. I am a little tired today. I will be fine if I have a good rest. Why did you come back so early today? Su seemed to remember something and frowned and asked, Did you skip class again? Lu Yuanxiao chuckled. Anyway, my grandmother protects me, and my father dare not beat me. Yuanxiao doesn't like to read books. He has been beaten a lot for reading. Su's forehead was throbbing with veins. She frowned slightly. Yuanxiao, you should be more sensible. Maybe your father will like you more. A little more. Su still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Lu Yuanxiao snorted. I won't read books, even if I die. Reading books is absolutely impossible for him. Su sai sopti. Lu Yuanxiao walked all the way to the compartment, lay down on the bed, and put his chubby face in front of Lu Chaochao. Lu Chaochao was startled. Oh, it's my unlucky third brother. He looks chubby and cute. Lu Yuanxiao was stunned. He looked back. Su was far away, and the child was young, so he should not have heard it. Lu Yuanxiao touched his nose, and there was only his sister in front of him. Yeah, he seemed to be able to hear his sister's voice. Lu Yuanxiao was happy. Poor my third brother. He will be miserable in the future. He has been maliciously guided and deliberately spoiled since he was a child, and he doesn't like to read. He is a fool who makes his scum father hate him and brings shame to the Marquis's mansion. He is the son of a Marquis, but he can't read or write, and he has lost face in the whole capital. Alas, the third brother doesn't look very smart. No wonder he died so miserably in the end. Lu Yuanxiao's fingers trembled. Will I die miserably? His tongue was pulled out alive. His ears were cut off. His mouth and nose were cut off. His limbs were chopped off, and he was put into a big jar and turned into a human pig. What a miserable person. Lu Chaochao's 3 brothers died more miserably than the other. Lu Chaochao glanced at him and sighed inwardly. This third brother has been stupid since he was a child, and he was plotted against and lost his life. Lu Yuanxiao suddenly shouted and jumped up. What's wrong? Su came back to her senses and looked at her son in the compartment. Lu Yuanxiao opened his mouth and stammered. I want to go back to my room. Under Su's puzzled gaze, tears welled up in his eyes and his hands clenched into fists. I want to go back to study. I want to study hard. Woo 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 woo. It's too miserable. He is really too miserable. The little fat boy cried and ran back to his room. Recover for a moment. Juesha smiled and said, Madam, our young master has grown up. The master will definitely be happy when he knows this. Madam and the master have always had a deep relationship. The only regret is that the 3 children are useless. A trace of bitterness appeared on the corner of Su's mouth. Ingxue glared at Juesha. Madam had been waiting for the master for a whole day, but she didn't wait for him. She was feeling upset. Just as she was about to say something, she heard someone reporting outside the door. Madam, Miss Dangji is back. Su sat up straight immediately. Dangji's face was gloomy and very ugly. You go out and guard outside the door. The 2 second-class maids retreated. As soon as the door was closed, Su's face became solemn. Dangji knelt on the ground with a clang. Her eyes were red, her whole body was trembling, and she gritted her teeth and said, Madam is really a prophet. In Qingyu Lane, Dangji's eyes were red. When she saw that scene, she almost went crazy. When I went there, the master was helping a tightly wrapped woman onto the carriage. She was holding a newborn baby in her arms. Dangji was about to cry. Oh, it seems that I was not strangled to death. The 2 old women were arrested. They were afraid of accidents, so they moved their positions. She heard this sentence clearly. Su took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart. Did you see it clearly? Is it really the Marquis? She asked this question almost with gritted teeth, her face as pale as paper. Dangji wiped her tears. I heard her call the master Lu Lang. I pretended to rent a house, and heard from the neighbors that they have lived here for many years and have always called each other husband and wife. The 2. Dangji wiped her tears. The 2 are very affectionate. The Marquis is worried that she will be wronged, and he personally bought gifts to visit each family, asking everyone to take care of her. Each family has a good impression of them. Su's heart seemed to be dug out by someone. Madam. Dangji couldn't help looking at Madam. She felt like being struck by lightning. Let alone Madam? Don't cry, beautiful mother. Don't cry for the scumbag. I feel so sorry for my mother. The little guy smacked his lips. Such a beautiful mother. The scumbag is really blind. What's the surname of that woman? After a long time, Sue asked faintly, her tone full of despair. I only heard that her surname is Pei. On weekdays, the Marquis calls her Jiao Jiao, which may be her nickname. The last glimmer of hope in Sue's eyes was also shattered. Jiao Jiao? A few years ago, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the family had an extra glass of wine during the reunion. Lu Yuanza called out Jiao Jiao in his dream at night. Sue felt a sweet taste in her mouth, and her years of love and trust collapsed in an instant. Sue leaned against the head of the bed. Tears kept falling. Before she had time to sigh, she heard the soft and sticky voice of the baby again. Mother, please stop crying. Under the crooked tree in your mother's house, the 8 characters of the current emperor are hidden. Lu Chaochao only hated that she couldn't speak. When the Sue family was searched, something extremely treasonous was found under the crooked tree. The eldest uncle took the blame and was beheaded. This was also the beginning of the decline of the Sue family. When Sue heard the 8 characters, her heart was numb. When Lu Yuanza asked to marry Sue, her father and brother disagreed, but she insisted on marrying, which made this marriage possible. Over the years, because Lu Yuanza didn't like her, she deliberately distanced herself from her mother's family. She was afraid of making Lu Yuanza unhappy, but she didn't want anything to happen to her family. She sat up straight immediately, wanting to listen more, but the little guy didn't say anything for a long time. The current emperor hates witchcraft the most. If it is found in the Sue family, Sue didn't have time to think about it. She waved Dangji over and whispered in her ear, just say that I want to eat the ginseng soup made by my mother during the confinement period. You go and dig it out secretly, and don't let anyone find out. After Sue finished speaking, a trace of struggle flashed in her eyes. No, wait a minute. Sue struggled to get up from the bed. It was early spring weather, but she was sweating coldly. She took out a Buddhist scripture from the highest cabinet. This was copied by her personally, and it was originally prepared to celebrate her mother-in-law's birthday. At this moment, she bit her finger and kept writing something on it despite the pain. After the handwriting dried, take out the things under the tree and put this blood letter in. Don't let anyone find out. Return home immediately after taking out the things. Sue's face was solemn, and Dangji didn't dare to be careless, and hurried out immediately. That night, Sue did not sleep all night. It was not until the next morning. Lord Lu hurried back to the mansion with a tired face. Yun Yang, it's all my fault. There was an important matter in the court last night. I was busy all night and didn't come back. I wronged you. Lu Yuanza apologized as soon as he entered the door. This kind of thing was too familiar. In the past, every time he admitted his mistake like this, Sue would comfort him intimately, saying that government affairs were important. But now, she looked at Lu Yuanza carefully. He was 34 years old this year, still tall and straight, and more elegant than before. The guilt and expression in his eyes seemed to be about to drown her. My cheap scumbag father looks like a human being. No wonder he can coax people to wait for him for more than 10 years. Lu Chaochao couldn't help complaining. Is this our little daughter? Oh, come and let daddy hug her. This is our only. Lu Yuanza paused. A hint of coldness flashed in Sue's eyes. The only daughter? Yes, the only daughter of our Lu family. Sue frowned slightly and said, this eyebrow looks like you, and the mouth looks like me. Lu Yuanza's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure. But it must be said that this child is really good-looking. You didn't hold the first 3, but you are willing to hold this one. Su Yukka. Sons can't be spoiled, but daughters are different. Lu Yuanza has been in the officialdom for more than 10 years. Most of his colleagues are fat men with big bellies, but he is still thin with a bit of elegance and the momentum of a superior. There are many women who like him in the capital. Everyone praises him for being clean and self-disciplined, and he is quite famous in the capital. Beautiful mother, he lied to you again. He did to his brothers. She muttered, and Sue didn't understand a word. When it comes to her 3 sons, she suddenly became nervous. What did he do to his sons? She couldn't help but feel numb. Sue's mind suddenly became clear. She always thought that Lu Yuanza just changed his mind. Is there any secret in it? Lu Yuanza, who has always been careful, did not find her abnormality. After so many years of deception, he no longer needs to find other reasons. She believed it without a doubt. Have you chosen a name for the child? Sue looked at him. Lu Yuanza was stunned. While he was in a daze, He heard the servant behind Lu Yuanzi say, "The master is very concerned about the wife's pregnancy. He spent the whole night in the study thinking of a name before the child was born. The master has read through the book of songs." "Shut up." Lu Yuanzi's face darkened and he scolded fiercely. When the servant looked up, he saw that the master's face was extremely gloomy and he looked like he was about to get angry. The servant kept muttering in his heart. It was clear that the master had been looking for a name for 3 days. Seeing that Su was scared, Lu Yuanzi shook his head and said, "I wanted to give you a surprise, but this idiot said it." Chapter 0004. Naming and the Truth. She is the daughter that our Lu family has been looking forward to for a long time. She was born in the morning. Why not call her Lu Chenxi? She means morning light, which represents hope. Su lowered her head slightly, her eyes were red. Hearing this name, she grabbed the quilt on the bed. Her fingers turned white, and her heart seemed to be tightly grasped. She had been to Lu Yuanzi's study, where there was a thick stack of white paper with names written on it. Lu Jingyao, with high mountains and beautiful scenery, beautiful flowers and trees, was outstanding in appearance, intelligent, and loved by thousands. Lu Ziyuan, knowledgeable and well-mannered, flying like a kite and leaping like a fish. Each name was carefully selected, and he gave it all his expectations and blessings. But her daughter only got such an ordinary name. The names of the 3 children made her dissatisfied, and now she didn't want to wrong her daughter again. Why not? Before she finished speaking, a cheerful babbling sound rang in her ears. I want to call Chow Chow. I like to call Chow Chow. Mother, I want to call Lu Chow Chow." The little guy used all his strength, stretched out his little hand and babbled. Su sighed lightly and hooked her nose. "Look at how happy she is. Let's call her Chow Chow." She hooked her daughter's nose, and the little girl stretched out her hand and held her index finger tightly. 5 little fingers could barely hold her index finger. Holding the index finger and placing it on the soft cheek, "Mom, don't cry. Mom is not afraid. Chow Chow will protect you. Chow Chow is super awesome." So awesome the little girl looked like she was showing off. Su's eyes were still a little tearful, and she couldn't help but curl her lips when she heard this, and her heart was warm. "Yun Yang, you have worked hard during this period. There are many affairs in the court, and I may be busy this month." Lu Yuanzi rarely looked a little guilty. In the past, when he showed such an expression, Su would advise him to put the overall situation first and not to stick to the love affair. Who knew that he would spend all his time with his concubine? Her virtue hurt herself instead. "You and I are husband and wife. How can I blame you? It's just that our Chow Chow has been wronged." Su touched her daughter, looking a little lonely. Lu Yuanzi glanced at Lu Chow Chow in the cradle. He couldn't help but compare them. Speaking of which, Lu Chow Chow and Lu Jingyao were born on the same day yesterday. When Jingyao was born, her whole body was red, probably because she hadn't grown up yet. Her skin was wrinkled and she cried like a kitten. Lu Chow Chow was born white and plump, with skin as white as snow, and even her eyebrows and eyelashes were long and thick. Her eyes were sparkling and she was not afraid of strangers. She was really as cute as the girl under the seat of Guanyin. Lu Yuanzi took a look and looked away. His Jingyao was different. Lu Yuanzi felt a little hot in his heart. "We are sorry for wronging our Chow Chow. Daddy will apologize to Chow Chow. Then Daddy will give the hot spring villa to Chow Chow as Daddy's apology." Lu Yuanzi smiled and picked her up. "Why don't you thank your father quickly? There are hundreds of acres of land around the hot spring villa. Daddy is so generous, and it all belongs to you, little guy." After Su finished speaking, Lu Yuanzi frowned. He originally planned to give it only to the hot spring villa. But seeing Su speak, he did not refute. However, this hot spring villa was originally given to Jingyao. It seems that he has to change the gift. Wow, this resentful father is so rich. Lu Yuanzi was stunned for a while, and suddenly felt a damp heat on his body. His face froze, and he stared at the baby in his arms with wide eyes, only to see her grinning at him with her toothless mouth. Hey, the little lady peed. Ingxue hurried forward and took the child away. Lu Yuanzi's face turned black, and he held back his breath, but he couldn't argue with the newborn baby. Su secretly concealed the smile on her eyebrows. "My lord, go change your clothes." After Lu Yuanzi left, Su patted Lu Chow Chow's but gently. "You naughty boy. He deserves it. He deserves it. He doesn't even have a beautiful mother who loves him. He deserves it. He bullies his mother." After Lu Yuanzi changed his clothes and came out, he sat for a while and then got up and left. Su's eyebrows drooped. "Go see where the Lord has gone. Ingxue was honest and Juexia was smart. They put the child down and followed him. After a while, they came back to report. He went to Deshan Hall. Deshan Hall is the residence of the old lady. When the Lord left, he took the old lady's Buddhist beads. I heard that the old lady was in a very good mood and gave them to the Lord. Su felt heavy in her heart. Juexia saw that the lady looked unhappy, so she advised, "The Lord must have left these Buddhist beads for the eldest young master. There is a taboo in the loyal and brave Marquis's mansion." The lady gave birth to 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Lu Yenshu, was born smart. Lu Yuanzi probably had some true feelings for him in those years. But when he was 9 years old, he fell into the water and became a mentally retarded child. Now he is locked up in the mansion and can't even take care of himself. He has become a taboo and a thorn in the mansion. Su went to the old lady to ask for Buddhist beads. But the old lady just said that it was Yenshu's fate. She knelt for 3 days and 3 nights, but she didn't get it. The old lady's string of Buddhist beads was given by the abbot of Hugua Temple. It is said that there are 108 beads in this string, and each one is extremely precious. Hugua Temple is a royal temple and has always been respected by the whole capital. With the status of the loyal and brave Marquis mansion, it is not easy to get such a precious thing. One year, the old abbot only took a look at her and said that the loyal and brave Marquis mansion was extremely rich, had great opportunities in the future, and that there would be nobles with merits and virtues in future generations. So he gave her this string of Buddhist beads. The old lady usually treasured this string of Buddhist beads. Today, she gave it away. Su felt very uncomfortable. At night, Dangji came back. Dangji looked pale and more frightened than before, and her hands were shaking as she pushed the door. "Madam!" As soon as Dangji entered the door, she knelt on the ground with a click. She didn't dare to say a word, and tremblingly took out a small wooden sculpture wrapped in white cloth from her arms. "Oh my, isn't this the witchcraft that killed my uncle?" Xiao Chow Chow spit bubbles and refused to sleep. Su's hand trembled and she almost dropped the wooden sculpture on the ground. "There are people guarding outside the door. Don't worry, madam," Dangji said, suppressing her fear. When she found this thing, her legs went weak. If someone found out, the Su family would be finished. The Su family holds great power, and once any clues are discovered, it will arouse the suspicion of His Majesty. The master of the Su family was once the Taifu of the dynasty. His Majesty was afraid of him, so he resigned and went home to retire. It was not easy to eliminate His Majesty's vigilance. If he provokes trouble again, I'm afraid blood will be used to prove the innocence of the Su family. The eldest brother is now a third-rank official. Because of his father's influence, many people in the court respect the Su family. This is also the reason why the loyal and brave Marquis mansion asked her to marry him. Su looked at the wood carving carefully. The wood carving seemed to be soaked in blood, exuding a gloomy atmosphere. The wood carving was scratched with a knife, which was even more shocking. The birth date of His Majesty was engraved on the back of the wood carving. This handwriting! Su pursed her lips tightly, clenched her teeth, and a trace of blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. This is the handwriting of the eldest master. Dangji grew up in the Su family, so she naturally knew the handwriting of Lord Su. Su burst into tears. "No, it's mine." Su had a layer of fine and dense goosebumps on her body. She was afraid, terrified, and more fortunate. She was the youngest daughter in the family and was brought up by her eldest brother. Her handwriting was taught by her eldest brother. After marrying into the loyal and brave Marquis's mansion, Lu Yuanzi praised her good handwriting and often asked her to teach him how to write. And what about herself? Because Lu Yuanzi didn't like her. After getting married, she cut off contact with her parents' family and no longer had any contact with them. Chapter 0005. The truth is gradually revealed. Dangji also remembered this incident at this time. She was stunned and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. The master taught Su to write and Su taught Lu Yuanzi. "Madam, maybe someone imitated the handwriting. This may be a misunderstanding." Dangji's tone was a little dry. Su didn't have solid evidence. She just had such a guess in her heart because she heard Chow Chow's voice. Su's eyes were red and swollen, and she said in a hoarse voice, "Go get a brazier and don't alarm anyone." Her heart was beating like thunder. Is it really him? Is it the person beside her whom she trusted wholeheartedly who framed her family? Why? Why? It was obviously Lu Yuanzi who came to marry her in person. Su's eyes were red and her heart was full of anger. Since she entered the mansion, Lu Yuenza asked her to go to the study to teach writing. Has he ever treated her sincerely? At that time, she thought it was a warm gesture. But now, she only felt cold all over. He said that he felt depressed in Sue's house, so she had not been home for 18 years, nor had she contacted her parents. She did not dare to open the various holiday gifts sent by her parents. Even when she was pregnant and had morning sickness, she did not dare to accept the sour plums sent by her mother. Sue felt as if she was trapped in a fine net, which made her almost breathless. She seemed to be in a huge lie, and if she took a wrong step, she would be shattered. Beautiful mother, don't be afraid. Chow Chow will help you. Chow Chow loves you, mua wow. Sue looked down and saw her little daughter staring at her with a pair of watery eyes, pouting her lips and wanting to kiss her. I will raise the banner for my mother. Let's see who dares to be her enemy. Go, mother. The depression in Sue's heart dissipated a little, and she didn't know how she could have such a treasure. She couldn't help but pick up Lu Chow Chow and kissed her on the face. Sue wiped her tears and put the child down. She poured the lamp oil on the wood carving, lit a fire, and put it in the brazier. Watching the wood carving burn out, leaving only a layer of ash, Sue slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Madam, go wash up first. You are still in confinement. You keep crying and sweating. This is not good for your health. Dangji looked at Madam with heartache. What happened in the past 2 days almost overturned everything. Sue felt weak all over, as if all the strength in her body had been drained. She also knew that her body couldn't take it. Send someone to check on Yenshu and don't let him be bullied. Sue went to see her eldest son every day, and she stopped these 2 days because of physical reasons. I beat the servants every day, don't worry. Sue sighed, and there was always a trace of sadness between her eyebrows. Mother, you can't fall down now. If you collapse, we will be finished. Woo woo woo. Sue knew in her heart that she had been suppressing her emotions during this period and taking good care of herself in confinement. Lu Yuenza never came home once, and her heart was getting colder and colder. Has the date for the full moon banquet been set? After a period of recuperation, Sue finally recovered some of her vitality. It's set. I've already gone to Deshan Hall to tell the Marquis. But the old lady seems to be frowning and wants to change the date. Ingxue replied. After the full moon, the little lady seems to have grown up. She is so beautiful. I have never seen a child as beautiful as the little lady. Ingxue couldn't help but sigh. God really favors the little lady. Sue touched her daughter's face lovingly. Neither the old lady nor the master came to see her during her confinement. Did the old lady know that the concubine had a child? Did they go to see the bastard outside? They loved the bastard very much, but ignored her. They only sent some gifts from the nanny, which were all worthless things. Fortunately, she would give her daughter 100% love. As she was talking, she heard a report from the door that Nanny Lin, who was beside the old lady, had come. Dengji personally welcomed Nanny Lin in. Nanny Lin had a smile on her face and looked like a kind person. Madam, the old lady has been unwell recently, and the Marquis is also very busy in the court. Why don't we change the date of this full-month banquet? Why not wait until the 100th day? Nanny Lin's face was full of confidence. Madam has always been generous and kind, and she will definitely agree. Over the years, she has already grasped Madam's character. Humph! Liar! Liar! Dad wants to attend Lu Jingyao's full-month banquet. Mother, don't be fooled. Sue's breathing stagnated. Does the old lady know all this? Please report to Mother. I only have Chow Chow as a daughter, and I must not wrong her. A few days ago, I sent someone to invite the eldest princess to add blessings to the child, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to refuse at that time. Nanny Lin was stunned for a moment. This was the first time she was rejected by the madam, and she was a little uncomfortable. But when she heard the eldest princess, her eyes lit up immediately. The eldest princess is the only sister of His Majesty. After many years of marriage, she has no children, and His Majesty has always loved her very much. If the loyal and brave Marquis' mansion can make friends with the eldest princess, it will naturally be 100 benefits to the Marquis. I will go back and report to the old lady, and I think the old lady will agree. Nanny Lin thought that the old lady would definitely agree. However, the old lady and the Marquis have already agreed to go there, and I am afraid they will break their promise. She glanced at the baby in the cradle. She was stunned by the sight. The chubby little baby, with arms like lotus roots, red lips and white teeth. Everyone who sees it will like it, better than the child outside. Nanny Lin went back for only half an hour, and sent someone to pass on the message that the old lady agreed. At night, the Marquis, who had not been home for a long time, also came back. His tone was still a little resentful. "Why did you set the date on the 6th day of March that day?" That day was Jingyao's full moon banquet. "The Marquis hasn't been back for a month, and he blamed me as soon as he came back. Yunyang just wanted to plan for her husband, and specially invited the eldest princess to the mansion. How did it become a bad thing?" Sue wiped her tears with a handkerchief. "We are husband and wife. I just want to help the Marquis. Over the years, what kind of person I am, doesn't the Marquis know? Even if I am sick, I will be filial to my mother-in-law and take care of my sister-in-law. I have been married for more than 10 years. Has Yunyang ever made trouble?" Lu Yuan's face was a little embarrassed. No matter how gentle his cousin is, it's a pity that her family background is not as good as Sue's. "Yunyang, I don't mean to blame you. You and I are young husband and wife. You understand me best and are the most considerate of me." Lu Yuanza couldn't help but coax her. "Then, on the 6th day of March, the Marquis must come back. Big brother, you may also rush back to Beijing." Sue nestled in his arms, smelling the faint fragrance on him that did not belong to her. Her heart was broken. She has cut off contact with her natal family over the years and rarely mentioned her eldest brother. Lu Yuanza agreed immediately. "It's over. It's the Su family that was searched for witchcraft on the 6th day of March. Oh my, I want to kill these bad guys." Lu Chaochao stared with his toothless mouth. "Now that my eldest brother is back, he should be promoted again, right?" Lu Yuanza asked in a deep voice, a flash of hatred in his eyes. Su smiled and said, "I am a woman. How can I understand these things? My eldest brother is an official at the border, and the border is dangerous and full of wars. He got the promotion at the cost of his life. Our Chow Chow is a lucky one. I heard that there has been a severe drought in the north for many years, and they were about to flee from the famine. It rained on the day Chow Chow was born." Su was a little happy, and she even distributed a lot of wedding candies at the door of the Marquis mansion that day. Lu Yuanza raised his eyebrows slightly and responded softly, but his eyes looked outside the door, and I don't know what he was thinking. Chapter 0006. The dispute over the full moon banquet. The 6th day of March came in a blink of an eye. Lu Chaochao was 1 month old. He could eat and sleep. He was white and fat, very cute, and people couldn't help but want to hug him when they saw him. Early in the morning, the loyal and brave Marquis mansion was busy. Miss Chow Chow seems to know that today is her good day. She is so happy early in the morning. Ingxue likes to hug her very much. Every time she sees her, her eyes light up. "I am so happy that I snatched the heroine's full moon banquet." Little Chow Chow waved her fat paws and babbled. "Sus my." The girl was young and her thoughts were sometimes out of control. She did not force it. It was a great fortune to know some future things. But she was still a little uneasy when she thought of the knife hanging over her head. "There are many people today. You must keep an eye on Chow Chow," Su ordered. Since someone attacked Chow Chow on the day she was born, she kept Ingxue and Juexia by her side and took care of them every step of the way. "Yes, madam." "Madam, there are guests in the front yard. The old lady invites you to go over," Dangji reported outside the door. Speaking of which, although the loyal and brave man's mansion has inherited the title, it is all due to the merits of the old Marquis following the founding emperor. The Lu family was originally an ordinary family. After they were granted the title of Marquis in Beijing, they were out of tune with the aristocratic families in Beijing. Later, the Lu family married Su, who was smart and capable, and taught the children of the Lu family. Only then did the Marquis of loyalty and bravery gradually improve. In order to marry Su, Lu Yuanza knelt outside the Su family for 3 days and 3 nights before he married this virtuous wife. The old lady is really something. Miss Chow Chow is already 1 month old, but she didn't even come to see her. Juexia couldn't help complaining. "Okay, don't say this kind of thing again outside of Tingfeng Garden." Su looked at her sternly. Juexia lowered her head and responded. Su walked towards the front yard. Many guests had already come to the front yard, and the eldest princess was indeed among them. Lu Yuan's younger sister, Lu Wani, was there early to entertain them attentively. Su's gaze paused. "Sister-in-law, you are finally out of confinement. Wani missed you so much. I was not there when you gave birth, and I felt so sad." Lu Wani returned to the Qingxi old house a month ago and just returned to the capital recently. Lu Wani took her arm affectionately. "You two sisters-in-law have such a good relationship. It's really enviable." The eldest princess and Su are close friends and have known each other for many years. Lu Wani said with a smile. When the eldest sister-in-law came into the house, Wani was only 2 years old. It is not an exaggeration to say that the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. Wani naturally gets close to the sister-in-law. Lu Wani's expression was full of admiration. Su felt a little more at ease. At least Wani was still sincere to her. Lu Wani was the old lady's daughter. When Su came into the house, she was only 2 years old and was almost raised by Su. Over the years, Su taught her wholeheartedly and spent a lot of time. Su patted Lu Wani's hand, and she heard her ask, "Why hasn't my elder brother come back yet? Today is my niece's full moon banquet. I won't forgive him for being late." Lu Wani pouted slightly, a little unhappy. Su smiled, but didn't say anything. She led a group of guests into the hall and greeted the old lady. The old lady came from the countryside. Although she had lived in the capital for decades, her manners and temperament were still not as good as those ladies who had been influenced since childhood. "Mother." Su took a deep breath, lowered her eyebrows slightly, and knelt in front of the hall to salute. The old lady was wearing a dark long coat and sat tall in front of the hall. "Help your sister-in-law up quickly. My body is not good. I didn't dare to visit you during your confinement, for fear of passing the disease to you." The old lady stretched out her hand and pulled her affectionately. "Why have you lost so much weight? Is it because the servants didn't serve you well enough?" The old lady glanced at Dengji, and Dengji immediately knelt down. Su calmly withdrew her hand and said with a smile, "Mother, please don't scare these girls. They are all very dedicated. It's Yunyang who can't eat. How can she eat and sleep well when her husband is outside watching the concubine give birth?" Everyone praised Su for marrying well, and the loyal and brave Marquis Mansion treated her like their own daughter. "It's almost the auspicious time, we can't miss the time. Why hasn't the Marquis come back yet?" The eldest princess frowned slightly and asked, "When I return to the palace, I must talk to my brother. Today is such an important day. Don't delay the auspicious time of the small court." A trace of dissatisfaction appeared on the eldest princess's face. The old lady's eyebrows jumped. She glanced at the nanny beside her. The nanny quietly retreated. After a while, she saw the Marquis hurried back to the mansion. It was so cold, and there were fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Su had a smile on her lips, but the smile did not reach her eyes. "I'm afraid he is busy dealing with the full moon banquet of the concubine. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. My daughter is 1 month old, so I specially asked someone to find a night shining pearl from the South Sea, so it took some time." Lu Yuanza looked at Su, his eyes full of apology. "Night shining pearl from the South Sea. This is a good thing. My brother got one 2 years ago and gave it to the prince as a night light." The princess couldn't help but admire it. Lu Yuanza bowed to the princess and said, "It's not as good as your majesty's. Nanyang is thousands of kilometers away from the capital, and it is located in a remote area. Night shining pearls can only be picked in the deep sea, so they are very precious. Hurry up and bring the little lady out." Su waved her hand, and her resentment towards Lu Yuanza also decreased a little. Not long after, Ingxue came out holding Xiao Chao Chao. The princess was a little surprised and couldn't help but take the baby from Ingxue's hand. Ingxue glanced at Su, and when she saw her nod, she handed the child over. "Oh, this girl is better than the previous 3. Her skin is white, her hair is black, she is white and tender, and her eyes are rolling." The princess fell in love with her at first sight. She has been childless for many years, and now she sees Lu Chao Chao. She likes her to the core. This is the daughter she has always dreamed of. "Hey, do you like the night shining pearl that Daddy found for you?" Lu Yuanza smiled and handed the night shining pearl over. The little baby could barely hold it with both hands. Lu Chao Chao stared at the night shining pearl. Night shining pearl. He gave Lu Jingyao a headpiece made of 12 night shining pearls, but he only gave me a leftover humph. I don't want what others don't want. When Mrs. Su heard this, the smile on her lips froze. The little hope that had just risen in her heart was shattered again. Is her daughter only worthy of things that others don't want? Mrs. Su felt a pain in her heart and it became difficult to breathe. Mrs. Su was so angry. Little Chow Chow grinned at the princess, then threw the pearl with both hands. Bang! And it fell to the ground. Lu Yuanza's face suddenly turned pale and blue, as if he had been slapped. Everyone was stunned. The princess smiled and said, "Lord Lu, you have to be more careful. Our little Chow Chow doesn't like this thing. I like Chow Chow and have a connection with her. When I'm free, I'll bring Chow Chow to the princess's mansion to stay for a few days. She reluctantly returned Lu Chow Chow, her eyes still fixed on the child, unwilling to leave. She gave enough face to Su. Yes, I'll visit you when the weather gets warmer. Su replied with a smile. As she was talking, she heard the doorman come to report. The Crown Prince is here. Chapter 0007. The Prince's Visit. Lu Yuenza was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly led everyone to get up to greet him. The little prince is 6 years old this year. He is extremely intelligent and quite trusted in the court and the public. Since he was born, His Majesty has taught him personally and has never delegated his teachings to others. His Majesty's expectations of him can be seen from his name Xia Chengxi. Why is your highness here? The eldest princess often enters the palace and is relatively close to the prince. The prince has always been focused on government affairs and has never heard of anything outside the window. How could he suddenly come to the Lu family although the prince is young? His demeanor makes everyone present dare not look directly at him. He waved his hand, and Lu Yuenza retreated behind him. Aunt is here to attend the full moon banquet, and Chengxi happened to be out of the palace and came to see him on the way. The prince said lightly. His eyes fell on the swaddling clothes. Lu Yuenza's eyes flashed with eagerness. Since the death of the previous emperor, the favor brought by the loyal and brave mansion has been exhausted. His Majesty is indifferent to the Lu family. If he could establish a relationship with the prince. Su stepped forward and bowed to the prince, who nodded slightly. Madam Su, please stand up. I happened to pass by the Lu family and saw that a full moon banquet was being held here, so I came to share in the joy. Hurry up and bring Chow Chow here. Su nodded to Dangji. Little Chow Chow blinked her eyes, and when she looked up, she saw a delicate little brother looking at her seriously. The little brother was very good-looking, but at such a young age, he looked so serious that people dared not approach him easily. The prince took a look and was about to look away. Suddenly, a baby chirping came from his ear. It's the prince. The celestial phenomena changed when he was born, and the little prince was born precocious. It's a pity that he has a bad fate. TSK, TSK. All of this is to make wedding clothes for others, the little guy muttered twice and yawned. Prince, he stared with his round eyes, rarely showing a bit of confusion. What did he hear? Did he hear the baby's voice? Why don't you finish what you're saying? What's wrong with me? The prince stared at the baby, but the little one yawned. His eyes were blurry, and he fell asleep. He wanted so badly to go up and hold her shoulders and shake her. Why don't you wake up and finish what you're saying? The young lady is probably sleepy, Dangji said with a smile. The prince frowned slightly and thought of the strangeness of today. He reached out and untied the jade pendant from his waist and put it into the swaddling clothes. I happened to pass by today and didn't bring any gifts, so I'll give this to Xiao Chow Chow as a full moon gift. Lu Yuenza was shocked. Before he had time to hug the prince's thigh, Lu Chow Chow actually won the prince's favor. At the same time, a touch of displeasure surged in his heart. This great luck should belong to Jingyao. Thank your highness on behalf of my daughter. Su bowed and felt more at ease. With the prince's appreciation, at least, they dared not to attack Chow Chow again. The prince did not stay for long. Lu Yuenza wanted to curry his favor but failed, so he could only send the prince out personally. Lu Chow Chow's full-month banquet was held in a grand manner. Su also gave out porridge for 3 days to pray for her. At night, when the guests had dispersed, Lu Yuenza suppressed his anxiety. Chow Chow is only 1 month old, and you are holding such a grand and ostentatious banquet. Be careful not to ruin her luck. Lu Yuenza had a hint of annoyance between his brows. Su's face sank. What do you mean, Marquis? Chow Chow is the only legitimate daughter of the loyal and brave Marquis's mansion, and the only granddaughter of my Su family. She is a legitimate daughter, not an illegitimate child who cannot be seen in public. What's wrong with holding a grand full-month banquet? Su's eyebrows were drooping, and her words made Lu Yuenza clench his fists at his side. Illegitimate child who cannot be seen in public. Every word pierced his heart. Su knew that she shouldn't provoke him, but she just couldn't help it and wanted to make him uncomfortable. Lu Yuenza had to suppress his anger. Today, all the guests invited were celebrities in the capital. The old ministers who were usually rude to him were more friendly to him today. Lu Yuenza's heart moved. Yun Yang, I'm not blaming you. I'm just worried that the Marquis's mansion is too ostentatious and will cause dissatisfaction to His Majesty. When Lu Yuenza thought of today's full moon banquet, he couldn't help but think of Lu Jingyao, who was also full moon. They were both his daughters, and they were also having full moon banquets. Lu Chaochao was in great glory, grand and luxurious. But Lu Jingyao could only hide in the small house and didn't even dare to hold a full moon banquet. His daughter was wronged. The first 3 brothers were simple, only Chaochao was big, but it was just a full moon wine. Su smiled and stopped talking, but she hated him in her heart. No wonder the full moon wine and 1-year-old wine of the 3 sons were not big. I'm afraid that the woman outside didn't want to. Lu Yuenza sat in the yard for a while, then said that there were still government affairs to deal with, and returned to the study. Late at night, "Madam, the Marquis has gone out." Dangji had been keeping an eye on the front yard. When she heard the report, Su's eyes were slightly red. She sat in front of the window for a long time, her body was cold, and her heart was cold. Today is the full moon banquet, and he hasn't come back for a day. He must have gone back to comfort his sweetheart. Right, Su gently rocked the cradle, feeling sad. She really wanted to ask, "Did you really like me at the beginning after more than 10 years of marriage?" The loving couple in the eyes of outsiders, unexpectedly, were all illusions. "Madam, the Marquis may have something important to do." Dangji comforted with difficulty. "Su Yukka." Dangji looked at her worriedly. Su waved her hand and was about to rest, but she heard a noisy sound coming from outside the door. "What's going on noisy in the middle of the night?" Dangji went out to scold. "Madam, something happened." The little girl from the inner door stumbled into the courtyard. "What happened? Be careful not to bump into the young lady if you are so flustered." The little girl looked terrified. Something happened to the Su family. Just now, the commander of the Imperial Guards led people to surround the Su family, saying that the Su family harbored evil intentions and that there were things that would lead to treason in the mansion. At this moment, the Su family has been strictly guarded and no one is allowed to enter or leave. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room was shocked. Su's figure swayed slightly, and she finally came. What her daughter said came true. She felt sad and scared. Chapter 0008. The storm of breaking off the engagement. At night, Su stayed up all night, standing at the gate and looking far away in the direction of the Su mansion across a few streets. There was a fire over there, and the sound of wailing could be heard faintly. "Madam, it will be fine." Dangji held Madam's hand and felt that her hands were cold and her whole body was shaking. Su's lips turned purple, her body trembled slightly, and she squeezed out a few words from her throat for a long time. Almost. Just a little bit, the Su family was finished. Fortunately, she heard Chow Chow's voice. Her Chow Chow was the treasure given to her by God. It was not until the sky gradually brightened that Su's body moved stiffly. Dangji hurried forward to support her. "Is the Marquis back?" Su's face was pale and a little weak. Dangji shook his head. The Marquis did not come back all night. Su held Dangji's hand, closed her eyes, and suppressed the fear and suspicion in her eyes. She did not dare to think whether the Marquis was involved in this matter. "Madam, I found out. Last night, the Imperial Guards turned the Su family upside down and dug out the blood letter under the crooked tree outside the Madam's boudoir. At this moment, Mr. Su is kneeling outside the door of the Imperial study to listen to the trial." Ingxue hurriedly walked and rushed to inquire about the news as soon as the ban was lifted. The 2 maids Ingxue and Juexia were a little worried. But seeing that Madam's face seemed to be relieved a little, when she looked again, Madam was still frowning, probably because she saw it wrong. Su pursed her lips tightly and said nothing. She was on pins and needles the whole day. Since she married Lu Yuenza, she gradually lost her backbone and became dependent on him. She gave birth to children for him and cooked for him. She had long lost the edge of the talented woman in Kyoto. Even her family who loved her the most were abandoned by her. A trace of bitterness appeared on Su's lips. She sent someone to invite Lu Yuenza, but Lu Yuenza did not return home. She even wanted to give Lu Yuenza another chance, a chance to confess. But Lu Yuenza did not even come back. She sat there until the evening. The doorman hurried to report. "Madam, someone from the Jiang family is here." Su stood up suddenly. The Jiang family is the family that the eldest son Lu Yenshu is engaged to. "I'm afraid it's not a good thing for someone from the Jiang family to come at this time. The Jiang family and the Lu family were both founding heroes in the past. The Jiang family was good at literature, and their descendants worked hard. This generation sat in the position of the third-rank Dali Temple minister. The Lu family was good at martial arts. Lu Yuenza was born weak and could only follow the path of martial arts. He has been tepid over the years. Fortunately, after marrying Su, there was some progress. But compared with the Jiang family, it is still a little behind. Back then, Master Yan Shu was so talented, and they took the initiative to come to their door to arrange a marriage. Dengji changed Su's clothes and saw that Su was more energetic, so he helped her out. Su paused and said, "Take Chow Chow." Little Chow Chow is already 40 days old, and now he is white and plump. His little face grins at everyone he sees, which makes people happy. When Su came to the front hall, Mrs. Jiang had been sitting for a long time with a stern face. There was also a tray on the table, covered with a red cloth. Su's footsteps paused slightly. "Sister Su, I haven't seen you for a long time. I couldn't come to your full moon wine. I am really guilty." Mrs. Jiang sighed, with a bit of shrewdness on her face. Back then, she really had high hopes for Lu Yanshu, but who knew that he would become a cripple, unable to take care of himself, and would go crazy. After so many years, now that the Su family is in prison again, she has no scruples. "Our two families are as close as one family. How can I blame the Jiang family?" Su said with a smile. Mrs. Jiang paused. She frowned slightly and said in silence for a while, "Sister Su, let's not beat around the bush. I'm afraid Yanshu's marriage will have to be cancelled." Su's face darkened. "Yanshu is now living a half-human life. He is not worthy of my Yunjin. Yunjin is the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. How can she marry a cripple? This marriage should have been cancelled long ago." Mrs. Jiang glanced at Su. Su is not as good as before. The Su family was imprisoned, and Lu Yanshu was a cripple. It was natural to cancel the marriage without any scruples. "You!" Su was so angry that her chest hurt. "Yanshu fell into the water. Wasn't it for Yunjin?" Su said with gritted teeth. Her intelligent Yanshu became like this because of Jiang Yunjin. Jiang Yunjin fell into the water. Yanshu jumped into the water to save her, and Jiang Yunjin was saved. But her Yanshu had been drowning in the water for a long time, and he died after being rescued. Whenever Su thought of this, she felt heartbroken, and she hated him to the extreme for countless nights. Madame Jiang's face looked a little ugly. "My daughter Yunjin is a legitimate daughter. How can she marry a cripple? Besides, Yunjin didn't ask him to save her. She jumped down by herself. This engagement should have been called off long ago, which has brought a bad reputation to my daughter. Your cripple, please stop harming girls from good families. Do you still have any conscience? He goes crazy and doesn't care about the consequences. He should be locked up for life, and he can't even get married. My daughter feels ashamed to be engaged to him. Those were all shameful things in the past. You have to cancel this engagement." "Cancel the engagement? I don't agree." Su's eyes were red and she gritted her teeth. Yanshu became disabled because of the Jiang family, but the Jiang family wanted to abandon Yanshu. Her Yanshu's life was ruined. Little Chow Chow stretched out her chubby hands from the swaddling clothes and said, back off, beautiful mother. Please cancel the engagement. She has really hurt my big brother. After she married my big brother, she secretly beat him, made him bark like a dog, made him crawl into her crotch, and made him drink urine. She also brought someone home and let him watch her sleeping with someone else. My big brother was so angry that he died." Su's hand holding the tea trembled. Her breathing became rapid, and some of the tea spilled. She clenched her fists tightly. Her nails dug into the flesh, and blood oozed from her fingertips. How much suffering did her child suffer? Chapter 0009. Angry Retorts and Thunder. Su felt a bloody smell in her throat. "Sister Su, we are both respectable people, and our husbands are officials in the same court. If the marriage fails, we can't become enemies." There was a hint of sarcasm on Mrs. Jiang's lips. What is noble about Su now? Her natal family has fallen. The eldest son is disabled, the second son is a dandy, and the third son is illiterate and a joke in the capital. The only youngest daughter doesn't seem to be liked by the marquis. Her descendants are not up to standard, and all the noble families are laughing at her. Su heard the threat in her words. Yes, Mrs. Jiang's eldest daughter Jiang Yunjin is beautiful, and her son Jiang Yunma passed the examination for a scholar at the age of 13 and is about to take the provincial examination for a jurin. Xiao Chow Chow hummed angrily. "Oh, she has no teeth, and her gums are red from biting. If she had teeth, she would definitely climb up and bite her flesh. How shameless." Her older brother was a scholar at the age of 8. Back then, they trampled the Jiang family underfoot. Su waved her hands expressionlessly. Juxia was so angry that her eyes turned red. She came forward with a tray. Cancel the engagement. But it's not your Jiang family that canceled my Yenshu's engagement. It's Yenshu who canceled Jiang Yunjin's engagement. My son Yenshu is worthy of the heavens and everyone. He ruined his life to save Jiang Yunjin. My son has no regrets. The Jiang family bullied my son and added insult to injury. They are not worthy of marrying Yenshu. My Lu family will cancel Jiang Yunjin's engagement. Su took the exchanged jade pendant and smashed it to pieces in front of everyone. Good. Good. Mother did a great job. The Jiang family will get their comeuppance. Chow Chow's short legs kicked back and forth, and Ingxue didn't hold her firmly, and she almost fell out of the swaddling clothes. Ingxue was so scared that she was sweating profusely. The broken jade pieces bounced up from the ground and flew straight to Madame Zhang's eyebrows. The broken jade brushed her eyebrows, leaving a trace of blood. Madame Zhang's heart was beating wildly, and a sense of uneasiness rose from her heart. She didn't expect that Su, who had always been weak, would be so decisive. But the Jiang family was in the wrong in this matter, and she didn't want her daughter to have a reputation of being ungrateful. But more important than this is to break off the engagement. Only by breaking off the engagement can there be more choices. Bring the marriage certificate that was arranged that year. Madame Zhang's face was livid. The two tore up the marriage certificate in front of each other. Madame Zhang stood up and took back the Zhang family's token with a slightly arrogant look. Su Shiyun, you just stay with your disabled son. My Yunjin is not worthy of Lu Yenshu. After Madame Zhang finished speaking, she sneered and left the Su family arrogantly with her people. Su was so angry that her eyes turned red and tears kept falling. She had already sent someone to inform Lu Yuanza of this matter. At this moment, the servant came to report. Madame, the Marquis said. The servant rolled his eyes around, but didn't dare to say it out loud. The Marquis said that since he saved Miss Zhang, he shouldn't ask for a reward. This is Yenshu's fate. No one else can be blamed. The servant finished speaking. Su suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the maids turned pale with fear. Su raised her hand to stop the maids from asking for a doctor. She seemed to be neither crying nor laughing. Humph. My scumbag father used my brother's future to gain his own reputation. Kill him, why not kill him? I'm so angry, I'm so angry. Xiao Chow Chow frowned. His smooth little face wrinkled into a ball, and his gums were rubbed so hard that they were bleeding. Kill him, kill him. Suddenly, outside, the clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. In a flash, the wind blew violently, and the sandstorm made it impossible for people to open their eyes. The wind rolled up the fallen leaves and swirled them into the sky. During the day, a thunder exploded from the horizon. A sharp white light dragged a long tail, crossed the sky, and went straight to a small courtyard in the capital. Boom, boom, boom. Su was so frightened that she tried to calm down. She felt that the thunder had just come down as her daughter said, I'll kill him. Oh, madam, there's a fire in the north of the city. People outside are shouting that someone has been struck. The little maid outside screamed loudly. Su blinked her eyes and even forgot to cry. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She felt that the depression in her heart was also dispersed by the thunder. She paused and looked at the baby who raised his little fist with an angry face. Go and find out quietly whose family was struck by the thunder. Su always felt that the thunder was a bit strange. It was caused by her daughter. Could it be that the wrong child was really struck? Juexia immediately agreed and told the servants to find out when he went out. The Jiang family is so ungrateful. It was obvious that the eldest son saved Jiang Yunjin from falling into the water. But now, she wants to cancel the engagement. If it weren't for the eldest son, she would have died long ago. What an ungrateful person. Just because the Su family is in trouble, they want to add insult to injury. Ingxue hugged Chow Chow and cursed angrily. Su spat out a mouthful of blood, and the depression in her heart dissipated a little. Her brows were filled with worry. Everyone in the world is just pursuing profit. What she hated was Lu Yuanza's words. That was Yenshu's life. Young lady just woke up. Why are you drowsy again? Ingxue was a little surprised. After Lu Chao Chao was struck by the thunder, she felt very tired and couldn't even open her eyelids. She fell asleep immediately. At night, Dangji returned home exhausted. Madam, everything has been arranged in prison. The old lady was a little frightened. I sent medicine to her. It's nothing serious. The master asked you not to worry. He knows what's going on. Staying in prison for a few days may be a good thing for the Su family. The old lady and the sisters-in-law were moved to tears when they heard that you sent someone to take care of it. Su's heart, which had been hanging high, slowly fell back to its original place, and she felt guilty towards her natal family. She actually broke up with her natal family for Lu Yuanza and had no contact for more than 10 years. She thought to herself that after this matter was over, no matter whether Lu Yuanza was happy or not, she would go back to her natal family. Su had a rare good sleep, and Lu Chaochao slept for a whole day and a night. She slept directly from the evening to noon the next day. The doctor came several times, and each time he shook his head helplessly. The young lady is fine. She just slept too deeply. But why doesn't she wake up? Usually she wakes up once every 2 hours. But this time she slept for a whole day and a night. Su was so anxious that her mouth was covered with blisters. Probably exhausted. Too tired? The doctor slapped himself again after saying this. How tired can a 40-day-old baby be? How could he faint from exhaustion if he can't walk or crawl? Su was stunned, thinking of the thunder in the daytime yesterday, and gently pursed her lips. I'm so hungry. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. The confused murmur came to Su's ears again. Chow Chow is awake. Bring the milk quickly. The big stone in Su's heart fell back to its original place, and she guessed vaguely in her heart that she was afraid that the thunder yesterday had consumed her daughter's physical strength. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart that she had given birth to a little fairy. Lu Chao Chao yawned, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she drank the fragrant and sweet milk. Thank God, our little lady finally woke up. This sleep is really to the end of the world. Ingshua couldn't help but joked. This guy slept like he was out of breath. Lu Chao Chao cried in her heart. I fainted from hunger. Who knows that this spiritual energy consumes milk? Whoa, fainted from hunger on the spot. Su picked her up lovingly and kissed her on the cheek. Her sweet and soft daughter almost filled her whole heart. It also saved her from lying. Madam, this thunder really hit someone. Jueshia rushed into the door with a gossipy look on her face. Chapter 0010. The truth is revealed. Madam, someone was really struck by thunder. It's a house in Pingan Lane in the north of the city. It is said that the male owner was struck by thunder. A month ago, someone spent a lot of money to buy that house. The lady was charming and beautiful. She just came out of confinement. Her daughter is only 40 days old. She was born on the same year, month and day as our young lady. There is also an eldest son. I heard that he is very good at studying and is quite famous in Beijing. Clang! The teacup in Su's hand fell to the ground and shattered. Madam! Jueshia was startled. Seeing that she burned her hand, she hurriedly brought cold water to soak it. Su was unconscious. There is an eldest son. How old is he? Her voice was hoarse, and she held Jueshia's hand tightly, so tightly that it hurt. Jueshia didn't understand, but felt that the lady's face was solemn, and hurriedly said, the eldest son is 17 years old, the same age as the young master Yen Shu. They are both 17 this year. What a coincidence. That young master's surname is also Lu. Su was struck by lightning. 17 years old. Su's lips trembled, and her throat seemed to be blocked, and she couldn't say a word. Dangji glared at Jueshia and hurriedly stepped forward to calm the lady. Madame, it may not be the Marquis. It may not be the Marquis. She felt guilty saying this herself. Jueshia and Ingshua looked at each other, and their faces changed. Jueshia's face was even paler. The young man's surname was Lu, and his name was Lu Jinghuai. Su took a deep breath and bit her lower lip until a trace of blood came out. Why did he do this to me? For him, I broke up with my family, took care of the household for him, respected my mother-in-law, and raised my brothers and sisters-in-law. Why did he do this to me? She didn't even dare to think that maybe it was a conspiracy from the beginning. His illegitimate child outside is already 17 years old. 17 years old. Su felt chilled when she thought about it. She gave everything for this man, but he has another family outside. Madam, this is not your fault. He has failed you. Don't get angry and hurt yourself. Dangji and several maids comforted her with red eyes. Lu Chaochao sighed softly. Her mother had been PUA for more than 10 years. It was really pitiful. Madam, even God can't stand this. I'm afraid it was the Marquis who was struck yesterday. Jueshia spoke hurriedly. She had been gossiping before, but now she felt that she deserved it. God has opened his eyes and knows the grievances in Madame's heart. This is to vent Madame's anger. Yesterday's thunder struck at a coincidence. That vixen had just come out of confinement and was eager to seduce men. It was in broad daylight and struck the two of them on the bed. That white body, without any clothes, was struck black. When the neighbors came in, the vixen covered her face and screamed. Sue's eyes widened. Such a coincidence, Juetia nodded. You've lost face this time. Sue wiped her tears and snorted coldly. You deserve it. But the resentment and grievance in her eyes could not be suppressed. Hate, of course she hates. How can she not hate but since she came of age? He has been the only one in her eyes and heart. She even broke off her relationship with her natal family for him. Just to be with him. She is unwilling. How can she give up, Madame? The Marquis has returned to the mansion and is going to Deshan Hall now. Please go over. The little maid outside the door reported in a low voice. Sue frowned slightly, and Dangji's heart skipped a beat. I don't know what the Marquis looks like after being struck by lightning. Take Chow Chow and go over to have a look. Sue stood up and walked towards Deshan Hall. Deshan Hall is to the east of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery's mansion. The old lady likes quietness, so she built a Buddhist temple in the east courtyard. On weekdays, she doesn't pay attention to the outside world and only pays attention to worshipping Buddha. After crossing the inner lake in the mansion and passing the long corridor, you will arrive at Deshan Hall. A burnt smell. Little Chow Chow sniffed her nose, and there was a faint burnt smell in the air. The closer to Deshan Hall, the stronger the smell. It happened that Ingshua held her up a little straighter, and Lu Chow Chow's eyes glared. What a big boiled egg. Slurp. She also sipped her saliva fiercely. Sue was stunned, and suddenly looked up at the boiled egg. In the middle, there was a bald black head sitting, without a single hair, bald, and burnt black. The handsome, elegant, and beautiful young man in her mind, whom she couldn't let go of, seemed to collapse in an instant. Sue was stunned and didn't react for a long time. Why don't you come in? What are you doing standing in the wind? Feeling her gaze, the old lady scolded her for the first time. Sue's mind was full of her daughter's exclamation. The braised eggs. The braised eggs. She hated Lu Yuanza, but after being brainwashed for many years, she couldn't help but feel distressed when she saw him. It was like being split into two people, half hating him and half loving him. But now, the heartache is gone, and her mind is full of the lingering braised eggs. Her eyelids twitched, and she said as soon as she entered the door, "What happened to the Marquis? Where's his hair? Did he have alopecia? My mother is really good at stabbing me in the heart. She did a great job. It's better to be a punching bag than to get mad and piss off the whole family." Lu Yuan's mouth sank. There was a fire in Ping'an Lane. I went in to rescue people, and my hair was burned. It's nothing serious. I submitted a memorial to His Majesty, and I will rest in the mansion during this period. Sue's eyebrows were slightly cold, saving people really good at flattering herself. The master is also in Ping'an Lane. What a coincidence. I heard that someone in Ping'an Lane was struck by lightning. It is said that the man and woman committed adultery in broad daylight, and their bodies were struck bald, which was seen by everyone. Could it be that the master was fighting the fire after hearing her daughter's words? Sue couldn't help but make another sarcastic remark. Sure enough, Lu Yuan's face turned pale and his fists clenched tightly. You are a woman, why listen to those things? Sue held her handkerchief, and her lips curved slightly. It's all over Kyoto. I just heard a joke. This made the mother and son opposite to her face darken instantly. Xiao Chow Chow laughed with ill intentions. Sue couldn't help but prick up her ears. She could only hear her daughter's inner voice occasionally, so she had to listen carefully. He and his concubine were split up, and their naked buttocks were seen by others. They dared not go back. Now the whole city is looking for him. Unfortunately, he covered his head when he ran, and no one saw his face. Sue frowned. Really polluted her daughter's ears. You just serve Yuanza more at home. He works hard for the Marquis mansion all year round and rarely rests. What's the use of a woman if she can't serve a man? The old lady was a little displeased after hearing Sue's ridicule. You are not allowed to contact your mother's family. It might be a crime punishable by beheading. The old lady glanced at her sternly. Sue sat up straight. What does the Marquis think? Sue looked at him dimly. Lu Yuanza glanced at her and said, Of course I feel sorry for my father-in-law's suffering, but His Majesty is furious and no one dares to persuade him. I can only try my best to save the Marquis mansion. Yunyang, you are a sensible person. Don't harm the Marquis mansion. He paused. Don't be sad about Yenshu. Yenshu has a bad fate. Miss Jiang is quite famous in the capital. It's not good to delay Miss Jiang. His eyes flickered, which made Su suspicious. What good would it do for him to cancel the engagement? Obviously, he is Yanshu's father. Isn't he the one who gets slapped in the face? Chapter 0011 Third brother is involved in gambling. Su couldn't swallow this breath in her heart. Delay. Su laughed softly and put down the teacup in her hand. Yanshu fell into the water because of exhaustion in order to save her. After she was rescued, she hid in the rockery, which delayed Yanshu. When Yanshu was rescued, he was already dead. Although he was barely saved, his brain was injured. He became disabled. My lord, Yanshu was such a smart child. How can you say such a thing? He was so talented back then. Everyone in Beijing praised him. Su felt sorry for her son. The little girl didn't fall into the water on purpose. She hid because she was afraid. Yanshu's matter is a foregone conclusion. Could it be that she still has a rift with her colleagues because of this Yunyang? I have a hard time in the court. Please think about me. After getting married, Su felt that Lu Yuanzi neglected her, so she often forced Yanshu to study. Yanshu, who was a few years old, felt sorry for his mother. He read all night long, and his eyes were red, just to win face for her in front of his father. Su's mouth drooped. No one is qualified to ask for forgiveness on behalf of Yanshu. Whoever says forgiveness should go and drown in the pond. Only those who are in the same situation as my son can empathize with him. Su's tone was light. Lu Yuanzi frowned slightly and felt that his gentle and virtuous wife had changed. She no longer respected him in everything. It seemed that she was angry because he had ignored her during this period of time, and she deliberately wanted to attract his attention. Lu Yuanzi glanced at his angry mother and shook his head gently. Okay, if Yunyang doesn't forgive, then don't forgive. He patted Su's hand gently. After a while, Su left on the pretext of feeding Chow Chow milk. Chapter 0011 Third brother gambling. Su couldn't swallow this breath in her heart. Delay. Su laughed softly and put down the teacup in her hand. In order to save her, Yanshu fell into the water due to exhaustion. After she was rescued, she hid in the rockery, delaying Yanshu. When Yanshu was rescued, he was already dead. Although he was barely saved, his brain was injured. He became disabled. Lord, Yanshu is such a smart child. How can you say such a thing? He was so talented back then, and everyone in Beijing praised him. Su felt sorry for her son. The little girl didn't fall into the water on purpose, and she hid because she was afraid. Yanshu's matter is a foregone conclusion. Could it be that she still had a rift with her colleagues because of this matter? Yunyang, I have a hard time in the court. Please think about me too. After getting married, she felt that Lu Yuanzi ignored her, so she often forced Yanshu to study. Yanshu, who was only a few years old, felt sorry for his mother. He read books all night long. His eyes were red, just to save face for her in front of his father. Su's mouth drooped. No one is qualified to ask for forgiveness for Yanshu. Whoever says forgiveness will go to the pool and drown. Only those who are in the same situation as my son can empathize with him. Su's tone was light. Lu Yuanzi frowned slightly and felt that his gentle and virtuous wife had changed. No longer respected him in everything. I think that she was angry because she ignored her during this period of time and deliberately wanted to attract his attention. Lu Yuanzi glanced at his angry mother and shook his head gently. Okay, if Yunyang doesn't forgive, then don't forgive. He patted Su's hand gently. After a while, Su left on the pretext of feeding Chow Chow milk. Before leaving, he heard a whisper in the house. You had to go there, and you made such a big fool of yourself. How are you now? Is your grandson scared? The old lady was full of intimacy and concern. There was a little dissatisfaction that was rare. Su paused slightly, and Dengji also heard this, and her eyes turned red with anger. The eldest son is still lying in the mansion, but they are still worried about the outside. Be careful with your words. Su glanced around, and Dengji shut up sullenly. Where is the young master? Su pinched her eyes and asked. The maid beside her came out to report. It's rest today, and the young master must be reading in Tinglan Garden. Su took a few people to Tinglan Garden. There was a servant standing outside the hanging flower gate. The servant saw a group of people coming in from a distance and ran into the house immediately. The servant is going to report the news. My good brother is doing good things. Xiao Chow Chow waved his claws, his face full of excitement. Su's pace instantly quickened. Stop the servant. As soon as she finished speaking, Someone rushed up and kicked the servant to the ground, holding him on the ground, unable to move. "See, madam. Why are you running away in a panic?" Dangji said angrily. The servant was trembling, looking anxious, and Su didn't say anything, just raised her legs and rushed in. Walking outside the door, you can hear the suppressed rustling sound. "Open it loudly. Loud, loud." The servant who was held was pale and his calves were trembling. Dangji was about to knock on the door, but Su raised her hand to stop him. She didn't care about the style of the mistress of a noble family. She was just a mad mother now. She kicked the door open with one foot. "You want to die? You'll be in trouble if you scare me. Who is looking for death? Watch out for me." Lu Yuanshao held the dice in one hand and the money in the other, his eyes red, looking like a gambler. He looked up and saw Su, who looked gloomy, looking at him coldly. Snap! The dice fell to the ground. Lu Yuanshao was originally obsessed with gambling, but when he saw Su, his reason returned. He felt a chill rushing to his head and his face turned pale. Lu Yuanshao's knees softened and he knelt on the ground. He was trembling slightly. A group of servants knelt behind him. Su was panting heavily, and the air was almost sucked out of her, as if someone was choking her throat. You. Su felt dizzy. If it wasn't for Chow Chow, how long would she be kept in the dark? "Madam." Dangji was scared. "Young master, you are so confused." Even Ingxue was stunned. An 8-year-old child was so obsessed with gambling. "How long have you been gambling?" Su's voice was shaking. Dangji helped her and she reluctantly sat down. Lu Yuanshao had never seen his mother like this before. His mother's disappointed and shocked eyes made him feel exposed. He cried, "Mother, it's my fault. I only learned for 3 days. 3 days ago, the ruddy boy had dark eyes and dry mouth. Even his hair, which was always clean, was gray. You are playful and naughty. Mother never cares about you because you are young. But how can you get involved in gambling at such a young age? How dare you do this harmful thing?" Su almost gritted her teeth. "Who taught you?" Su was so angry that her heart was numb. The 2 servants and 2 book boys around him were carefully selected. In the corner, a little book boy who was tied up whimpered. A towel was still stuffed in his mouth, and Juxia immediately stepped forward to untie him. The little book boy had messy hair and knelt on the ground immediately. "Madam, it's Qingyu and Qingyan." That day, the young master came back to study with great interest, and he was quite tired until late at night. Qingyu taught the young master to gamble on the pretext of relaxing. Qingyan said that small gambling is good for the mood, big gambling is harmful to the body, and it's not gambling for money, just relaxing and having fun. I comforted the young master. Qingyu and Qingyan deceived the young master and tied me up. There were 2 book boys and 2 servants around Lu Yuanshao. Qingyu and Qingyan were eloquent and literate, so they stayed in front of him as book boys to guide Lu Yuanshao to study. The 2 servants Qingfeng and Qingshu took care of his daily life and served him personally. These 2 book boys were given by the old lady. "Come here. Beat these 2 traitors to death to set an example. Let all the servants in the mansion watch the whole process before leaving." Su was furious. She had never been so angry before. The 2 servants were gagged and dragged out directly. They could only look at Lu Yuanshao with pleading eyes. Lu Yuanshao wanted to beg for mercy. Since he was 3 years old, these 2 servants have been with him and have become his indispensable playmates. These 2 people are not innocent at all. They came to the 3rd brother with a mission since they were young, all just to make him useless. They took him to gamble, took him to skip school, took him to insult the teacher, and pushed the 3rd brother to the forefront. Lu Yuanshao was stunned, as if he was stupid. Hearing this, he swallowed the begging for mercy on his lips instantly. Su cleared out all the servants around Lu Yuanshao. "Qingshu, Qingfeng, you did a great job this time. From this month on, the monthly salary will be doubled. Take good care of Yuanshao for me." Su asked someone to bring another 50 taels of silver as a reward. Lu Yuanshao was in a state of despair, and Su didn't even look at him. Let all the servants go outside Deshan Hall to watch the execution. Su's eyes were slightly cold. Chapter 0012 Beating the Old Lady. When the servants gathered outside Deshan Hall, the old lady was having a meal. "What's the matter with the noise outside? How can Su be a housekeeper? She is getting more and more outrageous. She said she was the daughter of a famous person in Kyoto, but she looks just like that. My son knelt in her house for 3 days and 3 nights, and she said she was marrying him. Now, the whole Su family has been imprisoned. The old lady showed a trace of disdain on her face. The Thunderbolt incident has been known to the whole city these days, and she is angry. She is happy that the Su family was raided. Nanny Lin was coming back to report. Old Madame, it is said that the servant of the third young master made a mistake. This will make all the servants in the courtyard watch the punishment. Nanny Lin paused. I remember that the 2 servants seemed to have left from Deshan Hall. The old lady's face was slightly gloomy. Isn't this a slap in the face of Deshan Hall? Nanny Lin helped her stand up and went out directly. The servants outside the door had all come together, and everyone looked a little panicked. They all looked at the 2 servants tied in the middle. What are you doing? What mistakes did they make that they should be caned? Do the noble families disregard human lives like this? The old lady leaned on a cane and caned the servant she sent in public. What does this mean? Su bowed to the old lady. Old lady, these 2 beasts actually deceived their superiors and subordinates and took Xiao Guer to gamble. They led Xiao Guer astray. They came from Deshan Hall and were carefully selected by Mother. I'm afraid they deliberately deceived Mother. If you don't punish them as a warning, won't everyone be able to deceive you? Those who don't know will misunderstand that you deliberately taught your grandson bad things. Su's face was full of anger. When the old lady heard about gambling, her brows were pressed hard. She looked at the 2 servants, and the 2 servants' eyes were full of fear and pleading. Old lady, help me, old lady, help me. It's pay. The 2 maids in front of the old lady suddenly stepped forward to block the mouths of the 2 servants. The old lady's eyelids twitched wildly. These 2 servants were sent by Pei Jiaojiao, Lu Yuan's concubine. Su glanced at her and slowly clenched her fist. Today, everyone, open your eyes and watch. See what the fate of betraying the master is. Su raised her hand, and the courtyard immediately rang with a bang. The sound of sticks hitting flesh. The 2 servants were tied to a bench, their mouths gagged tightly, their foreheads covered with cold sweat, their eyes fixed on the old lady. Whimsing sounded constantly from their blocked mouths. One stick after another, each one heavier than the last. In less than half an hour, blood splattered everywhere, and blood flowed all over the bench. The 2 servants' faces were blue and purple. Blood had already flowed from the corners of their mouths, and they fell limply on the bench. The blood and flesh were mixed into a ball, and all the servants were silent. Some maids cried in fear. The old lady took a step back in fear. Old lady, shall we go back first? Nanny Lin felt the old lady's body trembling and whispered. As soon as the old lady closed her eyes, she could remember the 2 servants falling to the ground in a bloody mess. This time, not only the servants were beaten, but also her. The whole person seemed to be frightened, and was half supported and half carried by Nanny Lin and taken back. Eat my food, smash my bowl. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Su has always been famous for her virtue, and this is the first time she has beaten a servant to death. Everyone in the mansion is in danger. Su slapped him and praised Lu Yuanxiao's servant in front of everyone. After beating him hard, she let him go. Mother is mighty. Mother is so powerful. Su felt heavy in her heart and never looked at Lu Yuanxiao. Lu Yuanxiao followed his mother step by step, tears in his eyes. Mother, I know I was wrong. He only realized at this moment how dangerous he was. In the past 3 days, he has completely lost himself. If it weren't for his mother's experience, I'm afraid he would have no chance of being saved. Mother, don't ignore me. It's my son who has gone astray and made Mother angry. Lu Yuanxiao followed Su into the house and knelt straight on the ground. Dang Ji secretly wiped away tears. The Marquis had a concubine, and the concubine had children. The whole house kept it a secret from the lady. The 3 children were useless, and the lady was in a difficult situation. Who knew? Su's eyes were red, and she stepped forward to help her son up. It's because Mother paid too little attention to you, and people took advantage of you. Obviously, her son was sensible and obedient before the age of 3. How could he become like this? She had no one to talk to about the depression and grievance in her heart, and no one to trust. Su personally selected all the servants around him, and then she found that there were few people in his courtyard who could be trusted. She was full of fear. Alas, my father had a concubine, and the concubine's children were smart and clever. My mother's children were either disabled or dandy, not enterprising, and were even divorced. How should I live? It's completely a control group. The little guy sighed faintly. Third brother is not doing well. Lu Yuanxiao's crying figure paused for a moment. Raise what? Father. Keeping a mistress. He raised his head suddenly. It's not mother's fault. It's Yuanxiao's will that is not firm. It's Yuanxiao who loves to play. It's Yuanxiao who lost his sense of propriety because of the love of parents. He paused after he finished speaking and looked at his mother without leaving any trace. My mother looked haggard without knowing when, and she hadn't smiled for a long time. Father and mother, you can't always be Yuanxiao's backer. Yuanxiao must also work hard. In the future, mother will still rely on you. Su said softly, her eyes a little dazed. Father loves mother, and he and mother are a famous loving couple in the capital. Who in the capital doesn't envy mother? Mother can also rely on father. Lu Yuanxiao said deliberately. Su touched his face, and her body swayed slightly. Father! Su was silent. Lu Yuanxiao pursed his lips, feeling uneasy. After admitting his fault, he accompanied his mother to dinner and secretly asked around in Tingfeng Garden. Only then did he realize, 2 months after his mother gave birth to Chow Chow, his father had never stayed in the courtyard. Even when his grandfather's house was confiscated, he never returned home. He felt numb in his heart. In his memory, his father was strict but loved his children, and his parents were in harmony and had a very good relationship. There was not even a concubine in the mansion. When a maid wanted to climb into the bed, his father was furious and sold the maid directly. The mother was moved to tears. Over the years, his father was considerate and his mother was willing to manage the family for him. Who in the capital did not praise his father as a good man who was devoted to him. But now, he suddenly learned that his father had a concubine and even had children, and he felt cold all over. In the past, the book boy coaxed him to skip school, coaxed him to insult the teacher, and coaxed him to gamble. Now, he only felt fear. He was his mother's left arm and right arm. If he was cut off and could not be his mother's support, how would his mother live? That night, Lu Yuanxiao took out the 4 books and 5 classics that had been gathering dust, and sat in front of the window to study them carefully. Chapter 0013. A Chance. Madam, I think the third young master has really learned well. I went back yesterday and reviewed my lessons seriously. I came to the courtyard to pay my respects early this morning. I'm going to the school now. You should be relieved. Dang Ji rubbed her eyebrows for her. Su didn't say anything. Lu Yuanzi came back last night. The old lady was frightened after watching the execution and had a high fever at night. Lu Yuanzi came to ask for punishment angrily. Su couldn't help but ask him whether it was more important that Yuan Shao went astray or that he took care of the old lady's face. In a rage, Lu Yuanzi took away her housekeeping rights. He also reprimanded her for disrespecting her mother-in-law and made her face the wall in the courtyard. She was confined. Early this morning, Lu Wani came to the door crying, saying that she didn't want the housekeeping rights and that it was her elder brother who was making trouble. Su coaxed her back. Before she had reflected on her mistakes for half a day, the eunuch from the palace came to the door. Madam, someone is coming from the palace. They want you to come in. Lu Yuanzi hurriedly came to invite her. Dang Ji curled her lips. Ha 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 ha. It was really a slap in the face. After being under house arrest for half a day, the Marquis came to invite Madam in person. Lu Yuanzi's face was not good either, but he was thick-skinned after all. Yunyang, why do you want to go to the palace? He went to ask just now, but the eunuch just glanced at him sideways and was unwilling to say anything. Su just said lightly, I am still under house arrest, Marquis Go. Lu Yuanzi's face froze. At this moment, the father-in-law was waiting outside the door. He could only sigh and lowered his posture and said, Yunyang, I am not blaming you. Mother is old and saw the book boy being beaten to death. Mother thought you hit her. She was scared. Father fought in all directions when he was young, and mother worked hard to raise us. After father died, she supported the family alone. Can't you understand, mother? Yunyang, you are a considerate woman. How can you be so unfilial? You and I are husband and wife, and I treat Yunyang as my own. I spoke without thinking yesterday. I hope Yunyang will not blame me. Lu Yuanzi's appearance is really good. When he lowered his posture, the affection in his eyes seemed to be only for you. In the past, Su Shi was particularly fond of this. Today, your mother's suffering has nothing to do with my mother? Her suffering was not caused by my mother. Filial piety is outsourced, which is really filial, Xiao Chow Chow gurgled and spit. Just after being PUA, Sue was instantly awakened. What a perfect filial outsourcing, isn't it? When the old lady was seriously ill, she took care of her day and night, but it was Lu Yuenza who got the reputation in the end. My parents raised me with great effort, and now my whole family is in prison. But the Marquis wants me to distance myself from the relationship. What kind of filial piety is this? Sue couldn't help but choke. Lu Yuenza frowned slightly. He looked at her suspiciously. Sue seemed different. But Sue's obedience for more than 10 years was not pretended. She worshipped me as a god and listened to me. She has a weird temper recently, and she must be angry that I ignored her. To attract my attention. Lu Yuenza's eyebrows showed a hint of pride. He spent more than 10 years training Sue, so how could she have second thoughts? Knowing that you are angry, I will ask someone to take care of it tomorrow. Sue didn't say anything either. She only washed up for a while and went out to receive the order. Lu Yuenza wanted to follow, but the eunuch looked at him and said, "Your Majesty, please wait outside the palace. You are not allowed to enter the palace without being summoned." He glanced at the swaddling clothes held by Dengji. "Take the little girl of the Lu family with you. The princess has been talking about her for a long time and is worried about her." Lu Yuenza's face suddenly darkened. Even Lu Chaochao, who was only 40 days old, was invited to the palace. "Oh, your scumbag father deserves it." Little Chaochao grinned happily. Sue thought to herself that the blood letter she put under the crooked tree might have worked. Sue was welcomed into the palace. "Please take care of Chaochao, eunuch." Sue nodded to Dengji, and Dengji waited outside the door. In the imperial study, the atmosphere was depressing. When Sue came in, she only saw her father and elder brother kneeling in the middle, and the majestic Minghuang sitting in front of the hall. She bowed her head and crawled on the ground. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you." After all the procedures, Sue was already sweating. Emperor Xianping said nothing and waved his hand gently. The eunuch then put out the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, and said in a sharp voice, "Please write a few words, Madame Zhongyong." Sue's heart was pounding, but she was also a woman who had seen the world, and her face was somewhat calm at this moment. She raised her hand to pick up the pen, and no one could see what she wrote, but the eunuch standing in front of her brows trembled slightly. After a while, Sue put down the pen and knelt down again. The eunuch presented the pen and ink. Emperor Xianping saw the 8 big words on the paper and was silent for a long time. Old Master Sue's hair and beard were white. Although he was a civil official, he was a man of iron will, kneeling on the ground with a straight back. Originally, he planned to die to show his determination. But when he saw that His Majesty had invited his daughter, Old Master Sue shed a turbid tear. "Your Majesty, I admit." The confession was not finished yet. Emperor Xianping laughed heartily and clapped his hands. "Good, good. A peaceful and prosperous sea and rivers. Good." Emperor Xianping actually stood up from behind the table and went down the white jade steps directly. He personally helped up the kneeling old man Sue. "Old Master, I have wronged you. Your Sue family is loyal to Beizhao and has been loyal for generations. Even the daughter of the mansion has dedicated everything to Beizhao." Emperor Xianping was very moved. The person who reported the Sue family is really worthy of death. A trace of hostility appeared between Emperor Xuanping's eyebrows. The eunuch behind him presented the blood letter. "This is what was dug out from the Sue family." Old Master Sue climbed up tremblingly, looking at the words that were crying blood, and was stunned. This is a Buddhist scripture copied in blood, which shows piety. And the sentence, "I wish to pray for peace and prosperity in Beizhao with my 30 years of life, and I wish your Majesty peace and longevity." In the corner, the names of all the descendants of the Sue family were signed. Each person's handwriting was very different, and everyone's name was pressed with bloody handprints. "All the descendants of the Sue family are great." Emperor Xianping nodded. Old Master Sue's heart trembled. In the whole family, only Su Shiyun knew the handwriting of everyone in the family, but it has never been publicized. Su Shiyun's palms were full of cold sweat. Fortunately, even Lu Yuenza did not tell her that she knew the handwriting of the whole family. If she had not replaced the puppet in advance, I am afraid that the Su family would have been covered in blood today. Although I am a girl, I have been taught by my parents since I was young. The children of the Su family take it as their responsibility to serve the court. The whole Su family believes in this. I live in the backyard and can only pray to God all day long to bless your Majesty. Your Majesty, please Please forgive me.
Su cao to.
The emperor laughed heartily. My dear Su, you have raised a good daughter and good descendants. The whole Su family is great. He helped Su Yiting up again. Su Yiting is the eldest son of the Su family and the eldest brother of Su Shiryun. My dear Su, the emperor seemed to be in a very good mood. Originally, the Su family was in a high position, and he was a little afraid of the Su family, but at this moment it disappeared unconsciously. He patted Su Yiting on the shoulder. The Su family is loyal to Bei Zhao, and heaven and earth can bear witness to it. Come, grant Su the position of Shangshu Ling, and take office today. Su Yiting's eyebrows were cold, and the whole person was extremely calm. At this moment, he knelt down loudly. I will not disappoint your majesty's expectations. Good. The emperor's eyebrows were all happy. Although Su is a woman in the boudoir, she is concerned about Bei Zhao, and she is granted a third-rank imperial edict. Draft and edict. The emperor was very pleased with the sentence of 30 years of life in exchange for peace and health. Lu Chao, who pricked up his ears outside the door. Ah. My scumbag father has been in the business for 36 years, and only got a fourth-rank official position by relying on the legacy of his ancestors. My mother is a third-rank official, and I want to piss off my scumbag father to death. Su Yiting's eyes in the imperial study were rarely confused. He had auditory hallucinations? Chapter 0014 Embracing the Golden Thigh. The Su family left the imperial study. Su Shiryun bit her lips tightly to restrain herself from crying. Daddy, big brother, you have suffered. Her eyes were red, and she almost dared not look into her father and brother's eyes. 18 years. She has rejected her mother's family for 18 years. Su Yiting did not cry when he was wronged, and did not cry when his family went to jail. Now he saw his sister calling him with her head down, and he almost cried. He raised his hand and said in a dry voice, Don't cry. You just came out of confinement, and your eyes will hurt if you cry. They found a secluded place and did not mention the fact that the Su family was wronged. Is this Chao? Su Yiting secretly climbed over the wall to see her. She was really beautiful. This was the daughter he imagined. Su wiped her tears quickly. Yes, Daddy, big brother. This is Chao. Born 40 days. Still a baby. Grandfather. Uncle. The slightly babyish voice exploded in the ears of the two. The grandfather staggered and almost fell to the ground. Sure enough, he is old and has hallucinations. Grandpa Su was once the emperor's teacher, the highest position among officials, and the current imperial tutor. He retired a long time ago, and now the Su family relies on Su Yiting to move around in the court. Su Yiting is 40 years old this year, and he has already sat in the position of the second rank, becoming a hot commodity in the capital. Originally, he thought he had to fight for his life to save the Su family, but he didn't expect to rise to the second rank in one step. At this moment, both of them stared at the swaddling clothes. Lu Chao was also very considerate, grinning with his toothless mouth, revealing all his gums. The destined ending, grandfather will be hit and killed in the imperial study, and the eldest uncle will take the blame for the whole family and be beheaded in public. It's great. Grandfather is alive, and the eldest uncle is also alive. The eldest uncle has also been promoted. The eyelids of the two grown men were twitching. The old man, he planned to die to make his will known, and he didn't tell anyone. Su Yiting, he planned to take the blame alone, and he didn't tell anyone. The two people's eyes fell on the baby. It's a pity that my grandmother is going to die. She is already old, and she has been tortured in prison again. She is worried all day long. I'm afraid she can't hold on any longer.
Su Yumpek Su Denli.
Before she could speak, she heard her father and brother say, Your mother and the elders of the clan are still in prison. I will take them out first. Sister, I will come to your house tomorrow. Today, the eldest princess wants to see Chao, so sister will not go with brother to pick up mother. Su wiped her tears. She felt that it was a stupid act to break off relations with her natal family for Lu Yuanza. I brought a doctor with me before I came. You can take the doctor with you. Su Yiting looked at her deeply and felt that his sister came prepared today. But there was no time to investigate at this moment. He looked at Chao and left in a hurry with his old father. Su found a young eunuch, gave him some silver, found a place to wash up, and then went to Cunning Palace with the nanny. When Su was still in the boudoir, she had some feelings for the eldest princess and became familiar with the Cunning Palace. Mrs. Su, I hope you can persuade the princess more. The nanny sighed. She has been married to the prince consort for more than 10 years. But she still has no children. Let the prince consort pick a roommate or a concubine to give birth to a child and raise it by his side, which can be considered as having an heir. Even if she is a princess, it is also very painful to have no children. Xiao Chow Chow thought of the gentle woman at the full moon. Her children's palace was bleak, and it was indeed her fate to have no children. Su did not respond. She knew how much the eldest princess was looking forward to having her own child. After entering the palace, the eldest princess's crying stopped slightly. Hurry up and bring the child up here. I've been missing her since she came back. Show me what a pretty girl she is. As soon as Su bowed down, the queen mother gave her a seat. The queen mother saw that the eldest princess was crying so hard and tried to change the subject. But when Lu Chao Chao came up to her, she was stunned. There's a red dot between the child's eyebrows. Is it painted? She touched the red dot between Lu Chao Chao's eyebrows. After Su finished her greetings, she smiled and reported to the queen mother. Queen mother, how can you put a red on a child who has just turned 1 month old? This child has a red dot between his eyebrows. I was quite surprised when I saw it. This child has a red dot between his eyebrows, but he looks a bit compassionate. This look is really good. The queen mother couldn't help but take off her long nails and stretched out her hand to Lu Chao Chao. The little fat boy can eat and drink, and he is round and plump. He is dressed up to look happy, which makes people feel itchy. Lu Chao Chao waved her little fleshy hands and pounced on him. Ouch, be careful, my queen. Su was frightened by her action. The little fat boy is not light. The queen mother had just been covered with milk, and the little guy smacked her face and nibbled on her face. Su was frightened and her face changed drastically, and she knelt down with a plop. I kissed the most noble woman in the world, Mua. Su almost fainted. The queen mother smiled from ear to ear. Old people like children to be close to them. There has been a rumor among the people that if a child cries when seeing an old person, the old person will definitely have a disaster. If the child is happy, the old person will be blessed. The queen mother is majestic. Whoever sees her on weekdays will be trembling with fear. But now there is a Lu Chao Chao. She can be happy and smile. It's okay, it's okay. I'm fine. Even the princess forgot to cry and looked up with red and swollen eyes. This is the daughter of my dreams. All her fantasies about children were fulfilled by Lu Chao Chao. How could she be willing to give her husband to a concubine? How could she be willing to raise a child of a concubine? This was cutting flesh from her heart. The princess was about to cry again. You just relax. If you give birth to a child, you can leave the mother and keep the child, and raise it by your side as if it were your own. I know that you and your husband are deeply in love, but you have no children. How many years can your husband wait for you? In the past few years, your husband has become more and more impatient and has quarreled with the princess several times. Little Chao Chao lay in the arms of the Empress Dowager, looking at the princess with her eyes rolling. The eldest princess was disheartened and asked sadly, Do you also think that your aunt can't give birth? She looked at Xiao Chao Chao and murmured, Perhaps the mother was right. The prince consort had given her more than 10 years of opportunities. Ah, ah. The tender milk sound rang out, and she looked at the eldest princess. Her mouth kept calling anxiously. Give birth. Giving birth is so easy. I will give you a child when I go back. Do you want a boy or a girl? She pouted her lips, as if she couldn't stop talking. Sue's eyelids twitched wildly. Her daughter, when she was angry, could strike people with thunder and could also give people children? She wanted to stop it, but the eldest princess asked, You said I can't give birth? As soon as the voice fell, the little guy put his hands on his waist with difficulty. His little face flushed and spit at her. The tongue kept gurgling, and saliva flew out. The eldest princess was a little surprised and asked tentatively, Do you think Aunt can give birth? She was crazy, asking a 2-month-old child. An even more surprising scene appeared. The little baby stopped spitting saliva, grinned to the back of his head, and clapped his fat hands wildly, making a clapping sound. The eldest princess was so happy that she said, Mother, you say I can give birth every morning. Give me another 3 months. After 3 months, if I still don't get pregnant, then give him a concubine. Everything is up to you, mother. The eldest princess made up her mind and knelt at the feet of the queen mother. She knew that this time it was her mother-in-law who came to the palace to ask for the queen mother's grace. This was her last chance. Chapter 0015 Chow Chow is given a child. The Queen Mother stared at her blankly. The two of them talked very smoothly, and she didn't understand how she communicated with a 2-month-old baby. But seeing her daughter, who had always been spoiled, humbled to the dust, she had to nod in agreement. As you say, 3 months later you can't refuse anymore. The princess wiped her tears and got up from the ground. Chow Chow, you are really my sweetheart. Yun Yang, you gave birth to a good daughter. The princess was reluctant to let go. This was her dream baby. Give birth? 10 or 8 will be given to you. The little guy waved his fat hand. Sue's eyelids jumped, and she hurriedly took her daughter over. Your Highness, Chow Chow is still a child. She doesn't understand anything. This can't be taken seriously. The princess has been married for more than 10 years and has seen countless doctors, but she has never been pregnant. What if she doesn't get pregnant within 3 months? What should she do to blame Chow Chow? The eldest princess pursed her lips and smiled. Don't worry, I understand. Sue loves her daughter dearly. She understands. But this time, she inexplicably believes in Chow Chow. Set the meal. The Queen Mother intends to keep Sue in the palace to eat and accompany her eldest daughter more. The palace banquet is complicated and has many rules, but the delicacies in the imperial kitchen are also delicious. The nanny held Lu Chow Chow, and when Lu Chow Chow smelled the fragrance, her dark eyes lit up. Meat, meat, I want to eat meat. Give me a piece. Let me taste it. Little Chow Chow opened his mouth and kept shouting in a childish voice. If you don't want to, you can lick the plate for me. Sue was almost sweating. Hurry and bring the child to me. The eldest princess asked the nanny to hand the child to her. Are you greedy? You haven't grown teeth yet. I'll give you some meat when you eat meat for 100 days. The eldest princess liked him more and more, and he really loved her. Why can't we designate a child like this? The eldest princess held her with one hand, holding the chopsticks with one hand. She didn't care about the royal etiquette. The eldest princess raised the silver chopsticks, picked up a chopstick and was about to put it into her mouth. Who knew? A short and round little claw stretched out from her arms and quickly grabbed the chopsticks. Grabbing the piece of soft meat on the chopsticks, she stuffed it into her mouth desperately. Sue was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. She rushed forward and grabbed her hand. Come on! Sue had been paying attention since she heard her voice and almost let her succeed. It's less than 2 months, and the teeth haven't grown yet. What should I do if I choke? The Queen Mother was stunned. Oh, this guy is so quick. I didn't even react. Although the eldest princess didn't raise a child, she also had common sense and was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. The two were afraid of hurting her, so they had to pry open her little fleshy hand little by little and take out the meat inside. Lu Chow Chow was so anxious that she burst into tears. Meat! My meat! She cried in Sue's mind. Sue was angry and amused. When you grow teeth, Mother will cook meat for you every day. Let go, you can't eat this meat. Sue coaxed and deceived her to take the meat out of her hand. But she refused to wash the oil on her hand and clenched it into a small fist. From time to time, she put it in her mouth and sucked it. The delicate and white face was very satisfied. Lu Chow Chow sighed quietly. In her new life, except for her strength, her mind and thoughts were slowly becoming that of a child. This is the bondage of heaven. Slurp, she sucked a mouthful of oil. Good. The fastest hand in the world is the hand of a baby. This is really true. The eldest princess was shocked. She couldn't catch this hand. In order to prevent her from grabbing the bowl, she had to hold Lu Chow Chow far away, and only took her out of the palace after Sue had lunch. This child is lovable, and it's her first time to enter the palace. I have to give her something. The Queen Mother waved her hand and rewarded her with countless jewelry and headwear. The little guy's favorite was the golden apple that symbolized peace and health, and he wouldn't let go. The princess wanted to hit the loyal and brave Marquis, so she gave him a huge knight-shining pearl. Yunyang, I heard that. The Marquis originally bought 18 knight-shining pearls. She paused. She knew how much her friend loved the loyal and brave Marquis. She almost loved him to the point of losing herself and taking him as her life. But only one knight-shining pearl was delivered to Chow Chow. She didn't say much. Her friend didn't like to hear bad things about the loyal and brave Marquis, so she could only stop there. Sue lowered her head in silence. The princess sighed. On the way out of the palace. I'm rich. Is this gold real? Chow Chow held the golden apple in both hands, biting it with his mouth full of saliva. Su took a breath. How could she give birth to a money grubber? How could she know that the poorest people in the cultivation world are sword cultivators? Lu Chaochao is also a sword cultivator ancestor. In this life, he has never had money in his pocket. Go back to your mother's house to see how your mother is doing, Su ordered, and Dangji immediately sent someone to inquire. When Su returned to the loyal and brave man's mansion, the lights were already on. As soon as she entered the door, Lu Yuanzi received the news and hurriedly chased out. His eyebrows were sweaty, and he was rarely anxious. Yun Yang, how did my father-in-law's family get out of prison? After saying that, he seemed to feel that the tone was wrong, and hurriedly said another sentence. Yun Yang, I joined several ministers in the afternoon to ask for my father-in-law, and this petition has not been submitted yet. My father-in-law returned home. What's going on? Holding the petition in his hand, he seemed anxious. Su frowned slightly, looking a little tired. The emperor misunderstood the Su family and promoted my eldest brother. She smiled, and when she looked carefully, she found a flash of hatred in Lu Yuanzi's eyes. I don't know who reported that there are witchcraft under the crooked willow tree of the Su family. There is no witchcraft, only the patriotism of the Su family. What is buried inside? Su kept it a secret. Lu Yuanzi's heart was lifted. What is buried? His tone was a little cold. Buried is the loyalty of the Su family, who is willing to sacrifice everything for the court. After Su said this, the maid behind her said something more. We have to thank the reporter. Otherwise, how could the Su family have such good fortune? The eldest master was promoted to the second rank, which is faster than the old master's promotion. The Su family is going to rise again. Juexia glanced at the loyal and brave marquis. The face of the loyal and brave marquis turned pale instantly, and he clenched his fists tightly, trying to endure the sudden impact. Really, what a good fortune. He took a deep breath. It's not just this good fortune. Our wife was rewarded by His Majesty and granted the third-rank imperial edict. The imperial edict will come down tomorrow morning. Ingxue held her head high. Her wife was famous in the capital when she was young. If she hadn't been suppressed by Lu Yuanzi for many years, she would never have become like this. This time, Lu Yuanzi's eyes were red. The marquis is walking in the court, and Yun Yang can't hold him back. He is jealous, he is jealous. His father-in-law is of a higher family than him, and even his wife is of a higher rank than him, ha 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 ha. His eyes are red with jealousy. Lu Chaochao laughed wildly in his heart. The scum who eats soft rice and hard deserves it. Chapter 0016 The Vicious Sister-in-Law. Lu Yuanzi has a strong self-esteem. When he asked to marry the daughter of the Su family, he was secretly laughed at. The Su family was a first-rank official, and the brothers were all outstanding people. They loved their only daughter Su Shiryun to the bone. She was a real daughter of a noble family. As for the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery, after the old Marquis passed away, the Marquisate became an empty shell. Because Lu Yuanzi was in poor health and had been studying literature since childhood, it was even more difficult for him to take a step forward. It was really wishful thinking to ask for the daughter of the Su family, who knew that Su Shiryun was deceived by his good looks and really wanted to marry him. After getting married, she accidentally learned about Lu Yuanzi's embarrassment and inferiority when facing her father and brother. For Lu Yuanzi's self-esteem, she cut off contact with her family. At this moment, she was a third-rank imperial lady, one level higher than Lu Yuanzi. Although there was no comparison between the official position and the imperial decree, she felt a secret pleasure in her heart. Yun Yang is kind-hearted, virtuous, and generous. She deserves the title of imperial decree. I am useless and cannot earn one for her. Lu Yuanzi exhaled softly. Back then, his father had also asked for an imperial decree for his mother, but was rejected by His Majesty. Now he felt like he had been slapped in the face. Su smiled but said nothing. If it were usual, she would have humbled herself to the dust just to please him, right? My parents are out of prison. My eldest brother has been promoted. I want to go back tomorrow. Su smiled lightly. She couldn't wait to go home right now. Lu Yuanzi hummed softly. It's time to go and congratulate. My scumbag father is going to be mad. He lost more than he gained. Give the Su family a great opportunity. They deserve it, Leleleli. The little guy kept complaining, which made Su's depression dissipate a little. Not long after Su returned to the mansion, Lu Wani personally sent the housekeeper's power up. Sister-in-law, you are finally back. This housekeeper's power is not something I fought for. but was forced into it by my eldest brother. She explained helplessly, mumbling and red eyes. Su really loved her. When she entered the house, Lu Wani was only 2 years old. At that time, the old man was not in good health, and the old lady waited all night. Lu Wani slept in her room, and she coaxed him up day by day. How could I blame you? We are as close as mother and daughter. I don't know what kind of person you are. She saw that Lu Wani's hands were cold, and she specially brought her a cup of tea to warm her body. It was Lu Wani's favorite longjing before the rain. Lu Wani snorted angrily. My elder brother blamed my sister-in-law without knowing the truth. I will settle the score with him later. If he dares to bully you, I will not recognize him as my elder brother. Her angry look made Su feel warm in her heart. In this Lu family, Lu Wani is probably the only one who is sincere to her. Does your elder brother really have me in his heart? Su was in a trance for a moment and murmured unconsciously. Lu Wani was stunned for a moment, and then pulled Su intimately. Sister-in-law, although my elder brother is a bit of a jerk, he is sincere to you. He knelt in front of the Su family for 3 days and 3 nights before he married the precious girl. Look at all these years, he has no one around him. The whole capital knows his infatuation. If he does something wrong, I will be the first to disapprove. I am your sister-in-law's intimate little cotton-padded jacket. I will inform you. The little bastards outside. Don't even think about coming in. Lu Wani sneered and leaned on Su's shoulder affectionately. Su felt very comfortable. Lu Chow Chow just woke up and smacked his lips. Little cotton-padded jacket. No, I am mother's little cotton-padded jacket that never leaks. She leaks. She leaks. 1 month after mother gave birth, she didn't return to the old house at all. She went to serve the concubine. No one can take my little cotton-padded jacket position. Humph, you bully me because I can't talk. When I can talk, I'll scold you. Su's hand holding Lu Wani slowly stiffened. Su's fingertips trembled slightly. What's wrong, sister-in-law? Lu Wani smiled and looked admiring. When the old lady gave birth to her, she was already old. Because the old lady was old, Su had always raised her. Su devoted more effort to her than to her own children. Sister-in-law, the matter of the new champion last time. Lu Wani's cheeks were rosy, and she was shy. Lu Wani bit her lower lip lightly. She was already 19 this year and couldn't delay any longer. Sister-in-law said last time to help Wani find out. The new champion was parading on horseback, and she saw him when she was watching. Seeing his appearance, she was moved. If she hadn't heard Lu Chow Chow's voice, I'm afraid Su would have agreed to it by now. But now, Su touched her hair. When I entered the house in my wedding dress, you had just learned to walk, and you rushed up to hug my legs and called me mother. I still can't forget this scene. I love you more than my brothers. Lu Wani was stunned, as if she didn't dare to look into her eyes, and slightly moved her eyes away. I was young at that time and made a fool of myself. Fortunately, my sister-in-law treated me like her own daughter. Her etiquette was all taught by Su. Su looked at her deeply. I will look for the new champion for you, but I am your sister-in-law after all. The marriage is still up to mother to decide. Lu Wani pursed her lips and reluctantly agreed. If it were in the past, Su would have taken on a lot of responsibilities and checked the portraits of all the good men in the capital, as well as their family backgrounds and character, and sent them to her for her to choose. The ability of the Su family in the capital can be seen. If Su was the one to arrange the marriage, Lu Wani's marriage could be even better. But now she pushed it to her mother. Mother came from the countryside and didn't have many friends. How could she find a good family? After Lu Wani left, Su's face suddenly darkened. Madam, didn't you say before that the old master's clothes disciple is quite talented and you want to marry him to Miss Wani? Dangji had just prepared tomorrow's gifts from the warehouse. Go check if she returned to Qingxi's old house in February. Qingxi is 3 days away from the capital, so there will always be traces. Dangji paused and then agreed. During dinner, Lu Yuanshao just came back from the academy. He was exhausted, as if he had shed his rebellious bones. Mother, I'll accompany you for dinner. Lu Yuanshao forced a smile. He tried to make up for his past studies, but ideals were full and reality was skinny. He had a hard time learning today. Brother Yuanshao has grown up, Dangji thought to herself. With the company of the third young master, the lady felt better. I don't know when your second brother will come back. Su sighed. My second brother is out for study. He will definitely be back before the new year. Yuanxiao whispered. After the mother and son finished their meal, Lu Yuanxiao said, I'm going to see my sister. Then he went into the compartment. The relationship between the brother and sister is very good. Deng Ji covered her mouth and laughed. When Xiao Chao raised her eyes, she saw her third brother. Chapter 0017, returning to her mother's home. The third brother lay down in front of her bed with a bitter face. Wow, sister. I'm so tired. Studying is so tiring. I feel so bitter. Although I haven't been to school, how difficult can studying be? Lu Chao blew bubbles. Lu Yuanxiao was not convinced. Sister, you are still young and have never been beaten. Studying is so difficult. It is the most difficult thing in the world. I'll read a few sentences to you. I guarantee you will fall asleep. Lu Yuanxiao was cunning. Took out a copy of the 3-character classic. After studying for 3 years, he didn't even finish reading the 3-character classic. Sitting cross-legged in front of the cradle, he whispered, The most difficult thing in the world is studying. When people are born, their nature is good. Natures are similar, but habits are different. The little fat boy stumbled after reciting a few sentences, and then read from the book. Father and son are close, husband and wife are harmonious. The 12 zodiac signs from Z to High. The little fat boy scratched his head. Just as he put down the book, he heard the little baby in his mind muttering. When a person is born, his nature is good. Father and son are close, husband and wife are harmonious. The little guy spoke with a sense of childishness and even recited the parts where the third brother stuttered. Click. Lu Yuanxiao's 3-character classic fell to the ground. He stared at the baby in the cradle in amazement. Isn't this something that can be learned with a brain? My third brother is really stupid. Forget it, I'll raise him when I grow up. It's not bad to be a mascot. Lu Chao sighed faintly. Can it be learned with a brain? Lu Yuanxiao cried out, hugged the book, and ran out crying. Too stimulated. Too hurt. He couldn't even compare to his sister who was born 2 months ago. Su frowned, not knowing what to do. Go and see what happened to Yuanxiao? She was fine just now. Why did she suddenly cry so hard? It seemed as if the whole world had collapsed. She didn't even collapse like this when Su caught her gambling. Lu Chao was speechless, thinking that her third brother was as stupid as a pig and emotionally unstable. A man's heart is like a needle in the sea. I will never fish for a needle in the future. I want the whole sea. Lu Chao was dazed and fell asleep in a short while. At night, Lu Chao lay on the small bed with her legs spread out, revealing her white and round belly. Under the yellow oil lamp, Su pulled the quilt for her. Lu Chao was pulled into a dream, half awake and half awake. The dream was all white, and Lu Chao was inspired by something. Someone was praying for her. I am willing to be a vegetarian for life and worship Chao for life. I only ask Chao to give me a boy or a girl. If I can look a little like Chao, that would be even better. The princess prayed in her dream. When she opened her eyes, she saw Lu Chao appear in front of her. Chao. The princess was stunned. She had been praying for a child for more than 10 years, had seen countless doctors, and worshipped gods and Buddhas. But this was the first time she dreamed of Chao. Unexpectedly, Chao in her dream said, Do you want a child? Boy? Girl? Or both? The little guy's voice was softer than she imagined. It was sweet to her heart. It's all right. I'm not picky. How could she dare to be picky? As long as she was given a child, she would jump for joy. Lu Chao spread his hands towards her, and a trace of merit and golden light flowed from the princess. Well, you have done good deeds all your life, and you deserve this child. I will grant you a pair of twins. After Lu Chao drew the golden light of merit, a ray of light bounced into the belly of the princess. The figure disappeared directly in the dream. The princess's mansion at this moment. Chao. The princess suddenly woke up from the bed. The princess was sweating profusely, and her heart was full of doubts. The prince consort was awakened by her, and the maid lit the lamp, and the room was warm. Is it a nightmare? The prince consort and her have been married for 14 years. The two are in love. If it weren't for the offspring, they would be a perfect couple. You said you liked Chao during the day? Why do you call her name in your dreams? The prince consort knew that she liked Chao, but he didn't expect that she liked it so much. The princess raised her hand and touched her abdomen. At this moment, she actually felt warm in her abdomen. as if there was a ball of fire. She hooked her hand around the husband's neck, turned over, and her breath intertwined. She whispered, "My husband, today, I will definitely get pregnant." Under the oil lamp, the eldest princess's face flushed, and there was an inexplicable belief in her eyes. The husband's heart was slightly warm, and he loved her and was moved. The maid quietly retreated. The couple, who had been married for 14 years, did not sleep all night. The next morning, when Lu Chaochao woke up, she was already dressed and got on the carriage. "Madam, don't worry. The master and the lady will not blame you. She loves you the most." Dang Ji saw her uneasiness and comforted her in a soft voice. Su pursed her lips and said nothing. She had been married for more than 10 years and had not returned. How confused she was. Where is the marquis? When she got off the carriage, she saw the lintel of the Su family and was in a trance for a moment. The marquis did not return home last night. He sent a letter this morning saying that he would be back before lunch. Dang Ji whispered. Su's face was calm, and only she understood the pain in her heart. As soon as she appeared, the Su family's doorman shouted, "The aunt is back! The aunt is home!" The doorman rushed in and shouted loudly. Su walked all the way to the gate. After more than 10 years of marriage, the mansion was still the same as she remembered. The maids in the mansion bowed to her. "Hello, Miss Yoon." This was her name when she was still in the boudoir. Everyone called her Miss Yoon affectionately. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as she passed the hanging flower gate, she saw fireworks outside the door. The aunt has been married for more than 10 years and has not returned. These fireworks are prepared every day. When she comes back, she will set them off. The nanny rushed over and burst into tears when she saw her. "Old madam and several sisters-in-law are waiting for you." The nanny personally took Lu Chaochao. "I was shocked. This child looked so good. It was a little hot in June." Lu Chaochao showed her arms like lotus roots and laughed with a creaking sound, which made people like her. "Thank you, Wang Ma." Su Shiyun's eyes were filled with tears, and she was a little timid standing at the door. With a creak, the heavy door was pushed open. The old lady, who had been in prison for a few days, forced herself to look out with fatigue. The moment Su looked at her mother, tears fell like rain. She walked in trembling, knelt in front of the hall, and cried, "Mother, your daughter is back to see you." Then she choked and couldn't speak. "You cruel girl, you are going to make me angry to death." The old lady has always been steady, and her every move is a demeanor of a great man. At this moment, she cried bitterly. While gently beating Su, she cried, "Why don't you come back to see me? I just stopped you when you got married, and you have been holding a grudge against me for more than 10 years. How could Mother harm you? Mother has waited for you until her hair turned white." The slaps that the old lady gave her were very light. "Mother, stop crying. It's a good thing that the sister-in-law is back, but you can't cry." Su Yiting's first wife, eldest sister-in-law Zhou, came forward with red eyes to help the old lady up. The old lady's hair turned white, and she fainted several times from crying. Su's heart was broken. Chapter 0018. Uncle listens to the voice. "My daughter is unfilial, and my daughter knows she is wrong." Su knelt in front of the hall, full of regret. The 3 sisters-in-law of the Su family all advised, "Yunyang, get up quickly. Mother loves you the most. She thinks about you every day. The red bean cake and ginseng chicken soup, you like have never been absent from our family for 17 years since you got married, just so that you can eat them at any time when you come home." The second sister-in-law Li brought the ginseng soup. This bowl of soup has been prepared for 17 years. The third sister-in-law stretched out her index finger and poked her forehead. You, don't be petty in the future. We came to the Lu family to see you and wanted to make you proud. But you drove us out." The third sister-in-law is the same age as Su, 33 this year, but she has a cold temper. Looks like a lonely and arrogant snow lotus. In the second year after Su got married, several sisters-in-law came to visit her. As a result, Su's family was a good legitimate girl, a bright and sunny eldest lady. After entering the Lu family for a year, she was timid and had no opinion. When the mother-in-law glared, she shrank her head and dared not refute. The legitimate daughter of the Su family actually brought foot-washing water to wash the old lady's feet. The 3 sisters-in-law were so angry that they argued with the Lu family, but Su actually sided with the Lu family and drove them out. Since then, there has been no contact. Even though she was in the capital, Su unilaterally broke off relations with them. It's Yunyang's fault. Yunyang has wasted the sisters-in-law's efforts. Yunyang knows she is wrong. Yunyang kowtowed to the sisters-in-law solemnly, which shocked them. Before she got married, this sister-in-law was the lifeblood of the Su family. When the men of the Su family returned home, it was another lively scene. When the old lady woke up, she held Su's hand and refused to let go. She was much more energetic and radiant. The Su family did not have the rule of separate seats. The family sat at the big round table, lively and lively. However, several children in the family were in school today and missed it. He knelt in front of the door for 3 days, and you fasted for 3 days at home just to marry him. Fortunately, he treats you well and has never had a concubine for so many years. The old lady sat at the table and patted her little daughter's hand. Su's body stiffened. She bit her lower lip lightly. Dungji glanced at her and knew that the lady didn't want to worry her family. There were laughter and joy in the room. Lu Chaochao kept muttering, "Liar, liar, my father is a liar. Wu, my mother was deceived by him. My father has a concubine, and the concubine's son is 17 years old, the same age as my eldest brother. My daughter and I were born on the same day, month and year, and it will cause the whole Su family to die tragically. Woo, 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 snap." Someone dropped the chopsticks. Grandfather was hit and killed in the imperial study. My uncle took the blame for the witchcraft and was beheaded in public. It rained heavily in Linluo. My second uncle went out to provide disaster relief. He was framed and caused the Linluo dike to burst, causing great suffering to the people. He was torn to pieces by the victims. My third uncle was framed for treason and died in a foreign country. My third aunt knelt down with every step and suffered humiliation before she found my third uncle's body. Then, she buried her third uncle's body in the sea of fire and died for love. My third aunt was pregnant with a baby. Alas! Mr. Su coughed violently and kept shaking while holding the chopsticks. Beside him, the cold and arrogant woman was sitting. She was Lu Chaochao's third aunt, his wife. When she was young, she was spoiled and willful. She fell in love with Mr. Su and insisted on marrying him. After many years of marriage, Mr. Su was indifferent to her. She always thought that she would live like this for the rest of her life. Little did she know that everything changed from today. Mr. Su's hands trembled a little when he heard the words that he suffered humiliation to retrieve the body, hugged the body, and was buried in the sea of fire. His mind was full of love and pregnancy. What's wrong? Sin glanced at him with a faint expression. She had been cold to Mr. Su for more than 10 years, and Mr. Su only had full disgust for her. Mr. Su took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. The voice trembled, but he lowered his voice unconsciously, slightly gentle. "Nothing," I choked accidentally. Sin paused, silently poured him a glass of water, and said nothing more. The 3 uncles of the Su family all looked at Lu Chaochao. The Su family was tragically wiped out. Lu Yuanza raised a concubine? The 3 uncles looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Su Yiting didn't say anything, just shook his head gently, and clenched his fists the whole time. After dinner, without stopping for a moment, the brothers went to the old master's study. "Did you hear Cao Cao's voice? Did you hear Cao Cao's voice?" Second Master Su and Third Master Su said in unison. A trace of cold sweat appeared on the old master's forehead, and Su Yiting exhaled softly. "I'm afraid only a few of us heard it. I don't know if it's true or not." Third Master Su murmured in a low voice. The face of his wife flashed before his eyes, and his heart suddenly felt a fine and dense pain. Su Yiting's eyes were deep, and no one knew better than him that this was true. He wanted to take the blame and never told anyone. This is probably an opportunity given by God to the Su family. It must not be leaked. "Cao Cao, I'm afraid it's different from ordinary people." The old master twisted his beard. The old master guessed that only direct blood relatives could hear it. It would take blood relationship. And the old lady didn't hear it, probably because the old lady was in poor health and had been bedridden for many years. "Send someone to check on Lu Yuanza first." He swore to heaven that he would marry Yunyang. "If he is unworthy of Yunyang, I will make him live a life worse than death." Su Yiting's eyes were filled with anger, and the brothers had a long talk. It was not until the evening that Lu Yuanza finally arrived. According to his understanding of Su for many years, Su had already found a good excuse for him. She would always find a way to excuse herself. But who knew that he would come to the door? The son-in-law is busy, and the Su family is not worth your trip. The old tutor was rarely angry. After 18 years of marriage, his Yunyang did not dare to go home. Lu Yuanza was very respectful. Father, Yunyang has not allowed Yuanza to come to the door since she got married. It is the son-in-law who is unfilial. He knelt in front of the door and kowtowed heavily to apologize. Lu Yuanza was disappointed and unhappy. But Su did not excuse him. Lu Chaochao is extremely favored in the Su family. She has 3 uncles and 5 brothers. Only the third master Su has no children. Lu Chaochao is the only daughter. Several sisters-in-law hugged and kissed her. Lu Chaochao likes the warm atmosphere of the Su family. It would be great if my parents divorced. It would be great if I kicked out my scumbag father. The little girl sighed in her heart. But she also knew that Su had been PUA for nearly 20 years, and everything still needed time. It also needed the last straw to break the camel's back for her mother. Su's face was gloomy when she heard her daughter's words. Divorce? How easy is that? What about her 3 sons? Before curfew, Lu Yuanza suppressed his anger and took Su back to the mansion. As soon as he got on the carriage, his face suddenly fell. Yunyang, didn't you agree not to go back to the Su family for the time being? On the night of the wedding, he lifted his trouser legs and showed Su Shiryun his swollen knees after kneeling for 3 days and 3 nights. He said that he knew that the Su family looked down on him, and he could not raise his head when he saw his father and brother, and he was very depressed. He coaxed Su to break off with her family little by little. Mother, he is going to brainwash you again, Lu Chaochao shouted angrily. And at this moment, Chapter 0019 marrying into a fire pit. I haven't been home for 17 years because of your inferiority complex. Daddy is old and mother is gray-haired. Lu Lang, I have done enough for you. Su hugged Lu Chaochao and pinched her daughter's cheek. Besides, Lu Lang, it's not easy for you to get promoted. Why don't you ask your elder brother and father for help? They will definitely help you. Su's words made Lu Yuanza's face turn pale. Lu Yuanza valued her relationship with her family, but he didn't want to lose face. Su always coaxed him to accept the help of the Su family. It's really a soft meal. A man is strong and unyielding. How can he ask for help? Besides, isn't this to save face for you? Lu Yuanza suppressed his anger and held Yunyang's hand with a face full of affection. Su felt uncomfortable all over and pulled her hand back unconsciously. My father is the emperor's tutor, my elder brother is a 2nd-rank official, and I myself have a 3rd-rank imperial decree. Lu Lang, I have no shortage of face. I really don't want you to work too hard. Su's words really trampled on Lu Yuanza's self-esteem. Lu Yuanza was shaking all over. He felt that Su had changed. But Su's words that she didn't want you to work hard seemed to have not changed at all. She still felt sorry for him and loved him deeply. Lu Yuanza suppressed his anger. Yunyang, I have something to do in the court recently, so I probably need some money to take care of it. If there are rare treasures, it would be even better. Su's dowry was generous, and she had spent a lot of her private money to subsidize the Lu family over the years. The Lu family's assets were extremely shabby. Even the Lu family's large mansion was renovated after she entered the house. Su nodded, and Dangji gave him the key to the warehouse. This is the key to the Lu family's storehouse. After saying that, he covered his mouth and chuckled. As for me, I won't give you the key to the private storehouse. The private storehouse is the dowry given by my mother's family. If I use my mother's family's things, Lu Lang will feel uncomfortable. Lu Yuanza moved his lips, but finally said nothing. He wanted Su's private storehouse, but he wanted Su to beg him to accept it instead of asking for it himself. Lu Yuanza found a reason to leave. He seemed to be getting more and more impatient. On the way back to Su's house, she saw someone carrying gifts and heading all the way to the Zhang family. The Zhang family's legitimate daughter is engaged, and candy is being thrown. Candy was thrown in front of the Zhang family. Everyone swarmed over. Oh, is it the Miss Zhang who is engaged to the disabled Lu family? Someone asked loudly. The maid brought out a big basket and said with a smile. Today, the young lady has found a good match and found a good husband to marry. Congratulations to my young lady, and she will receive a red envelope. After saying that, she grabbed a handful of copper coins, and everyone immediately congratulated her. How can the disabled Lu family be worthy of Miss Zhang? It's better to withdraw. It's better to withdraw. Everyone applauded. Su's eyes were red with anger, and her chest kept rising and falling. Jiang Yunjin, which young man did you choose? Su gritted her teeth. Even Lu Chaochao opened her eyes. Deng Ji asked back, looking embarrassed and full of resentment. It's Lu. Lu Jinghuai, who just passed the imperial examination last month. It's the Marquis who personally acted as a matchmaker. It's said that he is a distant cousin. Su was exhausted. He did it on purpose. He deliberately wanted to take away my son's help. Su's nails dug deep into the flesh. He wants to cut my flesh. He wants to dig out Yenshu's heart. He told Yenshu's wife to his concubine. This time, Su almost hated him. He even acted as a matchmaker himself. No wonder he was short of money recently and needed to make arrangements. Doesn't engagement require a lot of gold and silver? And all kinds of rare treasures. He is really good, using the wife's dowry to support his concubine. Su wiped her tears. Where is Lu Wani? Did you find out that she went back to Qingxi? Su was extremely angry, and her expression was a little cold. Deng Ji hesitated for a moment. Speak. I didn't find out that she went back to Qingxi. She has been in Beijing and has never left Beijing. And I bought a lot of things for the baby. I also went to the gold shop to make a set of gold bracelets, gold collars, and safety locks for the baby. Deng Ji looked at her worriedly. Madam, you are almost deserted by everyone. The whole Lu family is lying to her. Su couldn't even cry anymore. Her heart was numb with pain. The child who hugged her legs back then, finally, betrayed her. Don't cry, mother. Mother, Chow Chow loves you. Chow Chow will help you win easily. Chow Chow is awesome. Chow Chow is awesome. Okay? Lu Chow Chow pouted her pink lips and yelled at Su. Serious and serious. Su pressed against Lu Chow Chow's little face. Fortunately, there was Chow Chow. Mother, the new champion loves to beat his wife. There was a wife in the countryside who was beaten to death by him. You dissuaded Lu Wani in your previous life, and Lu Wani thought you were jealous of her, so she hated you for that. Later, she scratched Mother's face. Woo woo woo. Little Chow Chow was very distressed. Su wanted to hear more, but it was gone. She only remembered these few sentences. As soon as she got home, Lu Wani came looking for her hesitantly. Sister-in-law, have you found out clearly? Lu Wani blushed. That day, she had set her eyes on the champion. Su dismissed the servants and said, Wani, are you moved? Lu Wani shyly glanced at her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. She stamped her feet. Su looked at her indifferently in a place where she couldn't see. I helped you out of the fire pit in the last life, but you scratched my face? Then, marry him in this life. I found out that the new champion was engaged to a child bride who was vulgar and illiterate when he was young. Lu Wani frowned slightly, but the child bride was unlucky and died of illness last year. There are some rumors in the countryside that the top scholar has a bad temper and always scolds the child bride. Wani is afraid that she will suffer. Otherwise, forget it. Sister-in-law can't bear to see you suffer. Su seemed dissatisfied. There are so many young men in Beijing, and we can always find one to match Wani. Lu Wani's eyes were sparkling, and she shook Su's hand again and again. Sister-in-law, good sister-in-law. A man's temper is called masculinity. Besides, the child bride has no talent, no family background, and even illiterate. She can't win over men because she has no ability and she deserves it. If a man beats a woman, it must be her fault. Wani, you have this ability and confidence. Lu Wani raised her head slightly. She has a good appearance. How can she be compared with a child bride? This woman can't control a man. It has never been the man's problem. Lu Wani glanced at her and smiled, with a deep smile on his lips. Su gritted her teeth. Let's see each other again. A man's talent and official position cannot be put first, but his character should be considered. Su deliberately went against her. No matter what, I will marry him. I will go to find my mother. Even if my sister-in-law disagrees, my mother will definitely agree. Lu Wani was very satisfied with this. He immediately hurried out of the door and headed towards Deshan Hall. Oh, jump into the fire pit. Lu Chao Chao was so happy that he drooled. Chapter 0020. The eldest princess is pregnant. At night, Su was invited to Deshan Hall. The old lady wanted Su to find out the new champion Guling's opinion. Although the old lady was Lu Wani's biological mother, she was old. Now Su was a third-rank imperial edict, which naturally gave Lu Wani face. Su said frankly that she did not think highly of Guling mother, although Guling is talented, he is not a good match for her. Wani deserves better. Mother, Wani will regret marrying him. I raised Wani. How can I harm Wani? Su even stopped her loudly, and many people in the mansion heard it. What if you raised her? Wani was not born from your belly. You are probably resentful that Yenshu's marriage was rejected and can't bear to see her well. The two of them parted unhappily. Everyone in the mansion knew about this matter, and Su wanted this effect. She had to get herself out of it. The next day, the old lady asked someone to go and find out. This matter went very smoothly. Gu Ling had no power and could marry the daughter of the loyal and brave mansion. That month, people were asked to exchange engagement cards and arrange the marriage. Lu Wani was already 19 years old, and she would be 20 after the new year. It was directly arranged 3 months later. The marriage was a bit urgent, which showed the urgency of the Lu family. The mansion was filled with laughter and joy, except for Su, who had a gloomy face. Everyone thought she was not satisfied with her marriage. Only Lu Chaochao knew. Her mother woke up laughing in her dreams every night. Spring went and autumn came. Lu Chaochao was 5 months old. She took off her thick coat and put on a thin skirt. Her white arms were exposed, looking delicate and soft like a piece of white dough. A touch of red on her eyebrows made her look like a fairy. Today is the Chinese Valentine's Day. I really want to watch the Lantern Festival. I really want to go out. Chow Chow has never been out before. Lu Chow Chow heard the voice of the maid outside and kept muttering in her heart. She found that she could gradually make sounds, but her pronunciation was not very accurate. She was sitting very steadily now because she was well fed in her mother's womb, and she could eat and sleep, and she could also crawl a little. Madam, the princess came to tell me that she is pregnant. Dang Ji hurried in with a happy face. Su suddenly sat up from the couch. Really? After saying that, she put her hands together and bowed. Bless you, Bodhisattva. Yuer has been giving away porridge and clothes for so many years and doing countless good deeds. After 14 years of marriage, she is finally pregnant. Su cried with joy. Her father was the Taifu and often brought her to the palace. After a few visits, she and the princess have had a very good relationship since childhood. Quick, send someone to send a gift. Did you send a letter to the palace? Su's face was full of joy. Yes, I sent it. The princess has just been pregnant for 3 months. The baby has just settled. The first one to report the news came to our house, and the second one came to the palace. Dangji couldn't help but be curious. The princess seemed to value Madame very much. She even reported the pregnancy to the Marquis mansion first. Su was stunned. How long have you been pregnant? Today is exactly 3 months. Dangji asked the time carefully. Su suddenly looked at Lu Chaochao, who was sitting on the bed, sucking her fingers with relish. Su opened her mouth. 3 months ago, the princess asked Chaochao for a child. By the way, the princess also said that she wanted to give the young lady a big gift to thank her. Dangji was a little curious. Why did the princess want to give the young lady a big gift? Su's eyelids twitched. She inexplicably didn't want Chaochao's reputation to be leaked. At least not now. She looked up at the window. The flower-filled mansion was still as gorgeous as usual. But she had already begun to guard against the mansion. The princess and Chaochao have some fate, and this matter cannot be made public. She still remembered that her Chaochao almost lost her life when she was born. Dangji nodded in agreement. Su thought about it. It was rare for Yuer to get pregnant this time. She had to go there in person. It happened that Lu Yuanshao was out of school at this time. He would come to recite in front of his sister's cradle every day. Yuanshao, I have to trouble you to look after my sister today. My sister can crawl. Be careful that she falls off the bed. Mother may be back later. Su knew that he had a good relationship with his sister, so she smiled and said. Lu Yuanxiao's eyes lit up. Mom, don't worry. I will take good care of my sister. Yuanxiao raised his chest. Although he couldn't recite as well as his sister, but he was a brother. Ha. This was his only confidence in front of his sister. After reciting in front of his sister's cradle for 3 months, he only understood half of it, while his sister, she learned it 100%. He couldn't even imagine what a killer his sister would be if she entered the school. He felt inexplicably sympathetic to his sister's future classmates. Sister Chaochao, the third brother is here to see you again. He heard his sister's mumbling before he entered the door. He looked around, and the maids were all outside the door. Do you want to go out and play? If you kiss third brother, I will steal you out. How about that? Lu Yuanshao smiled. The 8-year-old little brother smiled like a wolf grandmother. Brother, 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 dear third brother, please steal me out. Lu Chaochao was almost suffocated. Today is the Chinese Valentine's Day, and she also wants to see the adulterers. I want to see the boys and girls. She stretched out her white arms like lotus roots and reached out to third brother. Lu Yuanshao hugged her into his arms, and his arms sank heavily. Good guy. Third brother finally found a place to use this body of meat. Lu Yuanshao felt that he was holding a sweet and soft baby in his arms. Moo. Lu Chaochao kissed third brother, and a long string of saliva flowed down his face. Third brother's eyebrows were curved. My sister is so fragrant and soft. It's not enough. Please coax the third brother again. Lu Yuanshao teased her deliberately. Lu Chaochao sucked her finger. Her face wrinkled, and after thinking for a while, she reluctantly took out the finger. With saliva dripping, she handed it to the third brother reluctantly. Look, I grabbed a bowl at noon, and my hands still have a little meat smell. Then, I'll give it to you. She stared at the third brother with big eyes in protest, her face full of reluctance. This is what she aimed at for a long time before grabbing it into the meat bowl. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yuanshao almost laughed crazy when she saw the finger stretched in front of her. You eat it, the third brother won't compete with you. Tears came out of her laughter. Oh my God. How can his sister be so cute? Lu Chaochao grinned with a toothless mouth and stuffed it back. Chaochao should stop rubbing her fingers, or they will become smaller and white. Lu Yuanshao packed 2 clothes for her, and changed her diaper because the weather was a bit hot. Now he was very skilled at doing these things. He opened the door and said to Juexia and Ingxue, My sister wants to take a nap. I'll accompany her in the room. Don't come in if you don't have anything to do. My sister took a long nap, so it was a good time to sneak out. The maid agreed and he closed the door. He carried his sister on his back, sneakily opened the window, and jumped out of the window. Oh, the breath of freedom. Thick hair. Lu Chaochao cheered, and his big eyes were full of light. Chapter 0021 Big Brother Cuts Wrists. Lu Chaochao lies on the back of the third brother. Lu Yuanshao knows the positions of the servants in the mansion very well, and takes Lu Chaochao with him all the way. When they are about to step out of the inner door, Lu Chaochao suddenly straightens up. Chaochao, don't move. Be careful not to fall down. Lu Yuanshao was startled, and his sister almost fell down when she straightened up. Lu Chaochao sniffed. Ah! She pointed to the garden on the right. This place is remote, and there are very few people patrolling. It is the most remote inner courtyard of the loyal and brave Marquis Mansion. Lu Yuanshao was stunned, and he lowered his voice unconsciously. This is Mingda Garden. It's the big brother's yard. After the big brother had an accident, he lived alone in the yard to recuperate. He drove out all the maids in the yard and didn't allow anyone to take care of it. The yard became much more desolate. When he was born, the big brother had already had an accident. That year, he often heard people mention his brilliant elder brother. This is a forbidden place in the mansion. My elder brother will be angry. Dad and Mom, don't dare to disturb him. Grandmother didn't even allow him to be mentioned. After my elder brother became disabled, his temper became extremely violent. Rumors began to circulate outside that my elder brother was disabled and crazy. Lu Yuanshao was a little afraid of him. Lu Chaochao's face showed a bit of anxiety, pointing directly at the gate of Mingda Garden. There is a bloody smell. There is a bloody smell. Go and see my elder brother. Lu Chaochao pointed at the gate, his heart full of anxiety. In the original book, the misery of the Lu brothers was all mentioned in passing. But only when you are really in it, you will find the despair in it. Lu Yuanshao was frightened. He knew that his sister had some magical powers. He was thinking about his elder brother, and he didn't care about being afraid, and he immediately went to push the gate of Mingda Garden. The gate of Mingda Garden was closed. He knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside the courtyard. No, my elder brother doesn't allow anyone to serve him. He has driven out all the servants in the courtyard. It is said that he only has a servant to serve him personally. The servants who sweep the courtyard sneak in at night and leave at dawn. Lu Chaochao thought that her elder brother was heartbroken and closed himself off. At this moment, she smelled the increasingly strong bloody smell in the air and became anxious. She raised her little hand and pointed at the foot of the wall.
Lu Yuanxiu glared at her. Ta đau hole?
No, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. How can a scholar dig a dog hole? After a while, Lu Yuanxiao lay in the dog hole, muttering while digging. How can a scholar's dog hole be called a dog hole? I'll put up a top scholar hole tomorrow. Lu Yuanxiao, with weeds all over his head, dragged his sister out of the dog hole. You crawl too slowly. He held his sister in his arms. Then he rushed straight to the inner courtyard. The courtyard was deserted and dead silent. In the past, he had been treated above all else in the mansion, but now, it has become a taboo. Lu Chaochao pointed to the left, and Lu Yuanxiao ran to the left without hesitation. The little fat man was sweating profusely. As he approached the door, even he could smell the strong smell of blood. Lu Yuanxiao's heart trembled. How could Cao Cao smell the bloody smell across several courtyard doors? This is too outrageous. Bang! Lu Yuanxiao slammed the door open, and the strong smell of blood hit him in the face. Ugh! Lu Yuanxiao retched with nausea when he smelled the blood. Then, his eyes were red and his whole body was cold because of the sting in front of him. Everything he saw was blood red. Dazzling, large patches of red. Brother! A thick stream of blood spread from the man lying on the bedside, all the way to his feet. Lu Yuanxiao's feet landed directly on the blood, leaving 2 lines of footprints. The young boy was so scared that his heart was shaking, and his hands on his back were trembling. The man in green at the bedside was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, his wrists drooping on the edge of the bed, and blood was dripping down. Brother, he committed suicide. Lu Yuanxiao was almost speechless. His whole body was weak, and he almost staggered towards his brother. Brother, brother. Woo-woo, mother. Dad and mother. Someone come quickly. Lu Yuanxiao had never seen this scene before, and he stumbled over. He reached out and touched his brother, who was cold all over and shaking. Even Lu Chaochao was shocked by this scene. The young man on the bed had beautiful eyebrows and eyes, like a banished immortal, but her face was full of death and lifeless. Although he was still alive, Ku Xian had already died. Falling from heaven to dust, no one could accept such a gap. Stupid. Quickly take the handkerchief and cover your wrist. Lu Chaochao cried anxiously. Lu Yuanxiao put her on the bed, shaking and crying, while busy wrapping the handkerchief around her wrist. Brother, brother, don't die. What will we do if you die? Brother, I'm so scared. Mother, come back soon. Woo-woo. He wrapped her wrist tightly. Damn it. Where's the servant? Lu Yuanxiao's eyes were red. Mother was afraid that the eldest brother would commit suicide, so she left a personal servant by his side. At this moment, the eldest brother held a piece of broken porcelain tightly in his hand, and there was thick blood on the porcelain. Brother, brother, don't die. If you die, who will help mother and us? Lu Yuanxiao cried and cried. Lu Chaochao secretly glanced at him, then put her finger in her mouth and bit it hard. She had restored her merits and had spiritual energy, so it was not an exaggeration to say that her blood was a magical medicine. But if she bit it, she stared blankly at the saliva on her finger, her face confused. Oh, she forgot that she had no teeth. She had to scratch her finger on the porcelain piece quietly, grimacing in pain. A drop of blood gushed out, even with a tiny golden light. She stuffed it directly into her brother's mouth. No waste at all. Her blood was precious. At this moment, the wind and clouds surged between heaven and earth, and a golden light leaked out from the horizon. The golden light fell on the earth, and the plants on the earth grew wildly. In a blink of an eye, the whole city was full of flowers. People walked out of their homes one after another, and seeing this magical scene, they couldn't help kneeling down to worship. The elder brother's pale face began to turn red visibly. Lu Chaochao took out her finger and secretly rubbed her saliva on her brother. He withdrew his chubby fingers as if nothing had happened. Woo-woo, if you die, who will take care of me? Dad has a mistress. I will be mad to death. Lu Yuanxiao cried with snot and tears. Lu Yenshu slowly opened his eyes and heard this sentence. Even if you suck my blood, the king of hell won't take you back. The king of hell will have to send you back personally. Xiao Chaochao secretly muttered. In the original book, Lu Yenshu committed suicide this time and was rescued by the imperial physician. But it also left a more serious trauma. Lu Yuanxiao cried seriously and didn't pay attention to this sentence at all. Lu Yenshu only felt a bloody smell in his throat, But this smell was very light, and it was accompanied by a faint smell of grass, as if with infinite vitality and strength. Ming clearly, he felt the blood flowing out of his body, and he felt that his breathing was gradually fading, but now, his wrist moved. A wave of heat spread from top to bottom, and even the legs that had been numb for a long time felt a little itchy. Even the wrists didn't hurt anymore? Chapter 0022 Big Brother can still be saved. Lu Yenshu gently opened his eyes. There was no wave in his eyes, and he just lay quietly on the bed without any movement, just like the past 8 years of paralysis. Big Brother? Big Brother, you are not dead. That's great. Big Brother, woo woo woo, you scared me to death. Where is the servant? Where is the doctor? Lu Yuanshao hurriedly snatched his porcelain pieces and threw them far away. But he didn't dare to leave for the time being, for fear that Big Brother would have another extreme behavior. Big Brother, look, I am Yuanshao. I am your third brother, and you held me when you were a child. Big Brother, I almost forgot what you looked like. Lu Yuanshao lay beside Big Brother, trying to attract Big Brother's attention. Big Brother drowned for too long that year, and he was no longer breathing when he was rescued. After the miracle doctor revived him with golden needles, he could no longer move. He was paralyzed in bed all day long. He resisted the servants who occasionally pushed him out in a wheelchair. His temper became moody and extremely violent. He was crazy and disabled, and no one dared to approach him. It took him 8 years to recover, and he could only clench his hands. The first time he clenched, he cut his wrists. Lu Yuanshao felt suffocated just thinking about it. Brother, I'll ask the imperial physician to go find Mother. Can you help me look after Chow Chow? Chow Chow is our sister, the fourth sister. She is so small, fragrant, and soft. You will definitely like her. Lu Yuanshao brought Lu Chow Chow over, and Lu Yenshu didn't even look at her.
No.
A hoarse and harsh voice sounded. It seemed as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. No. Don't want the imperial physician. No, don't tell Mother. Lu Yenshu hadn't spoken for a long time, and now he stumbled and spoke hoarsely. Lu Yuanshao was stunned. But your injury. But seeing that his elder brother was resisting and about to get angry, he didn't dare to provoke him. He also felt that his elder brother's face was much rosier, so he fetched a basin of water and took a rag. Kneeling on the ground, he cleaned the blood on the ground. No wonder my elder brother is a beautiful, strong, and tragic villain. A 9-year-old genius drowned while trying to save someone. But the other party refused to call for help, causing him to be paralyzed in bed. The worst thing is that he will have to watch his whole family die in front of him in the future. He was lucky to escape and fought wits and courage with the male and female protagonists, but he still lost in the end. Lu Chow Chow blinked his eyes, shook his head and sighed. Lu Yenshu's dead eyes trembled. He tried his best to turn his head and found that his third brother was wiping the floor with his butt sticking out. There was only a baby who could sit and crawl but couldn't speak in the room. Sensing his gaze, the baby opened his toothless mouth, revealing a row of gums. Wow! My eldest brother is so handsome. Lu Yenshu. He is paralyzed, even his ears have problems? The whole family died tragically? And before, I heard from my third brother that my father had a mistress? Lu Yenshu has been shutting himself off for 8 years, ignoring the outside world, and even unwilling to say a word even when his mother cried to death in front of him. But at this moment, Lu Yenshu smiled self-deprecatingly. So what? He is a cripple, a paraplegic. He needs help even to eat, drink, defecate and urinate, and can't even take care of himself. Suddenly, he trembled all over, and his whole body was filled with despair and fear. Get out! He widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and his veins bulged all over his body. Lu Yuanshao was mopping the floor when he heard his eldest brother's sudden roar. He said weakly, "Brother, I won't disturb you." Lu Yenshu seemed to be in a state of rage. Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Lu Yenshu was full of irritability, and he looked at Lu Yuanshao with crazy eyes. If you treat me as your brother, then get out and never come in again. I don't want to see you, you disgust me. Lu Yenshu's voice was hoarse. His fists were clenched, and veins bulged one after another. Lu Yuanshao was scared. He held Lu Chow Chow in grievance. His eyes were red, and before he went out, he smelled a strange smell. Lu Yenshu's taut string broke instantly. He seemed to be crying, not crying, and laughing. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't even take care of himself. How ridiculous. The once brilliant genius boy is now paralyzed in bed and needs help from others to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate. His pride was trampled underfoot and rubbed repeatedly. Lu Yuanshao seemed to understand something. He said nothing, but put his sister on the stool and whispered, "Chow chow, don't move." He then filled a basin with clean water, took clean clothes, and washed his elder brother in Lu Yenshu's manic scolding. Lu Yenshu scolded him and even begged him later, asked him to leave. When he changed and washed again, Lu Yenshu was completely in a state of collapse. He used to be a young man with a bright future, and he used to be highly sought after. Now he has become a useless person. He was afraid of seeing other people's eyes, and he refused everyone's help and closeness. He just didn't want everyone to see him in such a mess and without dignity. He couldn't even control his feces and urine. How ridiculous. Brother, we are brothers. Lu Yuanshao was also a rich and well-fed young man, but he never disliked his elder brother at all. Lu Yenshu glanced away and closed his eyes and didn't look at him. It's such a pity that such a good third brother was finally dug out his eyes, cut off his ears, chopped off his hands and feet, and put into a jar to become a human pig for people to watch. The two brothers shuddered in unison. Lu Yenshu suddenly opened his eyes. Lu Yuanshao didn't want to hear about his miserable future anymore. He was tired of hearing it. Brother, the house has been cleaned. I'll push your wheelchair. Can we go outside to bask in the sun? Lu Yuanshao asked his brother carefully. The house has no windows or doors all year round, and there is a chilly atmosphere. Lu Yenshu didn't say anything, so he smiled and helped his brother up and sat him on the head of the bed, hold his sister to his side. Alas, brother will have to be fed urine and pressed down by others in the future. This family is destined to be cannon fodder. Lu Yenshu looked indifferent. Fortunately, I can cure brother's leg. Lu Chaochao was very happy. Lu Yenshu. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yenshu coughed violently, and he turned his head and looked at Lu Chaochao. What did she say? Does she know what she is saying? Lu Yenshu even suspected that he was crazy. It would be fine if he heard hallucinations, but he actually heard that he could be saved. But before he woke up, he did have some consciousness. Lu Chaochao tilted her head slightly and stretched out her white and chubby little arm to him. Lu Yenshu smiled mockingly. He couldn't even lift his arm. After 8 years of recovery, he could only make a fist. Hold, hold, hold. The vague murmur of the baby made him tremble all over. His fingertips trembled slightly, and he tried hard to raise his arm. He was sweating profusely, but he only moved his arm an inch. But Lu Yenshu almost cried with excitement. 8 years. He had never moved his arm in 8 years. Today, his arm can move. Chapter 0023 Pampering Her. Lu Yenshu inexplicably thought of Cao Cao's words. Even if you suck my blood, even the god of hell dare not take it back. Lu Chaochao was unwilling to wait any longer. Like a ball, she slowly and clumsily crawled into the arms of her elder brother. She nestled happily in her elder brother's arms. Seemingly dissatisfied, she pulled up her elder brother's hand and surrounded herself. But her elder brother's hands were weak and immediately drooped down again. She was dissatisfied again. Her little mouth was so high that it could hang an oil bottle. She lightly touched her elder brother's eyebrows with her fingertips, and a warm breath flowed in from his eyebrows. Eldest brother was too weak and could only be moisturized a little bit. Lu Yenshu was slightly stunned. She felt warm all over, as if her dry body was moisturized. Lu Chaochao grabbed his arm again and circled herself. This time, her hands were clasped tightly, and her arms did not droop down. It seemed that she had some strength, but it was only a little strength. Even so, Lu Yenshu's eyes were filled with tears, and he hugged Cao Cao as if he was hugging the whole world. Sister, you will crush big brother. Lu Yuanshao pushed the wheelchair over, which scared him. The main thing is that he is afraid that big brother will be angry. Big brother has a bad temper, and even his parents are cold-faced, and no one can get good. Lu Yuanshao said carefully at this moment, Big brother, sister didn't mean it. She is only 5 months old and doesn't know anything yet. Who knows? Lu Yenshu's voice is gentle, and he is even afraid of scaring the baby in his arms. It's okay. Lu Yuanshao's eyes widened. What happened? He just turned around, and Big Brother protected his sister? After Big Brother sat in the wheelchair, he pushed Big Brother to walk in the garden. Big Brother was skinny, and his clothes were windy, and Lu Chaochao lay in his arms. Big brother is too thin. It's uncomfortable to hug him. Big brother should eat more meat. His body is uncomfortable, he thought to himself, drooling. The garden is quite desolate, no longer prosperous as before. Lu Chaochao lay in Big brother's arms. Wow, what a big pond. It would be great to raise fish and turtles. Why isn't it blooming? The little girl muttered. Lu Yenshu felt her vigorous vitality and looked up at the sky for the first time. He hadn't walked out of the door for a long time. Big brother smiled. Wow, Big brother looks so good when he smiles. Lu Chaochao's eyes widened suddenly. Lu Yuanshao secretly glanced at Big brother. Big brother really likes his sister. He said, such a cute sister. No one can resist. Oh, I really want to steal my sister to school. Studying is boring, it's very interesting to take my sister with me. The three siblings walked around and heard the servant hurriedly shouting, Young master, young master. It was Yuan Bao, Lu Yenshu's personal servant. Yuan Bao was sweating profusely, and when he saw Lu Yenshu sitting in a wheelchair, his heart finally settled down. Today was the day when the young master went to get medicine. He met the servants of the Jiang family and had a fight. Yuan Bao's hair was messy and there were suspicious red marks on his face. But when he saw that the young master had actually gone out, his eyes were red with excitement. Young master, I brought back the lunch. Or, can we have it in the pavilion? Since the young master could no longer take care of himself, he had been eating porridge and side dishes every day and rarely ate meat. He wanted to reduce the number of times he went to the toilet. He was maintaining his only dignity. Meat. Today is a festival. I want to smell the smell of barbecue. Otherwise, I will throw a tantrum. Lu Chaochao's little face was twisted, staring at Qingjuan's big brother. The little chubby fist clenched tightly, and he looked like he was going to throw a tantrum. Lu Yenshu smiled. Yuan Bao was stunned. It had been 8 years, and it was the first time he saw the eldest son smile. He served the eldest son all day long, and no one knew how much the eldest son wanted to die. He tried to bury his life countless times, and every time he begged him to wait a little longer. Go to the pavilion and set up a barbecue stall. Prepare some meat porridge for me. He was too thin and said he was uncomfortable every morning. Yes, yes, yes. Yuan Bao cried with joy and limped to the small kitchen. Soon, a small stove appeared in the pavilion. It was a bit cool today, so it wasn't too hot. There was a small stove in the pavilion, and a clean iron plate was placed on the stove. There was a lot of thinly sliced meat and some sauces on the stone table. The meat porridge was also warm on the iron net, bubbling. Lu Yuanshao had been tossing and turning for most of the day, and he was already starving. Seeing the table full of meat and vegetables, his eyes turned green. Yuan Bao filled a bowl of meat porridge. He wanted to feed the eldest son. Lu Yuanshao picked up the thin slices of meat and put them on the iron plate. In a flash, the iron net burst into a sizzling aroma of oil, sprinkled with seasoning, and the air was full of cumin. Wow, this meat is tender and fragrant. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lu Yuanshao took a bite, and it was so hot that he was gritting his teeth, but he refused to spit it out. Lu Chaochao took a deep breath of air. He drooled with greed. Chaochao, drink milk. Lu Yuanshao brought her milk when he went out. Lu Chaochao widened her eyes angrily, pointed at the meat on the table, and then pointed at her milk. Her face was full of accusations. The two brothers laughed at her. Although she couldn't speak, everyone understood her accusations and grievances. You haven't grown teeth yet, and you're only 5 months old, so you can't eat meat. But you can smell it. Is your brother good to you? I'll eat meat and let you smell it. Lu Yuanshao was so shameless. The little guy's eyes were red with anger. Lu Yenshu saw them making a fuss, and the anger in his heart was relieved a little. Yuan Bao, go get a banana. Su had people send fresh and easy-to-digest fruits every day, and Yuan Bao quickly took one. Use a spoon to scrape it into puree and give some to your sister. She's over 5 months old, and she can eat puree. He had fed his brothers before he was paralyzed. Lu Yuanshao tentatively scraped a spoonful, and Lu Chaochao smiled happily while eating it. Woo 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 woo, finally alive. So sweet. So sweet. So good. Big brother, I love you. I love big brother the most. Well, the third brother is a little stupid, but he is also very loving. Lu Yuanshao fed her 7 or 8 spoonfuls before stopping. Eat more tomorrow. If you eat too much, you won't be able to digest it. I'm afraid you'll have diarrhea. Let's add more slowly. After that, He roasted a chicken leg from the stone table and scraped off the meat. He gave the bone to Lu Chao Chao. Lu Chao Chao got up and kissed him. Sitting in the arms of his elder brother, he gnawed the bone. He sighed with satisfaction in his heart. Hey, this life is worth it. The two brothers almost couldn't hold back their smiles. Lu Yenshu usually only ate a few mouthfuls of porridge to hang on to this life. But today he ate this bowl of meat porridge cleanly, and the light in his eyes seemed to be alive again. It was not until the afternoon that Lu Yenshu was exhausted, and Lu Yuanshao was ready to leave. Brother, do you need to call a doctor for you? I won't tell anyone. Secretly. Okay? Lu Yuanshao was always thinking about the terrifying wound on his wrist. Lu Yenshu rubbed his fingers, which were more flexible than before. All this originated from Chao Chao. Chapter 0024, Meeting a Mistress. Brother, it's okay. You don't need to call a doctor, and don't tell mother. He glanced at his third brother. Starting tomorrow, come to my courtyard every day after school. I'll give you extra lessons. Since he became paralyzed, he had all the books in the house moved out and burned. After Yuan Bao sent the two away, Lu Yenshu sat in a wheelchair, and his fingers lifted the gauze on his wrist. The wrist, at some point, had become smooth and new. The bloody wound had healed. Took him 8 years to barely move his fingers, but now they are extremely flexible. The arm can be lifted an inch. It's been 8 years. His hand felt the strength again. Lu Yenshu didn't cry when he drowned, nor did he cry when his fiancée hid behind a rockery, causing him to become paralyzed. Nor did he cry when he was broken off. Nor did he cry when his family abandoned him. But this time he cried. When Yuan Bao came back, he whispered, "Use the golden needle to prick my legs." Yuan Bao's lips moved. When he was just paralyzed, the young master asked him to beat his legs every day, and even pricked his legs with needles. The young master still had no feeling. He had not tried to feel anything for several years. Yuan Bao took out the golden needle from the box and gently pushed it into the young master's leg. As the golden needle pierced in little by little, Lu Yenshu's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Young master. Once, he had no feeling when the whole golden needle was inserted. But now, his legs were tense, and he felt a dull pain all over his body. Young master, it seems to be different. Before, when I pushed it in, my legs were soft. But now, Yuan Bao was shocked when he saw the young master sweating profusely. Yuan Bao cried out, "Sir, are you conscious? Are you feeling pain? I'll go get a doctor. I'll tell the Marquis's wife." Yuan Bao has suffered so much in the past 8 years. The master has fallen from the arrogance of heaven to the dust, and he, a close servant, has also experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature.
No.
Lu Yenshu's eyes were deep. Don't tell anyone. Don't even reveal the slightest news. Don't get a doctor. It's not the doctor who can save him. Yuan Bao was puzzled, but he still nodded. Lu Chao Chao at this moment. Lu Yuanshao secretly climbed in through the window and put his sister back. I'll come to steal you again in 2 days. At this time, Su had returned home, and Lu Yuanshao had dinner with her. Early the next morning, Su was busy taking Lu Chao Chao out to buy jewelry. She planned to buy as many longevity locks, gold bracelets, gold necklaces, and the headgear that the little girl would use in the future. She had thought it through. She would not spend it. Lu Yuanza would spend it on his mistress outside. "Madam, it's good that you think it through. I was worried that you would have to use your private treasury to subsidize them." Deng Ji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Whenever the Marquis's mansion was short of money, as long as the Marquis frowned, the Madame would eagerly give it to him. She also asked the Marquis to accept it, which was really humble to the extreme. Su's face was ugly. He wants to marry Yenshu to a bastard. He also wants to use my money to support his concubine's family. It's wishful thinking. The carriage stopped outside Jinpin building. Coincidentally, another carriage also stopped here. As soon as Su got off the carriage, she saw a beautiful young lady getting off the carriage opposite. The young lady wore a veil hat and a long gauze dress, looking like a weak willow in the wind. The nanny behind her was holding a baby, about 5 or 6 months old. The swaddling cloth on the baby was actually in Sanskrit, something from the temple. The young lady raised her head and her eyes fell on Su. Su frowned slightly, and she felt the malice in the other person's eyes. But she had never seen the other person before. "Ladies, please go upstairs. Today, a batch of new models for children have just arrived." The shopkeeper smiled when he saw the two of them, and it was obvious that both of them were big customers of the store. Sister is older, sister. Please go in first. Her tone was gentle, but the word older was emphasized a little more. Sue nodded slightly at her. Lu Chow Chow, however, lay on the maid's shoulder, and a groundhog-like scream broke out in her mind. Ah! It's a sin, it's a sin. It's the heroine and her mistress. It's my father's mistress. Sue's steps were stiff and her body paused. She felt a surge of anger rising up, and she almost lost her mind. She bit her lower lip tightly to control her anger. No wonder she bit it so hard when she said that her sister was older. Speaking of which, you two are really destined to meet. Your daughters are almost the same age, the shopkeeper said with a smile. Sue's eyes fell on the baby in Sanskrit's swaddling clothes. Is this the heroine who became my child in the previous life, as Chow Chow said? The baby girl was a little thin, but her eyes, she didn't like them for some reason. These eyes can appear on adults but not on children. There was a deep sense of disobedience. The baby girl was holding a string of Buddhist beads in her hand. There were 108 Buddhist beads, and Sue recognized them at a glance. They were the old lady's things. The old lady cherished them very much and didn't even allow herself to touch them. Sue's breathing slowed down and became rapid. The other party even smiled provocatively. The shopkeeper of Jinpinlu knew what was good. When he saw the string of Buddhist beads, he couldn't help but say suspiciously, "It is said that there is a string of shelling beads in Hugwa Temple. The 108 beads are covered with Sanskrit and blessed by the Buddhist teachings of successive abbots. There is also a relic in the center which is even more precious. The late emperor went to ask for it before his death, but he didn't get it. This string is somewhat similar." The shopkeeper felt more and more similar. The young lady pursed her lips lightly, and her voice was extremely pleasant, not much less than that of the young girl. "Shopkeeper, you are too kind. This is the shelling beads." The young lady only showed her watery eyes and smooth forehead. Pei Jiao Jiao enjoyed the envious and shocked eyes of everyone. She looked at Sue, the mess in the Marquis's mansion, and the old lady was not in good health. She was in charge of the general affairs in the mansion and served the old lady, looking much older. She raised her lips slightly and touched the black hair on her temples. Dangji frowned slightly. His eyes fell on the hairpin in her temples. "The abbot once said that I have great luck and great fortune in this pregnancy. I will give this Buddhist rosary to my daughter to play with," Pei Jiao Jiao said with a chuckle. She didn't care, causing everyone's surprise. This is a treasure that the previous emperor had never asked for. When Pei Jiao Jiao was pregnant, she went out with the old lady to burn incense and met an old Taoist on the way. The old Taoist knelt straight in front of the old lady, wanting to ask the old lady for a bowl of water to drink. He said that the old lady would have a granddaughter who was a treasure from heaven and would be protected by heaven and would be invaluable in the future. Asking for a bowl of water, asking for a little blessing. The old lady was half believing and half doubting at the time. Who knew that when they arrived at the Hugwa Temple, the abbot, who even the royal family could not see, personally welcomed the old lady. He said frankly that her mansion would welcome a distinguished guest. The little girl is a person who is loved by God. If you treat her well, the family will get great fortune, which is beyond words. She also gave the Buddhist beads to the old lady to establish a good relationship. The old lady was so excited that she trembled. After leaving the Hugwa Temple, the old lady took her hand and promised solemnly, "Jiao Jiao, your blessing is coming." The beyond words is naturally her Jingyao. As for the daughter born by Sue, no one has ever cared about it. Chapter 0025 Mother of a Genius. This lady is very rich. Everyone couldn't help but compliment her. This Buddhist rosary is an extremely precious item. Pei Jiao Jiao had been feeling aggrieved for many years, and now she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows with a little pride. "My son is even better at studying. He passed the examination for a scholar at the age of 10. He is 17 this year and is engaged to Miss Jiang. Next year, he will take part in the provincial examination." Pei Jiao Jiao glanced at the pale-faced Sue, and her heart was full of joy. "Oh, is the daughter of the Dali Temple minister engaged? I heard a few days ago that a genius boy was engaged. Is she the mother of the genius boy Lu Jinghuai? So, it's the lady's son?" Pei Jiao Jiao nodded slightly. "Miss Jiang is really lucky. I heard that she was engaged when she was young, but her fiancé was unlucky and became a disabled man, paralyzed in bed, and needed someone to take care of his excrement and urine. Now she has been engaged to a genius boy. Pei Jiao chuckled. A good girl should marry a good man. How can such a disabled man be a match? She said with disdain. Everyone became more and more excited. Lu Jinghuai passed the imperial examination at the age of 10, and he has the best hope of winning the top prize. The new top prize winner is 33 this year, and Lu Jinghuai is only 17. He will be the youngest top prize winner in Beizhou. The shopkeeper also showed some kindness. Is the brocade quilt on this baby a peace brocade? Ping brocade is a special item used by the Hugua Temple to protect babies. It requires close relatives to kneel on the 1,000-layer ladder and knock on the ground with each step to obtain it. Pei Jiao smiled and nodded. This girl was born weak, but her husband loved her and begged for the peace brocade on his knees. Pei Jiao touched her daughter's cheek. When she was pregnant with her eldest son Lu Jinghuai, she tried her best to teach him. Let him follow the footsteps of Su's eldest son, Lu Yenshu. But Lu Yenshu was like a cloud in the sky, elusive and untouchable, so that mortals could only look up to him, not compare with him. That was her and her son's nightmare. No one knew it better than her. Because of Lu Yenshu, Lu Yuanzi gradually wavered in his love for Su. Lu Yenshu was too outstanding, so outstanding that a father could no longer abandon him. Even during that period, he unconsciously put the honor and disgrace of the loyal and brave Marquis's mansion on that child's head. Her Jinghuai was forced by herself to chase Lu Yenshu since he was a child. He couldn't help it, and secretly went to see the brilliant young man, and was hit and uneasy. The whole person collapsed. He fell seriously ill. Fortunately, Pei Jiao's lips curled slightly. Fortunately, the little bastard has a bad fate, just like a rainbow in the sky, stunning, but fleeting. These years, she dared not relax every day, forcing her son Jinghuai to replace him little by little. And Lu Yenshu at that time had already become disabled and became a shameful existence in the Marquis's mansion. When her daughter was born, her treatment reached the peak. The old lady regarded her as a pearl and a treasure, and the Marquis loved her to the extreme. At this moment, she touched her daughter's cheek. She has been loved by her father since she was a child. When I was pregnant with her, I was greedy, and her father asked someone to send a basket of lychees from outside the pass. 3 horses ran dead. Su's eyes dimmed slightly. She also got a few lychees. Lu Yuanzi held it eagerly. She was like a treasure. The skin of the lychee was dry and the flesh was a little sour. It turned out to be leftovers from others. Madam is so lucky. The abbot of Hugua Temple predicted that this child will be very rich. Everyone couldn't help but get closer to look. I wanted to praise the child for being pretty, but I saw a white and tender baby behind him. By contrast, the child in Ping and looked like a monkey. The other person was like a fairy boy under the seat of Guanyin. I couldn't praise him enough. Lu Chao lay on the maid's shoulder and felt her mother trembling with anger. Her little face wrinkled. Humph, that blind old abbot. Don't keep these eyes. How blind he is. Lu Chao's eyes widened and he looked at the Buddhist beads in front of him. These 108 Buddhist beads have been blessed by the holy monks, and no villain dares to mess with them. It's almost the 15th day of the 7th month, so no evil spirits dare to get close to them. Everyone envied him more and more. Pei Jiao accepted the admiration of the crowd. She did not doubt Su Shi at all. After all, she had been with the Marquis for 17 years, and Su Shi did not find anything unusual. Su Shiyun, she believed in Lu Yuanzi very much. Lu Chao looked at the string of Buddhist beads. Others could not see it, but she could see it clearly. 108 Buddhist beads, each of which was surrounded by a faint golden light, were good things that could truly protect people. She felt furious. How could they match? The abbot was so old and confused. Old thing, blind old thing, bullying my mother. Mother, the hairpin on her head is your dowry. Oh, I am so angry. Su Shi was terrified when she heard it. Last time she scolded her father, she chopped off his hair. Lu Chao mobilized a trace of spiritual energy and chopped directly at the string of Buddhist beads. Pei Jiao was enjoying the flattery of the crowd, when suddenly, a crisp sound of breaking was heard. Everyone was stunned. Under the eyes of the crowd, the string of Buddhist beads blessed by the Dharma was broken and fell to the ground with a crackling sound. The golden Buddhist beads shattered to the ground. The golden light scattered, and the moment it fell to the ground, it became gray and lifeless. Hey, why did it suddenly break? This is not a good sign. The brilliance of this bead is gone. Everyone was shocked. Someone picked up a bead, which felt warm and shiny just now, and was covered with a layer of light golden light. But now, it turned into a piece of rotten wood. With a light pinch, it broke into sawdust. Everyone felt their scalps tingling. Pei Jiao Jiao seemed to be stuck by the neck, with a look of shock and panic. She knew how much the old lady valued this thing. Su closed her lips tightly, fearing that she would laugh. It is said that this blessed Shilingzu is indestructible. But now, it breaks for no reason and its spiritual energy dissipates. Did this lady offend you? After saying that, Su hurriedly dodged to the side. As soon as the voice fell, Pei Jiao Jiao suddenly had a large empty space around her. Everyone looked taboo. You! Pei Jiao Jiao's breathing stagnated slightly. She stared at everyone blankly, and her eyes turned red in an instant. But Su's words were well-founded and she couldn't refute them. Even the shopkeeper looked at her obscurely. Madam, I'm sorry. Can you please come again next time? I'm sorry. It's not convenient in the store today. The shopkeeper felt a chill on his back. It's almost the 15th day of the 7th month. The ghost gate is wide open, and the whole city will be closed for 3 days. He dared not touch anything evil. She could knock over the Shilingzu. God knows what she did. Pei Jiao Jiao was so angry that her eyes turned red. Her teeth clenched, and she stared at Su. Madam, go back first. The maid behind her pulled Pei Jiao Jiao's sleeve. Although the Marquis gave her enough love, he would never allow her to make trouble. He took face very seriously. Otherwise, he would not have raised her for 17 years, nor dared to take her back to the mansion. Pei Jiao Jiao turned around and wanted to leave, but Su raised her hand gently. Chapter 0026 Catching a Thief. Madam, please stay. Su looked at her meaningfully. What else do you want to do? Pei Jiao Jiao's tone was a little unhappy, and she looked at Su with resentment. Su shook her head. This is a bit offensive, but it concerns Madam's face and dignity, so I have to stop Madam. Madam, where did the hairpin on your temples come from? She pointed to the hollow hairpin on Pei Jiao Jiao's head. The strands of hollow gold thread outlined the hairpin in a lively and compelling way. Pei Jiao Jiao's eyebrows flashed with guilt, but she straightened her back quickly. My husband gave it to me. It's an heirloom in his family. How come, the wife of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery, can't even afford this? This hairpin was given to Jing Huai by the Marquis last time he passed the examination. Su's eyebrows were sharp. It's really strange. How could my dowry be worn on your head? Dangji. Report to the police. Su's eyes were cold. This is something from her private storehouse. Lu Yuanza. What a dog's guts. He eats her food, wears her clothes, and even uses her dowry to support his mistress. Today, I must skin him alive. Don't report to the police. Pei Jiao Jiao suddenly snorted. The coquettish and tender voice was almost clamped. This hairpin was given to me by my husband's family. What evidence do you have to prove that it's yours? How can you slander me out of thin air? Pei Jiao Jiao was about to speak, but tears fell before she could speak, which made many people feel distressed. She had a slender figure, and even if she only showed a pair of watery eyes, she was still charming. Su's beauty was dignified and generous. Dangji didn't dare to leave, so she asked someone to sneak out and report to the authorities. Evidence? This hairpin was made by me when I was 15 years old. I drew the blueprint myself and ordered someone to make it myself. There is no other similar hairpin in the world. The blueprint is still in my house. Do you want to see the evidence? Or maybe you have never looked at it carefully. Su's heart was filled with resentment. She was 15 years old, and she was attracted for the first time, so she threw herself into the fire and buried her true heart. This is the token of love between me and the Marquis. Inside the golden hairpin, my name and the Marquis name are engraved, and our love will never change. It's really ironic. This was the drawing she designed in person to commemorate her love with Lu Yuanza. The intricate gold threads overlapped, and the hairpin contained her and Lu Yuanza's names. Su felt a dull pain in her heart. Suddenly, a pair of small hands grasped her index finger. Mother, don't be angry. If you get angry, your enemy will be happy. Su smiled at Chow Chow. Soon, the official came. Pei Jiao Jiao's face turned pale, and the maid behind her glared at her fiercely. This was the maid left by Lu Yuanza. It was to serve her and to take care of her. Who reported the official? The man looked dignified, and when he saw Su, he bowed to her. Su now had a third-rank imperial decree. and these guards in the capital had clearly remembered who they should not offend. The daughter of the old Taifu, the younger sister of the current Shangshu Su Yiting. Su Shangshu was 37 years old when he became Shangshu. Who in the capital city would not be afraid of him? The Su family is really lucky. His Majesty was afraid of him. Su Yiting had been in the third rank for 8 years. Who would have thought that he would be promoted after being framed? It was the servant who reported the official. The hairpin on this lady's head was my lady's dowry. I don't know why it fell on this lady's head. This lady is the mother of the genius Lu Jinghuai in the capital. She can't be a thief, right? Deng Ji covered her mouth and chuckled. The famous young genius, with natural talent, unfortunately, stepped on the eldest young master Lu Yenshu to get to the top. Pei Jiaojiao's face was flushed. The mother who was just called a genius boy, how high she was praised, was now thrown down how badly. I didn't steal. Pei Jiaojiao glared at Su. She was just jealous that she had a genius son. Deng Ji quickly pulled the hairpin off her head, but she didn't know that the hairpin was hooked by her hair. Deng Ji didn't feel bad, he just pulled it straight. The hairpin was taken away instantly. Deng Ji was upset. He stepped on the hairpin and bent it. Then Lu and Su were revealed. This is really Madame Su's hairpin. Madame Su's name is inside. The onlookers were shocked and pointed at Pei Jiaojiao. Could it be that the mother of the genius boy is actually a thief? Some people even murmured, which made Pei Jiaojiao tremble all over.
No.
It's not me. She almost roared. Pei Jiaojiao was so angry that she trembled all over, and the maid hugged Lu Jingyao and winked at the servant. Genius boy, Lu Jinghuai's mother is actually a thief. She stole someone else's dowry. The onlookers laughed. I didn't steal. Pei Jiaojiao was flustered. Her son now had a very good reputation, a good momentum, and made friends with noble people. Deng Ji glanced at her with disdain. I didn't steal it. How come this thing is on your head? You said you didn't steal it. Then call your husband out to confront him. Pei Jiaojiao was silent all of a sudden, biting her lips tightly, not daring to say Lu Yuan's name. Because of this sentence, her scalp was numb with fear. When everyone saw it, hey, this is really a trick. You said you didn't steal it? Why don't you dare to call your husband? This lady is dressed like a decent person, but she actually stole someone's dowry. Oh, that genius boy. Didn't he use stolen things to confess? At this time, there were many people coming and going at the gate of Jinpin building, pointing and talking. Deng Ji said inconspicuously, I heard that he and the Jiang family got engaged a few days ago and brought a lot of gifts. This gift was also stolen. Pei Jiaojiao's eyelids jumped. The officials couldn't afford to offend the Marquis mansion, but they were afraid of Pei Jiaojiao's son. Lu Jinghuai studied at Tianhong Academy and was said to be accepted as a close disciple by the dean. The dean even said that Lu Jinghuai's talent was enough to win the top 3 prizes. The official said, Please follow me, madam. Pei Jiaojiao didn't want to leave. If she left, she would not be able to explain herself today. The maid glanced at her and pulled her sleeve. If she didn't leave, staying here would only make things worse. It would be of no benefit to Mr. Lu in the future. The reputation she had worked so hard to build would be ruined. Pei Jiaojiao left unwillingly. I will follow you, sir. Deng Ji went to the yamen on behalf of Su. Ying Xue was also asked to return to the mansion to get the drawings and dowry list of that year. Su picked a gift for Cao Cao and returned home leisurely. As soon as she returned home, the old lady asked someone to invite her to Deshan Hall. Nanny Lin came aggressively, with a fierce look in her eyes. Su stood outside Deshan Hall. The old lady is taking a nap. Thank you for waiting. Nanny Lin looked unhappy and had no intention of letting the lady in. Su's eyelids slightly raised. When they just got married, the old lady also set rules for her in the same way. At that time, Lu Yuanzi persuaded her, saying that the old lady raised them all alone and suffered a lot. If she had some emotions, let Su bear it. Su was dizzy from the sun outside the door. And now, Chapter 0027 selling everything to pay for the dowry. Bring a stool. She glanced at Jueshia, who immediately responded with a smile. After a while, a small table and a small chair were set up in front of the old lady's door. Su was lying on them, and Jueshia was fanning her. Su's leisurely look hurt Nanny Lin and the people in the room. In just half an hour, the old lady woke up slowly. When Su came in, the old lady didn't look tired at all, but there was a bit of anger between her brows. Did you have a conflict with someone outside today? The old lady's brows were full of displeasure. You are the daughter-in-law of my Marquis's mansion, representing the face of the Marquis's mansion. I heard that you sent Lu Jinghuai's mother to jail? The old lady's breathing was a bit heavy. Now, Lu Jinghuai is her great-grandson, her sweetheart. Su gave birth to several useless children, so she valued Lu Jinghuai more and more. Su stood up straight, with a faint smile on her face. Mother got the news very quickly. She covered her mouth and chuckled. It's just a small matter. Who sent the news to disturb Mother's meditation? Mrs. Lin looked unhappy. The room was a little stuffy. The old lady liked quietness and was afraid of cold. She didn't want to use an ice basin in this weather. Lu Jinghuai is known as the most likely genius boy to win the top 3 prizes. You put his mother in jail, which ruined the reputation of a child. You are also a mother. How can you be so cruel? The old lady felt hatred just thinking about it. Su frowned slightly. Mother is so unreasonable. His mother is wearing my dowry on her head. She is a thief. What's wrong with a thief going to jail for stealing things? Besides, who knows if what he eats and uses is stolen? After saying this, the old lady was so angry that she trembled all over. Her eyes were red, and she almost couldn't breathe. My daughter-in-law has asked Dangji to find the dowry list and sent it to the county government. I heard that a lot of things were lost. The old lady's face changed drastically. Her dowry was priceless at the time. To show her sincerity, Su divided the dowry keys into 3. 1 for Marquis Lu Yuanza, 1 for the old lady, and 1 for Su. Su was generous, and the old lady took a lot of things privately and gave them to Pei Jiaojiao. Nonsense, this matter can be solved privately. Why not forgive others? That child is a dragon among men. Why offend him? The old lady gritted her teeth. How could she let her good grandson bear such a bad name? The future is ruined. She looked at Su with resentment. This vicious woman. Mother, you don't know how valuable things are. My daughter-in-law has 3 brothers. At that time, the 3 brothers emptied their private property to support Yunyang. The value is extremely high, and this matter cannot be settled privately. If it is settled publicly, there is nothing to say. If it is settled privately, my 3 brothers have bad tempers and will be of no benefit to Mr. Lu in the future. The old lady's tone stagnated. Mr. Su, who had just taken office as Shangshu, was in charge of the entire court. The Marquis's mansion is not to be provoked. If this dowry is spread out, I'm afraid there will be a thief in the mansion. It's just right to catch that thief. The old lady was frightened by Su's words. Until the evening, the old lady sent a message saying that the thief was caught. When Su led people over, her eyebrows flashed with understanding. She guessed that the other party would push Nanny Lin out to take the blame. The old lady looked extremely ugly, and she closed her eyes slightly. She has followed me for 50 years, and she has disappointed me so much. She stole all your dowry and sold them one by one. The mother of Lu Jinghuai is probably an innocent buyer. She glanced at Nanny Lin threateningly. Nanny Lin's children are all in charge of the mansion and are the old lady's confidants. In order to save Lu Jinghuai's reputation, the old lady would rather cut off her own arm. Su felt bitter and said lightly, "Send them to the government office. Nanny Lin's children are the sons of thieves and must not be left in the mansion. In the future, they may seek revenge for their mother and become a disaster." Nanny Lin's eyes widened suddenly, but she was blocked by the old lady's order. The lost dowry must be found one by one. Su glanced at the old lady, feeling extremely upset. The old lady almost gritted her teeth and agreed word by word. It should be so. When Su left, Dangji had already returned from the government office. Dangji closed the door with a happy look on his face and whispered, "Madam, I'm afraid the other party will sell everything he has. 17 years. He stole the dowry for 17 years, and now it's all returned. I'm afraid he will lose half his life. I've asked around, and Lu Jinghuai is extremely mysterious outside. No one has ever known who his parents are. I only know that he spends a lot of money and advocates that heroes don't ask where they come from, and he makes friends all over the world. Many poor students are very good friends with him." Su showed a trace of sarcasm. "Take my money and spend it lavishly, how noble. Don't ask where it comes from? What qualifications does he have to ask where it comes from? He is a concubine's son, a most despised identity. In his previous life, he made friends with poor scholars and won 3 first prizes in the imperial examinations and had a very good reputation. Later, his sister, Lu Jingyao, the adopted daughter of my mother, personally reported the Su family and my mother for treason, and the entire Su family was killed. Perfectly eliminated my uncle and my mother. She married into the Marquis's mansion properly, without any dirt. In the previous life, our family was dedicated to offering sacrifices to the heavens. Listening to her daughter's voice, Sue's heart was bleeding. Good, very good. A scholar from a poor family? Everyone knows that poor families value reputation and character the most. If it was revealed that he was a concubine's son, an illegitimate child, would he still be so successful? Sue murmured in a low voice. At night, Sue slept soundly, and the entire Marquis's mansion was awake all night. The old lady's private vault was wide open, and she moved out rare treasures one by one. The old lady knelt in the small Buddhist hall, and her Buddhist beads were almost torn. Sell it all and fill the deficit quickly. Jiao Jiao is still in prison. Jingyao's eyes are swollen from crying. Jinghuai is also feeling bad. If his reputation cannot be restored this time, it will have a huge impact on Jinghuai. Lu Yuanzi looked ugly. His private warehouse has been sold out and he even sold the farm. At this moment, he couldn't help but hate Su Shiyun, who made him so embarrassed. She made Jinghuai have a bad reputation. She is really a vicious woman. Chapter 0028 Stealing Sister Out. Before dawn, Lu Yuanshao came to pay his respects to Su. He had 2 dark circles under his eyes. Mom, it was so noisy last night. It was like a thief in the house with constant rustling. He rubbed his eyes, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. Su was refreshed, and of course she knew why. Maybe there are rats at home. Don't worry. Mother has put rat poison, and it will be quiet at night. Su said with deep meaning. Keep your voice down. Your sister didn't sleep well last night, and she will probably make up for it in the morning. Su accompanied her son to have breakfast. Lu Yuanshao ate a few mouthfuls in a hurry, then shouted with a school bag on his back. I'm going to see my sister, and I'll leave after I see her. Dengji couldn't help laughing and said, when she was pregnant, he kept thinking that he didn't want a sister. My sister is delicate and cry. Now she goes to school and comes home every day, and she only leaves after she sees her. Smells so good. And Lu Yuanshao sneaked into the house at this moment. Sister, I'm here. I brought you a pot of milk, diapers, and clothes to change. Happy. Brother is here to steal me. Brother also brought my favorite flower bag to put me in. Lu Chao opened his hand and was put into the bag by his brother. Hurry up, or Sister Ingshue will come to see me. Oh, Lu Chao lay in the bag, revealing his little head. Lu Yuanshao pushed open the window like a thief and jumped down with his sister on his back. The mansion was so busy today that he actually stole his sister away. Lu Yuanshao hung the cloth bag on his chest, and his sister poked her head out of the bag, revealing her delicate face. The capital is the most prosperous area in Beizhou, bustling and lively. Lu Chao couldn't take his eyes off. The sugar man looks good. Bye. Lu Yuanshao bought a sugar man, ate 1 bite himself, and his sister ate 1 bite. Lu Chao couldn't take his eyes off the little doll. Bye. The air was filled with the smell of free money, and the smell of burning paper money. Many people were kneeling on both sides of the road to burn paper, and brand new divine paintings were posted on the doors of every household, and there was a hint of fear on the faces of people passing by. Don't be afraid, sister. Every year from July 13th to July 15th, during these 3 days, everyone stays indoors. These are the days when ghosts are open and evil spirits are rampant, so people should stay away. These paper ingots and paper money are burned for them. The divine paintings on the door have the effect of suppressing evil spirits. Don't worry, every year His Majesty will invite the abbot of the Hugua Temple to come out of the mountains. There will be no problems guarding the capital. He touched his sister's little head, and suddenly, a voice came from behind. Fat Tangyuan, what's in your bag? Why is it moving? Lu Yuanshao pushed his sister into the bag in a flash. What the hell does it have to do with you? He held the bag in front of him, his face full of defense. Fat Tangyuan, you are so sissy. You actually carry a flowered bag. Ha. You are not good at studying? Are you planning to be a girl? The other party's tone was extremely provocative. This is Li Siki, the grandson of the Hugua Duke. There are also 2 little sons standing behind him, the legitimate son of the Jiang family, and Jiang Yunma. He is Jiang Yunjin's younger brother. The other one is a little monk. This is the emperor's 4th prince, who is only 6 years old this year. I heard that he was born with a bad fate and was born weak and sickly. He cried all day and night when he was born, and he didn't want to open his eyes. He was sent to Hugua Temple to be a little monk. But he still looks thin. You are a sissy. Your whole family is sissy. Lu Yuanshao had already arrived in front of the academy, stuck out his tongue, and would never give it to him. Then why do you carry a flower bag? Anyway, I will never carry such a fancy bag even if I die. Li Siki rolled his eyes. Jiang Yunma echoed from the side. That's it. Lu Yuanshao didn't want to pay attention to him at all. The Jiang family were all treacherous people who took advantage of others' misfortunes. Bah! Open the bag quickly and let me see it. Li Siki wanted to grab it. Just in time. The teacher walked into the door with a ruler in his hand, and he sat down unhappily. He also glared at Lu Yuanshao fiercely. I became more and more curious about what treasures he had in his bag. This was the introductory class of the Imperial College, and the students were 7 or 8 years old. There were 12 people in the class. Lu Yuanshao had a middle-class family background and poor academic performance. Because Jiang Yunma was involved, he was discriminated against in the class. He was even rejected by his classmates. His only good friend had been ill recently and had not come to the academy. The teacher was shaking his head while lecturing in the classroom, and Lu Yuanshao looked down at his sister from time to time. Li Siki became more and more curious and made a look in the distance. Someone attracted Lu Yuanshao's attention. Lu Yuanshao was caught off guard, and Li Siki snatched the flower bag away. Bang! The flower bag knocked the books on the table to the ground. The teacher said sternly, Yuanshao, stand up. What did the teacher just say? Lu Yuanshao was stunned. On politics, Meng Yizi asked about filial piety. Confucius said, do not disobey. Fan Qi was driving. Confucius told him, Meng's son asked me about filial piety. I answered, do not disobey. Fan Qi asked, what does that mean? Confucius said, when alive, serve them with courtesy. When dead, bury them with courtesy and offer sacrifices to them with courtesy. Lu Yuanshao recited it immediately. The master glanced at him and waved his hand for him to sit down. Li Siki smiled provocatively at him, then lowered his head to look at the flowered cloth bag. When he lowered his head, he saw a delicate baby like white porcelain, sitting in the bag with its butt sticking out, holding its little feet and chewing them. She stared at him with dark eyes. She only showed her head. The chubby little face was laughing foolishly, biting her toes, with a silly and cute look. Li Siki opened his mouth wide. Damn it! Lu Yuanshao stole his sister out. Lu Chaochao glanced at him. Her face wrinkled, hesitated for a moment, and generously handed over her toes. Ah! Li Siki's face was dull. He lowered his voice and said, thank you for the hospitality, but I don't like to chew my toes. His face was a little tangled. It's okay for babies to chew their hands and feet, but why ask others to chew them? Perhaps, in their eyes, this is the joy of sharing good things together. Let me see. Jiang Yunma poked him. Li Siki glared, grabbed the flowered bag, and blocked his sight. Lu Yuanshao was fidgeting and tormented until the end of get out of class. He suddenly rushed to Li Siki. Give it back to me. He had cold sweat on his brows. Jiang Yunma was playing tricks in the middle, and he was always targeted by Li Siki. What if Li Siki bullied his sister? He shouldn't have brought his sister here. Lu Yuanshao's eyes were red. How can you talk to Brother Qi? You're yelling, believe it or not. Before Jiang Yunma finished speaking, Li Siki glared at him fiercely. Shoo! Li Siki raised his hand to his mouth. Then he covered the flower bag like a treasure. Lu Yuanshao, you follow me? Li Siki raised his foot to follow, and he immediately scolded. Jiang Yunma, you are not allowed to come over. Jiang Yunma stamped his feet in anger. What was in the flower bag? He actually provoked Li Siki and scolded him. The Imperial College was very large, and the garden was full of flowers. Li Siki asked the book boy to stand outside the rockery to keep a cool breeze, and Li Siki and Lu Yuanshao hid in the flowers. Lu Yuanshao had cold sweat on the tip of his nose. Give my sister back to me. Li Siki glared at him. I didn't bully your sister. You are so brave, you dare to bring your sister to the academy. Did you steal her? If he brought such a beautiful and lovely sister out, his mother would definitely beat him to death. Chapter 0029, One-day trip to the academy. Will you bring someone? Your sister is so hot that she has prickly heat all over her body. He secretly untied the cloth bag, and the little baby felt a little more comfortable. Lu Yuanshao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his sister lying in his arms, sleeping peacefully. Your sister is so pretty. Li Siqi's face was full of envy. Lu Yuanshao actually had such a beautiful sister. Of course, my sister is super cute, and she can kiss me. Lu Yuanshao looked proud. Li Siqi felt bad. His mother only gave birth to 3 legitimate sons, and the concubine gave birth to a daughter, but she looked like a monkey. He looked at her again and again, and returned the child to Lu Yuanshao with reluctance. Lu Yuanshao hung the child in the cloth bag on his chest again. What's her name? Li Siqi looked at her eagerly. Lu Yuanshao didn't like him at first, but seeing that he liked his sister, he couldn't help showing off. Her name is Chow Chow, Lu Chow Chow. It sounds nice. What does your sister eat? You can sit at the same table with me for lunch later. Li Siqi was worried that he couldn't take good care of Chow Chow, so he couldn't help but speak. The 4th prince looked at him in surprise. The milk I brought out this morning is sour. I won't sit with you. I hate Jiang Yunma. Lu Yuanshao looked embarrassed. The weather was too hot and his sister's food was spoiled. I'll ask someone to go to the kitchen to ask for it later. Li Siqi paused. Then Jiang Yunma, you are not allowed to sit with me at noon. I will protect your sister for you and will never tell anyone. The friendship boat was overturned just like that. Then, can your sister let me hug her more? Li Siqi looked at her eagerly. She is so cute. Lu Yuanshao pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. When Lu Chow Chow woke up, she saw several little brothers surrounding her and was frightened. Such a big face. It scared me to death. Shoo, don't cry, Sister Chow Chow. I'll feed you milk. Li Siqi is the grandson of the Duke of the Guard. The Duke of the Guard and the Su family have different views and have been enemies for many years. The Duke of the Guard has been at loggerheads with the Su family for many years. Li Siqi naturally has no good impression of Lu Yuanshao. And at this moment, does your sister need a diaper change? Does your sister want to drink water? Can you bring your sister to the academy tomorrow? Can your sister smile at me? Li Siqi kept asking. When Lu Chow Chow heard the voice, she grinned and smiled at Li Siqi. Li Siqi was so happy that his eyes were full of smiles. Your sister smiled at me. Your sister smiled at me. He couldn't help but gently touch her cheek, so soft and fragrant, with a milky fragrance all over his body. Lu Yuanshao shook his head. Tomorrow is July 13th. We will go out for a parade. Scholars have a literary air, and when they recite loudly, they will be full of righteousness. Each academy will take turns to parade in the streets for 3 days, reciting while walking, to dispel the evil spirits from the ghost gate. Ordinary people will stay indoors for 3 days. Li Siqi looked at the 4th prince fiercely. Sure enough, the 4th prince was pale and full of fear. Don't be afraid. I will go back to the temple immediately after school. The 4th prince shook his head. My mother is not in good health. I want to stay in the palace to accompany her. Besides, if the abbot enters the palace, he can protect me. Lu Chow Chow blinked his eyes. Ah, this is the body of the sky. Born in a een year, een month, een day, and een time, born weak, if not born in the royal family, with the protection of dragon energy, I am afraid that he will die at birth. But living is also a torment. Een people are born to see ghosts. Wouldn't they be scared to death on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month? Lu Chow Chow complained in her heart. Lu Yuanshao widened his eyes. No wonder the 4th prince lives in Hugua Temple all year round. If his mother, concubine Xian, hadn't been seriously ill this year, he would not have been able to return to the palace. After school, you should return to the palace early. Don't bump into dirty things. Don't go out for these 3 days. He is weak and a een person, so it is easy for evil spirits to possess him. Sure enough, just after lunch, someone from the palace came to take the 4th prince away. When he was 3 years old, he missed home and sneaked back to the palace on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. When he woke up, it was already 3 days later. His temperament changed drastically during those 3 days. It is said that concubine Xian was frightened by him and fell seriously ill.
Li Siqi siga.
He knew a little more. That time, the 4th prince's eyes were bloodshot, and he bit the dog of concubine Xian to death and sucked its blood. The whole person was like an evil spirit. After waking up, he had no memory. For 3 days, he was occupied by evil spirits. The worst thing is that he didn't dare to open his eyes before he was 3 years old, and he covered his eyes with gauze every day. He often saw ghosts when he was a child, which was why he was extremely difficult to raise when he was a child. Is there no way to stop the evil spirits from taking over? Can't the monks of Hugua Temple do it? Born weak and sick, living in a cold temple, separated from his parents for many years. He also has to be careful about being taken away from his body. Lu Yuanshao always thought that the fourth prince had a cold temperament before, but now he feels sorry for him. Li Siki shook his head. The abbot can only keep him safe for a while, and concubine Xian can't find a permanent solution even if she searches the world. The two had the experience of raising a cub together, and they felt that the other person was a good person. How simple is this? Cut my hair and the king of hell will be scared. Lu Chao lifted her chubby little feet and kept gurgling. She found that gurgling more every day was very helpful for her to speak. Alas, the nature of chewing hands and feet is simply uncontrollable. And recently she always felt itchy at the roots of her teeth, and she guessed that she was about to grow teeth. Lu Chao scratched her hair irritably. Hey, don't scratch. There are only 2 strands, don't scratch them bald. Lu Yuanshao heard her mention the hair and took a closer look. Her hair was not cut and was still there, but he had some doubts about his sister. Could these 2 soft hairs ward off evil spirits? Really? In one afternoon, the two had a deep revolutionary friendship. Until school was over, the two were still looking at the flowered bag with a gentle smile. Lu Yuanshao was all smiles. He made a new friend, just walked out of the academy gate. He saw Su standing at the door with a sullen face and a stick. Ah! As soon as Lu Yuanshao walked out of the gate, he was beaten and screamed. The whole city could hear his screams. Everyone watched Su take out a white and tender baby from his book bag. The baby was cute and lovely, with a pleasing appearance. Lu Yuanshao, you are so bold that you actually stole your sister to the academy. Su was furious. God knows how panicked she was today. Almost half of the capital was turned over. I think you are itching for trouble. I'll make you bold and let you steal your sister out. Will you dare next time? Will you dare next time? Su picked up a stick and chased him. Lu Yuanshao screamed, thinking in his heart, will you dare next time? Chapter 0030, The Ghost Festival. Go and kneel in the ancestral hall. You cannot come out without my permission. Su held her daughter tightly with a stern face. Lu Yuanshao hung his head and said dejectedly. Then he went to kneel in the ancestral hall silently. Dangji's legs and feet were so weak from fear today that she came to her senses a little now. Mother, don't blame brother. Chao really wants to go out. Peck kissed Su on the face. Su looked at her heartless daughter and said, you are the happiest today. You scared mother to death. Just thinking about it, she was scared. The young master also likes my sister, madam. Dangji wanted to plead for Lu Yuanshao. Lu Yuanshao was sweet-mouthed and never acted like a young master. Several maids felt very sorry for him. Su glared at her in reproach. Okay. Kneel until after dinner. Dangji immediately gave the order happily, and the dinner was served half an hour earlier today. Madam, you are so happy because of the good news. Dangji couldn't help but laugh. If madam wasn't in a good mood today, I'm afraid the young master would have a broken bottom. Su pursed her lips and smiled softly. Early this morning, all the things lost in her private storehouse were found, and she received a large amount of compensation. At least she has made up for her years of being wronged. The Marquis's mansion is probably just an empty shell. Well, the old lady had dark circles under her eyes early in the morning. She said she was going to burn incense. I'm afraid she went there. Dangji was not convinced. Madam, how about, let's get a divorce? Dangji thought about it countless times and finally said this sentence. Lu Chao jumped up in his arms immediately. Divorce, divorce, divorce. Change new father. Change new father. Look, the young lady is secretly happy. Dangji really didn't want the lady to be tortured again. Just thinking about the past 17 years, living in a scam, she felt wronged for the lady. Su was slightly stunned. Dangji, I have 3 sons and 1 daughter. Since ancient times, women who divorced and returned home did not take their children with them, unless the other party voluntarily gave up. Now, Lu Yuan's bargaining chips are not enough. Not enough for him to abandon several children. Seeing that she didn't speak, Dangji ordered people to set up dinner. In the evening, the old lady and Lu Yuanza returned to the Marquis's mansion. They looked tired and there was a hint of anger in their eyes. Su disrupted all their plans. Your wife is so vicious. She actually wants to destroy Jing Huai. Jing Huai is the seed of my Marquis's mansion, the hope of the Marquis's mansion. Did you see how Jing Huai tried to suppress his loneliness today? It hurts me. The old lady held her handkerchief and cried. Mrs. Lin was her confidant, and she was also pushed out to take the blame. This time, she was seriously injured. She is also a mother. How can she be so cruel? Just because her bastard is not good enough. She wants to destroy other people's children? The old lady's cane hit the ground with a bang. Lu Yuanzi frowned. Mother, be careful. They are not bastards. They are also my children. Lu Yuanzi looked a little hesitant. The old lady hit him on the head with a bang of her cane. He covered his head in pain, and a trace of blood flowed out of his palm. Stupid. If it was Yenshu back then, it would be fine. Now he is a cripple who needs someone to take care of him, including eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. If he lives, he will only bring shame to my mansion. How smart is Jinghuai? He is famous in the capital. Jingyao is even more precious, as she got the abbot's prophecy. And what about Zhao Zhao? She has been following you without any status for 17 years and has been wronged. Su Shiyun, that vicious woman. The old lady looked resentful. This time, Jinghuai's reputation was almost ruined and he lost everything. Her family is powerful. I originally planned that if her baby died early, I would raise Jingyao under her name. If she was registered under her name, she would have feelings for him and would not be on guard. He would have a chance to do anything to the Su family and Su Shiyun. In the future, Jingyao would kill her relatives for the sake of justice and get a good reputation. Unfortunately, if Jingyao were here, we would be able to relieve our longing for each other. Such a good granddaughter, but she has to be raised outside, unable to see the light. Lu Yuanzi's eyes moved slightly, but he said nothing. As the sky darkened, the servants in the mansion closed the doors and windows and checked whether the doors and windows were covered with door gods. Midnight, bursts of white mist emerged from the sky, covering everything. In the white mist, there appeared various shapes, fangs and claws, and terrifying creatures. There were headless people aimlessly looking for their heads. There were broken arms and limbs, bloody mouths, and all kinds of strange and terrifying existences. All of them floated in the sky. There were faint, sharp sounds in my ears. Su was wearing clothes, and Dangji didn't even dare to light the oil lamp. She said in the moonlight, "Madam, don't worry. There are door gods everywhere. There is also black dog blood at the foot of the wall. It's safe." Su looked at Enrin, who was sleeping, and kicked off the brocade quilt because of the heat, revealing Lu Chaochao's snow-white belly. Su pulled Chaochao's clothes to cover her belly. "Today, I'm afraid only Chaochao can sleep well. Did Yuan Shao go out? Did he have a meal?" Su looked a little embarrassed. Juexia chuckled and lowered her voice. "Don't worry. Yuan Shao went back to rest a long time ago. Before he went out, I sent someone to deliver snacks. He should be parading now." The whistling wind outside the door was faintly mixed with the howling of ghosts and wolves, which made people's scalps numb. Every July 15th, people are in panic, alas. Dangji sighed. Tonight, it seems to be more terrifying than in previous years. The fog is so thick that you can't see your hand in front of you. It's all white and you can't see anything. In previous years, as long as you close the door, you can still move around in the yard. But this year, the white fog has entered the mansion. When the white fog enters the mansion, it seems that many inexplicable things have appeared in the mansion. "Have the servants gone into the house to avoid it?" asked Su. "It is clearly midsummer, but now I feel a bone-chilling cold. I touched my arm and got goosebumps. Tell them to go back to the house in the afternoon. There is no one in the yard now. I'm afraid it will get better after dawn. My eyelids are twitching so much. I don't know how Yuan Shao is doing." This is Lu Yuanxiao's first time to participate in the parade. Bei Zhao has a rule that scholars can participate in the parade to exorcise evil spirits after they are 8 years old. Everything is voluntary. Why can't I hear the sound of reading? In previous years, the deafening sound of reading was heard on this street. It can always dispel the terrible darkness and bring a ray of light. Dangji's eyebrows were also a little anxious. Today is different from previous years. "It's okay. There is a Taoist monk in charge. It will be safe," she whispered. Yingxue and Juexia, the two maids, also hugged each other and shivered. Suddenly, a sharp creaking sound came from my ears. It hurt my eardrums. Several people looked at the door suddenly. The door creaked and there seemed to be something outside the door, trying hard to squeeze into the room. Chapter 0031 Baby language is really dirty. The door of the room clanged. Dangji looked at the door with a shudder of fear and saw a crack appear. How could this happen? Aren't they afraid of the door gods painted with cinnabar? That sticker can't even stop the evil spirits? Sue's eyes sank slightly. Where did you buy the cinnabar painting? The blood on Dangji's face faded instantly. Yes, the Marquis brought it. As soon as she said this, she almost lost her strength and felt a chill rushing to her head. Dangji almost cried out. Before you gave birth, the Marquis prepared the cinnabar painting. At that time, it was unknown that the Marquis had a second heart and kept a concubine. Sue's heart was cold. The door creaked and squeezed out more and more. Ingxue and Juexia had retreated to the inside, and the two of them trembled and stood in front of the lady. Hee. Clang, 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 clang. I found you. The voices coming from all directions almost drowned them. The door was shaky, and Sue bit her lips tightly, and a fishy taste appeared on the tip of her tongue. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead. Why hasn't the sound of reading appeared yet? Ingxue cried, and everyone's heart sank again and again. Lu Chaochao raised her hands above her head, placed them on both sides of her head, and spread her legs, like a little frog. The thick flesh of her little hands and feet moved irritably at this moment. The laughter in her ears made her sleepy. She opened her eyes. She was woken up in the middle of the night, and she looked grumpy and full of resentment, heavier than a demon. Da! She puffed up her fleshy cheeks angrily, raised her little fists, and looked angry. Dangji shivered with fear and stepped forward to cover her mouth. Shoo! She shivered and coaxed Lu Chaochao. But, in an instant, the overwhelming noise stopped abruptly. The evil spirit that was pushing the door frantically stopped. The sound of laughing and scaring people stopped. It seemed that even the wind passing by had quieted down. It was quiet without a sound. Lu Chaochao angrily turned away Dangji, raised her round index finger, pointed at the door, and opened her mouth to curse viciously. Blah 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 blah. The baby put her hands on her hips, and no one knew what she was cursing. All they knew was that she was extremely angry and cursed a long string of words. From her expression, the curse was extremely dirty. Only Sue covered her ears silently, with a confused and helpless look on her face. What did the young lady say? Ingxue whispered to Juexia. Juexia scratched his head, thinking that the young lady was particularly fierce at this time, and she was cute in a cute and fierce way. My little ancestor, please stop scolding me. There is an evil spirit outside. If you provoke it, it will eat people. Dangji coaxed and persuaded. Outside the door, it was as quiet as a chicken. Lu Chaochao yawned and looked outside the door with satisfaction. A large black mass of evil spirits crawled on the ground. The most terrifying evil spirits in the legend that frightened the world were trembling at this moment. If someone saw it, they would probably kneel on the ground and shout for miracles. Lu Chaochao rubbed his eyes, closed his eyes, and fell asleep again. The sound of snoring, sleeping soundly. The white fog outside the door was like a tide, retreating silently. Dangji bravely lay on the door. Madam, why did they leave? Did the young lady really scare them away? Sue's eyelids twitched slightly. What nonsense! Chaochao is talking in his sleep. What does a half-year-old baby know? Dangji laughed foolishly. That's true. Everyone was very lucky to have escaped a disaster and survived. I'll go to the gate to see what's going on outside. Sue was worried, so she put on her coat and planned to go out. I'll accompany you. Dangji knew that he was worried about the third son. The two of them didn't dare to carry a lantern. Who knew if it would attract evil spirits? The mansion was quiet. Only the cinnabar painting in Sue's bedroom was torn to pieces by the evil spirits. Madam! Dangji's eyes were red, as if he hated it to the extreme. Sue looked indifferent. From now on, anything he sends will be stored separately. Lu Yuanza, you married me in a sedan chair and made me devote my whole life to the mansion. But you took your concubine to enjoy the fruits of your labor. I will make you lose your reputation and everything. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. And at this moment, Sue still didn't know how vicious Lu Yuanza really was. The courtyard was silent, but outside the house there were ghosts howling all night long. Sue and Dangji lay at the gate, secretly peeking out. Strange. Our street seems to be particularly quiet. Dangji was a little puzzled, because he could clearly hear evil voices before. At this moment, it was particularly calm. Maybe it's because the abbot is here? Chow Chow's voice flashed through Su's mind. Dangji nodded, probably that's it. Madam, I heard the sound of reading. Dangji looked happy. Sure enough, the deafening sound of reading in the air began to dispel the evil spirits in the white mist bit by bit. The two were worried about Lu Yuanshao, so they never left, just sat on the steps at the door and waited. Tonight is particularly long. Every minute and every second is extremely tormenting. Until the first rays of morning sun appeared in the sky and fell on the earth, the white fog began to dissipate rapidly. It retreated back into the darkness little by little, lying dormant, waiting for the next arrival. Woo woo woo. The suppressed crying sound came from the street, which was the joy of surviving a disaster. Lu Yuanshao returned to the mansion with a heavy head and was taken back to Tingfeng Garden by Su. Did everything go well last night? Were you scared? Su had someone set up breakfast. Lu Yuanshao didn't want to eat, but in order to reassure Su, he ate a few bites. Lu Yuanshao was still a little scared at this moment. Mom, my son is fine. Was everything okay in the mansion yesterday? Yesterday when we were parading in the streets, we found that the evil spirits entered the courtyard gate, which seemed to be more powerful than in previous years. There was even an injury incident. Fortunately, the abbot arrived in time, otherwise something serious would have happened. I was assigned to Lu Jinghuai's group yesterday. Lu Yuanshao curled his lips. He learned from his sister's voice that the genius boy Lu Jinghuai was his father's bastard. Su's eyes trembled slightly. At this moment, Lu Yuanshao looked a little strange. Mother, Lu Jinghuai is very famous, and many people secretly bet that he will win 3 prizes in a row. He is the God-given once-you star. Some people even speculate that he will be able to drive away the 3 days of darkness of the Zhongyuan festival by himself in the future. But guess what? Yesterday, those evil spirits were not afraid of him. It's really strange. Logically speaking, those evil spirits are afraid of the scholarly spirit of scholars. Lu Jinghuai is the best among them. How could this be? Lu Jinghuai is 17 years old this year, and this is his first time to participate in the parade. Lu Chaochao sat on the bed, holding an apple, and her upper teeth had white tips the size of rice grains. The milk teeth have not yet fully emerged, and she often uses this poor little milk tooth to scrape apple paste to eat. Of course, it's because he plagiarized his brother's article. The mother and son were both stunned. Before the eldest brother was 8 years old, he was famous in the capital, and no one could surpass his name. But within 2 years of the eldest brother's paralysis, he became known as a child prodigy. Even when he passed the imperial examination at the age of 10, he stole the questions that the eldest brother had chosen. Lu Chaochao smacked his lips, because his title of genius was not worthy of the name. Su's face suddenly fell. Chapter 0032. The abbot was blinded by her scolding. Lu Yuanshao clenched his fists. To this day, some people still compare the eldest brother with Lu Jinghuai. People call them the 2 talents of the Lu family. Whenever the eldest brother is mentioned, people always sigh with regret. It is a pity that such a brilliant person has become disabled. They will also praise Lu Jinghuai. Let Lu Jinghuai step on the eldest brother to get to the top. Mother, my son is having a hard time with schoolwork now. I want to borrow the books and articles of the eldest brother in the past. Do you know where they are? Lu Yuanshao coughed lightly and asked casually. Su pursed her lips. When your eldest brother got into trouble, he was extremely resistant to everything in the past. Your father sent someone to move it away. It was moved to Lu Jinghuai a long time ago. Lu Chaochao couldn't hold the big apple with both hands. It was bigger than her cheek. Speaking of which, I haven't seen your eldest brother for a long time. Su looked a little gloomy. When she thought of her eldest son, she still couldn't stop the pain in her heart. She devoted all her efforts to her eldest son. When her eldest son got into trouble, she almost lost half her life. Later, when her eldest son didn't leave the courtyard, she couldn't go in. Occasionally, she could only sneak in to see him after he fell asleep. Watching him lose weight day by day, watching him fall into despair little by little, watching him lose his desire for life little by little. It's been 8 years. When will he be willing to leave the door?
Su sai lai ti.
Maybe my eldest brother will think clearly soon. Lu Yuanshao couldn't help but think of the last time she met her eldest brother. He seemed to like Chow Chow very much and even broke the original rules for Chow Chow. Su smiled and didn't say anything. She didn't dare to expect too much. The eldest son's survival was her last hope. During the day, Lu Yuanshao slept soundly. In the next 2 days, he still hid during the day and went out at night. After 3 days, the little fat man lost a lot of weight. It's too painful. It happens every year. How can we bear it? Why can't we get rid of this damn evil spirit?
Su Kusek in Wali.
Lu Yuanshao yawned. Mother, it's great that my son can escape unscathed. I heard that the abbot's eyes are blind this year. Lu Yuanshao was a little scared. Really? Su was shocked. When he left, the abbot's eyes were still covered with a black cloth. Lu Yuanshao went back and fell asleep. Su couldn't help but think of Chow Chow's last time scolding the abbot in her heart. He scolded her for giving the Buddhist beads to Lu Jingyao, and it was better to be blind.
Su súp đờ.
Her daughter seemed a little bit amazing. Just after the Zhongyuan festival, Su's second uncle came to visit. This time, Su did not refuse politely, but opened the door to welcome him warmly. She didn't know whether Lu Yuanza was happy or not. Anyway, she was very happy. At that time, Lu Chaochao was just 6 months old, just in the stage of eating complimentary food, and she would hold a hard biscuit to grind her teeth every day. Saliva slurped. Wearing a bright red short skirt, she sat cross-legged on the couch. There were a few sparse hairs on her head, and Su had tied 2 small tufts in a unique way. Chow Chow, do you miss your second uncle? The second uncle supervised the water conservancy and was kind. Unlike the eldest brother Su Yiting, who looked stern, he was particularly kind. Lu Chaochao spread her hands and was held in his arms. There were 2 young men following behind him, his legitimate sons, Su Yuheng and Su Yuqing. These 2 were twins. This year they were 16 years old, born exactly the same and extremely handsome. Unfortunately, the birth of twins was difficult, and the delivery process was too long, so the children were born with some intellectual disabilities. It is also called amnesia. This is Chow Chow's sister. Call her sister. The second uncle touched the heads of his 2 sons, feeling a little bitter. It would be great if the 2 children could be safe and healthy. The 2 blinked their eyes, and even the look in their eyes when they looked at Lu Chaochao was clear and confused. Don't blame me, Chow Chow. Your 2 brothers don't understand what I say. The second uncle sighed. He was 16 years old, but he couldn't even call his parents. Lu Chaochao tilted his head. Brother Yuheng? Brother Yuqing. Hey, their souls are unstable? No wonder they look stupid, something is missing. The 2 brothers, who had no reaction to the outside world, suddenly looked up at Lu Chaochao, looking at her with burning eyes. In their world, they couldn't hear or understand anything for 16 years. But Lu Chaochao's voice went straight to the soul. Wow, I have so many brothers. Each one is more handsome than the other. Brother, hug me? Lu Chaochao wanted to rush to anyone she saw. At this moment, she opened her hand and opened it to Brother Yuheng. The second uncle panicked. Chow Chow, brother doesn't understand. 16 years, nothing can be taught. Nothing can be understood. But Lu Chaochao continued to open her hands stubbornly. Brother, hold. The voice was soft and tender, stubborn and cute. Su Yuheng frowned, as if he could only see the little person in his eyes. Then, under the shocked eyes of his father, he carefully spread his hands and held the chubby baby in his arms. Baji! Lu Chaochao kissed generously. Su Yuheng hugged her in a panic. I am Chow Chow's sister. You have to call me sister. The little baby generously handed over the grinding stick full of saliva. Su Yuheng was rarely stunned for a moment, looking at her blankly.
No.
Ah, sister. He opened his mouth and stuttered for a long time before shouting out a word of sister in a hoarse tone. Uncle Su was stunned. He even shed tears on the spot. Yuheng can talk. My son can talk. After 16 years, his son can talk and respond. Lu Chaochao opened her hands again and called for brother Yuqing to hug her, and still received a hug. Mr. Su and his wife were already crying with joy, although the 2 sons still had no response to their calls. But they responded to Chow Chow. This gave them hope again in despair. Shiryun, you gave birth to a good daughter. The second sister-in-law actually wiped her tears directly. She was injured when she gave birth to twins, and she only had 2 children in this life. She had given up hope a long time ago, but now, it has improved. Su was also surprised. Don't cry, second brother and second sister-in-law. Yuheng and Yuqing will come to play often in the future. Let Chow Chow stay with them more. Or, I can take Chow Chow back. As long as she can help the second brother, she is naturally happy. The second brother and his wife wiped their tears and chatted with Su. Lu Chow Chow took the opportunity to grab the index fingers of the two brothers and solidify their souls. What a joke! This thing is the specialty of the little ant. But he perked up his ears to listen to their chat. This time, His Majesty sent me to Linluo to control the flood. I'm afraid I can't come back until after the new year. You should be careful in Beijing, Lu Yuanza. Second Uncle Su frowned slightly. Second brother's words are not nice, but you must be more careful. Su pinched the handkerchief and took a deep breath. Second brother, I understand everything. You must be more careful. Second Master Su secretly glanced at Lu Chow Chow, who was chewing on the teether, pricked up his ears and listened carefully to their thoughts. Chapter 0033 Marrying a Scumbag. Linluo flood? Isn't that the key to the second uncle being torn to pieces by the victims? Second uncle, you must be on guard against Dong Jiaming. He will hurt you. The little guy was anxious in his heart, and the second uncle's brows relaxed. Hey, he came to the right place. Dong Jiaming. Okay, he remembered this person. Su was also thinking about a way to remind the second brother. Mr. Su didn't even eat dinner. He sat for a while and left in a hurry. He also agreed to bring Chow Chow to meet his two sons more. After coming here, he always felt that the two children became smarter. At night, Lu Chow Chow was sleeping in a daze and heard a faint sound from outside. Su got up with her clothes on, and Deng Ji came in to report. Someone outside hurried to Deshan Hall, saying that someone was seriously ill. Lu Chow Chow yawned, turned over and continued to sleep. It's great to turn over. Luck is a thing that rises and falls. In the original book, the Su family was in decline, and Su's three sons got into trouble one after another, so the heroine's family naturally went smoothly. Now the Su family has been promoted, he is not dead, and the third brother has not gone astray. Mother also took the opportunity to empty the warehouse of the Lu family and the mistress, so naturally everything is not going well. After a night of commotion outside, Lu Chow Chow slept soundly. Su was invited to Deshan Hall early in the morning. The old lady looked tired, and she was furious when she saw the refreshed Su. It's all her fault. It's all her fault that the situation has become like this. You sleep peacefully, but Wani's marriage is about to be arranged, and you don't take care of it. You also need me, an old lady, to be busy. What's the point of marrying you? The old lady said lightly. If Su was usual, she would have knelt down and apologized. At this moment, Mother, I have loved her for so many years. Who in Beijing doesn't know? No matter what, the daughter-in-law is not wrong. How can you be old? When you gave birth to Wani, others of this age were grandmothers. You can still give birth to a daughter, so you are not old. Su's tone was coquettish and smiling. But the old lady couldn't laugh. She always felt that Su was mocking her. But she couldn't find any evidence. This made her even more aggrieved. Wani is your daughter after all. I love Wani on weekdays, but I have to be her biological mother to handle the marriage, so that outsiders won't blame you. Su smiled. The whole capital knew that she didn't agree with Lu Wani's marriage, so she naturally didn't get involved. In the future, if Lu Wani regrets it, it has nothing to do with her. The old lady's brows were full of depression. Pei Jiao Jiao made a fool of herself in public last time and was locked up in the government office for a night. She came back and had a fight with Lu Yuanza all night. There were rumors in the capital again, saying that Lu Jinghuai's mother was a thief, and there were even rumors that it was his family that was struck by lightning last time. It really affected Jinghuai's reputation. After 3 or 4 times, everyone was not attentive in serving Lu Jingyao. Last night, she had a high fever and was so scared that she couldn't sleep all night. As a result, she was even more worried about keeping Lu Jingyao outside. If she could be raised by Su, she could get Su's property and Su's trust. She could also look after her little darling all the time. You are Wani's sister-in-law, help her check more. Su smiled and said nothing. I called you here today to discuss something with you. The old house in Qingxi sent a letter saying that a distant relative had met with misfortune, leaving behind a helpless daughter. The daughter is about the same age as Chow Chow, and she has been raised to be skinny, and no one in the family can help her. I want to ask if we can lend a hand. I thought that since there is no child of Chow Chow's age in the mansion, it would be better to find a companion for Chow Chow. Chow Chow's brothers are useless, so a sister can also help him. What do you think? Although the old lady said so, her tone was very firm. Sue had been married for 17 years and had never refused anything. At that time, the old lady caught a cold and fell seriously ill, and was so sick that she could not get off the bed. In wealthy families, serving the sick was just a formality, but the maids and servants were the ones who really did the work, which was extremely filial. And Sue, the darling of heaven at that time, she could not bear to see her son being tortured. Intent on tempering Sue's prestige, Sue would personally serve her feces and urine at her word, without a single complaint. She had never even thought that Sue would refuse. When the time comes, you can add Chow Chow to the family tree and raise them as twins. The old lady smiled. As twins, the birth date does not need to be changed, and they can return to the mansion to recognize their relatives. Sue's nails dug into her flesh. How dare they? How dare they? They actually wanted to bring the illegitimate child born by the concubine back to the wife's lap and let the wife raise him? Suddenly she remembered that this was their original plan. It was because she heard Chow Chow's voice that she escaped. If you think about it, Chow Chow died at that time, and she raised that illegitimate child like a pearl. In the end, stabbing herself and the Sue family in the back, for her, is no less than a catastrophe. Sue's scalp numbs. At this moment, she clenched her palms tightly, without showing any expression on her face. Mother, I already have Chow Chow. Why do I need another daughter? Besides, the child's parents are gone? Sue asked worriedly. The old lady hummed slightly. Mother, it's not that the daughter-in-law is intolerant. I'm afraid that the child will bring bad luck to her parents. Look, before she was born, everything was great. The family was harmonious, and the parents loved each other. After she was born, the family was broken up and everything went wrong. I'm afraid she has a hard life and will bring bad luck to her relatives. The daughter-in-law is young, so I'm not afraid. But mother, Sue sighed, as if she meant something. The old lady frowned slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Lu Jingyao and Lu Jinghuai are her sweethearts, and she won't tolerate outsiders gossiping. Jingyao's fate has been certified by a Taoist monk. Forget it. Since you don't want to, I won't force you. The old lady didn't think much about it. I just feel that it is a pity that Lu Chow Chow was not drowned at the beginning. When Sue went out, the smile on her face collapsed instantly. Dreaming. Lu Chow Chow knew nothing about this. Even if she knew, she would not let Lu Jingyao be her sister. As long as she doesn't want to, the heavens can't force her. Lu Chow Chow just turned 7 months old and grew her first milk tooth. She can eat more and more complimentary food, and occasionally she can eat half a steamed egg. And Lu Wani should get married. Hee, in the previous life, my mother stopped you from marrying into a fire pit, but you ended up burning my mother's face. This time, let's see if you will regret it. Lu Chow Chow was dressed festively, and the red on her forehead made her look even more cute and adorable. Hee. Beat her to death. Beat her to death. Beat her to death. The loyal and brave mansion was bustling, with red lanterns and red double happiness everywhere. The old lady was overjoyed, and the mother and daughter cried for a long time before sending them out. Sue, among the people who came to pick up the bride, actually saw Lu Jinghuai. Lu Jinghuai seemed to have a good relationship with the new champion Gu Ling. Did he know that Gu Ling would abuse his wife? Sue watched coldly as Lu Wani walked towards the marriage she longed for with a coquettish face. Chapter 0034 Chow Chow teases his scumbag father. After Lu Wani got married, the mansion suddenly became much quieter. On the day of returning home, Lu Wani looked shy, and standing with the new champion, they seemed to be a perfect match. Like a perfect couple. When Lu Wani glanced at Sue, the corners of her mouth unconsciously twitched in mockery. Sister-in-law, it's a good thing I didn't listen to you at the beginning. Ling is such a good man, sister-in-law. You actually said that he is not worthy of him, and stopped Wani from marrying. She betrayed Sue without hesitation. Gu Ling looked over with a sharp gaze, with a bit of coldness in his expression. When did Gu offend the Marquis's wife? Gu Ling frowned slightly. Sue said calmly, although Wani is not my daughter, I personally taught her everything about her growth. She is better than my own daughter. She was spoiled by me and has a spoiled personality. I am worried that she will regret it, so I stopped her a little. As for the fact that they are not worthy of each other, that is completely a rumor. Who in the whole capital doesn't know that I love her deeply, just based on the sight of her riding a horse and parading in the streets? How could I not stop her? Sue sighed, as if she was heartbroken. Lu Wani curled her lips and her face flushed. She was not the Guling she had taken a fancy to during the parade. When she went to Pei Jiaojiao's house, she met Guling looking for Lu Jinghuai, and she had been interested in him since then. Pei Jiaojiao even racked her brains to invite Guling to her house, and the two had already had private contact. She just wanted to use Su's help to raise Lu Wani's status, but she didn't want to interfere in the marriage. Lu Yuanza also returned home early, had lunch, and had a return banquet. Lu Chaochao successfully scooped up a few mouthfuls of meat paste, excitedly twisting and turning in Dangji's arms. It would be great if my aunt could marry again so that she could eat meat again. Su's my sister-in-law. I'm not saying, how long has it been since my brother came back home? You should also reflect on whether you have done something wrong. Lu Wani's tone was a little gloating. She was tugging at Su, not just for Su's help, to find her a good marriage. Who knew that she would not help with such a small favor? Even in order to get Pei Jiaojiao out of prison, her dowry was sold a lot. Men are supposed to do great things, so what if women suffer a little grievance? Lu Wani leaned in Guling's arms intimately, with a happy look on her face. Su pinched a handkerchief and wiped the oil off the corners of Lu Chaochao's mouth. Yes, next time you are abused, remember to reflect. Think about why you were beaten. Lu Chaochao was very happy, waiting for her to be beaten. Wani is right. Su even smiled at Guling. Don't come back crying and complain. When the return banquet was over, it was already evening. I have to hurry to make some winter clothes for the young lady. The weather will change soon after the autumn rain. Dangji sat in front of the bed and embroidered a tiger head hat for Lu Chaochao by the oil lamp. Call me mother? Su was coaxing Lu Chaochao. Lu Chaochao grinned, revealing her only little milk tooth. Cool, dear. The words were unclear, but she could speak. Good thing. Su was very happy. Chaochao can't speak yet, but that girl can speak a long time ago, Lu Yuanza said reflexively as soon as he entered the door. Of course she can speak, she is a modern person from 2,000 years later. If she hadn't used modern knowledge to help her scumbag father, how could our Su family be so miserable? After hearing that sentence 2,000 years later, Mrs. Su took a deep breath. She lowered her eyes slightly. Which girl? Lu Yuanza put his fist against his lips and coughed lightly. My colleague's girl. She can speak at 7 months old. She looks smart. He waved his hand, and Dangji was stunned for a moment. Looking at the lady, Mrs. Su nodded, and she retreated. Chow Chow, call daddy, call daddy. Lu Yuanza's eyes were a little surprised. Chow Chow is much better looking than Jing Yao. Call daddy. Call daddy. Lu Yuanza coaxed Chow Chow. Lu Chow Chow blinked her eyes. Call daddy. Call daddy. The soft and tender little baby voice melted the hearts of people who heard it. Lu Yuanza shook his head. Yes, call daddy, daddy, daddy. Daddy? He pointed at himself. Lu Chow Chow said crisply, Hey! Su chuckled, then covered her mouth tightly, laughing and shaking all over. Lu Yuanza's forehead was throbbing with veins, and it took him a long time to suppress his anger. But there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. What's the use of being good-looking? Jing Yao sticks to him so much. Lu Chow Chow, when she sees him, she will turn her butt to him. Chow Chow, I am the father. There was a bit of displeasure in his eyes. Chow Chow pointed at her father innocently and naively. Dog ditch, dog ditch. She looked innocent and ignorant of the world, and Lu Yuanza was so angry that his teeth were almost broken. Chow Chow is still young. Why are you angry with the child? Lu Yuanza took Lu Chow Chow to one side. He lowered his voice, and his elegant face was more intimate. Shiryun, how long have we not lived together since Chow Chow was born? He gently stroked Su Shiryun's shoulder, but Su Shiryun just felt sick. Resisting the slap, she glanced at Lu Chow Chow, who was looking at her with a burning gaze. Chow Chow is watching. Girls are delicate and cling to me. The Marquis sleeps alone. Is he lonely? Su said with a chuckle. Lu Yuanza glanced at Lu Chow Chow's gaze and wanted to be gentle, but he lost interest. She took her hand back embarrassedly. Yunyang, don't think about it. How could I feel lonely? Besides, I don't like anyone except you. It's just. Lu Yuanza paused. Is the Marquis in any trouble? Su asked caringly. Lu Yuanza didn't know how to start. If it were usual, Su would have given him the key to the private vault and let him choose. She would never let him ask for it without dignity. What should he say? The mansion was stretched to the limit? Lu Jinghuai and Miss Zhang's marriage was settled, and the betrothal gift was also drawn up, but it was all returned to Su. Even Lu Wani's dowry was not presentable, and Su did not add any dowry. Lu Yuenza was dissatisfied. Does the Marquis need money? Su's eyes lit up and she spoke generously. If the Marquis needs money, you must tell me. We are husband and wife, and have been married for many years. Why should we separate you and me? Su's words moved Lu Yuenza. He wanted it and he wanted Su to beg him for it. There is no money in the mansion, so it is reasonable to eat my dowry. The Marquis is eating Yunyang's soft rice, and Yunyang is happy. Su knew that Lu Yuenza had a strong self-esteem and was the most face-saving. So she stepped on his sore spot and pretended to say it unintentionally. Lu Yuenza's face was indeed dark, and his fists were clenched. No lack of money. Yunyang's private treasury is kept for my own use. I am not at the point of eating a woman's dowry. Lu Yuenza's tone was a little heavy. By the way, ask Yan Shu to come out and testify. Just say that Yan Shu did not want to drag down Miss Jiang and voluntarily broke off the engagement. There are rumors outside that Lu Jinghuai stole Yan Shu's fiancée. How ugly. Don't ruin his future. He is a genius who is going to win the top 3 prizes. Lu Yuenza's eyebrows were filled with hidden joy. Bang! Su's face darkened and she threw the teacup on the table. Chapter 0035 Stealing Brothers article. Is that what the Marquis is saying? You asked Yan Shu to come out and testify? He was broken off the engagement and was despised by others. You still want him to come out and testify? You are rubbing salt into Yan Shu's wounds. Lu Yuenza coaxed her kindly. Yunyang, Yan Shu is already disabled. What's the harm if he suffers some grievances? He can't stand being hurt if he doesn't go out, he said in a relaxed tone, which made Su furious. I've seen Lu Jinghuai before. A 17-year-old boy who has won 3 first prizes in the imperial examinations must be extraordinary and will surely rise to the sky. It's better to make a good friend of him. Some people even say that he is the second Yan Shu. His literary talent and articles are not inferior to Yan Shu. Lu Yuenza's eyes lit up, as if he had come alive. Su looked at him indifferently. Does he still remember that Yan Shu was smarter than Lu Jinghuai? No one can step on my son to get to the top. Su was trembling all over, and her lips turned pale. This is more than just a testimony. It is also to let Lu Yanshu come out as a stepping stone. Make Lu Jinghuai famous. Even if Yanshu is paralyzed, I won't let him become a stepping stone. We had an encounter before Jiang Yunjin broke off the engagement. Who knows if they had an affair without a matchmaker? Genius boy? Top 3. But he's just an adulterer. You want my son to testify? Dream on. Su gritted her teeth. Pa! Lu Yuenza slapped Su in the face, with a hint of anger on his face. What are you talking about? Lu Yuenza looked a little flustered. Su raised her hand and gently wiped the blood from the corner of her lips. Hatred in her eyes surged. I think you're crazy. Yunyang. How did you become like this, so petty and intolerant? You're not as magnanimous as before, and you're not as virtuous as before, he said and then left. Dangji pushed the door open and saw that his wife's cheeks were bruised and swollen, and the corners of her mouth were bloody, and tears immediately rolled down. My lord, how dare you do it? Dangji hurriedly ordered someone to fetch water and apply cold compress to reduce swelling. Su had a blank expression on her face and let the maids get busy. Without noticing anything, Lu Chaochao sat upright on the couch with a serious look, and even her favorite apple rolled to her feet. Genius? It's just a reputation gained by stealing the eldest brother's articles. If he steals the eldest brother now, when the heroine grows up, there will be 5,000 years of Chinese poetry and songs to help him. The lights outside the house were bright, and the atmosphere inside the house was depressed. Su's eyes were full of undisguised hatred. When Su's mouth moved, her face was tugged with pain. Go check the articles that Lu Jinghuai has made famous in recent years. Bring back the previous articles together. Su thought of Cao Cao's voice and her expression moved slightly. Su Yiting sent a few reliable guards, and Su asked them to run errands on weekdays. They are all trustworthy people. Lu Yuenza did not return for half a month after leaving the mansion. It seemed that he was deliberately trying to put pressure on Su and force her to bow down. Lu Wani also sent a message. This man will never beat a woman for no reason. It must be the woman who made a mistake. Sister-in-law, think carefully about what you did wrong. Admit your mistakes. As a woman, it is nothing to bow down to a man. Too much. Madame has taught her for more than 10 years in vain. Madame loves her like her own child. She is really ungrateful. Dangji was so angry that he cursed. Su smiled inexplicably. Does the old lady know about this message? Dangji said unhappily. How could you not know? I went to tell the old lady first, and then came to Tingfeng Garden. I'm afraid the old lady also wants you to reflect. Lu Chao sat on the bed, her eyes rolling. It's not far from the time when my aunt gets beaten. Fight, 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 fight. She kept muttering in her heart, while clapping her hands. Su pinched her chubby little face. This little guy really knows how to watch a show. Well, she couldn't wait to watch it. I really want to eat meat paste tonight. If I can eat meat paste, I must be the happiest child in the world. Meat paste, meat paste, meat paste. Lu Chao sat on the bed, grinning, smiling at Su, not to mention how cute she was. Today is August 15th. Let's steam some meat paste for Chao and make some snacks that she can digest. When Mrs. Su saw her daughter, her heart melted. If it weren't for Chao arrival, she would now... Is she already facing a desperate situation? Mrs. Su frowned slightly. She wanted to divorce, and she also wanted to take the 4 children away openly. It was difficult, but with Chao everything was hopeful. Yeah, mother is so good. Great. The most beautiful and best mother in the world. Lu Chao hugged her and kissed her. It would be even better if I could go out to enjoy the moon tonight. Lu Chao muttered in her heart. Mrs. Su pretended not to hear. The kitchen accidentally discovered a kind of egg yolk bean, which is said to melt in the mouth and is the size of a fingernail, just right for the young lady to eat. I will bring some later. The kitchen baked moon cakes early this morning, and everyone is looking forward to watching the moon tonight. I heard that there is a moon-watching party outside, and all the talented men and beautiful women are showing off their talents. In previous years, the eldest princess also held a big party. Dangji pinched Su's shoulders. Su's eyebrows were a little smiling. This baby is precious. How dare she hold a lantern festival? Let's go to the pond to put lanterns tonight, and let the kitchen prepare more food. Give everyone double the monthly salary. Su's words made Dangji happily bow and thank her. Su looked down at Chao and said, It is my blessing to have Chao. Take 10,000 taels of silver from the treasury and use Chao's name to provide disaster relief. I heard that many victims came to Linluo due to the flood. It would be considered a good deed if they settled down outside the city. Madam, you are very kind. Dangji bowed solemnly. He turned around and went to do it himself. Dangji did not return to the mansion until the evening. There is no curfew in the city today, and red lanterns are hung all over the city. Madam, the victims are so pitiful. They have now settled down in a small town 50 miles outside the city. In order to express their gratitude to the young lady, they have changed the name of the village they just decided to Chaoyang Village. Su nodded, but Lu Chao's eyes were shining as she ate the egg yolk molten beans. No wonder she felt the fine and fragmented golden light pouring into her body today. But for the victims, this would also be a kind of shelter. It is still unknown now. When a disaster occurs, Chaoyang Village will be the only survivor. Her name is the Blessing of Heaven. Madame the Marquis has not returned to the mansion yet. The old lady just went out to worship Buddha and participated in the temple fair. Dangji hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice. Several maids lowered their voices, fearing that they would anger Su. The Marquis has not returned to the mansion for 10 days. Su's eyebrows were indifferent. If it were in the past, she would have reflected with fear and trepidation and admitted her mistakes humbly. Now Lu Yuenza still wants to oppress her. I'm afraid he is just dreaming. She wanted to eat his flesh and blood. Okay, if you don't want to go back, then don't go back. Let's have a quiet festival. Su knew that today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day for reunion. Then Pei Jiao would naturally find a way to keep Lu Yuenza there. In order to embarrass her and make her admit her mistakes, Lu Yuenza naturally stayed. Will she be embarrassed? Dangji's eyes were filled with tears of grievance. Madame was the principal wife, the legitimate wife who was brought into the family in a grand sedan chair. Now, the Marquis actually spent the Mid-Autumn Festival with his mistress. This is an insult to Madame. Dangji, you have to understand that what I want is no longer his true heart. Instead, I want to get away with my children. The more arrogant and reckless he is, the more he can push him into hell. Chapter 0036. Burning Chao. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, There was no marquee or old lady in the mansion, but everyone felt relaxed. Sue even had someone set up a table in the pavilion, which was filled with plump crabs, hot wine warmed on the stove, and exquisite cakes of various colors. She loved eating crabs, but the old lady didn't like the taste of crabs, and she hadn't eaten them for 17 years. After school every day, Lu Yuanshao would go to his eldest brother's courtyard to review his lessons. At this moment, he held Chow Chow and went to find his eldest brother again. His eldest brother was sitting in a wheelchair. In just 2 months, his eldest brother had become plumper, and even his former glory could be seen faintly. His hand could be slowly raised, but he never told anyone. Chow Chow is here? Come and hold me. Lu Yenshu didn't like to laugh, and was a little indifferent, but every time he saw Chow Chow, his coldness would melt. Woo, Chow Chow really wants to light lanterns. Flying Kongming lanterns, flying lanterns, Chow Chow also wants to play. Lu Chow Chow lay in her brother's arms, with a face full of accusations. Lu Yuanshao scratched his head. Since I stole my sister out last time, my mother has been watching her more strictly. Lu Yenshu glared at him. What if something happened to my sister? Brother has prepared lanterns. Can I take you to the lake to fly lanterns? The elder brother smiled, looking like a gentle gentleman. His eyebrows and eyes are like paintings, handsome and elegant. If he was not sitting in a wheelchair, I'm afraid he would make all the girls in the city scream. Lu Chow Chow nodded hard with her little head. The best elder brother in the world. It would be great if you could draw a sky lantern of Guanyin Bodhisattva for Chow Chow. There are all kinds of Kongming lanterns in the sky. Chow Chow wants to fly a different one. It must be fun to fly a Bodhisattva lantern. Lu Chow Chow muttered to herself. After the elder brother took her to fly the lanterns, he asked someone to take out the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. After he became disabled, he never held a pen again. This was the first time. Brother is best at painting Buddha statues. Today, let's paint a portrait of Bodhisattva for Chow Chow. He picked up the pen and painted on the lamp. The servant's eyes were filled with tears of joy. The eldest son was really alive. Lu Yenshu's hands could not hold the pen for a long time. He finished a portrait of Bodhisattva until it was completely dark. It was already night when he finished painting. Lu Chow Chow danced with joy. The bell on his chubby wrist kept ringing. Light, light, the lamp. The pronunciation was unclear, and she could only vaguely utter a few words. She looked at her brother with amazement. It was really amazing. The Bodhisattva painted by her brother had kind eyes and seemed to be watching the world quietly, just like a real Bodhisattva. Lu Yenshu couldn't help but smile when he heard his sister's shock. Lu Yuanshao took a candle and lit the wick of the Bodhisattva lamp. The moment the wick was lit, the Bodhisattva seemed to be infused with a soul, and the whole person was filled with Buddha's light, and the breath of compassion for the world came to his face. Lu Yuanshao took a step back, not even daring to look directly at it. He almost had the idea of kneeling down to worship. It is rumored that the eldest brother is proficient in everything from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Sure enough, as long as he exists, he can cover all the glory. Lu Chow Chow looked up and sat in the arms of the eldest brother, exclaiming in amazement. The Bodhisattva lamp flew into the air little by little, merging into thousands of Kongming lanterns. The Kongming lanterns were glowing with a faint white light, floating between heaven and earth. Lu Chow Chow blinked his eyes, and his little hand gently pinched the seal, and a stream of spiritual energy hit the lamp. In an instant, all the Kongming lanterns actually floated and gathered the Bodhisattva lamps in the center. It was like the stars in the sky surrounded their gods. Look, what is in the sky? Someone looked at the sky in surprise and shouted loudly. At this moment, everyone was gathered in front of the high platform, admiring Lu Jinghuai's great performance, and was originally listening to everyone's compliments proudly. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. The bustle and noise of the whole city seemed to be paused in an instant. It's the Bodhisattva. It's the Bodhisattva who showed his spirit. Look, the Bodhisattva has shown his spirit. Everyone shouted loudly, kneeling on the ground like crazy, and kowtowed continuously. Oh my God! The gods have appeared. Are the gods here to protect us? Everyone cheered, and Lu Jinghuai stood awkwardly in front of the high platform, pursed his lips, and suppressed the anger in his eyes. The whole city was worshipping the Bodhisattva, and Lu Chow Chow had no idea how much shock the Bodhisattva lamp she had lit had caused. She didn't even know that the old lady of the loyal and brave Marquis's mansion had knelt under the lamp all night, just to ask Lu Jinghuai to pass the imperial examination. Chow Chow yawned, looking a little tired. The mansion was busy today, and she didn't take a nap. Brother, I'll take my sister back to sleep. You should rest early too. Lu Yuanshao picked up his sister distressedly. Since he knew that his father had a concubine, he has grown a lot. Of course, stealing his sister doesn't count. Sleep in brother's yard, don't go home, don't go home. Lu Chao Chao murmured in a daze. No, fat. Lu Yenshu was staring at the osmanthus wine in a daze. Let Chao Chao go to my room to rest. Lu Yuanshao carried his sister in. Leaving 2 maids to guard the door, he quietly left. At night, all was silent, and the moonlight was full. Suddenly, a thick black smoke rose from the mansion, and Dangji couldn't help but wrinkled his nose. Where is the fire? At night, she drank too much and drank 2 more sips. At this moment, the lady was still drunk. She looked up at the thick smoke. The moment his eyes settled, his pupils shrank suddenly. Madam! Dangji's voice suddenly became sharp. There's a fire! There's a fire! Come quickly! There's a fire in Mingda Garden. Dangji trembled all over, and his sharp voice pierced the night sky. Su was so scared that she trembled all over and woke up instantly. Yenshu, my Yenshu. Chow Chow. Su turned pale and stumbled all the way to Mingda Garden. Su's whole body was cold, as if she fell into an ice cellar. She was so scared that she couldn't even shout a word in her throat. Ah! Ah! She rushed over like crazy. At this moment, thick smoke was already billowing at the gate of Mingda Garden. Where's Chow Chow? Where's the eldest master? Dangji asked loudly. Maids and servants came from all directions, constantly carrying water and pouring it. But the raging fire was not extinguished at all. The maid guarding the door trembled all over. Young Miss is also in the eldest master's room. All in the room. The maid knelt on the ground and cried. I saw the 3rd young master carry her in with my own eyes. Su's body swayed and she was about to fall to the ground. Madam! Dengji was terrified. Su's throat was dry, and she crawled while crying. My Yenshu, my Chow Chow, I want to find them. No, they are still in there. My child is still in there. Madam, the fire is too big. You can't go in.
Dengji hiu ghét Su Tai Ly.
Su cried heartbrokenly. What should I do with Yenshu? Yenshu hasn't come out yet. Chow Chow is only 7 months old. She will be scared. Let me go. My Chow Chow. My Chow Chow is still in there. Su rushed in like crazy. The raging fire seemed to destroy everything, and all she saw was a sea of red. Her child. Su was like a madman. Chapter 0037, You've been penetrated. Mrs. Su fell in front of Mingda Garden. She looked terrified, staring blankly at the fire that seemed to burn everything. The fire crackled and burned, as if it was going to devour everything. She struggled to get up, but a figure quickly rushed into the flames. Your Highness! The guards were frightened and their faces changed drastically. Coincidentally, the crossbeam at the gate fell, blocking everyone directly outside the door. The scorching flames eroded Xie Qingxi's skin bit by bit, and the young man frowned slightly. Lu Chao Chao! He shouted loudly. Your Highness rushed into the fire, which changed the guards' faces. Guards rushed in from all directions to put out the fire. Xie Qingxi didn't know where the bedroom was, but he could vaguely hear intermittent voices in his heart. Damn! Damn, all damn! He listened to the voice and seemed to be a little out of control. He rushed all the way in the direction of his voice. He felt his whole body burning, and pushed open the door of the bedroom in the fire. In the firelight, he seemed to be dazzled. He saw the disabled Lu Yenshu of the Lu family and Chow Chow. He seemed to, seeing Lu Yenshu staggering to his feet, and seemed to see a layer of light covering them, making the fire unable to get close. He was hallucinating at such a young age. Lu Yenshu was already at the end of his strength, but he still held Chow Chow tightly and refused to let go. Xie Qingxi clearly saw the angry eyes of the little girl. The little girl always looked pleasing and kind, but at this moment it made people a little scared. Chow Chow, don't be afraid. I'm here. Xie Qingxi braved the fire and stepped forward to support Lu Yenshu, asking him to hide in the corner, only to find that he was covered in cold sweat and his face was as pale as paper. But at this moment he hurriedly took Chow Chow. Don't be afraid, Chow Chow. Brother Qingxi is here. Don't be afraid. He gently stroked Lu Chaochao's hair and comforted Lu Chaochao. I don't know if it was his illusion, but I always felt that after getting close to Chaochao, the burning heat around him gradually weakened. There was even a hint of coolness. They hid in the corner of the bedroom, with a raging fire in front of them. Rumble. There was a slight explosion in the sky. The roaring thunder poured down from the sky, followed by heavy rain. The rapid and fierce raindrops fell on the fire, quickly extinguishing the flames. The people outside hurried back, shouting as they ran. Strange. The Imperial Observatory clearly said that there has been no rain for half a month. The moment the rain extinguished the fire, Lu Yenshu seemed to be relieved, and the whole person couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Su stumbled into the door and saw the child in the ruins. Her heart was broken. Yenshu! Chaochao! Su rushed forward crying. Your Highness? Thank you. Thank you, Your Highness. Su couldn't stop crying. The Imperial physician had already rushed forward to find the prince, and the prince waved his hand. Let's see the eldest son of the Lu family first. The Imperial physician squatted on the ground, looking a little suspicious. Strange, the eldest son of the Lu family was originally a cripple with dry blood. Now, he wanted to take a closer look, but then he heard Su ask, How is Yenshu? The Imperial physician then withdrew his hand. Madam, the eldest son is fine. He just inhaled some thick smoke and was nervous, so he fainted. He will be able to return to normal after taking good care of himself. He wanted to feel the pulse again, but then he heard the prince say, Let the little girl see. The little girl lay in Xie Qingxi's arms unhappily, her pale little face covered with black ash. The children are fine, but they were frightened. It seems that they are emotionally unstable and angry. The doctor thought to himself, this little girl is really angry. When Su heard that the two children were fine, the tense string suddenly broke and she fell down immediately. Where is the Marquis? The prince frowned. There was no one in charge in this mansion. The Marquis has not returned. Dangji wiped his tears and asked someone to carry the masters back to the next courtyard. Xie Qingxi had to carry Lu Chaochao out of the door. Don't be afraid, we are safe. Xie Qingxi couldn't help but think of the little guy's eyes just now. The kind of trying to destroy everything, the whole person is not very clear. How can a small child have such a scary look? Maybe she was frightened. This little male protagonist is still a good person. Lu Chaochao sighed faintly. Such a good man. How could he be cheated on and become the mistress of the heroine? How miserable. The little prince is such a diligent person. But a fake took his body and used the world to fall in love. The people of Beizhou suffered. Xie Qingxi paused. Where? What to wear? Occupy his body? Use Beizhou's foundation to fall in love. Xie Qingxi felt a chill all over his body. Someone actually pretended to be him, and his breathing stagnated. He wanted to continue eavesdropping, but the little girl was very sleepy at this moment, and she yawned and fell asleep in his arms. When Lu Yuanzi hurried back to the mansion, Mingda Garden had been burned to ruins. My lord, my lord. The servants knelt on the ground one after another. Lu Yuanzi looked sad, and the raging flames were shocking even across several streets. Yenshu, Chaochao, my Chaochao. Lu Yuanzi stood in the ruins of Mingda Garden. His figure swayed, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Lu Yuanzi's expression collapsed, his face full of grief. The servant's face froze. Marquis, the young lady was saved by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The eldest son was also unharmed. Only Mingda Garden was burned down. Lu Yuanzi was stunned, and then knelt on the ground with a plop. It's really the Bodhisattva's blessing. It's really the Bodhisattva's blessing. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving Yenshu and Chaochao. He kowtowed to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Xie Qingxi, however, hugged Chaochao and said lightly, Young Master Lu and Chaochao are doing well. The Marquis was so busy that he didn't even go back to the Marquis mansion during the 3-day Mid-Autumn Festival. If I had come a moment later, I'm afraid that the Marquis wife and daughter would have been buried in the fire. Xie Qingxi's face was a little stern. Marquis Lu's eyes were red and he sighed softly. I thank you for saving my life, Your Highness. Thank you for saving my life. Lu Yuanzi had a reunion dinner with Zhao Zhao today, so how could he explain it clearly? Master Lu, take care of yourself. Although Xie Qingxi was only 8 years old, he had been trained as a crown prince since he was a child, so he could see that Lu Yuanzi was guilty. The prince returned Xiao Chaochao to Dengji. Dengji's eyes were red. When Madam wakes up, Madam will definitely thank you in person. The prince waved his hand. Originally, he just came to see who was so weird to put a bodhisattva lamp and attract the whole city to kowtow and worship. Who knew that he would encounter the fire in the Lu family and hear Chow Chow's inner voice. This trip was worth it. When Su opened her eyes, she heard Chow Chow's mumbling. As long as I burn to death, I can raise the little heroine under my mother's knees. How vicious. Humph. You want me to make room, wishful thinking? Su's eyes were red. She stood up and hugged Chow in her arms, crying. Mother almost lost you. Mother almost lost Chow. Chapter 0038 Touching the Reverse Scale. Lu Chow was held tightly in Su's arms. The little girl raised her hand clumsily and touched her mother's hair. No. Not afraid.
Liang, no.
Afraid. Su cried even harder. Madam, the Marquis is outside the door. Dangji whispered. Su said viciously. Let him go. Get out. A hint of murderous intent appeared in Su's eyes. How deeply she loved him. How fiercely she hated him now. He actually dared to attack Chow. Lu Yuanza outside the door also heard Su's voice and felt a little unhappy. Su really didn't know what to do these days. He spoiled her too much. He made her unable to see her position clearly. Jiao is so gentle and considerate. Jingyao is so smart and considerate. Lu Yuanza suppressed his anger. Yunyang, I didn't want the fire to happen. I will move back to the Marquis mansion and take good care of you and your daughter during this period. Strange, we clearly agreed to burn Tingfeng Garden. Why did Mingda Garden catch fire? After saying that, he left the courtyard. The arsonist was caught last night. It was a servant in the inner courtyard kitchen. He said that Su punished him and he was resentful. Humph. The son of the second uncle of the servant's wife is Lu Jinghuai's book boy. Wow, burn Big Brother to death, and there will be no evidence of his plagiarism. Su's eyes lit up slightly. Chow. Was it Big Brother who protected you last night? Lu Chow nodded with a smile. Okay. Big Pot, go. She pointed in the direction of Big Brother. Mingda Garden was burned, and he moved into Tingfeng Garden last night. Lu Chow's face was full of distress. Her eldest brother stood up and walked a few steps with the help of the wall last night. His hands were burned with blisters. Yen Shu, he is willing to protect you. Su was happy and uncomfortable with her son's suffering. Since the accident, the eldest son has become extremely indifferent and irritable, and does not allow anyone to get close to him. She carried Chow and went to the next door. There were many things taken out from Mingda Garden piled up next door. Little wooden horses and children's things can be seen everywhere. Are these all taken out from Mingda Garden? Su was surprised. The maid nodded. Most of them are the young lady's things. Su was quite surprised. Chow, do you come to see your eldest brother often? Chow nodded her little head. When she saw Lu Yenshu, Su was even more shocked. The eldest son, who was originally skinny, has now gained flesh. If he was not still sitting in a wheelchair, he would not look like a patient at all.
Bao bit pot, bao hu.
Before Su could stand still, Lu Chow flew over. Hey! Su was shocked. How could Yenshu hug her son, who was paralyzed and unable to move? Su was shocked. But what shocked her even more was the son who was diagnosed as paralyzed by countless imperial doctors raised his hands and caught his little daughter. The little daughter nestled in her big brother's arms, and Su, she was so shocked that she couldn't recover. How could this happen? Yenshu, are you getting better? Su's tears fell, and she trembled as she approached her son. She hadn't been close to her son for many years. Since he was paralyzed, Lu Yenshu refused to be visited by anyone, and didn't want to see the despair and regret in the eyes of his loved ones. She hadn't seen such a peaceful eldest son for a long time. Mother, you've worked hard. Lu Yenshu's voice was gentle, and his eyes were a little wet when he looked at his mother. I thought my parents were in harmony, but I didn't expect. How could he bear to let his mother face it alone when her mother was living in deception? He raised his hand. He was scalded last night and his hand was still wrapped in gauze. He gently lifted his leg and gradually regained strength. It would take about half a year to recover to the same level as before. Lu Yuanshao secretly drank rice wine last night and slept until dawn. At this moment, he drooped his head and went forward to take his sister away, so that his mother and brother could reminisce about the past. I will never drink again. Woo, my sister almost burned to death. Lu Yenshu and Su closed the door, and Su's suppressed crying could be heard from time to time. Woo woo woo. Lu Chaochao pointed to the door. Eavesdropping, eavesdropping, eavesdropping. Lu Yuanshao shook his head. A real man would not eavesdrop. After a while, he hugged his sister and lay on the door with his ear close to her. Inside the house, the voice of the eldest brother could be heard faintly. Mother, the more he cares about something, the more we have to destroy it. Not only that, we have to get out of here unscathed. I hope Mother can hide the news of Yenshu's improvement. A disabled person has no use value in his eyes. Only then can we get out of here. He shouldn't touch Chow Chow. They want to burn Chow Chow to death. Mother is heartbroken so that they can adopt Lu Jingyao. Lu Yenshu's face was gloomy. As for what we heard, we must keep it a secret and protect her. Lu Yenshu's face was extremely serious. He found that he and his mother could actually hear Chow Chow's voice. Wow! How did Big Brother and Mother know that the scumbag father had a concubine? Big Brother and Mother are so smart. Big Brother is mighty, Big Brother is domineering. I am for Big Brother. Ouch. Su suddenly opened the door and the two little guys fell face first and fell to the ground. Oops, we were caught eavesdropping. Little Chow Chow raised her head innocently and pointed at her third brother. It was all my third brother who did it. Lu Yuanshao bared her teeth. A sister Chow Chow who was ruthless. But what did they say they heard? What are they protecting? Let me eat all the melons. Lu Chow Chow looked depressed. Su and Lu Yenshu looked at each other, and then at Lu Yuanshao, guessing that he might have heard it too. Sure enough, after dinner, Lu Yenshu called Yuanshao to the room. Lu Yenshu strictly forbade her to reveal Chow Chow's thoughts, and the family felt relieved. The next day, Su did not inform the Marquis mansion and went to the government office alone to report to the authorities. Su was a third-rank imperial official, and the prefect attached great importance to her and even met her in person. At noon, in front of the students of Jinghong Academy, Lu Jinghuai's book boy was arrested in public. The young man frowned slightly at this moment. Excuse me, sir, what is going on? What has my book boy done? He is now a scholar and he does not bow to the official. He is also a famous genius in the capital, and the officials also give him face. It is lunchtime now, and people are coming and going at the gate. The Zhongyong Marquis mansion reported that your book boy, Mr. Lu, ordered people to set fire to the eldest son of the Marquis mansion. We are going to take him for questioning. After saying that, he paused. When the time comes, Mr. Lu may be summoned for questioning. I hope Mr. Lu will cooperate. Lu Jinghuai clenched his fist slightly. Is this true? Then I will definitely cooperate. Lu Jinghuai's expression showed nothing, but his classmates beside him spoke. The eldest son of the loyal and brave Marquis mansion, is he the genius of the Lu family who was amazing 8 years ago? Come to think of it, you both have the surname Lu, and your writing styles are very similar. You were also given the title of Little Young Master Lu back then. Maybe you are related. Young Master Zhou beside him joked. However, Lu Jinghuai's face darkened and he turned away. Chapter 0039 The Good Show is coming. Hey, Brother Jinghuai. I was just joking. Zhou Lin and Wang Yuechuan hurriedly chased after him. Jinghuai, how come your book boy has a dispute with Lu Sanfei? Is this a misunderstanding? Wang Yuechuan asked. He knew that this little genius Lu hated being compared with Lu Yenshu. Even when he took the exam for the scholar, someone took his essay and mistook him for Lu Yenshu. Will it not implicate Brother Jinghuai? Brother Jinghuai will take the autumn exam in half a year. The dean is counting on you to win the title of Jiuan. Zhou Lin is a child from a poor family and is quite aloof. Lu Jinghuai does not care about family background when making friends. He is quite famous among the children from poor families. The poor disciples implicitly regard him as their leader. Several people entered the tea house and sat on the second floor overlooking the world. Someone around was talking. Damn. I don't know who put a bodhisattva lamp last night, which made me kneel for half the night. Let me catch him and beat him until his butt is broken. My head was swollen from the bump, and I thought it was the bodhisattva's appearance. I don't know which bastard did it. Speaking of which, the fire in the loyal and brave man's mansion yesterday was really big. I don't know if anyone was burned to death. Everyone was talking. Lu Jinghuai sat in the crowd, his handsome face full of haze. Zhou Lin's eyes were full of smiles. I laughed my ass off last night. The whole city was praying. Everyone wanted to catch the bastard who lit the lantern. Lu Jinghuai. His mother made him kneel all night, praying for the top 3 prizes. Shameful. Lu Jinghuai had no mood to eat, and found a reason to separate from everyone. After he left, Wang Yuechuan chuckled softly. Why are you pretending? You stole Lu Yenshu's fiancée. How can you not have grudges? Zhou Lin opened his eyes. What's going on? Lu Yenshu had a fiancée, who became a cripple because he saved his fiancée who fell into the water. Lu Jinghuai, the one you are destined to be with is the girl who fell into the water. Zhou Lin exclaimed. She became a cripple because she saved her, and she gave up her bright future. She actually abandoned Lu Yenshu and decided to be with brother Jinghuai. Zhou Lin was incredulous. The whole capital is bragging about this. The man is talented and the woman is beautiful. They are a perfect match. Wang Yuechuan said disdainfully. Lu Yenshu has become disabled? Who will speak for him? Who is willing to offend him? The last disciple of Jinghong Academy. A talented young man who is very likely to pass the imperial examination? Of course, he will praise him. Zhou Lin frowned, feeling that Lu Jinghuai's filter was a little broken. Brother Jinghuai is confused. He is noble and not worldly, never looks down on the poor, and doesn't care about family background. How can he be so confused? He even took out a lot of books with his own annotations, and everyone can circulate them. This is also very admirable. Hey, when can I open my mind? Before the age of 10, Brother Jinghuai was still lost in the crowd. After the age of 10, it was like he had opened his mind, and his articles were very spiritual and praised. Zhou Lin sighed with envy on his face. The Lu family is really a genius. 2 in a row. Zhou Lin muttered, without noticing Wang Yuechuan's thoughtful eyes. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Marquis mansion was tense. Why did you report to the authorities again? The mistress of the Marquis mansion is always involved in such things. Do you think the reputation of the Marquis mansion is good if there is a commotion? Yen Shu and Cao Cao are not injured. Hurry up and evacuate. The old lady almost gnashed her teeth. Last night, such a big fire, but no one was burned to death. Sue's eyebrows were slightly cold. Mother, what you said is funny. Someone burned the Marquis mansion and put my son to death. Why didn't you report to the authorities? Could it be that the fire was set by Mother? She said casually, scaring the old lady's face pale. Lu Yuanzi hurried over and his eyelids jumped when he heard this. Yunyang, what nonsense are you talking about? Yen Shu and Cao Cao are the blood of the Marquis mansion. How can you doubt your mother? Isn't it hurting your mother's heart? Hurry up and admit your mistake to your mother, Lu Yuanzi said as a matter of course. Su said lightly, just talk about the matter at hand and speak human words to people. To ghosts, of course, speak ghost words. This made Lu Yuanzi blush. The old lady couldn't even breathe. When did Su become so unfilial? Yen Shu and Cao Cao were set on fire by someone maliciously, and I can't report it to the police? What's the reason? Aren't they descendants of the Marquis mansion? Marquis, tell me, can I report it to the police? Su looked at him with a smile. Lu Yuanzi's heart skipped a beat. Why can't I report it to the police? Of course I have to report it to the police, but why did you arrest Lu Jinghuai's servant, who is not related to you at all? Madam, I know that the children are your sweethearts, but you can't wrongly accuse good people. Lu Yuanzi sighed. Su used to be so obedient and sensible. Why is she so unreasonable now? Su curled the corners of her mouth and looked at his expression carefully. Of course, we found out that the son of the second uncle of the servant's wife is Lu Jinghuai's book boy. This relationship is so complicated that no one would have found it if it weren't for Cao Cao. Lu Yuanzi was stunned for a moment. This relationship is so complicated that even he himself is not clear. How could it be? Lu Yuanzi couldn't even think that he actually found it out. Why did he burn Yen Shu? Lu Yuanzi was a little confused. He didn't know that Lu Jinghuai's genius was plagiarized from his elder brother's article. The treasure he was proud of was a fake. He always thought that only Lu Cao Cao was burned, to make room for Jingyao. Last time, the master said that he had a noble character and asked Yen Shu to testify for him. Is this a noble character? Su's expression was indifferent. I heard that his identity is unknown and he has been living alone with his mother. Maybe he is someone's illegitimate child in the capital. Su sneered, not caring about Lu Yuanzi's eyelids twitching. I don't know which high-ranking official was so foolish and blind that he gave birth to such a bad person. Enough! Lu Yuanzi could not hide his anger. Lu Yuanzi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Yunyang, the book boy did it, and there is no evidence to prove that it was him. Let's not misunderstand a good child. Lu Yuanzi clenched his fists slightly. At this moment, he saw Su's rage, and he did not dare to persuade Su to withdraw the lawsuit, so he could only leave the house in a hurry. Su's eyebrows were cold, and she watched him leave. Even a tiger will not eat its own cubs, but he is worse than an animal. What kind of person did I marry? Su bit her teeth until they bled. Humph. The scum father is going to find someone to save Lu Jinghuai again. He and the Minister of Rights, Lord Chen, have a good personal relationship. If it weren't for someone's help, could he have kept it secret for so many years? Minister of Rights? A third-rank Minister of Rights. Wasn't he introduced to her by her mother's family? Su was so angry that she was shaking. Fortunately, there was Chow Chow. Su played with Chow Chow for half an afternoon, and then heard Dengji come to report angrily. Madam. The book boy took the blame and was detained, but Lu Jinghuai. Dengji's eyes were red with anger. I heard. Someone guaranteed it, and the other party was quite powerful. Why don't we go back and ask the uncle? Dengji couldn't swallow this breath. Su waved her hand. Come here. She leaned over and whispered in Dengji's ear, and Dengji's eyes became brighter and brighter. Hey, madam, you are so awesome. After saying that, she jumped out of the door. Chapter 0040 Strong Revenge. Night. A shrill scream suddenly came from the capital. The loyal and brave mansion was having dinner. What's going on? It's so creepy in the middle of the night. Ingxue. Go and see what's going on. Su was shocked. The old lady looked at her unhappily. You are the mistress of the mansion, and you care about everything. Is this what the Su family taught you? As soon as she finished speaking, Ingxue came back to report with excitement. Fighting has started. Fighting has started. Madam, there is a fight outside. Ingxue's eyes were burning. Madam, the north of the city is catching an adulterer. It is said that an official has a mistress, and the wife is catching the mistress outside. The fight is very fierce. I also heard that the mistress gave birth to a son and a daughter, and the son is the famous genius Lu Jinghuai. Lu Jinghuai's face has been slapped to pieces. There is a child of 7 or 8 months old, and the child. Clang. The old lady and the loyal and brave marquis changed their expressions drastically, and the ceramics in their hands fell to the ground and shattered. Who do you say was beaten? Lu Yuanzi trembled in his heart. He suppressed his anger on his face and pretended to be calm, and his voice was shaking at this moment. A woman in the alley in the north of the city, no, a vixen. It is said that she is the concubine of the Minister of Rights, who gave birth to a son and a daughter. The daughter is only 8 months old, but she is very good at scolding people. She pointed at her stepmother, Madame Qin, and called her a bitch. Oh, Madame Qin was so angry that she slapped her in the face. The old lady's body shook. Go and see, go and see. The old lady's voice trembled. Her precious granddaughter, her precious grandson. Mother, don't dirty your eyes with such dirty things. You are the old lady of the Marquis's mansion. How can you watch such dirty things? Su hurriedly advised kindly, and all the old lady's words just now were blocked back. That concubine is shameless and has no skin. She gave birth to children for men outside. What are you still going to see such a cheap skin? The old lady's eyes were dizzy, and she pushed Su away. Let go. I'll go and see. The eyes were bloodshot. Su retreated quietly, hiding the smile in her eyes. Take me. Take me. Take me to see. I want to see it too, I want to see it. If you don't take me, I'll throw a tantrum. I'm going to get angry. Lu Chow Chow hurriedly stood up from the cradle, holding on to the edge of the bed, her chubby calves trembling. Oh, my little ancestor. Can you join in this kind of excitement? Dengji saw her eagerness and knew what she was thinking. Woo, woo, woo. If you don't let me go, I'll crawl out. She crawled towards the door with her hands and feet, crawling very fast. The dogs in the yard were all frightened by her. Hurry up and pick up Chow Chow, the ground is cold. Take her to see from a distance, this guy. Su was extremely helpless and had to take her with her. The loyal and brave man's mansion quickly went out, running all the way to the north of the city. Looking at Lu Yuanzi's familiar appearance, Su sneered in her heart. When we got outside the alley, there were already 3 layers of people standing inside and outside, and everyone's faces were full of meaningful expressions. At this moment, half an hour had passed. Take off her clothes. Take off her clothes. Shameless bitch who can be slept with by anyone. Take off her clothes. There were even men whistling and constantly making noises. Oh, no wonder she was struck by lightning last time. It seems that God can't stand her having a mistress. Everyone sneered. Pei Jiaojiao's pretentious crying kept ringing inside. Mrs. Qin became more and more angry. Bitch, look at you, you cheap skin. Can't you live without the nourishment of a man? You actually came out to steal my man. You even raised such a big son, you old thing. You dare to have a mistress, and even gave birth to a son and a daughter. Mrs. Qin hated Pei Jiaojiao. I'm managing the household business and serving my parents-in-law, but he actually keeps a mistress, enjoying the happiness of having 2 wives. Lu Jinghuai, you are a mistress, a shameless bastard, and you actually call yourself a genius? Dirty and lowly thing. Madame Qin is 42 years old this year, with only 1 daughter and no sons in the house. This is the pain in her heart. At this moment, her eyes were red with anger. When Su heard these words, she smiled and squinted her eyes. She cursed out what was in her heart. Lu Yuanzi and the old lady felt dizzy and pushed the onlookers away like crazy. Pei Jiaojiao's outer clothes were stripped off, and she was only wearing an inner dress. The inner dress had been pulled down to her shoulders, revealing half of her shoulders. Pei Jiaojiao's cheeks were red and swollen, and she covered her clothes tightly with red eyes, looking sad. No, I didn't. I didn't become Mr. Chen's mistress, she cried softly. Madame Qin looked arrogant. It's easy for you to take off your clothes, isn't it? When you open your legs, you will be favored by countless people and receive countless gold, silver, and jewelry. Pei Jiaojiao bit her lower lip, her expression full of humiliation. You said you are not a concubine. Then who is your husband? You say it. Pei Jiaojiao trembled all over. She couldn't say it. Madame Qin's expression became more and more severe. You all must 8-month-old Lu Jingyao was furious, and her shrill cry made Madame Qin even more unhappy. This child understood human language at 8 months old. Although he stumbled, the resentment in his expression made people feel cold. He slapped Lu Jingyao and knocked her down in front of the door. A newly grown tooth was spit out. Monster. This child is a monster. Qin looked at Lu Jingyao. The look in this child's eyes was particularly incongruous when it appeared on a baby. Jingyao, you dare to hurt my child. Pei Jiaojiao was held down tightly, and her eyes were red at this moment. Jingyao is not a monster. Pei Jiaojiao's heart was pounding. No one knew how powerful her Jingyao was. What is there to be afraid of? The illegitimate child born by the concubine dared to flaunt in the streets. It's ridiculous. Madame Qin looked at Lu Jinghuai with disdain. The boy's spine was straight, and his thin figure seemed to have withstood all the blows. The eyes were calm and looked at her quietly. Pei Jiaojiao's 2 children. Madame Qin felt a little uncomfortable. Break the bones of the bastard for me and see how hard the bones are. Take off the clothes of the bitch and parade her in the streets to make a meal for everyone. Qin's tone was light. No. Pei Jiaojiao screamed in horror. Lu Yuanzi almost fainted when he saw this scene. He had planned everything for Su, but he never thought that Pei Jiaojiao would be exposed in front of everyone in advance. Stop! Lu Yuanzi shouted. Immediately asked the servant to bring clothes to Pei Jiaojiao to cover her. Seeing his son's cheeks bruised and swollen, his proud spirit seemed to be shattered in an instant. Lu Yuanzi's heart trembled. The old lady's hands trembled. It's a sin. It's a sin. The child is innocent. Qin sneered. Old lady, this is not your poor and remote countryside. The stimulated old lady's face was livid. The old lady hated others mentioning her origin the most. Lord Lu is kind to women. How come you also have an affair with this bitch? Nonsense. Madame Qin, be careful with your words. Lu Yuanzi frowned slightly. He was upright and elegant, and looked particularly decent. Lu Yuanzi sighed softly. Madame Qin, there may be some misunderstanding. Madame Qin glanced at him. She took out a piece of paper from her bosom and threw it to Pei Jiaojiao like alms. Chapter 0041 Fainting with Anger. Misunderstanding? The house she lives in is under my husband's name. Her bastard Lu Jinghuai was recommended by my husband to enter Jinghong Academy. Even a few days ago, His book boy spent money to burn down the loyal and brave mansion and tried to kill the eldest son of the Liu family. It was my husband who saved him. Lord Liu is so generous that he allowed outsiders to murder his son and protected the murderer. Qin sneered softly. Do you believe that he didn't have a leg? A thing that can be fucked by anyone. With her legs spread, I don't know how much benefit she has brought to her son. These words made Lu Jinghuai's forehead bulge with blue veins, as if he was a trapped young animal. Madam, madam, madam. There were hurried shouts from outside the crowd. Lord Chun rushed over without even putting on his official hat. Everyone, please go away. This is just a misunderstanding. Lord Chun is already 43 years old this year, and his beard is mostly white. He hurriedly asked the servants to clear the place and drive everyone away. But everyone watched from afar, and their eyes were full of teasing. Lord Chun is still strong at his age. Some people even laughed loudly. Lu Yuanzi was so angry that his breathing became heavier. Lord Chun hurriedly stepped forward to coax his angry wife. Madam, it's all a misunderstanding. Madam Pei and I have nothing to do with each other. He glanced at Lu Yuanzi, and deep resentment flashed in his eyes. No connection? This house is under your name, and you're the one who guaranteed it, right? Chan Yuliang, I really misjudged you. How dare you mess around behind my back? And you gave birth to a bastard. It's okay to have a bastard, but you actually let him thrive in the capital. You're slapping me in the face. Mrs. Qin was so angry that she stepped forward and scratched his face. Mr. Chun covered his face and begged for mercy. It's well known that Mr. Chun is a henpecked man. It's not me, it's really not me. Mr. Chun was so angry that he coaxed his wife. But because Lu Yuanzi was present, it was difficult to explain this matter. Mrs. Su stood at the corner watching the scene calmly. Watching Lu Yuanzi's extreme restraint. Watching the servants help Pei Jiao up. Looking at that family, their dignity was completely gone. Madam, let's go back and talk about it. Madam, let's go back and talk about it. Lord Chun coaxed carefully. Qin looked at Pei Jiao deeply. Go back and kneel down to reflect on yourself. Qin was a famous tigress. When Lord Chun was promoted, he drank wine with others. Qin picked up a rolling pin and beat him all the way out of the brothel. Lord Chun didn't even have time to put on his pants. He ran around the streets with his butt sticking out, so he was ignored by the emperor for 3 years. Lord Chun didn't dare to provoke her again after that. Lord Chun didn't dare to provoke her at this moment. He looked a little angry, but he didn't dare to refute. Pei Jiao, look at how dignified and generous you are in your daily clothes, while your son looks like a legitimate son. I wonder where he got the face from. You are worthy of it? You look like a vixen. You open your legs to every man you see, and you get ripped off every time you see you. Let's go. Qin sure saw something fishy at this moment. Lu Yuanzi looked angry, and the old lady cried in distress. But what about her husband? After decades of marriage, how could she not see it? I'm afraid he is taking the blame for someone else. What a fool. I'm afraid that even she was caught cheating today, and she was tricked by others. But, so what? Qin sure touched her temples. She just couldn't stand seeing such dirty things. Is she her mistress? So what? Then she slapped the sisters she didn't know. She took out 2 taels of silver from her pocket and threw it directly in front of Pei Jiao. Just think of it as a reward from the master to relieve your fatigue. Okay, I won't make it difficult for you. It's just a toy. If you like it, you can take it back to the mansion in a sedan chair and make it your concubine. Why bother to come out and steal? Qin said sarcastically. She glanced at Lu Yuanzi, who raised his concubine like his wife, had a son and a daughter, and his son had a very good reputation. She was furious just thinking about it. Thinking deeply, not long ago, Lu Jinghuai's servant hired someone to kill someone. It's terrifying to think about it. I'm afraid he's ready to replace the wife at any time. Qin glanced at him with disgust and left with his people. Mr. Chun looked back at Lu Yuanzi and then ran after Qin in small steps. Qin sat in the sedan chair, swinging his old arms and legs, sweating profusely. After everyone left, Pei Jiao covered her face and cried softly. Jinghuai, Jinghuai. She looked at Lu Jinghuai, especially worried. Lu Jinghuai was a nobleman who never dared to reveal his identity outside. Now he was knocked down in public. Lu Jinghuai looked at her and Lu Yuanzi indifferently. He didn't even dare to call him dad in public. My Jingyao, my child. Pei Jiao's hair was torn apart, and she was full of grievances holding the child. But Lu Yuanza didn't dare to get closer. Today, too many people were staring at this place. Mrs. Pei may have to ask a doctor to take a look, he said in a low voice, and then winked at Pei Jiaojiao, and hurried away with the old lady who didn't want to leave. What a sin, what a sin. They are all vicious women. How can they bear to harm my grandchildren? The old lady cried softly. Lu Chaochao raised her neck and tried to look farther away. Fight! Fight! Tear her face! Ha ha ha! Good! Humph! I told you to harm my mother. I told you to harm my mother. You deserve it. That Madame Chin is such a nice person. Lu Chaochao's chubby hands turned red from clapping. Sue's eyebrows and eyes were slightly smiling. Her eyes fell on Pei Jiaojiao's door, but she was extremely cold. Since you dare to attack my child, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sue dares to love and hate, but she also has a bottom line. Children cannot choose their own birth, and those two children are innocent. Even though she gnashed her teeth in hatred, she never attacked Pei Jiaojiao's two children. Now she doesn't have to worry. Great. The heroine was slapped in the street. Humph, how can the heroine not be a demon? There is an adult soul living in her small body. Hee, the whole capital knows that her family is a concubine who cannot be seen in the light. Let's see how arrogant they are. Lulu. Chow Chow happily jumped in Dengji's arms. Su touched Chow Chow's head and kissed her on the cheek. The book boy had taken full responsibility for the arson, but he gave them a heavier revenge that they could not bear. It relieved Su's anger a little. She thought carefully. Lu Yuanza was probably unaware that Lu Jinghuai's reputation as a genius was stolen. Su frowned slightly, and she did not want to knock Lu Jinghuai off the altar of genius for the time being. Only in this way could she have the opportunity to take the children away. Her children were regarded as the shame of the Marquis's mansion, and the day of their divorce would be their time to shine. When Su returned to the Marquis's mansion, a doctor had been invited. The old lady was so angry that she fainted. P.S. Please comment and rate it, and urge for more updates after reading it. I love you guys. Chapter 0042. Domestic Violence and Return to the Mother's Home. Su went to the sick slowly, and heard the old lady scolding before she entered the door. Poisonous woman. Poisonous woman. A bunch of poisonous women. How can they bear it? The two children are extremely smart. How dare they? The old lady was so angry that her heart ached. When Su entered the door, she stopped talking again, but her face was extremely ugly. Who made Mother angry? Su frowned slightly, looking angry. Did Mother also go to the north of the city to catch the adulterer? Mother must have been hurt by the mistress. Don't worry. The old Marquis didn't keep a mistress at the beginning. Su smiled intimately and poured a pot of tea for the old lady. The old lady said lightly, "It's just a pity for the two smart children. After all, they can't choose to be born." Su's eyes dimmed slightly. Can't choose to be born? But one chose to steal Yenshu's article and wanted to burn Yenshu to death. One tried to replace Chow Chow and tried to kill the whole Su family. Old lady, you are wrong. If the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. We don't know what the character of the child born by the concubine is. Besides, the woman gave birth to a foxy child, with a charming appearance. Who knows if the child is the main one? Su covered her lips and smiled softly. The old lady's face changed slightly. She looked at Su unkindly. You don't mention outsiders. You must serve Yuanza well. Yuanza hasn't been home for half a month, right? Women, be more considerate of men. It's okay for women to suffer some grievances. This woman is no longer a member of her natal family after she gets married. Your parents are old, so don't always bother them. This man, even if he made a mistake, we women should be generous and reflect on whether we are not doing well enough. Yuanza took so much pressure to marry you back then, don't you think? The old lady clapped her hands, with a face full of earnestness. Su pursed her lips and said nothing. As they were talking, they heard someone coming to report hurriedly outside the door. Old lady, Miss Wani is back. The maid who delivered the message looked unhappy. Today is not a festival. Why did she come back? The old lady thought to herself. Did she come back on purpose after hearing Pei Jiaojiao being humiliated? Su picked up the teacup and covered the corners of her lips that were slightly raised. Lu Chaochao lay in Dengji's arms, her eyes wide open. It's time to start. The big show is about to start. Lu Chaochao is 8 months old and has 2 small baby teeth. She was well taken care of in her mother's womb and often absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In fact, she can already walk a few steps by holding the wall. The weather is getting colder and the little one is wrapped up like a ball. Dang Ji can hardly hold her. Lu Chao Chao excitedly took out 2 teething biscuits from her arms, looking like she was watching a good show. She now has many treasures hidden in her pocket, and the maids are not allowed to see them. Su smiled when she heard it. Her Chao Chao is really a live treasure. As soon as Lu Wani entered the door, she saw the old lady and burst into tears. "Mom!" Lu Wani burst into tears and knelt down in front of the old lady. The old lady was shocked. What happened? The old lady was particularly fond of her daughter, and she was heartbroken when she saw her crying as soon as she entered the door. Lu Wani's eyes were red and swollen from crying. She looked up and saw the huge slap marks on her face. "Who hit you?" The old lady was furious. Lu Wani's tears were streaming down her face. There was no trace of the arrogance and willfulness before she got married. In just 3 months, she had lost a lot of weight. Lu Wani bit her lower lip lightly and sobbed. "Close the door." The maids looked at each other, closed the door and retreated. Lu Wani took off her clothes one by one, and the old lady was so shocked that she almost jumped up. The Marquis's mansion was in a difficult situation, but Su's dowry was very large. Over the years, she spent a lot of money on Lu Wani, making her skin as white jade. But now, the whip marks all over her body, new wounds and old wounds, crisscrossed, shocking. Some of them have scabs, but some are still bleeding. Her clothes are stained with blood. A large piece of skin was torn off, and Lu Wani was sweating profusely and crying in pain. The old lady was shaking violently. She wailed in shock. "Who is it? Who is it? How dare you hurt you like this?" The old lady's heart was trembling. The anger that had not subsided yesterday was aroused again at this moment. She did not realize that her hands and feet were numb and trembled slightly after several outbursts. In the past, Su was concerned about her, worried that she would have a stroke, and always took care of her emotions. At this moment, she saw it and smiled faintly. Lu Wani looked sad. It's Gu Ling. He lied to me. He pretended to be a gentleman, but he was a lunatic." Lu Wani was almost desperate. After getting married, Gu Ling would always slap her when he was angry. But after waking up, he knelt beside her to admit his mistakes, and was extremely gentle. She was eaten away bit by bit, and dragged on for 3 months. But who knew that Gu Ling would become more and more powerful? This time he tied her up and beat her so hard that she was covered in wounds. She finally escaped. Sister-in-law, I know I was wrong. It was Wani who didn't know what was good for her. Wani failed your good intentions. Wani knows I was wrong." Lu Wani knelt at her feet, and there was no arrogance left when he sent a message to Su some time ago. Gu Ling is a lunatic, a gentleman in front of people, but a lunatic behind people. When he gets angry and wronged outside, he beats women when he gets home. His child bride was beaten to death by him. Mother, he will beat me to death. Lu Wani got goosebumps all over her body when she thought of his cruel appearance. This time she escaped, and she couldn't go back home again. The old lady then remembered Su. Yun Yang, let them divorce. Let them divorce. This is going to torture Wani to death. The old lady was so distressed. Men who beat women are unacceptable and must be divorced. Double standard dog. The scumbag father beat my mother and asked my mother to reflect. Now his own daughter is beaten. He wants justice and divorce. It's what he deserves. It's what he deserves. Just beat him to death. Su sighed, looking worried. Mom, that's not what I meant. How can a fight between husband and wife be taken seriously? They fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Don't take angry words seriously. Besides, the son-in-law is a man. If a man is angry in the officialdom, a woman can bear it a little and share the burden. Besides, Su looked up and looked at the petrified Lu Wani. Wani is spoiled. No matter who she marries, she will have to temper her temper. The son-in-law beat her. I think she did something wrong. She made a mistake. Wani changed and reflected on it. Isn't it okay? I would rather tear down 10 temples than destroy a marriage. I won't be a villain who breaks up a couple. Su shook her head with a look of rejection. She even advised Lu Wani, Wani, you too. Mother is old. Don't use these things to stimulate her. A married girl is like spilled water. We can't get involved in this life for a lifetime, right? Don't you think this is the truth? This is what Wani and Mother taught me. Su returned all the words she said at the beginning. Mother is mighty and domineering. Mother did a great job. The little guy wanted to applaud again. Dangji quickly held her hand. Chapter 0043 Chow Chow has many backstage. You! The old lady was so angry that she almost couldn't hold her breath. How can you say such a thing with such a cruel heart? Look at Wani's wounds. How can you be so vicious? Do you want to torture her to death? Is there a sister-in-law like you? The old lady was so angry that her eyes were red. She felt that Su was worthy of death. But Su said calmly, Mother, didn't Wani say this herself? How can a man beat a woman for no reason? The woman must have done something wrong and deserved to be beaten. Mother, this is what Wani told me. Or is it that I deserve to be beaten? But Wani can't. Su's expression showed a trace of bitterness. Sure enough, this is different if it's not a biological child. When I entered the house, Mother said that she would raise me as her own daughter, but it turned out that she lied to me. Su wiped her eyes, looked injured, and rushed out with her face covered. The door slammed open, and the maid at the door unconsciously glanced into the house. Then she saw Lu Wani, who was disheveled and covered with scars. Lu Wani screamed and pulled her clothes to cover herself. Waste, turn your back, Lu Wani screamed. Dangji thought about the sad things 1,000 times before he suppressed the smile on his lips. Oh, he also reached out and pinched Lu Chow Chow's mouth. Lu Chow Chow laughed so happily that her mouth was split to the back of her head. Dangji chased the lady out. As soon as she returned to the courtyard, Lu Chow Chow heard her mother say, This young couple is not good. How can they run to their mother's house after a quarrel? They are newly married, so don't let the son-in-law worry. Send someone to invite the son-in-law and say that Wani is back to her mother's house. Let him take her back. The old lady has been sick several times this year. Don't make the old lady angry again. Su's trick made Lu Chow Chow's eyes widen. My mother is really amazing. Lu Wani struggled to escape home, and her mother's family sent her back personally. Will Chow Chow think that mother is cruel and ruthless? Seeing Chow Chow present, Su couldn't help but sigh. Chow Chow blinked her eyes. My mother is the kindest in the world. How kind? They just take advantage of mother's kindness. They are too much. Lu Chow Chow held her mother's jade feet seriously. Su felt warm in her heart. Mother is going to see the eldest princess. Do you want to go and see? Lu Chow Chow opened her hand and threw herself into Su's arms. She remembered the eldest princess, and the baby in her belly was given by herself. I don't know when Zhengyue will come back. Su thought of her second son who had not returned home for a long time, and she was a little worried. It's almost the end of the year, and the second son is probably rushing home. I think he will be able to return home soon. Dangji couldn't help but persuade. Lu Chow Chow was born in February, and it is now more than 8 months old. Second brother? My stupid love-brained second brother? Lu Chow Chow complained, and Su was worried. Seeing that Chow Chow no longer thought about it, she had to give up. The weather was cold, and Dangji had already prepared many cute little things for Chow Chow, and now she dressed Chow Chow very cutely. I have never seen a child prettier than Miss Chow Chow. Everyone wanted to serve the young lady. The young lady had a good personality, didn't cry, was well-behaved and sensible. At this moment, Chow Chow got on the carriage, and soon, they arrived at the princess's mansion. Madam, please come in quickly. The eldest princess has been waiting for you for a long time. This year's weather is really cold. The nanny had been waiting in front of the gate and greeted Su into the gate. This year there is a heavy snowstorm, a natural disaster, The little guy felt a little disappointed. Su solemnly took note of this matter. Silver charcoal was lit in the room, and it became warm all of a sudden. Don't be polite, Yunyang. Before she could salute, she was stopped by the nanny. A wool blanket was spread on the ground, so Lu Chow Chow was put on the ground. After becoming pregnant, the eldest princess became gentle. At this moment, she looked at Lu Chow Chow with a smile. She was 5 months pregnant, and her belly was particularly big. Chow Chow, do you still remember your aunt? The eldest princess stretched out her hand to Lu Chow Chow. Chow Chow was more than 8 months old and could walk a few steps with support, but she crawled very fast. At this moment, she quickly crawled to the princess's side, pointed at the princess's belly, nodded and whispered, 2. She shook her head and showed 3 fingers. After thinking about it, she felt that it was not right and showed 2 more fingers. Chow chow. Chow chow, it's given to me. The little guy said in a baby voice, and her little chest patted. The eldest princess nodded hurriedly. Aunt knows. This is a secret between you and me, right? Ever since she dreamed of Chow Chow giving her a child, the eldest princess found out that she was pregnant. 3 months later, she found out that she was pregnant with twins, and she believed it to the extreme. Chow Chow said two. It was two. What are you two whispering about? Sue looked at her suspiciously. Chow Chow smiled, but didn't say anything. The princess sighed. I have been married for more than 10 years and have no children. Since I got pregnant with this child, my friends have been asking about it many times. That lady gave birth to a sickly little girl, and she has never been pregnant since then. Now she is 42 years old. She once begged me to ask for a recipe for pregnancy. It doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl. Just leave a support for her daughter. The family is big and powerful, and her daughter is very sick. If her parents die, she will probably be eaten by her relatives. Seeing Sue's nervous expression, the princess hurriedly said, I won't tell her if you don't agree. Sue knew that Chow Chow had some unusual methods, but she didn't want Chow Chow to fight for her future, fearing that it would hurt Chow Chow. Seeing her resistance, the princess stopped talking. Madame Qin is actually a good person, but she has a bad fate. After they got married, 1 year, Lord Chun was accidentally injured by someone, and she protected him from the disaster which hurt his roots. Later, Lord Chun became a minister, and even though he was confused, he still respected her. Sue sat up slightly. She is the wife of the Minister of Rights? The princess looked at her in surprise. You know that too?
Sue nodded.
Lu Chow Chow grabbed the chair and stood up slowly. She muttered in her heart. It's that kind lady. Help her. Chow Chow is willing to help her. Sue glared at her in anger, but Lu Chow Chow looked at her obediently. She paused. Then, no matter whether the matter succeeds or not, this matter cannot be told to the outside world. It will have a bad impact on Chow Chow. Don't I understand this? Seeing that her expression was relaxed, the princess guessed that there might be some reason. But she didn't ask in depth, just asked someone to take a note to invite Madame Qin to come. Madame Qin came quickly. After paying her respects, she saw a baby girl with 2 small hairpins sitting at the princess's feet. The baby girl was less than 1 year old and had a good-looking face, which made people happy. Here, the secret recipe for having a baby you asked for. The eldest princess pointed to the baby on the ground. Madame Qin widened her eyes with a look of surprise. I am not well educated. Don't lie to me. Chapter 0044. Shooting the sister-in-law in the foot. Can I still scare you? This is Madame Sue from the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery, and this is her daughter, Lu Chow Chow. This time, I asked Chow Chow for my child. After saying that, she stretched out 2 fingers. I asked for 2. Praying to the Buddha didn't work for Chow Chow, so she has changed to praying to Chow Chow. When Madame Qin heard about the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery, her eyelids twitched. Seeing Sue's dignified and virtuous appearance, she hated the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery even more. You don't love your wife at home, but you hide the slut outside well. There was even a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Sue stood up and bowed deeply to Madame Qin. Thank you for your help last time, Madame Qin. Qin waved her hands. It's okay. I'll do it. After saying that, she paused again. Madame Sue, make a decision when necessary. Seeing how Marquis Lu treated that family, Qin was chilled.
Sue nodded.
The princess was a little suspicious. Do you know each other? It's interesting that we met by chance. Qin didn't want to reveal it, so the princess didn't ask. Hey, you two. Don't make fun of me. Qin had a good relationship with the princess. I kowtowed 1,000 times in the Hugua temple, but I didn't ask for a child. She touched her belly with a lonely look. This world is unfair to women. She could only try her best to leave a support for her daughter. She went forward and picked up Lu Chow Chow. Chow Chow, are you willing to give your aunt a child? Your aunt is willing to be a vegetarian for life, light a long-lasting lamp for you, and worship you. Qin looked very serious. She knew that the princess never joked. No matter how bizarre it was, she wanted to try it. Chow Chow stretched out her hand and touched her forehead, and a stream of spiritual energy entered her sea of consciousness and reached her limbs and 8 meridians. Yao, Didi, or sister? The little guy asked in a serious tone. Qin held her in her arms. A healthy son. Her daughter was weak and had difficulty giving birth. She didn't want her daughter to suffer and didn't want to marry her off. She has also been criticized over the years. If there is no son, the mansion will probably be divided up by the clan in the future. Even the daughter can't be saved. Chow Chow nodded and grinned at her aunt. Good, good. She was repaying Qin. Is it done? Qin touched her belly in surprise. The eldest princess rolled her eyes at her. Go back to find your husband. Qin chuckled, but didn't dare to make dirty jokes in front of Lu Chow Chow. Chow Chow, if aunt can get pregnant, the doors of my Qin and Chun families will always be open to you. Qin is the daughter of a general. The princess was not to be outdone. The princess's mansion will always be open for you. She even took off the jade pendant from her waist, as if she was there in person. This is too valuable, I can't accept it. Su stood up and shirked. The princess waved her hand. This is not for you. It's for our Chow Chow, Chow Chow. Take it quickly. The little guy staggered to take the jade pendant and hung it around his waist. It's beautiful. The baby looked happy. When Auntie gets pregnant, Auntie will also give you a token of the Qin and Chun families. If that dog thing bullies you. Qin's eyes were slightly frivolous, and she chuckled. Lu Chow Chow patted her round belly, making a loud thumping sound. Give birth? Give birth. Su stayed until the evening before returning to the mansion. As soon as she entered the door, she heard Lu Wani's shrill cry. I won't go back, I won't go back. I won't go home. Mother, mother, save me. Lu Wani was so frightened that her face turned pale, but she was held by the sturdy old woman. At this point, the old lady took the medicine and fell asleep. Gu Ling was wearing a green shirt, looking like a gentleman. Sister-in-law, I'm here to take Wani home. Wani is spoiled and willful and has caused you trouble. He looked at Lu Wani with gentle and considerate eyes, but scared Lu Wani to tremble all over. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, I know I was wrong, sister-in-law. Please save me. She begged Su carefully. If sister-in-law saves me, I will tell you a secret. Okay, sister-in-law. She tried to bargain. Su was chilled. She knew the truth from beginning to end, but she never thought of telling herself. Now, she is willing to speak only when it touches her interests, but she doesn't need it anymore. Wani, sister-in-law, is not interested in secrets. How can a couple not quarrel? They quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Sister-in-law knows it all. Son-in-law, Wani has been spoiled by us. Please teach her the rules in the Gu family. The Lu family has no objection. If you don't believe me, ask the Marquis. This girl from the Lu family is not well taught. It is the face of the Lu family that is damaged. She spoke generously, and Lu Wani fell into the abyss. Gu Ling smiled at Lu Wani. Thank you for understanding, sister-in-law. After the two left, Su said lightly, in the future, all letters from the Gu family will be sent to my courtyard. The old lady has been ill several times this year. If she is stimulated again, I am afraid she will have a stroke. If anyone disturbs the old lady's recuperation, watch out for your skin. His expression was stern. Everyone knelt down tremblingly. Yes. After Su had dinner, the old lady woke up faintly. When she heard that Lu Wani was taken back by the son-in-law, she was shocked. She sent someone to ask questions carefully, and only then did she feel relieved when she heard that the two of them went back hand in love. She seemed to be worried, and sent someone to the Gu family to ask about Lu Wani's maidservants. Now, Lu Wani's two maidservants have become Gu Ling's concubines, so they naturally reply according to Gu Ling's wishes. This matter was concealed. In the evening, Lu Yuanza came to Deshan Hall and heard his son say, let your sister live a good life. The champion is a man and a court official. How can he kneel down when he makes a mistake? Let her restrain her temper. Is she still as willful as she was at her mother's house? The old lady asked uneasily, is Gu Ling really worthy of trust? Lu Yuanza frowned. Mother, Gu Ling is the new champion, and his majesty values him. How can he not be worthy of trust? The old lady's eyebrows were a little unhappy. It's all your wife's fault. She can't tolerate Wani. She has to send Wani back to Gu's house. I thought Lu Yuanza would scold them, but he got angry. Mother, Yunyang stopped you and Wani from getting married. Besides, Wani and Gu Ling are newly married, and she went back to her parents' house in a rage. What will outsiders think? Lu Yuanza was a little annoyed. Pei Jiao was also worried about him these days, so he turned around and left Deshan Hall. Ting Fenjuan was talking and laughing. Lu Yuanza stood outside the hanging flower door, listening to the laughter in the house, and he couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. From the moment he decided to marry Su, this was a scam. At this moment, seeing Lu Yenshu in a wheelchair, the silly Lu Yuanxiao, and the 8-month-old Lu Chaochao who could only act cute to cheat for meat, he sighed softly, turned and left. If you want to blame someone, just blame Su's children for being useless. After Lu Yuanza left, Lu Yenshu looked up at the door. Silver charcoal was lit in the room. Lu Chaochao was drowsy, revealing her snow-white belly. Su hurriedly covered her. Eat again. Eat again. Slurp. In the dream, she was thinking about meat and slurping her saliva. Lu Yenshu's cold eyes became gentle and peaceful when they touched Chao Chao. Chapter 0045 Cremation is really fragrant. Ah,
doll.
Lu Chao Chao hugged the doll in her hand and kissed it again and again. Su's face was full of helplessness. Yenshu made it for you last night. After saying that, her face showed some disgust. How did you make such an ugly doll? With one eye and a bloody mouth, so ugly. Lu Chao Chao puffed up her cheeks. Huh! The big eyes were round and the cheeks were puffed up. Dengji smiled secretly. This was secretly drawn by the little lady, and the eldest master made it specially. Su smiled knowingly and wanted to coax her, but the little guy was very angry. Holding the ugly doll in her mouth, she crawled out with her hands and feet. Let her crawl. It's good for a 9-month-old baby to crawl more. After the new year, she can walk after changing her thick cotton-padded jacket. Ingshue Jueshia. Follow the young lady. Lu Chaochao wore gloves on her hands and crawled up effortlessly. The little ball crawled like a plush ball, and even the dogs passing by the mansion could make a fuss. When she was tired of crawling, she stood up and walked a few steps with the help of the wall. Grunting, unconsciously, she crawled into Deshan Hall. There were bursts of Buddhist incense in the house, which was the smell of long-term burning incense and candles. She pushed open the door of the small Buddhist hall with a grunt. The doors and windows of the Buddhist hall were closed all year round, and it looked a little dark. There was a cushion at the door with incense burning in the middle. The fairy mist was lingering, and the statue of the Bodhisattva could be vaguely seen. It was a little dark in the house, and it was not very clear. Young lady, let's go back. The old lady will be angry if she finds out. Ingshue whispered. Lu Chaochao glanced at her, quickly climbed onto the stool, and then onto the altar. After thinking for a while, he pushed the Bodhisattva to his side and put the clown doll on it. It was just the same height and size as the Buddha statue. She grinned and showed 2 milk teeth, then turned around and pulled Ingshue's sleeve. Ah? You want me to take the Buddha statue away? Ingshue's eyes widened. If the old lady found out, she would be angry to death on the spot. She pouted slightly, frowned her eyebrows, and her little face was full of begging. She clasped her hands together, please, please. The big eyes flickered, and the thick eyelashes were like 2 small brushes. Who could resist it? Jueshia was brave and hid the Buddha statue in his arms. Lu Chaochao opened his hands, and the master and servant ran out secretly. The 3 of them hid from the patrolling guards and returned to Tingfeng Garden in a sneaky manner. On the way back, they saw a little duckling in the lake, about the size of a palm. Lu Chaochao was delighted and took it back with her. Where did the little duckling come from in this cold weather? Asked Mrs. Su. The white fur felt very comfortable to the touch, and Lu Chaochao treated it like a treasure. Picked it up in the lake. So cute. Lu Chaochao still slapped it on the face again and again. The 2 little guys were so cute that it was against the rules. Chi. Chi. What? She pointed at the little duckling and gave it the snacks hidden in her pocket. The little duckling took a look and walked away with its butt sticking out. The little duckling wants to eat food. Dengji brings it some. The girl wants to play. Clean it up. The little duckling was washed and scrubbed, and its whole body was full of fragrance. Lu Chaochao liked it to death. Even at night, she let the little duckling sleep next to her. Miss, ducks can't sleep on the bed. It's so smelly. Ingshue looked tangled. The little guy even prepared 2 pillows. She slept on one side and the duck slept on the other. Lu Chaochao pointed at the duck and said, Good friends, let's sleep together. After that, she pressed the little duck next to her. She held it in her arms. Fell asleep soon. Ingshue wanted to take it several times, but the little master woke up in a daze, so she had to give up. The next morning, Lu Chaochao opened her eyes sleepily and cried with a wow. Cold. Lu Chow cried with snot and tears on her face. While crying, she pointed at the stiff duck. Woo 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 woo. Press, press, to death. Dead. Woo woo woo. The babyish cry made people laugh and cry. In fact, when she brought it back yesterday, Sue found that the duck was sick and was afraid that she couldn't keep it alive. Don't cry. You didn't mean it. Let's bury the duckling. Okay? Sue coaxed her. Lu Chow's nose was bubbling with tears. Her eyes were red, and her little hand was pointing at the ground. It's cold. Then let's cremate it. Okay? If you cremate it, you'll be reborn as a human in your next life. Seeing her crying so sadly, Sue couldn't help but hug her and coax her. Ingxue picked up the duckling and walked out, and Lu Chow struggled to jump out of Sue's arms. Woo woo, I'm going to send it off. Lu Chow felt helpless, but couldn't control her words and actions. Trapped in the baby's body, she gradually returned to her nature. Watch her. Don't catch a cold in the cold weather. Sue was reading a letter, and Lu Zhongyue came to write a letter, and he would return home in 3 days. Sue's eyebrows were full of joy. The eldest son, Lu Yenshu, was 17 years old, and the second son was 16 years old. This was the first time he had been away from home for so long. After a while, Ingxue came back with Lu Chow. Lu Chow's face was dark, and her eyes, which had just cried, were as clear as the sky after the rain. Why is your face so dark? Sue asked. Has the duck been cremated? Sue asked 2 questions in a row, but the maid didn't say a word. It was cremated. It was cremated. Juexia looked bitter. Originally, the young lady was kneeling on the ground, admitting her fault to the duck, and crying harder and harder. But as it was cremated, the fragrance became stronger and stronger. She stopped crying, but drooled. In the end, the duck's feathers were burnt dry, its skin and flesh were burnt yellow, and it was sizzling with oil. In the end, Ingxue said dryly. Sue's eyes suddenly widened. She ate it. The voice rose 8 degrees. Ingxue shook her head. No, I didn't eat it. She grabbed it and only grabbed a handful of ashes. Sue pressed her forehead, and the veins on her forehead jumped. Take him to wash up quickly. Zhongyue will be home in 3 days. He hasn't seen Chow yet. Sue touched Chow's head. Oh, my second brother is going to bring his true love home. My stupid second brother who loves. Sue's eyelids jumped. Lu Zhongyue was engaged to a good girl. 3 months ago, the second young master fell off a cliff, which really scared me. Dangji covered his heart. Sue was no exception. At that time, Lu Zhongyue fell off a cliff and disappeared for 3 days. Later, news came back that he had been rescued. He planned to recover and return home. Chow heard the sound from the sky and blinked. What? Pointing to a group of flying black dots in the sky. Dangji snorted coldly. It's the bastard from outside who did it. Sue glared at her, and Dangji lowered her head guiltily. She was careless for swearing in front of the young lady. Pei Jiao's identity as a concubine was exposed, and she was pointed at by outsiders. Some people even guessed whose concubine she was. She was suddenly in the center of the vortex and was ridiculed and scolded. Lu Jingyao is trying to save face for her mother. She can speak fluently at only 9 months old. It is said that. Dangji curled her lips. It is said that birds all over the world like her very much. Now she is sitting in the square, attracting countless birds from the capital to fly over her, which has become a wonder. It seems that the palace is concerned. Lu Chow's eyes lit up. Sue saw the interested look and shuddered. Her Chow is a little trouble. Someone is afraid that it will be in trouble. Chapter 0046, A Ghostly Miracle. Where's Chow? Sue asked in surprise when she saw that there was no one on the bed. Didn't she say that she was going to see a miracle this afternoon? Yes, someone was probably behind the scenes, calling Lu Jingyao's behavior a miracle. It even attracted the attention of the palace, and many court officials came out. She is just a child. Just now she was clamoring to see a miracle, and now she is carrying a large plate of leftovers to feed the birds. I asked Ingxue to accompany her. Let's go. There are many people in the square, and it's not good to squeeze Chow. Dangji put a thick cloak on Sue and took an umbrella. Sue couldn't help but laugh and said, It's rare to see the sun today. Why do you bring an umbrella? It's cold and the sun is rare. Dangji smiled mischievously. It's not the little lady. She ran over here stumbling. If you don't bring her, she will be sad. Sue smiled and shook her head. Chow Chow would not cry. She only knows how to throw a tantrum. Her mouth was full of saliva, and she spit out water angrily. The baby, who was fuming, held a small bamboo tube and slurped water while drinking. While drinking, she also cursed, although I couldn't understand. From her expression, she cursed very dirty, not to mention how cute. Sue didn't want to make Chow Chow angry, so she took the oil paper umbrella out of the door immediately. When she went out, she happened to meet Lu Chow Chow sitting cross-legged by the lake, spilling rice all over the ground, and muttering while spilling, "Sai, chi."
Then.
The chubby baby spoke in a baby voice and couldn't walk properly. A large group of pigeons and various birds surrounded her. She waved her hand, and the birds rushed to stay on her. Sue was stunned. However, little Chow Chow quickly drove the pigeons away. Beat. The little girl still looked disgusted, and even asked Ingxue to hold an umbrella for her, not allowing pigeons to approach her. The birds came and went, ate and left, and new ones came. There are countless birds in the sky now, and I didn't find anything unusual here. It's just, Lu Chow Chow added more rice to the plate. Miss Chow Chow is so loving. Dangji didn't forget to praise her. Sue looked back at her for a while. The girl in a green jacket and a small bun on her head with a string of red bells hanging on the bun smiled particularly brightly in the sun. Let it rain, let it rain, let it rain. Let mother be happy. Sue sat in the carriage and looked at the sky again and again. Is it really going to rain today? Before the carriage approached the square, the area was congested. There were many people around, making it difficult for the carriage to move. The people of Beizhou are particularly enthusiastic about miracles, and many people come to join in the fun. Madam, there are 2 shops nearby that belong to us. Let's go upstairs to the shops to see. Dangji took Sue and shuttled through the crowd. After turning several corners, they squeezed outside the shop. It was a grain store. Madam, please go upstairs. This is the best viewing position. The servant prepared tea and snacks early. Sue sat in front of the window and could just see the big platform 100 meters away. There were faint discussions around. There are so many birds in the sky. I have never seen so many birds. There are all kinds of birds. Pei Jiao Jiao, who was still hated by everyone some time ago, is holding her daughter now with a proud look on her face. Madam, you are still good at giving birth. The eldest son is talented and the daughter is so capable. If you ask me, this is our Beizhou's mascot. Maybe it can bring good luck to Beizhou. Someone around her complimented her. Pei Jiao Jiao was no longer embarrassed by the slap she received that day. She smiled slightly and said, "It would be Jingyao's honor if we can bring good luck to Beizhou." Lu Jingyao leaned over her ear. Although her voice was childish, her words revealed hatred. Yaoer, help you. The 9-month-old child had incomplete vocal cord development and was still a little stuttering. Pei Jiao Jiao was ambitious and felt relieved when she saw Lu Jingyao. With a smart son and a daughter given by God, what else was she afraid of? Lu Jingyao looked up at the sky. Humph, God let her travel through time, so she was the destined heroine. At this moment, she sat cross-legged in the center, took a deep breath. More and more people were watching. She knew that there were ordinary people, court officials, and royal family members here. Her mother and father were true love, and the unloved were the mistresses. Sue's vicious wife was just occupying the toilet without doing anything. More and more pigeons were circling overhead, and all kinds of rare and exotic animals were circling in the sky. There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. Countless people followed the crowd to the street, looking up at everything. Sue's heart sank again and again. Why? If Pei Jiao Jiao and Lu Yuanzi were truly in love, they could just carry her into the house. Why did he hide it from her and marry a wife and have children outside? Even want to kill herself and the child to make way for her child. Are her and the child's lives no longer lives? Sue was so angry that she trembled. Now looking at the birds flying all over the sky, even the sky is going to help her? Sue couldn't help but feel frustrated. Go down and take a look. Sue wanted to go out and take a look. Dangji pulled her, hesitant. The young lady repeatedly told me not to go downstairs. Probably, she was afraid that the crowd would bump into the lady. The lady! Dangji looked at her worriedly. More and more people poured into the streets, looking at the birds gathering from all directions. A group of young men in blue clothes surrounded Lu Jinghuai, the leader. Brother Jinghuai, your sister is likely to be in the eyes of that person. Brother Jinghuai, you are going to take advantage of the wind. The young man pointed his lips in the direction of the imperial city. Lu Jinghuai looked serious and shook his head gently. Jinghuai only wants to be my sister's support, not to rely on my sister's east wind. Everyone immediately flattered. Brother Jinghuai has great talent, so he naturally doesn't care about these false names. Next year's provincial examination, Brother Jinghuai will definitely win the first prize. Lu Jinghuai shook his head modestly, but everyone didn't care. The sky was dark, as if a storm was coming. At this moment, Lu Chaochao was holding a dogtail grass in his mouth, sitting in the pavilion, quietly covering his nose. The center of the city. Countless people flocked in, and some even started to lead the rhythm, shouting that this was a miracle. Pei Jiaojiao smiled. Jingyao was really smart. She could play with people's hearts at a young age, and this rhythm was taught by Jingyao. Everyone opened their mouths and shouted, "Miracle, miracle, miracle, miracle." The whole city was shouting miracle, opening their mouths, looking at the sky with a wild look. Patter, patter. More and more raindrops fell from the sky. Everyone smacked their lips, touched their cheeks, and looked at the sky suspiciously. Is it raining? Questions came one after another, and even the voices were a little quieter. Touched the raindrops on the face, stretched out his hands to rub. Why are the raindrops white? Someone exclaimed. Strange. These raindrops have a strange smell. Even smacked their lips hard, only to feel a strange fishy smell spreading in their mouths. No, it doesn't sound like rain. Everyone looked up at the sky. More and more dense raindrops fell along the way. Everyone watched the white raindrops fall from the birds, but Chapter 0047. This family must be dispersed without me. The people who were still crazy just now. At this moment, the pupils contracted. Ah! The face was full of resistance and shock. It's bird shit. It's bird shit. Run, run. It's bird shit falling from the sky. It's raining shit. It's bird shit rain. Run, help. Everyone didn't even dare to look up and ran around in panic with their heads down, fearing that if they looked up, the bird shit would fall into their mouths. The madness just now disappeared in an instant. Countless bird shit fell from the sky. Because of the large number of people could not avoid it or hide. There were even court officials among them, with their cheeks flushed with anger because of the bird shit on their heads. What miracle? It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Fuck your miracle. Some people even cursed on the spot. Everyone fled in panic, and the disappointed Su looked at the chaotic scene in shock. The group of people who called it a miracle were cursing at this moment. Dengji's eyes widened, and he was slow to recover. Rain of bird shit. I'm afraid this will become a laughingstock of Beizhou. Watching this group of fanatics become embarrassed and sober, Dengji almost laughed out loud. It's really the blessing of the Bodhisattva. Revenge for the lady. Ha ha ha. Dengji laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't close. Su thought of Cao Cao's weirdness, and she raised her hand to touch her forehead. No escape, Cao Cao did it. To avenge herself and make herself happy. What a thoughtful little cotton jacket. The bird shit rain fell for half an hour, and there was no place to step on the ground. Everyone vomited as they walked. I'm afraid they hated Lu Jinghuai's family with gnashing teeth. The carriage in the palace sped past the door, and angry curses could be heard faintly. Pei Jiaojiao in front of the high platform was panicked, and was even kicked by someone in revenge. The heartless concubine actually tricked us into suffering. Those who can be concubines are really not good people. The bastard born by the concubine is even worse. Su Yuka. Lu Yuanzi didn't get any benefit either. Lord Lu, do you have a grudge against me? You deliberately tricked me to see some miracle, but ended up getting covered in bird shit. I will never let you go. Lord Lu, you wait. Lord Lu, take care of yourself. Several adults covered their faces, climbed onto the carriage in a panic, and ran away. Su held an umbrella and got on the carriage carefully. Back to the gate of the loyal and brave Marquis's mansion. Get some hot water and take a bath first. Although she didn't get covered in bird shit, she always felt that the whole capital was filled with a strange smell. Su washed 2 or 3 times and asked people to light incense in various places in the house, and then she felt better. Where's Cao Cao? As soon as the question was asked, the little guy lay on the threshold and tried desperately to crawl into the house. The chubby little hand was still tightly holding a small thin stick. The threshold of the main courtyard was high, and Lu Chaochao lay on the threshold, looking like she was about to cry. Liang Qin, hug me. Save. Chow Chow. Stuck on the threshold, neither up nor down. Dengji came forward to lift her down, and saw her staggeringly standing up holding the stool, and the baby, who was not even waist-high, handed the stick to Su. She hung her head and said carefully, "Yes, yes, it's Chow Chow Chow, wrong." She spoke word by word, in a soft voice, and her pronunciation was not standard. She swayed and stretched out her little palm. The baby's hands and feet were chubby, and her hands were fat with dimples. At this moment, she spread out her little hands, not to mention how cute she was. What's wrong? Su was unwilling to punish her. Seeing the little girl like this, her heart melted. The little girl looked pitiful, and even her narrow and thick eyelashes were still covered with sparkling tears. But Su knew that she was laughing with her hands on her hips. Ha 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 ha, I put laxatives in the bird food. Let her go crazy. Let her make trouble, and pull her face. No. Shouldn't put medicine. He stuttered and stumbled to finish a complete sentence. Beat me. Then he wrinkled his little face, squinted his eyes tightly, and turned his head to one side. He stretched out his little hand, looking like he was brave enough to die. Su's heart softened. She hugged her in her arms. My dear Chow Chow, how could I bear to beat you? I know you want to protect me, right? Su kissed her cheek with a sweet milky fragrance. Chow Chow opened her eyes, and her black eyes were sparkling. Nodded heavily. Lu Yuanza did not return home until dark. In the evening, Su received an urgent letter sent from 100 miles away. Lin Luo flood? Su's face turned pale, and her hand holding the letter suddenly tightened. Thinking of what her daughter said, Lin Luo flood, the second brother was deceived. The river burst its dike, and was torn to pieces by the refugees. Why did he go to the dike in person? It's so dangerous. Now it's raining heavily and the dike will burst at any time. Dengji hurriedly persuaded. Don't worry, the second master said that if he hadn't gone to the dike, I'm afraid he wouldn't have found that there was a problem with the dike. He found the problem and avoided the disaster. He is now guarding the dike every day, risking his life. Su cried with worry. Dengji also knew that this matter was dangerous, but he was helpless. The people love him very much and send him food every day. Don't worry, the second master knows it. Su wiped her tears. Have you sent the letter to your mother's family? Dengji nodded. The letter went to Su's family first. Su immediately took Chow Chow back to her mother's family. The old lady was in poor health, and her family seemed to be hiding it from her. Lu Chow Chow coaxed the old lady to play with her naivety, and Su went to find her father. Seeing that her father and brother had a plan, she was relieved. And her silly daughter, she was sitting cross-legged on the bed, coaxing the old lady to laugh and cry. She clenched her little fleshy hand into a fist, and then stuffed it into her mouth. She was muttering in her heart, Grandma, look, I'm going to show you how to swallow a fist. Awoo, awoo. Saliva dripped down her fist. She opened her mouth wide and stuffed her fist in tightly. Grandma, look, I'll give you a fist. Oh, you funny guy. Take your fist out. Grandma's sweetheart, you are really... The old lady laughed and wiped her tears. Seeing Su enter the room, she pointed at Su with a smile. Tell me, you were a dignified and quiet girl when you were a child. How come you gave birth to a daughter who is so funny? The old lady's face hurt from laughing. What made her even happier was that the two twins from the second room, Su Yuheng and Su Yuqing, actually responded. These two grandchildren made her feel the most distressed. The twins were born with a difficult birth, and they were a little stupid when they came out. They invited famous doctors from all over the world, but these two children seemed to live in their own world and had no reaction to the outside world. And now they were teased by Lu Chow Chow. Su Yuqing held a piece of cake in his hand. Eat. Sister, eat. Su Yuheng tilted his head and looked at Lu Chow Chow. Why could he hear his sister's voice? The little sister who swallowed her fist was naive and cute. Holding a handkerchief, she wiped her sister's saliva. Lu Chow Chow's face turned red because of swallowing her fist. Ouch, it's so tiring to coax adults. This family will end without me. Chapter 0048. Dreaming of eating shit. Will you swallow your fist next time? Su wiped the saliva off her cheek. The 9-month-old baby's face was red, and she looked guilty. Ah, my face is so lost. Lu Chow Chow screamed in her heart. She stuffed her fist into her mouth and couldn't take it out. After struggling for half an hour, she finally took out the little fleshy hand. Will you be naughty next time? He stretched out his index finger and gently tapped her forehead. Woo-woo. No. No, I dare not. The little guy sobbed pitifully. I dare to do it next time. I don't believe it. If it can be put in, how can it not be taken out? How is it possible? Su looked helpless. But little Chow Chow looked innocent and admitted his mistake very sincerely. Chow Chow. Then he patted his chest, making a clapping sound. Good. Chow Chow, good. Pointing at herself, I am the best, I won't do that kind of thing. Our little lady is really good. The girl is so considerate. Dang Ji only felt that the little lady was very cute.
Su sci-fi Lee.
If I hadn't heard her inner voice, I would have almost believed it. When I returned home at night, the house was filled with a strong fragrance. It was also mixed with a faint stench. Su saw that the lights were on in Tingfeng Garden, and her heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, Madam, the Marquis is back. Juetia shook her head at Madam, and the Marquis was in a bad mood at this time.
Su knock that.
Take Chow Chow down to wash and sleep. After a day, it's time to rest. Chow Chow was already asleep at this time. When Su entered the door, she saw Lu Yuenza wearing a middle-length shirt, with his hair loose, sitting under the light, with a hint of indifference on his face. Lu Yuenza has a very good appearance. Otherwise, he would not have bewitched her to the point of losing her heart. Even after 17 years, Lu Yuenza still looks like a gentleman with elegance and dignity. Time has not left any traces on his face. Instead, he has added a touch of maturity. No wonder Pei Jiaojiao is willing to wait for him for 17 years. Su concealed the indifference in her eyes and showed a little movement. Lu Yuenza turned around and looked. He has a pair of affectionate eyes. Looking at her at this moment, it seems that the iceberg has melted, as if you are the only one in the world. See, he is still lying to Su. Yunyang, is my second brother okay? I heard that the flood in Linluo is about to burst the dam today. I am afraid there will be a disaster. He stepped forward to help Su, and Su's eyebrows were slightly drooped without showing any expression. The people of Linluo are xenophobic. My second brother is from the capital, so I'm afraid he will be targeted by the people. I have a close friend in Linluo who is in office in Linluo. His name is Dong Jiaming. If my second brother needs anything, he can go find him. Su's hands and feet were cold, but she didn't show anything on her face. Dong Jiaming? Isn't this the person who harmed my second brother, as Chow Chow said? Su's heart trembled. Well, I will send a message to my second brother tomorrow. Su took a deep breath, not daring to show anything strange. Is the Marquis writing? Su looked at the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table. Lu Yuenza smiled. Yes, Yunyang is also from a family of scholars, and her good handwriting is better than your husband's. Lu Yuenza put down the pen. After getting married, the two also had a happy life with red sleeves and fragrance. Su frowned. Didn't you learn my handwriting? Even using this handwriting to frame the Su family. I haven't written to you for many years, so I feel a lot more awkward. Yunyang, I really miss the days when you were with me. Lu Yuenza gently hugged her waist. Yes, we knelt under the moon and swore when we got married. If you betray each other, you will not die well. Lu Lang, will you lie to me? Su asked faintly. Lu Yuenza hugged her. His mind was distracted, and he didn't pay attention to what she said at all. No, if I lie to you, I will not die well. Su smiled slightly. Lu Lang, you have to bear it. Lu Yuenza hasn't been close to Su for 9 months. In the past, he always disliked Su for not being as pretty as Pei Jiaojiao, but he misses Su's obedience. Thinking of the anger he suffered outside today, Lu Yuenza was full of anger. He was embarrassed by Pei Jiaojiao several times in a row, and he missed his sensible wife in the mansion. Since he embraced Su with both hands, Su's whole body was slightly stiff. She had goosebumps all over her body, and she felt extremely nauseous. He used the power of the Su family to climb up, and he also used her own hand to harm the Su family. Su pressed the tip of her tongue tightly, biting out a bloody smell. It's not time to tear each other apart yet. Ugh! As Lu Yuenza's cheeks got closer and closer, Su covered her mouth and couldn't help but retched. Lu Yuenza was stunned. Su hurriedly pushed him away, with some apology on her face. My lord, I just smelled a foul odor. She covered her nose and retched again. Lu Yuenza felt a slap on his face. He took a step back. He raised his hand and sniffed lightly. My lord, why do you smell? Sue's face was dark. Lu Yuenza was angry, but he could only suppress the anger in his heart. Her chest kept rising and falling, as if she was furious. It smells like shit. She even pinched her nose, looking unbearable. Lu Yuenza was so angry that his face turned red, and he even fell into self-doubt. He took a deep breath and dared not get close to Sue again. He only whispered, "Maybe it was drenched with bird shit outside today." Talking about this, he felt depressed. Sue covered her mouth and laughed. Did the Marquis also get deceived by the mistress? Last time, Madame Chin caught the mistress cheating. Did the master see it? Sue looked at him with interest and even found Lu Yuenza's pretending to be calm ridiculous. People in the world are so stupid. She can cheat and steal men. How can you believe that she can have miracles? Now she is covered with bird shit. Alas, maybe the gods can't stand it. Sue said lightly, as if he didn't see Lu Yuenza's increasingly stiff expression. Why are you so mean, Yunyang? Lu Yuenza's eyes showed a hint of displeasure. Sue's eyes widened in surprise. How can the Marquis say such a thing? I am the principal wife. Which principal wife in the world would like a concubine? Besides, Pei's clothes were stripped off by someone, and she was a concubine. She has no shame. Is she afraid of what others say? If you ask me, her mistress is capable. She was able to hide it from the principal wife for many years. I think she is a rotten heart. Su spot. It's a pity that Lu Jinghuai is an illegitimate child. TSK. The two TSKs were full of deep meaning. Lu Yuenza's face was slapped, but he could do nothing. Lu Jinghuai is really talented. If someone gets this man, I'm afraid it will bring honor to the family. Lu Yuenza pursed his lips. He had no way out. If such a child is registered under Madame's name, would Madame be willing? Lu Yuenza asked suddenly. Sue looked at him in amazement. Chapter 0049. Chow Chow cried in anger. Marquis, why do you insult me? I have sons and daughters. Even if Yenshu is abandoned, I am not comparable to that dirty person. He is a concubine's son, a dirty and cheap thing that cannot be seen in the light. How can he be registered under my name? Marquis, you can dislike me, but you can't insult me. Sue's words made Lu Yuenza's forehead veins bulge. Heroes don't ask where they come from. Jinghuai is a good child. Lu Yuenza took a deep breath, probably suppressing the anger in his heart. The son of a slut can't be considered a hero. Sue said lightly. Enough. Lu Yuenza may feel that his tone is a bit heavy, and he slowed down a bit. Never mind. It's just a joke. I have Yunyang and Yenshu. That's enough. Sue didn't say anything. Yunyang, where's the jade pendant you wore around your waist? It has complicated patterns on it. Can I take it away to study? It looks like it has some history. He was referring to the jade pendant that was passed down from generation to generation in the Su family. The Su family has a jade pendant that is said to be passed down from daughter to daughter, not from son to son. This generation, it was taken away by Su. No one knows how many years this jade pendant has been passed down in the Su family. We only know that it has been passed down from generation to generation, and the old lady treasures it very much. Before she got married, the old lady gave her the jade pendant. She also told her not to give it to anyone. On the wedding night, Su took out the jade pendant to play with, and Lu Yuenza also took a few glances at it. You mean the dragon-patterned auspicious cloud pendant? Yes. Su shook her head. This jade pendant cannot be lent out. It is only passed on to the daughters of the Su family. Lu Yuenza wanted to say more, but when he saw Su fanning her nose from time to time, he felt humiliated and said immediately, Then I will come to accompany Yunyang when I have time. Yunyang, please take care of yourself. After a series of polite words, he left Tingfeng Garden. After Lu Yuenza left, Su became suspicious. What did he want the dragon-patterned auspicious cloud pendant for? Su fell asleep in a daze and was still thinking until dawn.
Dragon patterned auspicieux cloud pendant?
Madame can't give it to him. It is a family heirloom passed down by the Su family. If her family knows about it, they will probably come to the door. Dangji laughed and joked while combing Su's hair. Lu Chao, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch, waiting for Ingxue to feed her roasted sweet potatoes, raised her eyes.
Dragon patterned auspicieux cloud pendant?
Why does it sound familiar? Lu Chao grabbed 2 tufts of hair. Her hair was almost pulled off. Hey! Isn't this the jade pendant that mother gave to her fake daughter? Su was so angry that she trembled. He actually gave this jade pendant to Lu Jingyao. Su was so angry that she took out the jade pendant, opened layer after layer of cabinets, took out a heavy sandalwood box, and opened several locks before taking out the dragon-patterned auspicious cloud pendant. As soon as the dragon-patterned auspicious cloud pendant came out, Lu Chaochao sat up suddenly. Such a rich spiritual energy. Apart from anything else, this jade pendant is really spiritual. Every time I take it out, I feel relaxed and happy. Dangji didn't even dare to touch it. In the transparent white jade, there are even auspicious clouds floating, which seems real and dreamy, not like ordinary things in the world. This jade pendant is warm to the touch, which makes people feel very comfortable. I'm afraid you're going to use it to coax the bitch outside. Dangji cursed angrily. Su sneered. He's dreaming. This is for my Cao Cao. Su thought at this moment that Lu Yuanza might have come for the jade pendant. Is there anything magical about this jade pendant? But she often played with it, and there was nothing strange about it. Lu Chaochao sat on the couch, eating roasted sweet potatoes with honey juice in her mouth, and some soup flowed out. But her eyes fell on Su. She scratched her head again. The dragon-patterned auspicious cloud pendant always sounded familiar. It was not something she had seen in the book, but she was familiar with it in her bones. Give me a good look. Give me a good look. Mother, please give your good daughter a good look. Lu Chaochao looked eager.
Su chúc cơ.
This little girl was very curious. Show Chaochao. Su didn't tease her. This thing would be passed on to Chaochao sooner or later. The jade pendant was stuffed into her hand, and Lu Chaochao slowly lowered her head. The little guy was startled. Hey! Ah! Lu Chaochao screamed in her mind, and Su covered her ears in shock. She only felt a sharp pain in her ears and heard nothing. Isn't this her thing? Damn! This is her storage jade pendant in the world of cultivation. When she sacrificed herself, she felt sorry for these treasures, so she took off the jade pendant. Why is it here? At this moment, she unconsciously recited the magic formula in her mouth and felt a huge force entering her body from the jade pendant. Lu Chaochao blinked her eyes. She watched the jade pendant gradually become dim. She closed her eyes gently. Her storage space is back. And from the dragon pattern auspicious cloud pendant, it went directly into her consciousness space. Lu Chaochao was so angry that she grinned. No wonder the heroine in the book took out so many treasures that she was familiar with. Damn, they were all hers. When she saw the storybook, she thought it was written by the world based on her magic weapon. As a result, damn it, this was originally hers. Why is Cao Cao shivering? Is it cold? Su touched her daughter and felt that she was shivering all over, and her two rice-sized teeth were clenching. Light another pot of silver charcoal. What surprised her even more was that the voice she heard in her head was not right. It was all the sound of grinding teeth. It seemed like she was going to bite someone. When little Cao Cao heard her mother's voice, she looked up and Su saw her angry eyes. Wow! Su picked her up and she cried loudly. Whoa, 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 whoa. Lu Chaochao's eyes and nose were red, and tears fell in big drops. I am so miserable. My storage space actually fell into the hands of a counterfeiter. Her little hand trembled and pointed at the sky. Zay, Laotian. Whoa, whoa. Thief god, you are not a good thing. I will kill you. What sweet. Do you want to eat candy? Dangji was so distressed that he hurried to comfort her. There was a rumbling thunder in the distance, but she didn't dare to get close to the capital. Lu Chaochao said nothing, hugged her mother's neck and cried loudly. Poor mother, it turned out that my storage space helped her. The Su family died tragically. It's really unfair. Cao Cao likes this jade pendant? I'll give it to you. I won't give it to others. Su was distressed. Seeing Cao Cao holding the jade pendant tightly, she just thought she liked it. Lu Chaochao cried until she fell asleep. Can be seen that she was very angry. But this time, she took the jade pendant back, and I'm afraid the heroine will have a very difficult time. When Lu Chaochao woke up, it was already evening. She was still a little confused when she woke up, but the warm touch of the jade pendant in her hand made her sober a little. The little girl returned the jade pendant to Dangji embarrassedly. Hide! Hide! Stop crying. Dangji hooked her little nose. She hid the jade pendant herself. Get up quickly. It's snowing outside. Wear more clothes. The second young master has returned to the mansion. He is in the front yard now. Dangji changed Lu Chaochao's clothes quickly. Lu Chaochao's eyes widened. Hurry up. I want to see the strongest love brain in history. Chapter 0050 Second brother returns home. As the year draws to a close, the first snow falls. The capital city seems to be covered with a layer of white frost, and even the flowers and plants are covered with light frost. Lu Chao Chao is 10 months old. 10-month-old Lu Chao Chao has grown up, and she has all the advantages of Su and Lu Yuenza. The baby fat face is chubby, and the clear eyes are round and bright as stars, with a hint of innocence. The cheeks are bulging like a little bun, and people can't help but pinch them. At this moment, she is wearing a red jacket, with 2 small buns on her head and a string of wool balls hanging. She walks unsteadily, and she can even walk a few steps without the help of a maid. Our girl is like a doll in a New Year painting. So beautiful. Dangji couldn't help but admire. She helped the lady raise 3 sons, but none of them was as beautiful as Chao Chao. Miss Chao Chao talks and walks earlier than her 3 brothers. Ingxue nodded. Would you like me to carry you? Dangji saw a little snow outside the house. Even though the maid had swept the snow early, the ground was still a little white. It was easy to slip. Lu Chao Chao was very excited. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Little Chao Chao spoke in a baby voice, with 2 chestnut cakes in her pocket. She is about to turn 1 year old now, and can already eat some soft complementary foods, roasted sweet potatoes, roasted chestnuts, rice noodles, rice paste, and various meat pastes. She especially likes roasted sweet potatoes, and the sweet fragrance after roasting is extremely pleasant. Dangji saw that she had an idea, so he and Ingxue held one hand each and walked slowly towards the main courtyard. Stepping on the thin first snow, Lu Chao Chao giggled. A small footprint was left with each step. The mini footprints looked particularly cute. She walked and laughed all the way. When she passed the flower garden, the little girl frowned, shook off the maid, squatted in front of a wilting flower, and her little face was almost touching the flower. What's wrong, young lady? Ingxue just opened her mouth, and Xiao Chao Chao stretched out her index finger and shushed. Cry. Fafa. Cry. The little hand pointed at an orchid. Dangji couldn't help but smile. The child was really innocent. He thought that flowers, plants, and trees could talk. Okay, listen to the young lady. Let the servants move the orchid to the greenhouse later. He coaxed Lu Chao Chao to walk forward. Lu Chao Chao was small and couldn't walk. After a while, Dangji picked her up. When she walked quickly to the front yard, Lu Chao Chao heard a faint sob. It sounded weak and innocent. Lu Chao Chao blinked her eyes, turned around the corner, and saw a young man in a moon-white long gown kneeling upright outside the door. There was also a delicate girl in white standing under the eaves. The girl was sobbing softly with her face covered. Sue's furious voice came from inside the house. You have read so much that you have lost your mind. You are engaged. Why do you bring a girl back? You are slapping your fiancé's face. Sue's face turned red with anger. Originally, she still doubted Chao Chao's voice. After all, the second son already had a fiancé, and he was never such a naughty person. But at this moment, seeing him kneeling outside the door and insisting on bringing a girl in, she was so angry that her head was dizzy. Lu Zhengyue looked at his mother worriedly, but when his eyes fell on Su Jiqing at the door, he was firm in his belief. Miss Su's face was pale, and she was shivering with cold outside the door, as if a daughter was clinging to him. Mother, my son and Wen Ning have no feelings for each other, and it is not my son's wish to get engaged. My son only wants to marry someone who loves him and wants to live a loving life like his parents, not a stranger who treats each other with respect. Su was so angry that she felt dizzy. The marriage between Yenshu and Jiang Yunjin was arranged by the old marquis himself, so that's fine. But the Wen family lived next door to the Lu family. The little girl of the Wen family followed Lu Zhengyue all day long, and the two had a childhood sweetheart relationship. Later, the Wen family was sent out, and it had only been 3 years since they left Beijing, and Lu Zhengyue started to act like a demon. I only treat Wen Ning as my sister. You can beat my son to death. My son can't marry Wen Ning. Lu Zhengyue sighed quietly. He was about 6 years old when he got engaged to Wen Ning. Wen Ning was indeed cute back then, but he didn't understand the love between men and women at that time. Now that I think about it, he treated Wen Ning as his sister. Mother, Qingqing can't marry someone else. Lu Zhengyue looked a little embarrassed. My son encountered danger while studying and fell off the cliff. It was Qingqing who carried him back and saved him. Qingqing lost both his parents when he was young. She has ruined her reputation by raising her son. Mother, My son can't be a treacherous person. Lu Zhangyue naturally developed a good impression of Su Jiqing after spending these few months together. Miss Su is gentle and considerate. She lives in the mountains all year round and is extremely simple. Su's eyes were almost spitting fire. Although Lu Zhangyue went out to study, the two servants he brought with him knew martial arts. Every time he went to a place, he would write a letter home. Unfortunately, after falling off the cliff, the servant couldn't find any trace. He searched for 3 consecutive days and searched every village around. And the village where Su Jiqing was located had obviously been searched. Unless someone deliberately hid him. Mother, my son has been in a coma for 3 days. After waking up, he has been recuperating at Qingqing's house. Perhaps when we came to search, Qingqing went up the mountain to collect herbs. Qingqing's family is poor and extremely hardworking, and my son has added to her burden. Lu Zhangyue sighed. At that time, he had a high fever that did not subside, and it was sometimes hot and sometimes cold. He was confused by the fever all day. When he opened his eyes, he saw the girl in front of him, blushing and hugging him with tears in her eyes. When their skin touched, he was shocked. But the girl shed tears. Lu Zhangyue took a deep breath. He had ruined Qingqing's reputation, and he must marry her. Qingqing is kind-hearted, so she saved my son. If she didn't save him, the servant would have found you. Su Sne. Lu Zhangyue felt a blockage in his heart. You are so elegant. Even the jade pendant hanging around your waist is worth 1,000 taels. And your clothes are even more elegant. How do you know that she is not attracted by your money? She deliberately hides you. Su Sne. The girl at the door was ashamed and angry, and immediately cried, Madam, why do you humiliate me? Although Qingqing was born in poverty, she is also a person of integrity. If Zhangyue hadn't begged me, Qingqing would not have wanted to go to Beijing. Qingqing has no intention of getting married in this life. At most, she will become a nun and live a life of seclusion. Su Jiqing's eyes were filled with tears, and her expression was determined. It is Qingqing's greatest luck to meet Brother Yu in this life. Qingqing dare not hope to marry Brother Yu. I only wish that Brother Yu will be happy in this life. Su Jiqing said with tears in her eyes, and then walked out crying. Lu Zhangyue's eyes were red in an instant. When Su saw this scene, she really had a splitting headache. You can't leave, Mom. If Qingqing leaves, I'll go with her. Lu Zhangyue's eyes were red, and he tightly grasped Su Jiqing's wrist. Feeling Qingqing's trembling, he felt even more distressed. He gritted his teeth, stood up slightly, and planned to hit the pillar to show his determination. A childish voice was heard beside his ear. Bump against the wall, hit against the wall, hit against the wall. Bump, hit, hit the love brain. Look at the love brain hitting the wall. The voice was full of gloating. Lu Zhangyue, who was about to hit the wall, silently bent his knees and continued to kneel with his head drooping. Chapter 0051 Second brother is really green. Hey, why don't you hit it? Lu Chaochao scratched the wall in anger. In the original book, Lu Zhangyue hit himself and broke his head in order to keep Su Jiqing. Hearing the angry voice of gritting his teeth beside his ear, Lu Zhangyue looked around and took a deep breath. Where did the sound come from? These days, do demons and ghosts like to watch jokes? Kick! Lu Chaochao pointed at the sweet-scented osmanthus tree in front of him. Dangji was stunned. Kick the tree! Lu Chaochao nodded. Together! The baby grinned with 2 little teeth. As if you don't kick, I will roll in the snow. Dangji's eyelids twitched. The 2 maids immediately raised their legs. Lu Chaochao rolled his eyes, used a touch of spiritual energy on his hand, and when the 2 maids pretended to kick the tree, he hit them hard with the spiritual energy. The sweet-scented osmanthus tree was trimmed round and covered with snow. The moment the spiritual energy hit, the snow fell from the tree overnight. Su Jiqing wore very little to show her weakness, and she was shivering from the cold. Love-brained, eat more snow to cleanse your brain. Lu Chaochao rolled his eyes. When Dangji heard the voice, his heart skipped a beat. Seeing the pouting face of the young lady, he realized that the little girl was venting her anger on the lady. She sighed, then carried the young lady into the courtyard. Madam, please forgive me. I accidentally bumped into the osmanthus tree just now. The second young master caught a cold. Dangji apologized to the second young master, and then carried Chaochao into the house. Lu Zhangyue was cleaning the snow for Su Jiqing with a distressed look. His eyes fell on Lu Chaochao, and he couldn't move his eyes away. What a pretty child. Cold dear. As soon as she spoke, Lu Zhengyue's eyes looked like he had seen a ghost. Isn't it the voice in his head? Just now, was that her voice? Su looked at Lu Zhengyue unhappily. This is your sister Chao Chao. Lu Zhengyue had heard of Chao Chao, and Su often shared interesting stories about her sister with him. For example, she liked to suck her fingers the most, and when she met a good friend who was to her liking, she would pass her saliva-covered fingers to others. His sister was cuter than he thought. Chao Chao, I'm the second brother. He was still kneeling in the snow, shouting eagerly. Lu Chaochao raised his head. Stupid, stupid. Stupid people can't be my brother. Oh, is love brain contagious? Lu Zhengyue didn't understand what love brain meant, but he could still guess it almost right. Seeing the disgust on the face of the 10-month-old baby, Lu Zhengyue couldn't help but feel sad. You fell off the cliff, and it only took a quarter of an hour for the servant to rush to the scene and couldn't find you. It's hard for me not to be suspicious. Su looked at Su Jiqing with suspicion. Su Jiqing stood with her back straight, stubborn and noble, and said seriously, I happened to be picking herbs at the foot of the mountain. Ha ha ha. So funny? She squatted at the foot of the mountain for 3 days. Her face was covered with mosquito bites. She waited until my second brother fell off the cliff. Lu Chaochao kept complaining in his heart. Lu Zhengyue? Squatting for 3 days? What does that mean? Also, when he woke up, he did see many small red spots on Qingqing's face. Lu Zhengyue was a little confused. Forget it, since you saved Yuer's life, you can stay in the Marquis mansion. But engagement is absolutely impossible. Su's expression was indifferent. How could she not see through the little white flower Su Jiqing's way? But her son couldn't see through it. Dangji, take Miss Su to Mingxin Garden. Su Jiqing looked back every few steps and saw Lu Zhengyue nodded, and then followed Dangji. After Su Jiqing left, Su did not scold her son, but raised her hand to let him get up. Mom, I know you can't bear to leave me. Lu Zhengyue smiled. His knees were numb from the cold in the snow, and he hissed softly before he stood up with the help of his knees. Ingxue hurriedly brought him hot tea. Warm yourself up. Don't leave any roots of illness. Several children in the Lu family are of superior appearance, and Lu Zhengyue is naturally not bad. He limped into the door. Mom, Qingqing and I are truly in love, Lu Zhengyue said sincerely. Su said unhappily, Do you have a brain? I think she is a liar. Lu Zhengyue smiled and said, Mom, there are so many rich people in the world. Why did she cheat on me alone? After that, he smiled again. She doesn't cheat on others, but only on me. Doesn't it mean that she also has a good impression of me? Su almost fainted. She didn't understand what love brain meant, but at this moment, she suddenly understood. Of course not. She waited for you at the foot of the mountain for 3 days. Lu Zhengyue's smile froze. Why did you think of climbing the mountain? Su asked with a frown. Lu Zhengyue hesitated for a moment. Brother Jinghuai said that the morning glow here is very beautiful. He changed his route temporarily. Hearing Lu Jinghuai's name, Su gritted her teeth. Yuer and Lu Jinghuai have a very good personal relationship. She knew it before. No wonder. Lu Jinghuai wanted to throw him to death. Lu Zhengyue's face was full of suspicion. What is my sister talking about? Jinghuai and I have been brothers for many years and are his best friend. Su sighed and asked someone to carry Lu Chaochao out. The mother and son talked for a long time in the house. When they came out, Lu Zhengyue looked shocked. How could it be? How could it be? Father and mother are in harmony and love each other forever. They are a well-known loving couple in Beijing. Why is Daddy? He murmured, looking like he had suffered a great blow. He had seen many of his classmates' parents fighting with each other and had seen them worry about their aunt's concubine. He often felt that he had a happy life and his parents loved each other. But now all this was exposed. His father had raised a concubine for 17 years, and the concubine's son was the same age as his brother, and his best friend was
Dades illegitimat son.
But if you think about it carefully, the first time he met Lu Jinghuai was because his father said that Lu Jinghuai was very talented and asked him to help him more. Lu Jinghuai also liked to ask about his parents from time to time. Lu Zhengyue was struck by lightning. Even his sister was almost strangled to death when she was born, just to make way for Lu Jinghuai's sister. He looked at his mother with red eyes, and Lu Zhengyue felt as if his heart was broken. He walked out of the door in a daze. His heart was churning, overturning everything in the past. At this moment, he stood in front of Mingxin Garden. He wanted to see Qingqing and talk to her. He stood in front of Su Jiqing's door and raised his hand to knock on the door. Qingqing was the person who understood him best in his life, and he was very different to Qingqing. Qingqing, such a simple and kind woman, must not be arranged by Lu Jinghuai. My second brother is really cheating. Not only is he a close friend of Lu Jinghuai, but even his wife has slept with Lu Jinghuai. Lu Chaochao lay on the back, complaining in his heart. Chapter 0052 Chao Chao's Reminder. Squeak. Su Jiqing opened the door, a bit of helplessness on her face. Brother Zhengyue. She looked resentful. Lu Zhengyue stood in front of the door, originally looking forward to seeing her. But he could hear Chao Chao's voice. His mind was full of that sentence. Even his wife was slept with by Lu Jinghuai. It was like being struck by lightning. Brother Zhengyue? What's wrong with you? Did the lady embarrass you? Su Jiqing pulled him into the house, and Lu Zhengyue paused. My sister is outside. He sighed and carried his sister out, who was squatting in the corner watching the show. A 10-month-old baby is still quite heavy. Su Jiqing's eyebrows flashed a trace of displeasure. It was fleeting and no one noticed it. Sister Chao Chao is so beautiful. Su Jiqing wanted to touch her head, but Lu Chao Chao frowned and dodged away with a look of disgust. Dirty. The words that came out of her little mouth made Su Jiqing's face turn pale. Chao Chao, don't be so rude. Lu Zhengyue was flustered and hurriedly explained. Chao Chao is young and can't speak yet. Qingqing, don't take it to heart. She is only 10 months old and she is talking nonsense. Lu Zhengyue saw Su Jiqing crying, and hurriedly put Chao Chao on the chair and went forward to coax her. Su Jiqing's eyes were red, but she bit her lower lip and refused to cry stubbornly. This made Lu Zhengyue feel more and more distressed. Qingqing shouldn't dream of picking the moon in the sky. Qingqing and brother Zhengyue are worlds apart. Qingqing should go back. It is Qingqing's blessing to have brother Zhengyue's company. Qingqing shouldn't disturb brother Zhengyue's family and make you estranged. Lu Zhengyue was anxious and angry. But you have lost your innocence in order to save me. I must be responsible for you and I want to marry you. Qingqing. Lu Zhengyue's face was full of anxiety, and he even raised 3 fingers to swear. You are an innocent and simple girl, and I have misled you. Lu Zhengyue wanted to ask her about her and Lu Jinghuai, but seeing her tearful eyes, he couldn't open his mouth. Qingqing saved him with good intentions, and he doubted her. Isn't it an insult to her? Su Jiqing sighed and pretended to be strong. Brother Zhengyue, I don't want to be the conflict between you and your family. I just hope you are well in this life, not quarreling for me. Qingqing doesn't expect to be your wife, nor does she want to destroy your relationship with Miss One. Qingqing can stay by your side as a close maid, serving tea and water to Miss One. As long as I can see you every day, I will be happy. Su Jiqing looked at him sadly. Lu Zhengyue was a little moved. Kiss, 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 kiss. A wave of flags and shouts made Lu Zhengyue blush instantly. He hurriedly stepped back. When he turned around, as expected, Lu Chaochao was staring at him with eyes as bright as copper bells. His head was twitching. Lu Zhengyue sobered up instantly and kept a distance from Qingqing. After falling off the cliff, Su Jiqing took off her clothes and hugged him shyly to reduce her fever. For such a simple and shy girl, this was probably the boldest thing she had done in her life, right? After 3 months of getting along, he had never crossed the line. Although he loved Qingqing, he still abided by the rules and did not dare to jump over the line. Su Jiqing's eyes flashed with annoyance. Qingqing, how can you be her maid? Qingqing is a girl from a good family. She respects herself. How can I humiliate you? Lu Zhengyue said calmly. Hee. Lu Chaochao grinned and laughed. Su Jiqing inexplicably disliked Lu Chaochao, but Lu Zhengyue asked, what is Chaochao laughing at? Lu Chaochao pouted and said in a baby voice, laughing at her, I want to fall into her Guoguo's arms. Su Jiqing's face was red and angry. Ha 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 ha. Does the second brother want to be a scapegoat? Lu Zhengyue raised his eyebrows. What is a scapegoat? God has mercy on me. My second brother is so miserable. Lu Chaochao's eyes were full of pity. Second brother, you are really green. If you don't believe me, invite your friends and bring your sweetheart, and you will understand. Lu Chaochao laughed cunningly. Lu Zhengyue took a deep breath and picked up Lu Chaochao. Qingqing, you finally got back to Beijing today? So take a good rest. After saying that, he paused. Tomorrow, I will take you to see my best friend. He is very talented. You must like him very much. Su Jiqing snorted. Qingqing likes brother Zhangyue the most. When Lu Zhangyue came out with Cao Cao, Su Jiqing leaned against the door and looked at him infatuatedly, until he walked away. Lu Zhangyue asked as he walked, Cao Cao doesn't like her? Mother doesn't like her either, and Cao Cao doesn't like her either. Yeah. The little guy nodded heavily. Bad. Lu Zhangyue sent Cao Cao back to Tingfeng Garden, and then went to Mingda Garden to see his eldest brother. It was already midnight when he learned from his eldest brother about the ups and downs of this period. Late at night, he stood in the corner of Tingfeng Garden, looking at the light in the house, without saying a word. Su was feeding Cao Cao with egg custard when she heard Deng Ji ask, The second young master is outside the door. Do you want to invite him in? Why invite him in? Let him cool his head down. Maybe he will wake up. Originally, he made his mother sick because of this woman. Su shook her head and ignored him. I don't know when Lu Zhangyue left. Early the next morning, he took Su Jiqing to the appointment, his best friend in this life. When Lu Zhangyue saw Su Jiqing in a deep blue dress, his eyebrows trembled. Lu Jinghuai likes blue the most. Zhangyue, I don't want people to look down on you, so I dressed up specially. Do you think you look good? She bit her lower lip. Her eyes were extremely moving, as if she was alive. Lu Jingyue's nails almost dug into his palm. Looks good. More beautiful than before. Lu Jingyue's words made Su Jiqing's heart skip a beat. It's all for you, she said coquettishly, and then followed him into the restaurant. Lu Zhangyue had already booked the restaurant, and at this moment the waiter led them into the elegant hall. Pushing open the door, a young man in a blue gown was admiring the calligraphy and paintings on the wall. Lu Zhangyue suppressed the resentment in his eyes. He already knew what his father did last night. Brother Jinghuai, he called. Lu Jinghuai turned around, with a faint smile on his face. Zhangyue. He was as gentle as jade, like a gentleman. Su Jiqing lowered her head slightly, not even looking at him. She just followed behind Lu Zhangyue, seeming very restrained. Is Zhangyue's injury okay? Several people sat down one after another, and Su Jiqing sat next to Lu Zhangyue, facing Lu Jinghuai. Fortunately, Qingqing rescued me, and I was lucky to save my life, Lu Zhangyue said with a smile. Lu Jinghuai's eyes were clear, and he bowed to Su Jiqing. Zhangyue and I have been friends for many years. Saving him is like saving me. This glass of wine is for the young lady. Thank you for your kindness. He seemed to admire her. Sir, you are too kind. How can Qingqing watch a life die without saving it? The two behaved in a measured manner and were extremely cautious. Chapter 0053 witnessed with one's own eyes. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Zhangyue was also drunk. He patted Lu Jinghuai's shoulder and burped. Burp, is still brother Jinghuai who knows me best. Burp, understands me. With such a friend, what else can I ask for? Lu Jinghuai sighed softly. To be honest, brother Zhangyue is not in the capital. Jinghuai and the Marquis's mansion have had some misunderstandings in the past few months. My mother likes jewelry, so she often buys some rare things. Who knew that the servants of the Marquis's mansion stole Madame Su's dowry and sold it, and it happened to be bought by my mother. It even went to the government office. My book boy was scolded by my mother a few days ago, so he held a grudge and misled the trouble, and even set fire to the Marquis's mansion. Now Jinghuai can't explain it clearly. Lu Jinghuai sighed softly. Lu Zhangyue was drunk and hooked Lu Jinghuai's shoulder. What kind of misunderstanding is this? We are brothers, hiccup. Brothers. If you like the jewelry, I'll get it for you. We are friends, we have been good brothers for many years. Not to mention the jewelry, you deserve the position of the Prince of the Marquisate. He was very happy, and Lu Jinghuai drank a few more glasses. Brother Zhangyue is drunk and talking nonsense. The position of the prince belongs to Master Yenshu. Master Yenshu is brilliant and talented, and everyone in the capital has heard of his name. Lu Zhangyue sneered. He can't compare to you now. Compared? Not compared. Daddy, you scold us every day for not striving for success. Hiccup, it would be great if you were really my brother. Hehe, this prince position belongs to you. Lu Zhangyue's eyes were swaying, and Su Jiqing hurried forward to support him. Zhang, Mr. Lu, you are drunk. Qingqing will help you lie down. Su Jiqing staggered and supported him. He couldn't even walk steadily and his eyes were dazed. His feet softened and Lu Zhengyue fell on the bed. He was snoring softly and was drunk. Su Jiqing's voice was a little shy. Mr. Lu, please help me call the servant. He drank too much. She was not sure whether Lu Zhengyue was drunk or not, so she didn't dare to act rashly. The tone was distant, but the expression was resentful when looking at Lu Jinghuai. Lu Jinghuai curled his lips, and the young man in the long gown stretched out his hand and took her into his arms. You still call me Mr. Lu? Why are you so polite? If you do this, I will punish you. He pecked Su Jiqing's lips hard, blushing. Su Jiqing bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes full of spring. She secretly looked at Lu Zhengyue, who was snoring on the bed. I'm afraid he's pretending to be drunk, so as not to ruin your plans, Su Jiqing said softly. Lu Jinghuai showed a trace of frivolous disdain. I've known him for many years. How could I not know what he is like? He trusts you and me to the extreme. Let alone him, even his mother is stupid. Lu Jinghuai chuckled. For 17 or 18 years, I never had any doubts. When my father married her, he went into Su's bridal chamber in the first half of the night. In the second half of the night, he went into my mother's room next door. Therefore, his birthday and Lu Yenshu's birthday are almost the same. Aunt Pei is gentle, kind, and considerate. If it weren't for the noble family background of Su's family, why would Mrs. Pei have been wronged for so many years? Fortunately, Jinghuai, you are so hardworking and can get all this for her. Su Jiqing hugged Lu Jinghuai, and there was no longer any reserved and nobleness in front of Lu Zhengyue. Lu Jinghuai stretched out his index finger and lifted Su Jiqing's chin. Did he touch you? Huh? Did he kiss here? Did he kiss here? Or here?
He tapped on sunnuntai Jiqing.
Su Jiqing glared at him in reproach. My body is yours. How can you let him touch it? How can he be worthy? Lu Zhengyue even blushed when he held her hand, feeling offended. He protected her at the tip of his heart, unwilling to have any offense. Su Jiqing felt a little uncomfortable, and inexplicably didn't want to be with Lu Jinghuai here. Let's go to the next door? Su Jiqing pulled him. Lu Jinghuai gently pulled open her dress. No, right here. It's not the first time you act in front of him. Last time, he fell off the cliff and fainted, and you were much more unrestrained than now. Ching, let me see your skills. Lu Jinghuai's eyes were red. Just thinking about the last time, Lu Jinghuai couldn't help but tremble. He deliberately humiliated Lu Zhengyue. So he deliberately tormented Su Jiqing when Lu Zhengyue was unconscious. But he woke up. That day, Su Jiqing jumped onto the bed in a panic, and Lu Jinghuai stood behind the door, watching Lu Zhengyue fall into it little by little. Don't you miss me? Lu Jinghuai bit her lips hard, and Su Jiqing screamed in shock. In panic, she covered her mouth tightly. She cried and said, Why don't I miss you? I even gave you my body. But you have already been engaged to Miss Jiang. Lu Jinghuai said indifferently, Jiang Yunjin? She is just a piece of wood. How can she compare to you? Su Jiqing's face flushed. Really? Did you touch her? Su Jiqing pursed her lower lip. Lu Jinghuai pinched her cheek. How could I touch her? What a joke. Jiang Yunjin is the daughter of a noble family. How could she do such a thing? His plan was to make Lu Zhengyue turn against the Marquis mansion for Su Jiqing. Lu Zhengyue is the most grateful person and will never let Su Jiqing down. My mother also misses you. She only recognizes you as her daughter-in-law. Lu Jinghuai coaxed her into a state of joy. Drunk Lu Zhengyue turned his back to the two of them. At this moment, he opened his eyes faintly. There was a chill in his eyes. They really knew him very well. If it weren't for his sister's voice, he would have been kept in the dark all his life. The regular rhythm behind him came, and Lu Zhengyue's heart was calm with suppressed sobs. His salvation was all fake. It was a conspiracy from beginning to end. Lu Zhengyue coughed lightly, and the two people behind him suddenly stopped moving. The body was stiff in place, as if a basin of cold water was poured over his head. He murmured in a daze and lay flat on his back. He gently opened a little eye, and the figures of the two were tightly together. Ching. He kept repeating Ching's name, and the two people opposite him were too frightened to make any movement. Lu Jinghuai suddenly woke up. He almost missed something important. He pushed Su Jiqing away without leaving a trace, and quickly put on his clothes. Su Jiqing also put on her long skirt, trembling all over, and the two went out one after the other. The clothes were disheveled, the face was flushed, and the black hair was even more scattered. A group of old men sat opposite. It's really insulting to be shameless in broad daylight. This is a restaurant, not an inn. Unlucky. Another white-bearded old man looked disgusted. These people are the supervisory censors of Beizhou, also known as censors. They are responsible for correcting all officials and cleaning up the administration. Even if His Majesty's words and deeds are inappropriate, they will advise him. What's worse, they bumped into each other and died in the Golden Palace. They are a group of old stubborn people who give the emperor a headache. That man just now? Is he the famous genius Lu Jinghuai in Beijing? Several people looked unhappy. They were having sex in broad daylight and in a restaurant. It was really disgusting. No one had seen Lu Zhengyue in the room. Well, Jinghong Academy values him very much. If he can win the top 3 prizes in a row. One of the old men raised his eyebrows. I'm afraid that His Majesty intends to let him teach the prince. Several people frowned slightly and secretly took note of this matter. Chapter 0054. Too much wisdom is close to a demon. Lu Zhengyue lay down for half an hour before he sat up, rubbing his head. Su Jiqing sat quietly in front of the window, a very beautiful picture. Brother Zhengyue, you are finally awake. Come and drink some hangover soup. Su Jiqing went forward to help him up, and saw that he had a headache after the hangover, and felt distressed. Have you been waiting for a long time? Qingqing, you were so kind. Lu Zhengyue saw Su Jiqing squatting down, putting on his shoes, and hiding the darkness in his eyes. After drinking the hangover soup, the two went out. Mr. Lu had something to do and left first. He specifically asked me to make a hangover soup for you. She didn't forget to improve Lu Jinghuai's impression. Lu Zhengyue smiled and nodded. Brother Jinghuai and I are close friends. When the two returned to the mansion, Su Jiqing was sticky, so she went back to the courtyard to rest. Since she left, the smile on Lu Zhengyue's face suddenly collapsed, chilled to the bone. My fists were clenched so tightly that my finger bones were faintly white. Love is a ray of light, green enough to make you panic. La la la. Before entering Tingfeng Garden, I heard Lu Chaochao humming happily in her heart. As soon as she stepped into the door, a little cannonball rushed up and hugged her legs. Ergua, a childish voice sounded, and the little guy grinned and laughed. The little meaty hand gently waved, and Lu Zhengyue squatted down. Miss your second brother? Lu Yenshu sat in a wheelchair, holding a book at his fingertips. She kept saying that she wanted to give you warmth. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Chaochao put a green hat on Lu Zhengyue's head. Good. Good deal. It's especially appropriate for the occasion, and it suits my second brother very well. Lu Zhengyue's heart was blocked, and he almost vomited a mouthful of old blood. Lu Yenshu's lips curled slightly, his eyes were filled with joy, and he only whispered, Did you see him? Lu Zhengyue picked up his sister and nodded sullenly. A scam. It was all a scam. A scam against his mother and their family. Lu Yenshu's eyes were indifferent. Since she wants you to be grateful, then thank her heavily. He spent a lot of effort to invite several censors to the restaurant. Thank her? Brother, I'm so angry. They want to defeat us one by one. Lu Zhengyue gnashed his teeth in anger. They even had sex in front of him. I didn't say you should thank them in person. Lu Yenshu slowly opened the book with a calm expression. He guessed that Lu Jinghuai and Pei Jiaojiao must have concealed their father's actions against the heirs of the Marquis Mansion. Men value their heirs. Although he values Lu Jinghuai, he will not allow Pei Jiaojiao to kill his 3 brothers. So Lu Yuanzi didn't know Su Jiqing and didn't know about her. Don't say too much. Tomorrow the mansion will arrange a thank you banquet. Doesn't she want a home? Then give her a home. Lu Yenshu's eyebrows were cold. Lu Chaochao was confused when he heard it. Oh my God. How come Big Brother knows everything? My Big Brother is really the #1 villain. Big Brother is mighty and domineering. Big Brother is really awesome. The brain of the whole family grows on my Big Brother. Fortunately, I saved Big Brother and saved his heart. Otherwise, Mother would be humiliated. Big Brother would crawl into the crotch and drink urine. Second brother would die unjustly. Third brother would dig out his eyes and chop off his hands and feet to become a human pig. And my grandfather's family would be executed. Lu Zhengyue's chest kept rising and falling, but he held it tightly. Lu Yenshu's eyes were gentle, but brother was smart. Chow Chow, you are our salvation. Let's go. Big brother will take you to eat meat. What do you want to eat? Meat paste. Lu Yenshu picked up Chow Chow and rolled out in the wheelchair. Cluck! He imitated the sound of a chicken, and then patted his thighs. Oh, Lu Yenshu understood, chicken legs. Since the last time she cremated the duck, she opened up a new world. She had to roast chicken legs. She was tired of the chicken soup that Xiaochu made for her, so she crawled into the kitchen, pestered the chef, hugged his legs and called Uncle, Uncle. Good uncle. She called Uncle in a soft voice. Her little face was full of expectation, and her hands were clasped together and kept begging. Who can resist the look of a baby like this? Xiaochu even racked his brains to marinate the chicken legs with honey, and roasted them tenderly, sizzling with oil. Lu Chow Chow often sneaked into the small kitchen to eat, and would not drink milk after eating. Dengji squatted for several days before he found something strange. The chef of the small kitchen was transferred to the big kitchen, and a cold-faced old lady was replaced to cook. Hey, it lasted 3 days. The little one was given a special meal again. Another job transfer. This time it lasted half a month, and she was given a special meal again. Sue had to surrender and gave her some healthy snacks every day to coax her, so that she wouldn't act cute and beg for food all day long. Don't think she didn't know, even the maids in her room secretly saved snacks for her. The small kitchen made a lot of dried meat, which she put in her pocket every day to grind her teeth, so that she stopped begging for food all over the yard. Even so, she still had a few thumb-sized sweet potatoes, peanuts, chestnuts, and so on hidden in her pocket. Throw them wherever there was a fire. You won't be hungry even if there is a famine. Lu Yenshu touched her pocket. The left side contained small peanuts and sweet potatoes. The right side contained small chestnuts. There was also a bag of snacks hanging. Lu Chow Chow blinked and took out a few silver coins from her bosom. Buy! She waved her hand generously. Okay. Bye. Lu Yenshu was so happy that his eyebrows curved. His hobby used to be reading. Now he likes to raise children. Only Chow Chow. Early in the morning of the second day, Sue arranged a banquet. Su Jiqing blushed. Is this too expensive? Sue smiled. Miss Sue, you are the lifesaver of my family Zhangyue. Nothing is too much. I have asked people to invite the Marquis home to thank Miss Sue for her kindness. Su Jiqing's eyes were red. No one has ever been so good to me. The old lady also liked her very much. This girl was smart and clever, and she liked her more than Sue. When Su Jiqing came, she massaged the old lady's shoulders and legs, and her words and deeds were very much to the old lady's taste. You come to the Marquis mansion. Just treat it as your own home. If anyone bullies you, I will take care of it for you. The old lady glanced at Sue, but Sue was not angry. Su Jiqing pursed her lips and smiled shyly. Of course she was to the old lady's liking. Pei Jiao told her the preferences of everyone in the Marquis mansion, just to help her conquer the Marquis mansion smoothly. The Marquis has returned. The maid reported outside the door. The old lady's eyebrows were filled with joy. Please invite the Marquis in quickly. It's cold. Don't catch a cold. The old lady smiled particularly kindly.
Luz henge pulsus hinges sleeve.
Don't worry, as long as my father agrees, no one can stop our marriage. In the Marquis mansion, my father has the final say. Lu Zhangyue emphasized this sentence. Su Jiqing was also looking forward to it. Mrs. Pei has been a concubine for more than 10 years. She is willing to stay with this man and be his shadow. How good is this man? She is really curious. Da. Footsteps came from outside the door. Chapter 0055 Epidemic. Is there a guest in the mansion? Lu Yuan's voice was gentle, more mature than Lu Zhangyue. A little boy. And this maturity is fatal. As the voice sounded, a tall and straight figure entered the door. The man had broad shoulders and narrow waist, and a trace of snow fell on his shoulders. He raised his head, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and his eyes seemed to contain broken starlight. Elegant and steady, she had never seen him before. Su Jiqing's eyes trembled, and she unconsciously moved her eyes away, as if she was burned. She clearly felt that the man's eyes fell on her. It was just a casual glance, but she felt like she was on fire. The Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery came forward and greeted the old lady, then shouted, "Let's eat. Just sit next to me. You saved Zhengyu, so you can sit here." This seat originally belonged to Su. Su Jiqing glanced at Su. Su smiled dignifiedly. Miss Su, please sit down at ease. The Marquis's son is precious, and this is all right. Su Jiqing's clothes today were arranged by Su. This outfit is Lu Yuan's favorite. She looks like the young Pei Jiaojiao, but better than Pei Jiaojiao. It must be said that Su Jiqing has a very good appearance. Pei Jiaojiao worked hard to find such an excellent person. Lu Yuanzi glanced at Su Jiqing and said nothing. Su Jiqing sat next to the old lady with a red face, very considerate. Lu Chaochao held her small bowl, looking unconvinced. Small. She complained, small, this bowl is really small. Su couldn't help but coax her. Little people use small bowls, adults use big bowls. Lu Chaochao was so angry that she stood up and stood on the stool. Big. She compared herself standing on the stool and found that she was the same height as Su sitting. Same big. The little child accused seriously. She also stretched out her hand to gesture that she wanted a big bowl. Lu Zhengyue silently took the small bowl, poured the food into the big bowl, and handed it over. Lu Chaochao frowned like an earthworm, always feeling that something was wrong. She knocked her head. What was going on? After she traveled through time, it seemed that her brain was not enough. Often two thoughts collided, and her brain had its own ideas, but can't control her hands, can't control her mouth, can't control her nature. Lu Chaochao didn't want to think about it anymore. Holding a bowl that was bigger than her head, baring her two little teeth, howl, 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 she picked up the bowl and slurped it, and she couldn't even see her head. Lu Yuanzi glanced at her displeasedly, but he endured it and didn't say anything. After lunch, Lu Yuanzi left the house. Lu Zhengyue accompanied Su Jiqing for a walk in the house. Qingqing, don't worry. You are so smart and clever. Your parents will like you. After I get married, I will have 60 taels of pocket money every month, and I will support you then. It's a pity that I am not as talented as Jing Huai. Otherwise, I can pass the exam and win face for you. Even this marquis mansion belongs to my eldest brother. However, although my eldest brother is the prince, he is disabled, and my father is still the one who makes the decisions in the house. But don't worry. My heart is worth 1,000 gold. We are true love, and it doesn't matter whether we have money or not. I believe Qingqing is not a vain person. We will definitely be a loving couple. These words were taught to him by his eldest brother, and every word he said was a woman's minefield. The smile on Su Jiqing's face was a little stiff. Originally, she wanted to coax Lu Zhengyue to marry her, but now, she kept it to herself and didn't say a word. She found an excuse and went back to the yard to rest. Lu Zhengyue curled his lips and went to the Imperial College with the essay given by his elder brother. The Imperial College is for the sons of the royal family and officials, but only students above the level of scholar are admitted. Many students are enlightened in Jinghong Academy. At this moment, Lu Chaochao was holding 2 jade pendants. This one is given to you by Madame Qin, and this one is given to you by Lord Chen, the Minister of Rights. Did mother put it in a small box for you? Su asked her. Lu Chaochao pushed the jade pendants away carelessly. Su was helpless. You don't know the weight of these jade pendants. One for the eldest princess, one for Madame Qin from the military family, and one for the Minister of Rights. These are all things that Lu Yuanzi can't even ask for. These are the promises of each family. Promises to Chaochao. Lu Chaochao held a roasted sweet potato. No. It's better to have Hong Hong.
Su Juke.
A promise as valuable as 1,000 gold coins is not as good as a roasted sweet potato. The new year is coming, and every family has a banquet. But this time, Su looked at the post in her hand and chuckled. In previous years, the post was sent to her. Now, Lu Chaochao's name is written on the post. She was a bystander. I heard that Lord Chun slapped the marquis in the street and broke up. Deng Ji was very happy, and Lord Chun even spit on him. Su touched Chaochao's face. Lord Chun did this for Chaochao's sake. You deserve it. Yingxue rolled her eyes. And Lu Chaochao was still eating a sweet potato happily, and had no idea what happened at all. Put the box away, and don't let the marquis see it. Fortunately, they kept it a secret for fear of bringing disaster to Chaochao. Just talking. Suddenly, a hurried voice came from outside the door. Madam, something happened. Juexia hurriedly walked, his face pale. Madam, hurry to the palace. The Queen Mother is critically ill. All relatives from all the palaces have entered the palace. Queen Mother, I'm afraid it's not good this time. Someone has come to the palace. Su stood up suddenly. How could this happen? It was fine a few days ago. I don't know. Su hurriedly changed clothes and entered the palace. Madam, the eldest princess asked, "Can I take the young lady with me?" The maid hesitated.
Su hestita.
Chow Chow was only 10 months old. She was afraid of offending the nobles by entering the palace at this time. It's an epidemic. It's contagious. Lu Chow Chow's words shocked Su so much that she almost collapsed. Epidemic? How could there be an epidemic in the palace? Su's heart trembled. Take me, take me, take me. I am immune to all poisons. Hee, I am not afraid of epidemics. Lu Chow Chow jumped for joy. Oh my God. She really wanted to see the resentful male protagonist. If you don't take me, the prince will die. In the original book, the little prince was killed today. Su's hair was numb and her eyes were wide open. Hands trembled slightly. The prince was dead? There was an epidemic in the palace? Su was panicked. Together. Lu Chow Chow held her mother's fingers and refused to let go. Hearing that there was an epidemic in the palace, Su dared not take her into the palace. If you take me, there may be hope. If you don't take me, many people will die. My mother will also be seriously ill. Please, dear. She begged Su. She must go to the palace with her mother. Su was extremely flustered, but Chow Chow refused to say anything in her heart, so she had to pick her up. Forget it. Let's go into the palace. Epidemic. Did the palace know about it? She had someone pull off a few veils and secretly hid them in her arms. She paused. Take the 2 little maids sent by my elder brother. Su Yiting sent 2 10-year-old maids over. Although the little maids were young, they had learned martial arts at the age of 3 and were not inferior to adults. You must follow the young lady closely. Don't leave even a step. Su's expression was stern. Yes, please give us names, madam. The 2 maids were twins, born exactly the same. If you are the elder sister, I will call you Yuqin. If you are the younger sister, I will call you Yuhua. Soon, Su led everyone into the palace. Chapter 0056 revealed. Outside the palace gate, there were many carriages parked. It was near the end of the year, and it was snowing heavily. As soon as I got out of the carriage, I felt the bone-chilling cold. Dangji hurriedly put a cloak on Su and wrapped the young lady in another layer. The women of each mansion looked a little worried, and they had no intention of asking the ladies around for news. The current emperor is the Empress Dowager's biological son, and he is the most filial, and everyone knows it. It's so cold. Several old officials sniffed. They were already old, and standing in this icy and snowy place was even more unbearable. Madam, bring a hot water bottle. Ingxue handed over a hot water bag that could be hidden under the sleeve. At this moment, the palace gate was wide open. The ladies were arranged outside according to their status. Although the Su family was of high status, Su had married into the Lu family, and the Lu family was only middle class in the court, and it was nothing. As soon as the palace gate opened, an old maid came out with a smile. This was the wet nurse beside the princess, who was quite proud. She jumped over the ladies and walked to Su's side. Madam Su, Chow Chow is young, and it is snowing heavily. The princess specially asked you to ride in the sedan chair to enter the palace. Sure enough, the princess's guards followed behind her. Everyone was shocked. The princess attached great importance to rules. At this moment, she actually broke the rules and invited Su to ride in her sedan chair. Su looked down at Lu Chow Chow, who was sucking her fingers. Well, she got the girl's help. She and the princess had been friends for 20 years, and the princess had never broken the rules. Then thank you, Nanny, for bothering the princess. Su thanked her and then carried Chow Chow into the sedan chair. There were palace servants sweeping snow in the palace, but there was still a thin layer of snow. The further she walked in, the colder Su felt in her heart. Many palace people coughed lightly and looked unhappy. Her heart skipped a beat. After passing through the palace wall and arriving at Cunning Palace, she could smell a strong smell of medicine before entering the main hall. How is the Queen Mother? Su held Chow Chow down from the sedan chair. Mammy's eyes were red. The Queen Mother was originally in good health and rarely caught a cold this year. But it's the end of the year and maybe it's snowing and the temperature has dropped, so she got seriously ill. She has a high fever and cough so far. This morning, she couldn't even breathe. Your Majesty even stopped the morning court and stayed by the Queen Mother's side. All the doctors in the Imperial Medical Bureau have arrived at Cunning Palace, but the high fever still persists. If it weren't for His Majesty's remaining rationality, I'm afraid the Imperial Medical Bureau would not be able to save their heads. It's a lung disease, a lung disease. It's contagious, and the symptoms are like a cold, but it gradually worsens in the later stages, with constant coughing and high fever, and then death from organ failure. Lu Chao Chao lay in Dengji's arms, her eyes sparkling. Su felt cold in her heart. Your Majesty is still in Cunning Palace? Madam nodded. Yes, Your Majesty has never left. Su's face was as gloomy as water. Where is the eldest princess? Su thought of the eldest princess and couldn't help worrying. The eldest princess was originally going to come, but the Queen Mother issued an imperial decree before she fell into a coma. The eldest princess's pregnancy was extremely difficult, and she was not allowed to enter the palace. She had waited for more than 10 years for this pregnancy, so how could she dare to let her enter the palace? Su breathed a sigh of relief. Go, go. Lu Chao Chao knew what her mother was thinking and immediately made a fuss. Su was helpless, knowing that she was a little strange, but she was worried. If something happened to His Majesty and the prince, I'm afraid the family and the country would be in chaos. She made up her mind and personally carried Chao Chao into Cunning Palace. The door was closed, and when it was opened, the strong smell of medicine in the room was even more lingering. The emperor knelt in front of the bed with a frown and red eyes, glaring at everyone. Can't the entire Imperial Medical Bureau even cure a cold? What's the point of me raising you? The emperor's fingers trembled with anger. The Queen Mother was born in a low family. After giving birth to him, the two had a very difficult life in the palace. The two depended on each other for life, and the emperor valued his mother very much. The Imperial Medical Bureau knelt on the ground and trembled. There were already a group of ladies standing in the room. After Su saluted, she stood beside them. These were all people who came to serve the sick. Cough, cough. The Queen Mother had fallen into a semi-comatose state, with a high fever and a red face, but she still coughed violently. The emperor was very distressed when he saw it. He held the Queen Mother's hand tightly and refused to let go. The room was filled with a sick smell. From time to time, a suppressed shallow cough could be heard. Su was frightened. Oh, it's lung disease. The neighboring southern kingdom has been in war for a long time, with countless casualties, piled up corpses and bacteria breeding, so some people burned the corpses. After the burning, a heavy rain polluted the water source, causing many people in the southern kingdom to suffer from lung disease. But because of the blockade of the southern kingdom court, there is no news to the outside world now. Lu Chao Chao hugged her mother's neck, thinking about how to remind her mother. Go away. The emperor waved his hand. Su took a deep breath, stood up and knelt in the center. Your Majesty, I have something to report. It was at this moment that everyone withdrew. Su Yiding frowned and looked at his sister worriedly. The emperor looked at her deeply. He had an impression of Su. Su Shiyun, the legitimate daughter of the Su family. More than 10 years ago, she married Lu Yuanza, the loyal and brave marquis. Some time ago, because Chun, the minister of the Ministry of Rights, had a concubine, he checked the loyal and brave marquis. This investigation also found a lot of things. Lu Yuanza was known for his loyalty in the capital. His investigation actually found out that Lu Yuanza had another family and was deeply in love with another woman. In his eyes, Su was confused. She had been deceived by a man for nearly 20 years, and she was ignorant and stupid. At this moment, even Lu Chao Chao was carried away. Only the emperor and Su were left in the room. Su took a deep breath and knelt on the ground and said, Your Majesty, I'm afraid the Queen Mother is suffering from an epidemic. The South has been at war for a long time, with countless casualties and piles of corpses. The epidemic has already spread in the South. But the South has blocked the news. If Your Majesty sends someone to investigate, you will know. When the emperor heard about the epidemic, his heart sank suddenly. But he turned his mind and became a little suspicious. How could Su, a woman who never left the house, know about the epidemic in the South? Su's palms were sweating coldly, and she didn't know how to explain to the emperor. But the emperor didn't ask anything. With a wave of his hand, the eunuch Wang Gonggong came in. Call the protector of the country. Yes. Wang Gonggong summoned the protector of the country Lord Li outside the palace gate. Protector of the country, has there been any unusual movement in the South Kingdom recently? The atmosphere in the palace was solemn. Su's forehead was already sweating and she was even trembling slightly. The protector of the country was old, but he looked energetic and extraordinary after years of fighting. Your Majesty, the last battle in the South Kingdom was 3 months ago, but recently it has been too quiet. The gates of each city were closed, and our spies never came out after entering. The protector of the country lordly replied. The emperor's eyelids twitched slightly. Perhaps it's because of the winter. They are hoarding food and medicine outside. I'm afraid they need to rest and recuperate. The emperor stood up suddenly, feeling dizzy.
Chapter 0057 Emperor xin chào chào.
Epidemic. It really is an epidemic. The emperor took a deep breath. You know it's an epidemic, but you still enter the palace. Su, you are great. The emperor's words made Su relax suddenly. The Duke of the Guardian's eyelids jumped. Epidemic? Thinking of the strangeness of the South, the Duke of the Guardian felt a chill in his heart when he heard about the epidemic. Your Majesty? The Duke of the Guardian's heart kept sinking. People who have contact with the South are prohibited from entering the capital, and the border is strictly prohibited from traveling to the South. Everyone wears a veil, stays indoors for the time being, and reduces contact. If there are symptoms such as coughing and fever, they will be treated uniformly. Let the Imperial Medical Bureau come in. The Emperor waved his hand, and Su had already retreated to the side. Your Majesty, how is your health? The Duke of the Guardian was terrified. If something happened to His Majesty, I'm afraid that Beizhou would be in chaos. The Emperor nodded, and did not dare to joke about the foundation of the world. Even if he was reluctant, he retreated. As soon as the epidemic broke out, there was an uproar in the palace. No one was allowed to leave the palace and was temporarily placed in the palace. The Imperial Medical Bureau secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the epidemic was difficult, there was a direction and there was a chance. The Emperor looked at Su deeply, remembered what the eldest princess said, and looked at Lu Chaochao not far away. Lu Chaochao had recently grown teeth and her teeth were itchy. At this moment, she was grinding a small biscuit, feeling the Emperor's gaze. She even grinned at the Emperor with her toothless mouth and smiled at the Emperor. The maid shivered with laughter. The eldest sister said, Su is a blessed person. The daughter she gave birth to is quite strange. If the Emperor has something unsolvable, perhaps she can bring you a miracle. Could it be that she? The Emperor left Cunning Palace, and the capital was quickly blocked inside and outside. After a thorough investigation in the palace, Su and a group of female relatives were placed in the palace where the eldest princess had never married. This is an epidemic. The epidemic is contagious and can kill people. Madam Su, did you mention the epidemic? Someone came to inquire secretly. If Su had mentioned it, it would be a great merit. It would be the fortune of the loyal and brave Marquis's mansion. But think about it, how could Su, a woman in the back house who never leaves the house, know about this? I gave up the idea again. It must be the protector of the country. The protector of the country has always been at the border of the South Country, so it must be the protector of the country. Su smiled and said, How can I have such a great ability? When Yunyang was young, she often went to the palace with the eldest princess. She was grateful for the care of the Queen Mother. She specially asked Your Majesty to stay by the Queen Mother's side to personally serve her and repay her kindness. Su would never let the loyal and brave Marquis take advantage of her. Besides, this was Cao Cao's credit. There was a panic inside and outside the palace gate, but fortunately there was no other source of infection, and the situation was quickly controlled. But the Queen Mother still had a high fever. It was probably because they found out too late that the Queen Mother was very ill. Carry me, carry me. Lu Chaochao pulled Su's sleeve, and Su wore a veil to serve the sick. Su wanted to leave her behind, but Lu Chaochao complained in her heart. If they don't take me, they will die.
Su sighed sadly.
When they came to Cunning Palace again, the Queen Mother was already very thin. All the waiters wore thick veils to isolate themselves from infection. Lu Chaochao also wore a veil. The Emperor's eyes were red, and the Queen Mother had become thinner and thinner during this period, and the vitality that could be seen with the naked eye gradually faded. Lying on the bed, he couldn't even hear her breathing. As soon as he looked up, he looked at Su. Su took Lu Chaochao with her again. When she entered the palace, she knew there was an epidemic, but she took Lu Chaochao with her. Lu Chaochao was only 10 months old, and Su was in pain like an eyeball, but she was willing to take the risk with her. He thought that the root of the problem might be Lu Chaochao. He thought of the eldest princess again, a person who worshipped all the gods and Buddhas in the world and was so angry that she didn't even respect the gods and Buddhas. But she admired Lu Chaochao very much. The eldest sister was not a person who shot without reason. Chow Chow, come here. The haggard emperor waved to Lu Chow Chow. He thought that he must be crazy. The imperial physician said that the queen mother was hopeless, but he believed a 10-month-old baby. Lu Chow Chow wore a furry hat and was originally held in Dangji's arms. She kicked her feet and slid down from his arms. Lying on the ground, she crawled quickly towards the emperor, who, walking on 2 feet, was shaky. How could it be faster than crawling on all 4s? She crawled quickly to the emperor's feet and stretched out her hand. The two looked at each other. Su was anxious and flustered. This was the emperor. His Majesty had never held the prince. This girl. Just when she was about to go forward, she saw the emperor bend down and hold her in his arms. Lu Chow Chow smiled and hooked her arm around his neck, looking extremely intimate. Even the emperor was shocked. With his aura, none of the princes were not afraid of him. Let alone hugging, even looking at them for a second would scare them to tears. This little girl was the first one who was not afraid of him. Chow Chow, do you want to accompany the Empress Dowager? Look, the Empress Dowager is sick. Now, the imperial physician has developed an antidote and mild symptoms can be cured quickly, but the Empress Dowager is old and has been infected for a long time, so there is no cure. The emperor's eyes were red. Lu Chow Chow nodded and let the emperor put her on the couch. The emperor dismissed everyone, and Su looked back every few steps, feeling very flustered. Your Majesty, my daughter is young. Be careful not to bump into the empress. Su regretted it. Would her Chow Chow be in trouble? The queen mother likes Chow Chow, so keep her for a while. Half an hour later, you will take her out of the palace. The emperor was just trying to save her. Su breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chow Chow lay on the queen mother's bedside, feeling the dead air all over her body. She waved her little hand. There were many spiritual medicines in her jade pendant space. But the emperor was here. The little guy was in trouble. The emperor saw her obvious disdain. But do you want me to leave? The little guy's eyes curved into crescents, and his little head kept nodding. The emperor chuckled. This girl was really precocious. She actually understood. He didn't hesitate and went directly outside the curtain. Lu Chow Chow spread her little hand, and a jade-like spiritual medicine with the fragrance of green grass appeared in her palm. The spiritual medicine was the size of a finger. As soon as it appeared, the room was filled with a strong fragrance. The emperor took a few deep breaths, and his fatigue was swept away. His eyelids twitched violently. As expected, what the elder sister said was right. Lu Chow Chow put the elixir on the lips of the Empress Dowager, and the elixir turned into a light green light and sank directly into the Empress Dowager's body. When the fragrance disappeared, the emperor heard Lu Chow Chow shouting, "Gurgle!" He turned around and saw Lu Chow Chow pointing at his bulging belly. "Gurgle, gurgle! It, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle!" The emperor's face twitched. The belly was bulging. You said it was hungry? He picked up Lu Chow Chow and looked at the Empress Dowager. The lips that were as pale as paper just now were now rosy again. The emperor's heart was surging and excited, but he suppressed his thoughts. Chow Chow, you are a treasure given by God to Beizhou. He untied the veil and gently touched the little guy's face. What do you want? Tell me. Do you want to be the goddess of Beizhou? Do you want to be the princess of Beizhou who is second to none? Do you want to? Chapter 0058. I want to recognize her as my daughter. Before the words fell, the soft and sticky voice in my arms said loudly, "Again! See I again. Eat meat. Big, big chicken, chicken leg." He opened his hands and made a super big gesture. The emperor's smile slowly solidified.
Chitang Tang, secretly, SHH.
He also made a shush gesture, don't tell mother. Looked like a thief. The emperor had a headache. The emperor said again, "Chow Chow, being a princess can have supreme power, and you will be loved by people. Do you want to be a princess?" The emperor persuaded him step by step. Such a magical little girl was blessed by God. So of course he had to coax her. Lu Chow Chow put her hands on her waist and her belly was bulging. Ni. I want. Dang dang dang. Whoa daddy. Her little face wrinkled into a ball. Daddy is not a good person. Don't want to be a daddy. No. Daddy is not good. The emperor frowned. Damned loyal and brave marquis. I'm going to beat you to death. Let this little guy have a shadow on his father. I'm different from your father. I am a good father. The emperor tried to smile kindly. Of course, he would never say that his sons were so scared that their legs trembled when they saw him. It would be great to put the little princess on the imperial list and make her a member of the royal family, but the emperor saw that the little girl resisted, so he didn't force it, so as not to make things worse. Anyway, he just coaxed her more. You don't like the father of the loyal and brave marquis? Well, but your mother has to stand up. Divorce is always a matter between men and women. Even the emperor can't interfere in the affairs of other people's couples. Lu Chaochao blinked her eyes. Her mother didn't like that trash. The emperor took off the jade pendant from his waist. This jade pendant represents me, as if I were here in person. If you don't want to be a princess, I will keep your position as a princess. When you change your mind, come to me. The emperor coaxed her kindly. He had never coaxed even his own children, but he coaxed her willingly. Lu Chaochao casually stuffed the jade pendant into her arms. Her little hands spread out. Yu, Tang Tang. The emperor. We just mean that the position of a princess is not as good as a big chicken leg. Eat, eat, eat. Let's eat the imperial meal. The emperor held her in one hand and saw that the queen mother's lips were rosy, and his heart became more and more satisfied. He called his confidants to serve the queen mother and did not allow outsiders to visit. You are still too young to show off. You have to grow up peacefully. The emperor gently touched her little head, and the soft fur made people feel soft in their hearts. It was completely different from those stinky monkeys. After staying for more than half an hour, the emperor reluctantly returned Lu Chaochao to Su. Su looked terrified. She felt that the emperor's kindness made her scalp numb. Did Chaochao do anything? Su, you are a good person. Your future blessings are waiting for you. The emperor waved his hand. You can leave the palace first. His eyes fell on Lu Chaochao. The little guy yawned with his mouth covered, looking sleepy. After the emperor finished speaking, he left Cunning Palace. It was 3 days later that the women were sent out of the palace. Su looked tired. After dealing with a group of ladies, she asked someone to send a message to the eldest princess. Let her rest assured to take care of the baby. The queen mother seems to be getting better. This baby is not easy to come by. Don't let the queen mother worry. When I returned to the loyal and brave man's mansion, the lights were already on. The lights in the loyal and brave man's mansion were always on. As soon as I entered the door, Lu Yuanzi sent someone to invite me. What did your majesty keep Chaochao for? He was also kneeling outside the palace at that time, and was very curious about this. Su yawned. The queen mother likes Chaochao, so she kept Chaochao for a while. Later, the little guy wet the bed, and your majesty asked me to bring her back. Lu Yuanzi's brows sank. How could she pee on the queen mother's bed if she was ignorant? Forget it, after all. She is not Jing. He wanted to say Lu Jingyao, but shut his mouth tightly. Looking at Lu Chaochao's stupid appearance, he was a little annoyed. Chaochao is only 10 months old, and she is still an ignorant baby. How normal is it for her to wet the bed? Su glanced at him. She asked someone to bring Chaochao back quietly. Lu Yuanzi suppressed the annoyance in his eyes. How is the queen mother? Your majesty has sent people to ask the abbot of Hugua Temple for blessings, and it is probably possible to turn the danger into safety. When Su left the palace, he heard that his majesty sent people to find the abbot. Lu Yuanzi nodded and glanced at Su, but hesitated to speak. Does the marquis have anything to say? Su's face was slightly smiling. If you look closely, you can find that her smile does not reach her eyes. Lu Yuanzi shook his head. Nothing. It's almost the end of the year. Yunyang has been working hard. A few days ago, I was confused and made Yunyang angry. Su frowned slightly. Yunyang and the marquis are of the same mind. It's not hard. It's just.
Su sighed.
Yunyang is now busy taking care of Chaochao, and the marquis doesn't even have a likable person around him. Yunyang. Lu Yuanzi's face was slightly startled, and then he was full of anger. Yunyang. When we got married, I said that I would only have you as my wife in this life. Taking a concubine is absolutely not allowed. Lu Yuanzi refused righteously, and even had some hurt in his eyes. If Su hadn't heard Chaochao's voice, I'm afraid she would be moved to tears again. He really thinks he is a fool. After Lu Yuanzi left, Su raised the corner of her lips indifferently. At night, Lu Zhengyue held Chaochao in his arms and strolled with Su Jiqing under the moon. Su Jiqing tightly grasped the handkerchief. She finally made up her mind to take the last step with Lu Zhengyue. Who knew? Lu Zhengyue was holding a baby in his arms. Chow Chow sticks to me, so I brought her here. Ching, you won't mind, right? Lu Zhengyue seemed to be unable to see her depressed look. Su Jiqing pulled up an embarrassed face. Her clothes were slightly open. At this moment, Lu Chao's eyes fell straight in front of her, pointing at her. Eat, eat, eat milk. Su Jiqing's face flushed. She wanted to take down Lu Zhengyue, not Lu Chao, the baby. Lu Zhengyue suddenly covered his sister's eyes. Su, pull up your clothes quickly. Don't dirty my sister's eyes. Why don't you pay attention to the limit? My sister is still young. Lu Zhengyue's eyes were full of complaints. Su Jiqing's heart was blocked and she almost vomited blood. In the countryside, she just accidentally exposed her shoulders, and Lu Zhengyue's face was red with shame. At this moment, he scolded seriously, just like a monk. Lu Chao lay on her brother's shoulder. Wanna seduce me, Guagua? Dream. Humph, in the original book, she got my brother drunk, stripped my brother's clothes, and the two lay on the same bed. Entered the gate of the Marquis mansion. Lu Chao complained in his heart. Lu Zhengyue's eyebrows and eyes were slightly bright. Just then, he heard Su Jiqing say, Brother Zhengyue, tomorrow is the anniversary of my parents' death. Can Qingqing find a place to pay tribute to my parents? Su Jiqing said in a low voice with red eyes. That pitiful look was simply in Lu Zhengyue's heart. Yes, her gestures, her words and deeds, are all what Lu Zhengyue likes. Chapter 0059 Cuckolding Dad. Oh, tomorrow is the day my brother gets drunk. My second brother is not on guard against her. She brought the glass of wine and added ingredients. Lu Chao watched the good show in her heart, and Lu Zhengyue was very alert in his heart. When you come to the Marquis mansion, treat it as your own home and worship at home. You saved my life, it should be. Tomorrow, I will come to accompany you. Lu Zhengyue looked unconscious. The two walked in the snow for a while before Lu Zhengyue sent her back to the yard. She stood in the snow, looking at his back as he walked away sadly. As long as Lu Zhengyue looked back, he could see her appearance. Sure enough, Lu Zhengyue looked back. The smile on her face suddenly collapsed until Lu Zhengyue walked away. The maid behind her came forward and said, Miss Su, I will help you wash up. You are soaked in snow and you may catch a cold.
Sufiki nodded gently.
After washing up, she returned to the house and sat in front of the bronze mirror with her hair loose. There was also a sandalwood table in the inner room, with some papers on it, faintly emitting the scent of ink. What is this? She opened a piece of paper and saw the flying dragon and phoenix handwriting. Unlike Lu Zhengyue, who was a young man, this handwriting was very powerful and showed a sense of effortlessness. It is the handwriting of the Marquis. This was originally the study of the Marquis, and the Marquis would occasionally take a rest here. These are all the Marquis's writings. The maid replied respectfully. Su Jiqing's face was a little hot, and her fingertips passed through the pen and ink, as if they were burned. Lying on the bed, in the dimness, it seemed as if she was wrapped in a strong breath of the opposite sex. This is the bed where Marquis Lu slept. The next day, Su Jiqing looked very bad. She was wearing a light-colored long dress, and her whole body was shaky like a little white flower that depended on others. When Lu Zhengyue came over, he couldn't help but sigh. Qingqing, don't be sad. You still have me. I will take good care of you for your uncle and aunt. You believe me. Lu Zhengyue's eyes were sincere. Su Jiqing nodded with red eyes. It was getting dark at night, and the maid served vegetarian food. Lu Zhengyue dismissed his attendants, took the copper basin himself, and held a memorial ceremony with Su Jiqing in the garden. Paper money was flying in the air, and the thin girl knelt in the snow, crying silently. Dad and Mother, Qingqing met Zhengyue. Brother Zhengyue is a good man, and you can rest assured if you are in heaven. Su Jiqing sobbed softly and poured the 2 cups of sake on the ground in front of the copper basin. Lu Zhengyue accompanied her to burn the paper money. Su Jiqing's lips were already white from the cold. Have some dinner. You are not feeling well. Don't freeze yourself. Lu Zhengyue helped her into the room. The table was already full of dinner. His eyes fell on the 2 wine glasses and he looked away slightly. Brother Zhengyue, thank you for coming to my side. Although I saved you, Qingqing is alone in the world. It is you who gave Qingqing the courage to live. You also saved Qingqing. This glass of wine, Qingqing toasts you. Su Jiqing personally brought the wine to him. Lu Zhengyue's face was calm. Qingqing, I should toast you. He raised the wine glass. clinked glasses with Su Jiqing. The two drank it all in one gulp. Su Jiqing exhaled lightly, as if relieved. She also persuaded Lu Zhengyue to eat a lot of vegetarian food. Perhaps because she used too much silver charcoal, or maybe because she was drunk, she only felt that the room was a little stuffy, and the boy in front of her also had a double image. Even the voices in her ears gradually became hazy and no longer real. She seemed to hear the young man sigh, "Ching Ching, you were drunk." But she only felt like her whole body was like a furnace, and she wanted to seek a bit of coolness. She seemed to be carried to the soft couch by someone, and the candle was blown out, and she seemed to hear the sound of the door closing. The footsteps gradually went away, and she felt that there was a ball of fire in her chest, wanting to burn her to ashes and make her lose all reason. "Hot," she murmured in a low voice. She clutched the collar of her clothes, leaving only an inner garment, but still felt that the room was hot. With a creak, the door opened. When the door opened, a hint of coolness came out of the room. She came back to her senses slightly, and her body was faster than her reason. She stood up quickly and hugged the newcomer tightly in her arms. The newcomer was stunned. She pressed tightly against the other person, without a single gap, absorbing that hint of coolness. Her voice was trembling, and she sighed comfortably. "Don't push me away." The voice was so soft and irresistible. The man pinched her waist tightly, his eyes red. "Do you know who I am?" The voice was low, with a hint of elegance and oppression of a mature man.
Suzikin blushed.
Why did she dream again? Last night, since she knew that this was the study room of Marquis Lu and the bed where Marquis Lu had slept, she was very shy. Why did she have such a bold dream tonight? Su Jiqing's voice was trembling. Her hands were groping on the other person, and she couldn't help trembling even when she undressed the other person. She fell softly into the other person's arms. It's the Marquis." She bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes sparkling. "It's the Marquis Lu." "Marquis, don't push me away. Don't push Ching Ching away," she whispered in a low voice, as if with a hint of begging. She tiptoed, hooked the other's neck, and slowly moved herself forward. The veins on Lu Yuan's forehead bulged. He had been like a fish in water for more than 10 years. Recently, he was exhausted by Su Shiyun and Pei Jiaojiao. After drinking 2 more cups with his colleagues tonight, he was a little confused, but as a man, he knew what he was doing. Su Jiqing was different from the old-fashioned and dignified daughter of the Su family. She was also different from Pei Jiaojiao's gentleness. This was an extremely young and awkward girl with humble begging. This was a 16-year-old girl in her prime. Different from them. The girl's clever little tongue drilled into her mouth, and the string of reason broke on the spot. The man picked up the woman by the waist, and the woman exclaimed and hugged his neck tightly. When the little maid came back with a lamp, hearing the gentle sounds in the room, her cheeks blushed. Then she turned pale with fear and hurried back to the main courtyard to report. Madam, something happened," the little maid cried. "I don't know which idiot accidentally brought the Marquis back to the original study and into Miss Su's room." The little maid burst into tears. She couldn't connect Miss Su with the wild voice in the room. How could she be so wild? Su covered Chow Chow's ears, and Dengji immediately took the little guy down. "Why are you crying? Don't ruin the joy during the new year." Su's eyes were red, and she seemed to grit her teeth and said, "The Marquis has been with me for nearly 20 years, which is enough. I can't monopolize the Marquis's favor." She seemed to sigh, and her eyes were red. Although she said so, everyone saw the lady crying. Su didn't sleep all night, standing in the courtyard, covered with snow, staring at the distance. That was the direction of the study. Behind her back, Dengji gave her ginger soup several times. Chapter 0060 Helper becomes love rival. Su stood in the courtyard, sleepless all night. The snow fell on her shoulders, but she seemed not to notice. "Madam, please go in." Dengji knelt in the snow, begging her to go in. Su felt numb from the cold, but she knew she couldn't leave. The maid replied tremblingly, "Last night, the Marquis called for water 3 times. Su's face was pale, and it was hard to tell whether it was from the cold or the heartbreak. The whole house was eerily quiet. When Lu Yuanza opened his eyes, he saw the pretty woman in his arms, and his reason returned instantly. Even Su Jiqing was startled. It wasn't a dream. Last night wasn't a dream. Her face was pale, and she was so shocked to see that she was covered in bruises that she bit her lower lip tightly and trembled all over. Wrong. It was all wrong. She seemed to be choked in the throat, and she was in fear. Lu Yuenza was originally a little complaining, but he was comforted by her panic and hurriedly took her into his arms. I will explain to Madam. Don't be afraid. Madam is kind and compassionate. This is my fault. Don't be afraid. I lost my temper last night. Lu Yuenza pursed his lips. The beauty of last night made him forget his troubles. Su Jiqing really wanted to cry out now. It's over, it's all over. Aunt Pei gave her the preferences of everyone in the Lu family and asked her to please the Lu family. But it was definitely not to send her in to grab her man. But seeing the mature man's aura of Marquis Lu, she was a little stunned again. Marquis Lu is not Lu Zhongyue, nor is he comparable to Lu Jinghuai, a young boy. Outside the door, the little maid knocked on the door. Marquis, Madam stood in the yard all night. You go and take a look. Madam was frozen in the snow all night. The little maid cried. Lord Lu stood up suddenly, put on his clothes in a panic, and left only one sentence. Ching Ching, I will give you an explanation. Su Jiqing felt the maid's contemptuous eyes, as if being pricked by a needle. What made her even more uneasy was that the one she really loved was Lu Jinghuai. She trembled all over. She was Lu Jinghuai's woman. She couldn't marry Lu Yuenza. She had a big secret. Once it was exposed, she would be criticized and killed without a burial place.
Sufikins chader.
At this moment, Lu Yuenza didn't even wear shoes and socks, and rushed back to the main courtyard in a hurry. Sure enough, there was a woman covered in white snow standing in the courtyard. The woman was shaky and looked at him indifferently. Lu Yuenza was slightly panicked. Yin-yang, I entered the wrong room last night. I mistook her for you. Su Shiyun seemed to be frozen. Her voice was hoarse, and her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. Marquis has been with me for nearly 20 years. Yunyang should not be so selfish. Marquis, let Yunyang calm down for a while. Dangji supported her, and with a slight movement, a lot of white snow fell from her body. As soon as she turned around, Su's body fell limply, and Dangji was so panicked that he shouted with red eyes, Madam! Lu Yuenza wanted to enter the courtyard, but saw Dangji shouting angrily, Marquis, don't provoke Madam anymore. Madam has been waiting all night since you entered Miss Su's room. After saying that, he carried Madam into the inner room. After entering the door, Su opened her eyes faintly. Several maids immediately stepped forward silently, changed her clothes, and warmed her hands and feet with hot water. After drinking the ginger soup, he came back to life instantly. Lu Chaochao's eyes turned red with distress, and she held her mother's hand, which was frozen like an ice cube, and covered her face with it. Hiss! The little guy shivered while holding her hand. Su quickly pulled her hand away. Silly girl, don't freeze your face. Mother is not cold. Mother is deliberately acting for him. If he didn't act, how could he feel at ease to accept Su Jiqing into the mansion? Dangji glanced at the door. Madam, the Marquis is gone. He stood outside the courtyard gate for half an hour, and heard the little maid come to report that Su Jiqing was going to hang herself, so he hurried away. Madam, you are really accurate. That Miss Su really set her sights on the Marquis. Lu Chaochao's eyes were full of stars. My goodness, my mother is so smart. Su couldn't help laughing out loud. It's not that she is smart, it's that her Chaochao is cheating. Lu Jinghuai has a lot of talent, and a bright future. But now, he is still immature. Compared with Lu Yuenza, a mature man, he is still a step behind. Besides, she had a love affair with Lu Yuenza, and she stood all night in the snow. It has already spread all over the mansion, and her chance to enter the mansion has been cut off. Now, she can only hold on to Lu Yuenza as a life-saving straw. Lu Chaochao was relieved to see that his mother was sick, but her eyes were bright. In the afternoon, Su Jiqing came to Ting Fenjuan in a pink dress to apologize. Yesterday, she was still dressed like an unmarried woman. Today, she still has the charm and can't help but be full of spring breeze. Madam, she still has the face to come? Dangji was so angry that he stared. Su chuckled. Of course she has the nerve to come, the Marquis supports her. Su Jiqing bit her lower lip lightly. Her body was not very agile, but she still walked into Tingfeng Gardens step by step. As soon as she entered the door, she knelt in front of the hall. The red mark on her neck was very conspicuous. Madam, all this is Qingqing's fault. It has nothing to do with the Marquis. Early this morning, Qingqing knew that she had made a big mistake and originally planned to hang herself to apologize. Su Jiqing was like a little white flower that was devastated. Shaky. It was the Marquis who stopped Qingqing. Su wiped her tears with red eyes, but she couldn't help laughing. Su Jiqing, every move, every dress and appearance are the Marquis's preferences. Pei Jiaojiao, you took great pains to send Su Jiqing to the Marquis's mansion. You taught her the preferences of everyone in the Marquis's mansion, but you didn't expect that in the end she would compete with you for men, right? Su stood up and helped Su Jiqing up with red eyes. Miss Su, you are from a good family, and I don't want to torture you. It's just your relationship with Zhang Yu. Su looked a little embarrassed. Su Jiqing's face was slightly stiff. I only regard Zhang Yu as a friend. We are gentlemen and have never done anything beyond the limit. The one who really did something beyond the limit was Lu Jinghuai.
Su thickens shuddered slightly.
That's good. Su breathed a sigh of relief. I have been married to the Marquis for many years. He is a devoted man and has never had a concubine. Speaking of which, Miss Su is the first. I am raising 3 sons and a daughter now, and I don't have the energy to serve the Marquis anymore. You and the Marquis are destined to be together. Miss Su, don't be afraid. The Marquis's mansion is simple and clean. You will take good care of the Marquis after you enter the house. If Miss Su can have another son or daughter, the Marquis will be happy. Su patted her hand gently, and Su Jiqing nodded shyly. You saved Zhang Yu's life. Being a concubine is too unfair to you. Su Jiqing raised her head suddenly and pinched deeply with her palm. Su acted as if she didn't hear it. Chapter 0061, Seizing the Prince's Body. Miss Su is the daughter of an honest family, and the Marquis Menglang is responsible for this matter. If she becomes a concubine, wouldn't it be ungrateful and repaying kindness with enmity? I intend to raise Qingqing as a co-wife, but the Marquis is about to be promoted, and I'm afraid he won't agree. We will follow the rules of co-wife in the mansion. Let's not talk about it to the outside world for now. What do you think? Su looked like she was thinking about her. Wait until the Marquis agrees in the future, and then bring you into the house in a grand manner. Su Jiqing immediately bowed. Qingqing, thanks madam for your help. Qingqing is willing to serve madam as a slave and maid, and appreciate madam's kindness. She could almost hear her heart beating wildly. Sure enough, Su was a fool. It's fine to be a slave, but if you save Zhang Yu's life, you are saving me. The courtyard you live in will be renamed Qingping Courtyard, and Miss Su will live there. I won't allocate any maids. Go to the account office and take out 300 taels of silver, and choose one yourself. Su was sincere. You have to pick the right one, because you will compete with Pei Jiaojiao in the future.
Su thickens shyly agreed.
Of course she could understand Su's implication. As long as the Marquis had no objection, she would be the Marquis's equal wife. She knew everything about the Marquis. After Su Jiqing left, Su's smile slowly faded. Madam. She was still talking about your goodness all the way. Deng Ji smiled secretly. Hide it from the outside for the time being, and don't reveal her identity. In the mansion, she will be treated as an equal wife. Pei Jiaojiao must be hit hard. Su simply used this as an excuse to stay indoors and said to the outside world that she was seriously ill. And Lu Chaoqiao, sitting cross-legged in front of the small box, she stuffed the jade pendant given by the emperor into it. She was still mumbling that the emperor was stingy and didn't even give her a chicken leg. So what was the point of giving her a broken jade pendant? God knows people outside were fighting for this jade pendant. I don't know if the little prince escaped this disaster. Originally, the little prince took care of the queen mother all night, and he had a high fever when he returned, so he was transported through time. But now, his mother directly pointed out the epidemic, and His Majesty investigated it overnight, thus saving the little prince from disaster. Should be, he escaped a disaster, right? Lu Chaoqiao held the milk pot and took a few sips. Alas, she was just a baby who knew nothing, and she didn't care about anything except drinking milk. In the afternoon, Lu Zhengyue came to look for Su. Today is Laba Festival, and it's very lively outside. Lu Chaoqiao held her brother's hand and wanted to go out to join in the fun. Please, Ergua. She looked at him eagerly. Lu Zhengyue wanted to tease her. Well, what do you want to ask for? The little girl made a click, bent her knees, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him. Chow chow kowtows to you. Dong dong dong. The kowtows were louder and louder. You're shortening your life, you. Lu Zhengyue jumped away and hurriedly picked her up. Forget it, I'll take you out. But you have to be obedient, or I won't take you next time. Lu Zhengyue even deliberately made himself look haggard. Lu Chaochao nodded happily. Before leaving, he happened to meet Su Jiqing in the outer courtyard, coming out of the marquis's study. The woman had a rosy face, her lips were shining with water, and her eyes were as beautiful as water and paintings. When she saw Lu Zhengyue, she was stunned on the spot. Lu Zhengyue stared at her intently, his eyes were red. And Lu Chaochao, she shouted loudly, Little lady. Her voice was childish and full of milk, which frightened the two people and made them step back. Lu Zhengyue opened his mouth. Yes, she was already his father's woman, so he should call her little lady. He said in a dry voice, Little lady. After that, he ran away with red eyes. Su Jiqing was stunned. From today on, several young masters in the mansion began to call her little lady. She directly confirmed her identity, and Lu Zhengyue curled his lips. Chow Chow, the best is yet to come. He strolled in the street holding Chow Chow. Little Chow Chow looked naive and cute, and everyone passing by would take a second look at her. It's my second sister-in-law. It's my second sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law. Lu Chow Chow suddenly became excited. Lu Zhengyue was stunned. Then Lu Chow Chow pointed at the carriage in the distance. Quick! Kong Kong. Let's go Kong Kong. That's my second brother's official match. The sister-in-law who is engaged to my second brother. Sister Wen Ning. Lu Chow Chow screamed in her heart. Lu Zhengyue's eyes fell on the carriage. Sure enough, it was the symbol of the One family. The One family returned to Beijing. In his memory, Wen Ning was always chubby, following behind him, calling brother Zhengyue. And at this moment, a pair of hands stretched out from the carriage. The hands were white and slender, as if carrying tiny starlight. The girl showed her face. Her eyes were as bright as stars. Her face was delicate and a little reserved. There was a smile on the corner of her mouth, and you could vaguely see the dimples she used to have. Ah, it's my second sister-in-law. Stupid second brother. Get on. Get on. The second sister-in-law is back in Beijing. The second brother is a fool. A big fool. The second sister-in-law liked the second brother since she was a child. But the second brother threatened to die for the sake of the little white flower and broke off the engagement with Sister One. Later, the heroine killed her relatives for the sake of justice, and her mother and brothers were arrested and were about to be beheaded. Sister One sought help everywhere, but no one helped, causing the One family to be implicated. She was dragged into the alley by others. Woo 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 woo. Sister One died naked in the alley? Lu Chaochao's eyes were red, and she didn't notice that Lu Zhengyue seemed to be dazed. Lu Zhengyue only felt a fishy sweetness in his heart.
Vändning se.
He was looking at Wen Ning from afar at this moment. So bright and beautiful, such a woman, but died naked in the dark alley, just to save him. Hey. Second brother, don't run. Second brother, why did you run? Lu Chaochao was speechless for a while. Her second brother actually fled in panic. Lu Zhengyue felt that his heart was heavy. It was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. Lu Chaochao pointed to the distance. Second sister-in-law. The little head nodded. Lu Zhengyue shook his head. Chaochao, that's not the second sister-in-law. Second brother. She doesn't deserve her. He touched Chaochao's head. Chaochao was very smart and had seen Wen Ning's portrait. Chaochao tilted her head. She didn't understand. Wen Ning is a good girl. Second brother doesn't deserve her. She deserves better. Lu Zhengyue looked at Wen Ning from a distance, feeling extremely bitter. Lu Chaochao blinked, not quite understanding. As he was talking, he saw the servant hurriedly looking for him. He was sweating and panting. Second master, I finally found you. Quick, the eldest master went to the East Palace. Let you take Miss Chaochao over. The servant's face turned pale from running. Ah, is the little prince going to die? Lu Chaochao was a little surprised. He had avoided the prince from contracting the disease, but the plot still pushed him back. Lu Chaochao's inner voice scared Lu Zhengyue to death. Although he didn't know why he was looking for Chaochao, he still ran to the East Palace at this moment. The East Palace was heavily guarded. Normally, he could hardly enter the gate, but now he could pass through without any obstacles. People in the East Palace were already in panic. What's going on? Lu Zhengyue asked while pulling someone. The prince fell into the water. After waking up, he seemed to have lost his soul. The servant was terrified. Lu Yenshu sat in a wheelchair with a stern face. He glanced at Cao Cao and took Cao Cao. Lu Yenshu had been very close to the prince during this period. Today, he happened to be in the East Palace. When the prince woke up just now, he suddenly covered his head. There was no one beside him, but he shouted, "Get out! Get out! Get out of my body!" Just like there were two different spirits in his body, fighting for control of the body. Lu Yenshu felt that he was crazy. He was really daring. "Cao Cao, don't be afraid. It's the prince. He's looking for you." For some reason, the prince called Cao Cao's name urgently. He kept calling Cao Cao. One voice was more urgent than the other. "Oh no, the prince can't win. He's gonna die." Lu Cao Cao held the milk bottle and drank a few mouthfuls. He didn't notice the pale faces of his brothers behind him. Chapter 0062 The Prince Becomes a Slave. Lu Yenshu took a deep breath. There was a painful wail in the palace. The prince was very wrong today. His eyes were sometimes fierce and sometimes painful, as if there was a battle in his body. "Get out! Get out! Get out!" The voice was fierce, which was different from the innocence of a 7 or 8-year-old child. The eyes were a little cruel. The palace servants knelt far away and did not dare to get close. Someone had hurried to invite the emperor. The teacups were broken all over the floor in the room. The prince was wearing a casual dress, breathing heavily, kneeling on the broken porcelain, with blood all over his knees. But he didn't care at all, as if he didn't feel any pain. He just held his head tightly, with cold sweat on his forehead. "What kind of demon dares to come and cause trouble in front of me? Get out of my body!" The prince felt that his head was in extreme pain. "Cao Cao, Cao Cao." He whispered Cao Cao's name. "Quick! Find Cao Cao." Xie Qingxi was trembling all over, and big drops of cold sweat fell down. It was a lonely ghost that pierced his body. Xie Qingxi felt cold all over. "I felt that there was an invisible and powerful force that seemed to pull him out of his body. You can leave with peace of mind. I will keep this body for you." The person who fought for his body seemed a little gloomy. It was also him who dismissed all the palace people. "Get out!" Xie Qingxi felt a trance in front of his eyes. The fingertips were trembling with pain. His eyes gradually became blurred, as if his soul was about to be pulled out. Suddenly, someone came in. He tried to open his eyes, and only vaguely saw a round ball struggling to crawl in from the threshold, holding a small milk bottle in his hand. From time to time, she sipped it, with a satisfied look on her face. She seemed to be unsteady when walking, and staggered all the way over. She was full of milk fragrance, and her warm little hand fell on his forehead. His soul, which was about to leave, was tightly imprisoned in the place. "Ah, dying." Lu Cao Cao widened his eyes in surprise. "Originally, you should have died of the plague. But I clearly changed the trajectory of your fate. I understand. The way of heaven has set things right and everything has been turned back." "Thief, thief, God." Lu Cao Cao muttered a few words. She was tired of squatting, so she simply sat cross-legged next to the prince with the milk bottle. The prince couldn't die. If he died, he would become the heroine's licking dog. Lu Cao Cao hates licking dogs. She blinked her eyes, and a hint of mischief appeared in her big eyes. "Hee hee." She smiled slyly. Madam Mud. Want to live?" The prince rolled his eyes in anger. If he didn't want to live, did he want to die? He wanted to speak, but he couldn't control his body completely now. He wanted to speak, but the other half of his soul bit his lips tightly, and blood flowed out. The prince was trapped and anxious. Lu Cao Cao seemed to see something strange and scratched the little tuft on his head. "Nod." As soon as she spoke, the prince nodded quickly. "Kusu. Even if Cao Cao saves you once, the way of heaven will turn you back on track. Unless," Lu Cao Cao grumbled, "unless you share life with Cao Cao. Lu Cao Cao's merits are greater than heaven, and it is easy for him to save someone. However, mortals are not worthy of sharing Cao Cao's life. They can only be slaves. Become Cao Cao's slave, follow Cao Cao. Then you will no longer be bound by the laws of heaven, and you can be reborn." Cao Cao's little tug is almost broken. She sat cross-legged on the ground. And I are willing to be Cao Cao's slave?" She stuttered, intermittently trying to speak clearly. The prince kept panting. He could feel that his hands and feet were no longer under control, and the breath of his whole body became strange. He was about to be wiped out. Xie Chengxi gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with bloodshot. He stood up and knelt on the porcelain. I, Xie Chengxi, am willing to serve Cao Cao and be Cao Cao's slave for life. If you violate this oath, the sky will be struck by lightning. As soon as the voice fell, thunder suddenly fell in the dark night sky. A group of dark clouds gathered in the sky. This, of course, was not the prince's oath. It was the heavenly Tao who was stopping Lu Chaochao. Lu Chaochao put her hands on her waist, threw the bottle on the ground, and her little round face was full of irritation. He pointed to the sky with her right hand. Shut up, she spoke in a fierce tone, impatient. If you keep making noises, smash the dirt. The gathering dark clouds slowly froze, as if they had suffered a great injustice, and scattered away. The prince was stunned. He kowtowed to her twice. He kowtowed very sincerely. Not at all. Even the heavenly Tao was defeated. He was just a little prince. What's wrong with kowtow twice? What's wrong with being a servant? The heavenly Tao didn't dare to say a word. Lu Chaochao looked at the tip of her finger, then put it in her mouth. With a ferocious face, she bit it hard. She took out her finger. On the fingertip covered with saliva, there were only 2 tooth marks, and she fell into deep thought. Can't bite through? Only 2 teeth. Lu Chaochao was too young to understand embarrassment, but she felt her face was burning. Babies also need to save face. She was so angry that she slammed the porcelain, and a drop of bright red blood suddenly appeared. A strong and refreshing breath appeared in the air, and a breath of it made people feel refreshed. She poked her finger at the prince's forehead. Chi-Chi, the contract is done. The drop of blood sank directly into it. Xie Qingxi clearly felt a strong force injected into his soul, stabilizing his spirit. The clamoring soul from another world was kicked out in an instant. The prince sat on the ground with his whole body exhausted. Xie Qingxi, I am willing to follow Cao Cao and become Cao Cao's servant. Thank Cao Cao for saving my life. The prince solemnly bowed to Cao Cao. He never said that he could hear Cao Cao's voice. He was afraid that Cao Cao would be uncomfortable. He understood. Lu Yuanza's daughter must be from a prominent family. Unfortunately, Lu Yuanza, this fool, mistook fish eyes for pearls. The prince took off the jade pendant from his waist and hung it on Lu Chaochao's waist. Cao Cao, this jade pendant represents my presence. With this thing, you can walk freely in Beizhou, and no one can hurt you at all. Oh, Cao Cao said lightly. Your father only gave you one. Her backers can scare her father to death. The prince touched his head. Cao Cao didn't seem to like it. What does Cao Cao like? Xie Qingxi squatted down and said to Cao Cao carefully. Cao Cao's eyes lit up. Meat. Big chicken legs. Big chicken legs. Big chicken legs. Candied haws. Candied haws.
Kenditman, Kenditman.
She looked at Xie Qingxi with burning eyes. Xie Qingxi had little experience in raising children, but he also understood that a 10-month-old baby couldn't chew on a chicken leg. He refused on the spot. He watched helplessly as the light in Xiao Chaochao's eyes went out. Lu Chaochao had originally thought that he could chew on a chicken leg for saving his life, right? After being ruthlessly rejected, Lu Chaochao could scold the ruthless heaven and kick the cold underworld. She was so angry that she cried. With a cry of wow, tears and snot flowed. She was cheated. It was agreed that the slave contract was signed and the slave would listen to the master in everything. Not even a chicken leg. He didn't even give a chicken leg. Wow. Chapter 0063 The Confused Abbot. Xie Qingxi felt cold in his heart. On the first day, he made the young master cry. He was finished. Dead. When Lu Yenshu pushed the wheelchair in, Lu Chaochao was already burping with anger. Just now, she was still angrily denouncing the injustice of heaven. But now she was sobbing and accusing. Bad, bad. Chop him. Chop him. He cursed so hard that he didn't know what he was saying. Lu Yenshu hugged her in his arms, and the smile in his eyes was about to overflow. My little sister is naughty, Your Highness. Please forgive me. He looked at the prince carefully, and saw that although he looked tired, he still had the familiar smile on his face, so he breathed a sigh of relief. No, Cao Cao is true to her nature. It was me who annoyed her. The prince carefully peeked at Cao Cao. Cao Cao was so angry that she turned her butt towards him. Dinner will have 4 happiness meatballs. Lu Yenshu said lightly. Cao Cao stopped crying and continued to cry with her face covered. Add honey pigeon. Cao Cao's crying weakened. It's cool today, let's prepare another pot. Chow Chow doesn't seem to want to eat, so we can only. Lu Chow Chow's tears suddenly hung down, and she shouted, "Si, si, gao gao, chi." His eyes were wide open, and he stared at his elder brother with puffed cheeks. The prince secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly ordered the palace servants to prepare dinner. There was a hint of suspicion in Lu Yenshu's eyes. Lu Yenshu had a deep relationship with the prince during this period. He was quite talented and the prince respected him very much. But when facing Chow Chow, it was very different. When Chow Chow had a meal, he personally picked the bones for Chow Chow, brought hot water, picked up dishes for Chow Chow, fed Chow Chow, and washed Chow Chow's hands and face. There was a sense of attentiveness. He deliberately praised Chow Chow and praised Chow Chow's status very highly. Until Chow Chow had a meal and returned home, he was still reluctant to stand at the door, and dared to turn around after Chow Chow left. Sitting in the carriage, Chow Chow dozed off in the arms of her second brother Lu Zhengyue. "Chow Chow, what happened in the East Palace today?" Lu Yenshu asked. Chow Chow smacked his lips. "Chicken legs." Lu Yenshu's eyelids jumped. "Besides chicken legs, what else?" Lu Chow Chow uttered after a while. "Pigeons." And squab. "Besides eating." Lu Yenshu was so angry that her head hurt. The little girl frowned and thought for a long time. "Cry, brother Taiji, cry." "Bang bang." Then she pointed to her forehead, which meant to kowtow. "Lu Yenshu, otherwise you still have to complain in your heart?" At this moment, what she was crying in her heart was, "The food in the East Palace is so good. The crispy squab is so delicious. It melts in your mouth, so delicious. The pot soup tonight is delicious. Hey, my stomach is so full. Why don't I have two stomachs? I didn't get to eat the roasted lamb leg tonight. What a pity. It smells so good. Slurp slurp, grow teeth, grow teeth, grow teeth quickly." Lu Yenshu silently blocked his ears. Forget it, it's better not to listen. When the carriage returned to the loyal and brave man's mansion, the moon was already above the willow branches. Lu Yuanza, today he still stayed in Su Jiqing's room. Since Su promised to make him his equal wife, Su Jiqing has done everything she can to let Lu Yuanza stay in her room every day. Pei Jiao gave her all the preferences of the Lu family. Now, it's just convenient for her to do things. Speaking of which, Lu Yuanza has been really proud recently. Lu Jinghuai's fiancé Jiang family, Mr. Jiang, was promoted from the Dali Temple to the head of the Hanlin Academy and became a second-rank official. Lu Jinghuai has recently made a good poem, which is the best in the world. Who doesn't know Lu Jinghuai's name? Wine. Don't you see, the water of the Yellow River comes from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning. Don't you see? The white hair in the mirror of the hall is sad. The hair is black in the morning and white in the evening. From a distance, the voice coming from Qingping Courtyard can be heard. What a good poem. A quatrain for all ages. Lu Yuanza drank a few more cups, and his eyebrows were full of joy at this moment. His Jinghuai, his Jingyao, this pair of children really won face for him. When this poem was passed into the palace, even His Majesty asked Lu Jinghuai's name. Lu Yenshu sat in a wheelchair. His eyebrows and eyes were calm. Lu Jinghuai can also write such a quatrain? Lu Zhengyue was almost shocked when he first heard this poem. What about the group of people outside? Lu Chao Chao yawned. His sister is from China with a 5,000-year heritage. There are countless celebrities for him to copy, of course he can do it. Lu Zhengyue slowly tightened his hands. Lu Yenshu said calmly, "It's not enough to just write poems for the imperial examination." Lu Zhengyue's uneasiness slowly subsided, as if everything could become simple in front of his elder brother. At night, the abbot of Hugua Temple stood under the moonlight. His eyes were blinded for no reason, and now he could only let his disciples look up at the sky for him. The fourth prince was still a little monk, and at this moment he looked up at the stars in the sky. "Master, the purple star is flickering, sometimes prosperous, sometimes weak. Why is this?" "Master, the purple star is getting weaker and weaker. It has begun to turn black." The fourth prince was a little uneasy. The purple star represents the emperor and the royal family. "Ha!" The fourth prince's eyes suddenly lit up. Master, there is a strange phenomenon in the sky. There is a strange phenomenon in the sky. So strange." The fourth prince jumped up suddenly, and even countless monks came out to look at the wonders in the sky. Many monks put their hands together and prayed for the safety of the people and good weather under the strange phenomenon. Master, it's so strange. A brilliant star appeared from nowhere, brighter than all the stars. It lifted up the purple star. The originally dim purple star has regained its light. The purple star is brighter than before. The fourth prince knelt on the ground with a click and kowtowed several times. He was a member of the royal family, so he naturally stood on the royal side. The abbot was stunned. What does that star look like? He originally calculated that the royal family would have a great disaster, which would lead to the Xie family's eternal destruction. Even the country would change hands and the world would be in turmoil. He just happened to keep the fourth prince in Buddhism to preserve the royal bloodline. The fourth prince looked up at the star. Master, it is the brightest and most shining star in the sky. I don't know where it came from, and all the stars revolve around it. Even the purple star is inferior to it. I am willing to be its partner. Master, has there been any extraordinary person in the world? The fourth prince looked at the stars eagerly, which represented the situation in the world. This star was destined not to be an unknown person. The abbot smiled slightly. The person who broke the situation has appeared. This person can break the situation in the world and save the people from fire and water. The world is saved. The abbot put his hands together. Master, can he save your eyes? The fourth prince felt sorry for the master and asked. The abbot shook his head. Such a great man who has been secluded from the world has a strange temperament, so don't ask him for trivial matters. He still doesn't know why he is blind. The great man must be worried about saving the world, right? The abbot thought. Great man, save the people from fire and water? 10-month-old Lu Chao Chao held the bottle in both hands and drank with a gulp. With a thud, she was full and the bottle fell to the ground. In her dream, she was still muttering. You didn't even give me a chicken leg, you're so stingy. I'll never save him again. I'll kill him. Sautéed pork elbows, stir-fried kidneys, spicy and sour pork tendons, sesame sauce, and stir-fried sea cucumbers with green onions. She was worried about growing teeth to chew meat. Chapter 0064. A lot of backers. On New Year's Eve, firecrackers were set off all over the capital, and festive window decorations were pasted everywhere. The children were wearing brand new clothes and playing around. Lu Chao Chao is 11 months old. It's a good thing that she has grown another tooth, and she is already a baby with 3 teeth. Happy, one step closer to chewing big chicken legs. No matter who she met, she grinned with her big front teeth, revealing 3 small white teeth. Sue's cheeks hurt when she saw it. Okay. Mother knows you have grown another tooth. I'll give you a chicken leg to chew when I come back tonight. This girl kept shouting in her dreams, growing teeth, growing teeth. Lu Chao Chao smiled and got the chicken leg she wanted, and she became happy. The complicated clothes never made her irritable. Today we have to go to the palace to offer sacrifices to the heavens. There will be a palace banquet later. You must be obedient. Sue dressed her in a thick coat. It was very cold during the sacrifices, and she was worried that Lu Chao Chao would freeze. After she was dressed, Lu Chao Chao glanced at her mother. She sneaked under the bed and used her hands and feet to push out a small box. There was a small key hanging from her neck. With a click, the key opened. There was a string of jade pendants inside. Any piece would make her scumbag father drool, but she had a lot of them, and threw them in the corner with disgust. Taking up space, Lu Chao Chao pouted. Sue was bathing and changing clothes. She could only see her sticking her butt out and looking for something. 2 chestnuts on her head were shaking. Lu Chao Chao was only 11 months old, and her palms were very small. She took out a handful of chestnuts from the box. There were only 2 in a handful, and her chubby hands couldn't hold them, so she grabbed several handfuls of chestnuts and stuffed them into her arms. She grabbed 2 more handfuls of peanuts and stuffed them into her purse. She grabbed another thumb-sized sweet potato. After a long while of work, her pockets were bulging, so she locked the box again and pushed it in. The heaven sacrifice was extremely tedious and boring, and she was not allowed to leave. Sue didn't dare to drink water, for fear of having to go to the toilet in the middle. She only drank 2 sips of thick rice porridge to fill her stomach. Why do you ask the legitimate son and daughter to participate in the heaven sacrifice this year? Chao Chao is only 11 months old and can't even walk steadily. Dangji sighed and was busy putting a scarf on Chao Chao. Sue glanced at Lu Chao Chao, who was squatting on the ground and poking ants. She always felt that maybe the emperor wanted to see Chao Chao, but Your Majesty is not so free, right? Su put everything aside, and just as she carried Chow Chow out of the door, she saw Su Jiqing's face with joy. Madam! Su Jiqing's face was rosy. She had tried her best to please Lu Yuanzi in the past half-month. Lu Yuanzi had not even stepped into Su's room. He actually looked like he was indulging in the land of tenderness. Madam, Happy New Year. Su Jiqing hesitated to speak, and the joy in her eyes could hardly be concealed. Just say it directly. Delaying the sacrifice to heaven is a serious crime. Su had a third-rank imperial decree and was required to enter the palace to worship. She has become Lu Jinghuai's little wife. She is going to make Pei Jiaojiao angry to death. The weapon she cultivated was aimed at herself. Lu Jinghuai didn't know it yet.
Su's hing baut to Su.
The Marquis loves Qingqing. Last night, the Marquis said that he wanted to raise Qingqing as his equal wife. Madam is old and raising several children. I'm afraid she will be too distracted. I specially asked Qingqing to share Madam's worries. It was worth it. Her calves were shaking when she walked this morning. Pei Jiaojiao is beautiful, but she is no longer young. And I am young, beautiful, humble, and well-read, almost combining the advantages of Su and Pei Jiaojiao. Pei Jiaojiao also gave her the Marquis's preferences. She deliberately created the same preferences as the Marquis, making the Marquis feel that they are quite predestined. Last night, the Marquis was so overwhelmed that he agreed to her being his second wife on the spot. Su couldn't hide her loneliness in her eyes. In this case, on the first day of tomorrow, Miss Su will be recorded in the family tree. But this marriage… Su hesitated for a moment. Fortunately, Su Jiqing said, Sister, the new year is busy, and the marriage is not urgent. As long as it is recorded in the family tree, she will be a formal second wife. She casually called her sister. Bah! What cats and dogs are randomly claiming to be relatives? Dangji couldn't help but complain. Madam is from a famous family. She is the daughter of the Su family who is loved by everyone. She has no sisters. Dangji said angrily. A wife is just a head higher than a concubine and a concubine. She is not worthy of being called a sister of the main wife. Su Jiqing blushed with shame and suppressed the resentment in her eyes. Humph, what's the use of being a main wife? What's the use of not being loved by a man? She doesn't know that the Marquis has been keeping a concubine for nearly 20 years, right? Her eyes were filled with pity and gloating. The Marquis said, Su loves him deeply, and it is true. Miss Dangji is teaching Qingqing that she doesn't see her identity clearly. She lowered her head with a sneer on her lips. Okay, you just serve the Marquis well. Su didn't even look at her and took people out of the house. Today, the emperor led the court officials to offer sacrifices to the sky. The women took their children to the other side of the altar, just blocking the courtier's sight and avoiding the cold wind. Su stood in her position. She thought to herself, this position is really good. How could she know that this was reserved by the emperor and the prince for Lu Chaoqiao? The courtiers all knelt in the cold wind. Although Lu Yuanzi had a high title, he was a low official. He knelt slightly behind and could not see the front at all. Lord Lu, let's drink a few cups together after the palace banquet? Let's taste the wine together. Every sentence is a classic. That Lu Jinghuai is really talented. It must be an accident that he couldn't gather righteousness during the Zhongyuan festival last year. After all, it was his first time to participate in the parade. Lu Yuanzi was proud of it, and his heart was full of passion. This is his son. Lu Jinghuai is his son. I heard that your majesty is very fond of Jiang Jinjiu. That Lu Jinghuai, before he even took part in the provincial examination, was already valued by your majesty. If he really won the top 3 prizes. A minister secretly glanced at the prince. I'm afraid that the ancestors' graves will be filled with smoke. The glory of the Su family in the past will fall on Lu Jinghuai. I don't know whose child Lu Jinghuai is. Such an outstanding son is actually raised outside. Since the last time the Minister of Rights was caught in public, everyone knew that Lu Jinghuai was a concubine's son. But I don't know whose son he is. Lu Yuanzi pinched his palm. His face was slightly gloomy, and he didn't say anything. Su's natal family became the emperor's teacher and the Taifu, one of the 3 ministers, because the old man assisted your majesty to ascend the throne. He brought the Su family to the peak. Mr. Chun, the Minister of Rights, glanced at the loyal and brave Marquis. Idiot. He helped Lu Yuanzi raise a concubine and offended Lu Chaoqiao, which was even more stupid. He touched his ears, which were swollen from pinching by his wife, but he grinned and laughed foolishly when he thought of his wife's pregnancy. The imperial physician had already checked this pregnancy, and it was a son. He had a son in his old age. It was worth dying for this life. He would not remind Lu Yuanza that his daughter was awesome. Moreover, she had a lot of backers. He would be pissed off. On the altar, the Imperial Astronomical Observatory was reading the sacrificial text, praying for good weather and good harvests in the coming year. The emperor brought the prince with him, and his face was solemn. The emperor knew that Lu Chaochao had saved the prince, and he was grateful to God for giving Lu Chaochao. The emperor just lowered his head. He saw a baby popping out from behind the huge bronze tripod. The baby was grinning, showing 3 little teeth, and was laughing. Chapter 0065. Roasted chestnuts at the heavenly sacrifice ceremony. The emperor was stunned for a moment. The prince was originally reading the sacrificial text, and when he lowered his head, he also caught a glimpse of Lu Chaochao's little face. The little prince stuttered and instantly returned to normal. He even moved secretly to block Lu Chaochao's figure. How did she climb up there? Lu Chaochao shrank her little hand to her lips and blew it, pointing to the bottom of the altar. It's cold below, warm above. She pointed to the big cauldron for offering sacrifices to the sky. The emperor opened his mouth. He knew that at this moment he should be furious and chop off her head, but, thinking of the dream last night, he closed his mouth silently. He even glanced at the shocked minister of rites on the altar. The old minister was white-haired, staring at the chubby baby sitting in front of the bronze cauldron with wide eyes, but he didn't dare to say a word. My goodness, whose child climbed up the altar? Your Majesty is still protecting her. If it was a prince, I'm afraid he would be beaten half to death on the spot, and even his mother would be sent to the cold palace. But, at this moment, His Majesty deliberately blocked her and didn't let her be discovered. How could he know that the emperor had a dream last night? Last night, he dreamed of the ending of Beizhou. It was really sad and tearful. Beizhou was not defeated, but died of love brain injury. In the dream, the prince died quietly after the plague, and a lonely ghost from nowhere took over the prince's identity. She actually talked about love under the identity of Beizhou's prince, destroying Beizhou's foundation for many years. The foundation that the ancestors worked hard to build was handed over to that woman to be the empress. The emperor almost died on the spot. He also dreamed of the old emperor who had died for many years. The old emperor held his hand, spitting excitedly. It's saved. It's saved. The ancestral tomb of my Xie family is smoking. The country of my Xie family will surely last for thousands of generations and will surely be passed down for thousands of years. Take good care of little Cao Cao, or I will come and beat you to death. The emperor touched his face and almost got slapped by the previous emperor. So, at this moment, he looked at Lu Chaochao with an especially kind look. It was snowing again. The snow fell on their shoulders. Everyone was shivering with cold because they hadn't eaten yet. Lu Chaochao drank 2 sips of milk for breakfast and felt empty in her stomach. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She sat on the ground with her legs crossed and dragged the copper basin for burning paper to her feet. The emperor watched her. She grabbed a handful of chestnuts from her arms and threw them in. The emperor opened his mouth and was rarely dazed. After a while, the courtiers who braved the cold wind and heavy snow smelled a sweet chestnut fragrance in the air. Smelled so good that overbearing fragrance went straight into their noses when everyone was hungry. The roasted chestnuts burst open, and the sweet aroma spread. Lu Chaochao used his only 3 teeth to crack open the small chestnuts, took a bite of chestnuts, and drank a mouthful of milk. His comfortable eyebrows melted. Wow! This chestnut is so fragrant and sweet, pink and sticky. The little prince swallowed his saliva while reciting the sacrificial words. He felt that he had experienced the greatest test in the world in his life. The sacrificial words in front of him turned into bursting chestnuts. The chestnuts were eaten. The sacrificial words were not finished yet. Lu Chaochao took out a handful of peanuts. The peanuts were even more domineering, and the rich taste spread throughout the venue. Some people even thought that they were just 2 tails of wine at this moment. Lu Chaochao sat in front of the copper basin. His little face was red from the fire. He threw a small sweet potato as thick as a thumb into the brazier. After a while, the sweet potato fragrance in the air could be smelled. Lu Chaochao's mouth was black, and she would sip milk from time to time, which made the emperor's eyelids jump. She silently said in her heart, "Grandfather, you let me pamper her. Please don't blame me, grandfather. I don't know what kind of sweet potato this girl ate. The taste is really overbearing." The court officials almost fainted from hunger. Who is so unethical that he secretly brought snacks to the solemn ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven? She ate alone. She usually looked down on the chestnut and peanut sweet potatoes, but in this icy and snowy weather, she especially wanted to have a few. Lu Chao Chao held the small milk bottle and burped. She patted her bulging round belly and waved to the emperor and his son. She secretly climbed down the ladder in the corner. The eunuch was so scared that his soul was gone, and his face was pale. When did she go up? But seeing that his majesty and the prince looked kind, he was even more shocked. The eunuch silently remembered Lu Chao Chao in his heart, and raised the status of this little girl again and again. Alas, the inconspicuous loyal and brave mansion is about to usher in great wealth. Zhongyong Marquis Lu Yuanzi, with mediocre talents, was unexpectedly so fertile. How could he know that Lu Yuanzi was planning how to drive Su out of the house? This great wealth would not be his turn. At this moment, Su was kneeling under the altar and turned her head. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Where was Chao Chao? There was no one behind her. My dear. Lu Chao Chao pulled the corner of her clothes, tilted her head and looked cute. Su secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chao Chao, don't run around. There must be no mistakes in the sacrifice to the sky, or you will be punished. The year before last, someone was indecent when offering sacrifices to the sky, and the emperor looked extremely ugly. He was dismissed on the spot, dragged away and beaten with 30 boards, lost half his life and lost his official position. The family's years of hard work were ruined. Lu Chao Chao frowned. How could she be punished? Uncle Emperor and Brother Prince are so kind and benevolent. Why is your mouth so black? Su stroked the corner of her mouth. It was dark. I don't know what she ate secretly. Lu Chao Chao touched her head. The sweet potato was burnt and her teeth were black. Su didn't say anything. She knew that Lu Chao Chao often hid food in her purse. A trace of snow fell on Lu Chao Chao's shoulder. The coolness hit her and she sneezed. The prince on the stage paused slightly. Then he accelerated the pace. After a while, the ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven ended. This year's ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven ended so quickly.
Su mu mút.
Usually, the ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven would take half a day to end. Today, it only took half an hour to end. Su rubbed her stomach. She felt sour and hungry. It was really uncomfortable. But no one dared to eat more during the ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven. I don't know who is so bold as to bring roasted chestnuts and roasted sweet potatoes. 10 heads are not enough to chop off. Su had been hungry all morning and was drooling at the smell. Chao Chao's eyes rolled around, and she never mentioned that she roasted them herself on the altar. She even ate them in front of the emperor and the prince. Anyway, it's not vegetarian, Chao Chao. She slapped her bulging belly. Chao Chao. Good baby. She raised her head slightly with a well-behaved face. Su narrowed her eyes and smiled. Of course mother knows you are a good baby. Our Chao Chao is well-behaved and lovely, and never does anything out of line. Her Chao Chao was born without crying. She didn't cry even when she was hungry or peed. In the whole capital, there is no other child who is so sensible and well-behaved. Su had a very thick filter for Lu Chao Chao. She never thought that her daughter was the culprit of roasting chestnuts in the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heaven. Chapter 0066. Palace Banquet Riding on the Neck. Palace Banquet. The palace was filled with laughter and the sound of stringed instruments was endless. Someone even changed the song Drinking Wine into a sword dance, and everyone was amazed as the poems went up and down. That Mr. Lu is really talented. At only 17, he has such a masterpiece. He is indeed a well-deserved genius. Lu Yuanzi sat in front of the palace and raised his neck slightly when he heard everyone praising Lu Jinghuai. Speaking of which, the last person who was so outstanding was the eldest son of Marquis Lu, right? He was only an 8-year-old scholar, and he was the first. A minister saw Lu Yuanzi's proud look and couldn't help but sneer. Wisdom will hurt. It's a pity for the eldest son of Marquis Lu. Now he is disabled, but he still occupies the position of the prince. It's a pity, a pity. Lu Yuanzi seemed to have his throat stuck, and the faint joy and pride on his face were instantly broken and stepped on. I heard that he can't take care of himself and needs help with his poop and pee. The person who spoke sighed, making Lu Yuanzi's forehead veins bulge. Lu Yuanzi took a deep breath. Yan Shu won't have that fate. His eyes were slightly gloomy. The huge mansion must be handed over to the prince in the future. But now Yenshu is disabled. Can't support such a huge mansion. The prince is 7 years old, and his majesty has been looking for a prince master everywhere. If Lu Jinghuai can really pass the imperial examination, I'm afraid. Several officials looked at each other. Lu Yuanza clenched his fists. The imperial examination, the prince master, that is the future junior tutor. A rising star. However, Lu Jinghuai's status is humble, so I'm afraid there will be some obstacles. It is said that Lu Jinghuai is the son of a concubine. With this status, even if he passed the imperial examination, he is not qualified to be the prince's tutor. It's a pity not to welcome such an outstanding young man back to the mansion to be included in the family tree. Everyone sighed. Speaking of which, the Jiang family is still far-sighted. They actually broke off the engagement with the disabled Lu family early and decided on Lu Jinghuai. Miss Jiang is lucky to have this marriage. Everyone did not notice that Lu Yuanza seemed to have made some kind of decision. Hey, there are roasted chestnuts in today's palace banquet? The courtiers looked at the small plate of roasted chestnuts, roasted sweet potatoes and roasted peanuts on the table, staring at each other. Such snacks that only appear in the market are actually served at the palace banquet. How could they know that the emperor was tempted by Lu Chaochao? Lu Yuanza is only a 4th-rank official, and is now sitting near the palace door. Su is on good terms with the eldest princess, but she is on the table with the female relatives. The princess held Cao Cao affectionately, her eyes full of love. I haven't thanked you for saving my mother yet. The princess held her waist. The twins were a great burden to her, but it was a sweet burden. My mother was seriously ill and couldn't go out to get some fresh air. She was grateful for your kindness and asked someone to bring this thing to her. Lu Chaochao's eyelids jumped suddenly. Hey! It can't be a jade pendant. Lu Chaochao had just finished muttering in her heart when she saw the princess silently take out a green jade pendant from her arms. Ah! The princess gave me a jade pendant, the emperor gave me a jade pendant, the prince gave me a jade pendant, and even the queen mother gave me a jade pendant. There is no place to hang it. Lu Chaochao stared at the jade pendant in front of her with wide eyes. The prince opened his mouth blankly. Huh? His whole family has given it? First, no money, second, no food, all the jade pendants are collected. Lu Chaochao looked sad. The princess pinched her chubby little face. Your parents haven't divorced yet, and the favor they gave you can't be displayed yet. We will wrong our Chaochao for the time being. If Lu Chaochao was favored, I'm afraid Lu Yuanza would hold her tightly and not let go. Su's eyes were slightly hot. Yes, she didn't plan to keep the children in the Lu family from the beginning. You don't know the weight of the jade pendant. This all represents promise and power. Her royal brother, such a suspicious and cautious person, gave Cao Cao a jade pendant as if I were here in person. Can be seen that she loves this little girl. You can't eat jade pendants. Lu Cao Cao shook her head with disgust. The princess couldn't help but chuckle. If your father knew, he would hate to worship you. How could you be so disgusted? After the palace banquet, the palace would set off fireworks. The brilliant fireworks soared into the sky. Lu Chaochao looked up, looking further and further back. Finally, she sat on the ground. She was stunned. She blinked her eyes, and while everyone was watching the fireworks, she climbed up the stairs. The highest position has the best view. The eunuch Wang Gonggong was standing on the viewing platform. When he saw her climbing up the platform with her hands and feet, he was stunned. Watching her crawling towards His Majesty, he tugged at His Majesty's dragon robe. She sat on the ground and stretched out her hand to the emperor. Uncle, hug me. The baby's voice was particularly soft and tender, and she also had an innocent smile, which stunned the emperor. The viewing platform had a great view. The emperor bent down and picked her up. The ministers below surrounded her, all looking up in the direction of the fireworks. The fireworks exploded, emitting puffs of smoke. Only the figure on the platform could be vaguely seen, but it was not clear. Lu Chaochao grabbed the emperor's hair, which made Wang Gonggong tremble with fear. Not enough. Not enough. She raised her head and wanted to go higher and higher. She smiled and smacked the emperor's cheek, leaving a string of saliva. Hi! Then she pointed at the emperor's neck. Before the emperor could react, she climbed up to the emperor's neck with her hands and feet. Be careful not to fall. The emperor hurriedly held her steady. If she fell, I'm afraid that the coffin of the ancestors underground would not be able to hold her down. Eunuch Wang, who served in front of the emperor, was always a person of some importance. Even the court officials had to be polite when they saw him, but at this moment, they were so shocked that their lips opened wide with a look of shock. Lu Chaochao, riding on the emperor's neck. Ah, in the hazy smoke, he seemed to see a baby riding on the emperor's neck. Baby, looks like Lu Chaochao. He looked carefully again, but the smoke made it impossible to see anything. Hey, he's really crazy, Lu Chaochao riding on the emperor's neck? He can stand upside down and eat shit. I guess he's dazzled. Chapter 0067, 3 Yuan Success. After the fireworks were set off, Lu Chaochao returned to Su's side. Just now, several little princes saw Lu Chaochao riding on the emperor's neck. The 5-year-old little prince looked at him eagerly. He rushed forward with small steps and opened his arms to his amiable father. Father, hold me! His shout shocked his mother, Rong Guerin. Rong Guerin was so scared that she almost knelt down on the spot. Hey, what kind of courage does her stupid son have? The prince had never been hugged before, but he actually wanted to hug her? What frightened her even more was that her son went even crazier. The little prince thought about it. Was it because of his tone? Just now, the little sister reached out her hand as expected, but her tone was very tender and soft. Then, the little prince. In public, he sat on the ground imitating Lu Chaochao, pinched his voice, and shouted at the black-faced emperor in a pretentious and soft voice. Father hug. Son wants a hug, the voice dragged out. His mouth pouted and trembled. He also grasped the emperor's dragon robe little by little under the eyes of Rong Guerin, who was about to faint. Like Lu Chaochao, he pulled the corner of the dragon robe and shook it, shaking harder and harder, tearing. Rong Guerin's eyes went dark, and she fell to the ground softly. The little prince was stunned when he saw the torn corner of the robe. Huh? Watching his father's face turn as black as the bottom of a pot. It's over. Get lost. The emperor glared at him with gritted teeth and turned away. The little prince touched his head suspiciously. It's exactly the same. Why is the result different? Only a few concubines who saw the emperor holding Lu Chaochao looked at each other and hid the shock in their eyes. After the palace banquet, Lu Chaochao yawned. She lay in Su's arms and was very obedient. Lu Zhongyue and Lu Yuanshao also attended the palace banquet today, but they were studying in Jinghong Academy, so they had dinner with their classmates. Where's father? Lu Yuanshao asked. The marquis said that he had something to do and left the palace first. The servant reported. Su sneered in her heart. Lu Jinghuai was in the limelight today, and Lu Yuanzi couldn't wait. The top 3, the prince's personal teacher? These few doses of heavy medicine were enough to shake Lu Yuanzi's last hesitation. Mom, you still have us 4 siblings. Lu Zhongyue looked at his mother nervously, thinking that Su was sad. Su chuckled and nodded with a smile. She was in love in the first half of her life, and in the second half, she wanted to beat up the bitch, the loyal and brave marquis. When the group left the palace, they happened to meet the Zhang family. What was even more shocking was that Lu Yenshu was sitting in a wheelchair, also waiting for Cao Cao at the door. Because Lu Yenshu was disabled, he did not attend the palace banquet. Lu Yenshu, you actually have the nerve to go out? The smell of feces and urine on your body can hardly be covered. Jiang Yunma fanned his nose. The paralytic still wants to marry my sister, and he doesn't even consider whether he is worthy or not. My sister is going to marry the most talented young man in the world. It's not something a paralytic like you can dream of. Jiang Yunma knew how many tears her sister shed for this paralytic. Sister wanted to cancel the engagement, but her father was worried that outsiders would accuse the Jiang family of being ungrateful, so he was reluctant to cancel the engagement. The elder sister forced to hang herself, which frightened the father into agreeing to break off the engagement. Fortunately, Lu Jinghuai had enough talent to be valued by his father. My sister is destined to be with brother Jinghuai. She will be the future top scholar. She will be the wife of the top scholar in the future. Okay, Yunma. A pleasant voice came. Jiang Yunjin sat in the carriage, frowning slightly. Through the curtain, she could clearly see the boy sitting in the wheelchair. A 17-year-old boy. A genius boy paralyzed in bed. Now, the name of genius no longer exists. He is just a paralytic who was sentenced to death by the imperial physician, unable to take care of himself, and unable to control his feces and urine. Being paralyzed for many years did not seem to make him as gloomy as the rumors said. The boy wore a white shirt with a calm brow. Even sitting in a wheelchair, he was more outstanding than before. If he was not a paralytic, it would be great. Jiang Yunjin hid the sharpness in her eyes. When she fell into the water, she was very grateful to Lu Yenshu for helping her. But she can't pay for this for her whole life. Don't bully my brother. Humph, if it wasn't for saving your sister, why would my elder brother be paralyzed? Ungrateful thing. Lu Yuanshao rushed out like a cannonball, his eyes red. Bah! What else do you want from the Lu family? Lu Yenshu saved my sister, but my sister also kowtowed to him. She kowtowed to the Lu family every year, and my sister has felt guilty for many years. What else do you want? Do you have to make my sister cut her hair and become a nun? You want to force my sister to death. Jiang Yunma cursed. Jiang Yunjin closed her eyes slightly, lifted the curtain of the carriage, and got off the carriage. Sister. Jiang Yunma wanted to say something. Jiang Yunjin waved her hand. She stepped on the snow step by step and walked in front of Lu Yenshu. It happened that everyone was leaving the palace, and in front of everyone, she knelt in front of Lu Yenshu and kowtowed heavily to Lu Yenshu. Mr. Lu, Yunjin was able to save her life because of your help. Yunjin will be grateful for your kindness for all eternity. If possible, Yunjin would rather sacrifice her life for Mr. Lu's safety. Mr. Lu is angry and resentful. Please come to Yunjin. Yunjin is ashamed of you. Take Yunjin's life back. Just consider it as repaying Mr. Lu's kindness. The girl knelt in the snow, causing everyone to look back frequently. Who wouldn't frown after seeing this scene? Su was so angry that her face turned red. How could she repay her life? It was nothing more than trying to morally blackmail her eldest son. Saving people, she actually saved her enemies. Miss Jiang, I am willing to save you, Lu Yenshu said indifferently. Life is not important. Even if it's not you, but someone else, I will save him. Miss Jiang loves someone else and wants to cancel the engagement. I agreed. Now, how can you save her life? I risked my life to save you, and you despise this life. Lu Yenshu looked at her quietly. Jiang Yunjin's heart was pounding under his gaze. There was a kind of pride that he had never been paralyzed and still stood at the top overlooking all living beings. Everyone sighed with regret. Lu Yenshu was really a young man with clear wind and bright moon. His character was more valuable than his talent. Mr. Chan, the Minister of Rights, shook his head. Mr. Lu, I am not as good as you. He was extremely talented, and he retained a trace of love for the world. Lord Lu, did you really bet on the right thing by choosing Lu Jinghuai? Mr. Lu, I am not as good as you either. Mr. Lu, some people abandon you and may regret it one day. The onlookers were all officials, and many of them were impressed by the young man. Miss Jiang, you probably picked up sesame seeds and lost watermelons. Some people even said bluntly, the young man sitting in a wheelchair, the wheelchair can't hold him. Lu Jinghuai, Lu Yenshu are both Mr. Lu, but their personalities are too different. Why did Lu Jinghuai choose Jiang Yunjin when he was engaged to someone else? He just wanted to suppress the former genius. Jiang Yunjin looked ugly, with sarcasm in his eyes. Watching the Lu family carriage go away, he couldn't help but sneer. Regret? Ridiculous. Lu Yenshu is just a paraplegic, and Jinghuai is very likely to be the top 3, and he values her very much. She will never regret it. The day when Jinghuai is the top 3, she will be proud of herself. Chapter 0068. The paralytic stood up. On New Year's Eve, when Su returned to the mansion, she started to prepare. The mansion of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery was decorated with lights and colors, and everyone's face was filled with smiles. To bid farewell to the old and usher in the new, everyone has worked hard this year. Everyone should go to the branches to receive red envelopes. Su was generous and gave everyone double the monthly salary this month. Everyone kowtowed to thank her. Su Jiqing came in person to receive the monthly allowance, wearing the Marquis' favorite long skirt, with a smile on her face. Madam, good luck and health. Why hasn't the Marquis returned yet? Su Jiqing bowed, said auspicious words, and then asked Su eagerly. Su said calmly, the Marquis left the palace early. He may be busy with government affairs, so he may come back late tonight. Don't wait. Go back to your room and rest. Tomorrow we will worship our ancestors on the first day of the lunar year. If the Marquis doesn't come home, I will personally record you in the family tree. You are Yuer's savior, and I will never treat you unfairly. Su looked virtuous. Su Jiqing moved her mouth, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes. Pei Jiao Jiao. He must have gone to find Pei Jiao Jiao. Su Jiqing bit her lips in anger, thanked Su, and twisted her waist back to Qingping courtyard. Su's lips curled slightly. The smile did not reach her eyes. Lu Yuanza, I have worked hard in the Marquis's mansion for half my life, but you have another family outside. Can you afford to eat at 2 houses? Madam, the elders of the Qingxi old house have been invited. Dangji replied in a low voice. The Lu family is from Qingxi. In those days, the old Marquis Lu had the merit of following the emperor, so he followed the army to Beijing. The elders stayed in Qingxi to guard the base camp. Place him next door. At the end of every year, the elders would gather at the Lu family. It was very late when Su settled the elders. Where is the old lady? Dangji's eyes flashed with displeasure. She said she would pray all night today and went into the small Buddhist temple. I saw that she must have stayed up there to celebrate the new year. Now that Lu Jinghuai is in the limelight, the old lady values her precious grandson very much. It doesn't matter. It's just right for our family to have a quiet New Year's Eve dinner. Su's face showed a trace of warmth. She hasn't been with her children for a long time. She has lost herself in these years and lives for Lu Yuanza. She has become a love-brained person. The small kitchen has already prepared the feast. There is also a barbecue grill in the yard, warming the green plum wine. Dangji smiled. Tingfeng Garden was bustling with activity. This is Chow Chow's first new year. Lu Zhangyue picked up Chow Chow. It was great that we had Chow Chow. If it weren't for Chow Chow, I'm afraid this warm house would be shattered. Lu Yenshu sat in front of the window with a book in his hand. He gently stroked his legs, took a deep breath. The slender white hand put down the book and held the edge of the table. He exerted a little strength on his body. Sir, may I help you? The servant saw that he was about to get up and spoke hurriedly. Back off. Lu Yenshu's voice was not to be refused. The veins on his hands were exposed. He held on tightly, dragging his heavy body bit by bit. Big drops of cold sweat slid down from his temples. Lu Yenshu's eyes were extremely firm. He had a family to protect and his own mission. He only felt a piercing pain in his knees. But the more it hurt, the happier he was. Since he was paralyzed, he had never felt pain again. His legs could be used. Lu Yenshu held the edge of the table tightly and stood up little by little. His knees kept shaking, and he gasped in pain. But his eyes were so bright that they almost burned people. The servant was so happy that he stuttered and couldn't speak for a long time. He rushed out the door like crazy, stood at the door, pointed at the house, with tears in his eyes. Woo woo woo. Woo woo. Gong. Gong, the young master. He was so excited that he couldn't speak, pointing at the house and shaking constantly. The Su family panicked and rushed into the house. Yenshu, what's wrong? Brother, what's wrong with you? Lu Zhangyue rushed into the door carrying Lu Chaochao. Lu Chaochao was holding a bottle of milk and riding on his head. He drank it happily. He burped and vomited milk directly after shaking. Lu Chaochao pinched her mouth. I worked so hard to eat. I can't spit it out. When she looked up, she saw a young man who was as bright as the breeze and the moon. He was looking at everyone with a faint smile. Su burst into tears immediately. Yenshu! Yenshu stood up. She covered her mouth and tears fell instantly. Lu Yuanshao jumped up directly. Big brother is not paralyzed anymore. Big brother is not paralyzed anymore. Whoever says my big brother is paralyzed again, I will beat him to death. Lu Yuanshao had fought countless fights in the academy for his big brother. Whenever someone called his brother a paralytic, he would fight with them. In the past few years, he was punished countless times by the loyal and brave Marquis. When Lu Yenshu saw his family crying, his eyes were also red, and he moved his feet unsteadily and took a step. After one step, his body softened and he was about to fall to the ground. Everyone rushed forward to support him. Don't worry, don't worry. If you can walk 1 step, you can walk 2 steps, and you can walk 3 steps. You can recover your health. Su cried. In this life, mother can actually see you stand up again. Su cried and couldn't speak. Her eldest son has always been a pain in her heart. Even if Chow Chow said that she could save her eldest brother. But her heart was still uneasy. She had been disappointed too many times. She didn't dare to hope anymore. She didn't dare to expect anymore. Lu Yenshu sat back in the wheelchair. The excitement on his face gradually faded, and he returned to his previous calmness. Mother, in another 6 months, my son will be able to recover and walk freely. In August, my son will bring you the first place in the autumn examination. His tone was light, but the arrogance between his eyebrows was not concealed at all. He was still a genius standing at the top of all living beings. Don't let the news of Yenshu's recovery leak out for the time being. Su calmed down and whispered. At this moment, Dangji was guarding the door, and there were only people in the room. Mom, we must keep the secret. Humph, we must smash their faces. Lu Yuanshao raised his little fist. You still want to get the top 3 prizes. What a waste. There was laughter in the room, and everyone understood that they were about to kill. Lu Chaochao, holding the milk bottle, smiled blankly. Stayed at night, Lu Chaochao kowtowed to Su happily. My dear, Happy New Year. Big pot, Happy New Year. Second pot, third pot, Happy New Year. She kowtowed her head and spread her hands, and took the red envelope. She was about to turn 1 year old, and she could speak fluently, but her pronunciation was unclear. Getting the thick red envelope, Lu Chaochao was so happy that her eyebrows danced. What is going to hide the money? She walked into the house with her short legs. It must be a small box hidden under the bed. Her treasures are all in the box. Dangji pursed her lips and laughed. Lu Chaochao chuckled, climbed under the bed, smiled and put all the red envelopes and snacks into the storage space. Looking at the half-box of jade pendants, Lu Chaochao frowned in disdain. These broken things are not worth hiding. Twisting her little body, she crawled out from under the bed. Chapter 0069. Chaochao doesn't care about money. On the first day of the new year. Su invited all the elders of the clan into the Marquis mansion. The old lady also came out to preside over the situation. Where is Yuenza? Today is the first day of the new year to worship the ancestors. Why didn't he come back to the mansion? Asked the head of the Lu clan. Zhongyong Marquis is the most promising branch of the Lu family. Qingxi attaches great importance to this branch that is an official in the capital. Every year, he will come to the Marquis mansion on purpose. Of course, it's mainly to collect money. The Qingxi old house specially built a school for the children of the Lu family to study for free. In previous years, Su paid out of her own pocket and used her dowry to fill the hole. As for this year, Su secretly rolled her eyes. The old lady smiled and said, I'm out for socializing today. I've been treating all the elders badly. Let Yuenza come back tomorrow to apologize. The old lady glanced at Su, and her eyes showed displeasure. Su took out Su Jiqing's birth date and 8 characters. The Marquis agreed to make Miss Su his co-wife. Today is the perfect time to worship the ancestors, so write down her name. In the future, she will be half the mistress of the Marquis' mansion and half the mother of several children. The old lady was stunned. Co-wife? How come I don't know about this? Su Jiqing pinched her palm, her eyes red. The old lady softened her tone, and she felt a little reluctant. If nothing else, Su Jiqing was very pleasing to her, and she liked her. Su smiled and said, Mother, this is the decision of the Marquis. Besides, the Marquis has been guarding Yunyang for more than 10 years. Yunyang. Now it is inconvenient for the Marquis to serve him, but he can't be left alone. Su looked lonely, and the old lady was relieved. Since it is the Marquis' idea, just record her as a concubine. On the first day of the new year, under the witness of the elders, Su Jiqing's birth date was written in the family tree, and she became a concubine. Several children called her Little Mother. This is a proper elder. Lu Chaochao stood at the end with a look of horror, watching the old lady with a group of elders kowtow to her doll and pray for blessings. The little girl couldn't help but cover her eyes. Lu Zhangyue looked at her suspiciously. What is the little girl doing? Why does she look guilty? On the first day of the new year, the Marquis' mansion was very lively. In the alley in the west of the city, Pei Jiaojiao was wiping tears in grievance. The cold pot and cold stove made it quite deserted. During this period of time, Pei Jiaojiao was a little panicked. It was obvious that Jing Huai was becoming more and more outstanding, but Lu Yuan's heart seemed to be no longer with her. When he came to the courtyard in the past, he was always eager to go back to the house with her. He always loved her and was reluctant to leave, but now, Lu Yuan's eyes were extremely clear, and he didn't even look at her more. It seemed that something was out of control. Brother Zhe, what should Jing Huai do? The classmates who were close to him now despise his status as a concubine and are unwilling to make friends with him. Zhao Jiao's status is humble. As long as she can stay by the side of the marquis and serve him, Zhao Zhao is already satisfied. But Jing Huai can't. He has great ambitions and talents, but now he is being pointed at by others. Pei Zhao Zhao raised her hand to wipe her tears, which usually made Lu Yuanzi feel distressed, and he took her into his arms. At this moment, Lu Yuanzi frowned slightly. Pei Zhao Zhao is over 30 years old, and she looks old after years of wear and tear. How can she compare to Su Jiqing's skin, which is as white and smooth as snow? He is now like a well-fed cat with no reaction. Pei Zhao Zhao's heart sank again and again. Fortunately, Lu Yuanzi values Lu Jinghuai very much. Brother Zhe, how about I go and ask Sister Yun for help? I can be a slave and serve the marquis and her. But can you register Jinghuai under her name so that Jinghuai has a legitimate identity? I can kowtow to her and be her foot-washing maid. It doesn't matter if Zhao Zhao is wronged. I just hope she can treat Jinghuai well and treat the two children well. The blood of the marquis's mansion can't be left outside. Pei Zhao Zhao lowered her posture to the dust, and tears kept falling. Lu Yuanzi sighed secretly. How can you be a foot-washing maid? You raised a pair of excellent children. Is she worthy? Jinghuai, you must not be left out. Lu Yuanzi felt a little uncomfortable. Yan Shu was a paralytic, but he occupied the position of the prince. How could this be possible? The marquis's mansion cannot be handed over to a paralytic. Zhang Yu is not capable enough and Yuan Shao is too young. Only Jinghuai. Yesterday, all the visiting cards sent by Jinghuai were returned. Jinghuai's room was lit all night. I'm afraid he felt uncomfortable. He doesn't say it, but in his heart, he must want to win the title of Jie Yuan and bring you glory. Lu Yuanzi felt warm in his heart. Such an excellent and proud son must not be left out. It's a pity that the witchcraft thing did not overthrow the Su family last time, and did not severely damage the Su family. What a pity. Don't worry. You've waited for me for 18 years, and I understand your feelings. I will never let you suffer in vain. The position of the prince must belong to Jing Huai. And our Jing Yao, she was predicted by the national teacher to be invaluable, the world's treasure. How can such an excellent child be left out? You are a great contributor to our mansion. Lu Yuanzi's words made Pei Zhao Zhao smile again. She glanced at Lu Yuanzi and turned into the room. There was no one in the room at the moment. She shyly put on the clothes designed by Jing Yao. I don't know what Jing Yao's little brain is like. Not only can she help her brother write poems, but she can also make clothes. This dress, Pei Zhao Zhao blushed at the first sight. A thin belt, just enough to cover her shame, but it can also outline her figure very well. Every move she made, she wanted to reveal something but didn't. She was still hesitant at first, but now she put it on without hesitation. As soon as Lu Yuanzi turned back, he was distracted and even had a moment of trance. This scene was too shocking. The room was full of spring light and spring. And at this moment in Tingfeng Garden, Lu Chaochao had a tight face and looked at her second brother seriously. She was hesitant to speak, and opened her mouth several times before she slowly said, "Ergua, you drank too much this morning." The little girl asked her second brother stutteringly. "Head, does it still hurt?" The little girl looked concerned. Lu Zhengyue felt warm in his heart and touched Cao Cao's head. "Second brother doesn't hurt anymore." Cao Cao looked at him eagerly. "Xing, wine soup, is it delicious?" The voice was thin and childish. Lu Zhengyue was stunned. Suddenly remembered that he had drunk a few more cups with the elders this morning. "I had something to do and went out. I didn't bring any loose silver in my pocket, so I borrowed silver from Cao Cao to buy sobering soup." Lu Zhengyue hurriedly took out 5 taels of silver from his pocket. "Thank you, Cao Cao, for lending me money to buy hangover soup this morning. I almost forgot." He handed the silver to Cao Cao. Cao Cao shook his head, glanced at the silver, and refused to take it. "Guo Guo." "Cao Cao, no. I don't care about 6 taels of silver," the little baby said, and nodded heavily. Lu Zhengyue silently took out another tael. The little man opposite quickly reached out and put the 6 taels of silver back into his pocket. Waved his hand righteously. "We are a family, we don't care money." The silver was held tightly. "Why is my second brother a deadbeat?" He even borrowed red envelopes from children, borrowed 6 taels, and returned 5 taels. "Humph, don't be so stinky." Lu Zhengyue, what about the promise of not caring about money? Chapter 0070, Suffering the Consequences of One's Own Actions. Evening. "There is a lantern festival tonight, Mother. I want to take Chow Chow out to see it. Lu Zhongyue was holding Chow Chow and having dinner in the hall. It was the first day of the new year, and there were many visitors today, so Su was very busy. Seeing Lu Chow Chow's pitiful look, she smiled and agreed. Just asked her to wear more clothes and bring a few servants. She couldn't leave someone by her side. Lu Chow Chow was very happy, with a bulge in her arms, which was the snacks she secretly brought. It was New Year's Day today, and Su pretended not to see anything. Madam, the Marquis didn't come home overnight. Did he encounter any trouble? Su Jiqing dressed up especially today, but after waiting for a whole day, Lu Yuanzi didn't come back. Su said calmly, "Men have their own careers outside. I think something happened in the court that got in the way. I made you my second wife so that you can take good care of the Marquis. You can't hold him back." Su Jiqing hurriedly said, "How could that be, madam? Qing is just worried." As she was speaking, she heard a message coming from outside the door. "Madam, the Marquis has returned home." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Jiqing lifted her skirt and ran out of the door on the snow, like a lively butterfly. Seeing Lu Yuanzi, she paused slightly and rushed straight towards Lu Yuanzi. "Marquis, you didn't return home overnight. Qing was worried about you." Her eyes were red, her voice was tender, and her words were full of a girl's admiration and love. Lu Yuanzi pressed her waist imperceptibly. Su Jiqing smelled the fragrance on his body, and her heart sank. Today, Qing is recorded in the family tree, and she is the Marquis woman. Qing, how lucky to meet the Marquis. Su Jiqing embraced Lu Yuanzi and went to Qingping courtyard. Lu Yuanzi's calves were still trembling, and his waist was still sore. Pei Jiaojiao was really a fairy. He immediately said, "Today, there are guests in the mansion. Let's go to see the elders first." After saying that, he ran away. Su Jiqing's eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of the red marks under his throat, and her eyes were red with anger. Su was a little surprised to see Lu Yuanzi's figure. "I thought Su Jiqing would do everything she could to keep him. Why does the Marquis look so tired? Didn't he rest well?" Su asked. Lu Yuanzi looked embarrassed. He didn't expect Pei Jiaojiao to be so bold and so moving. More moving than usual in more than 10 years. The small clothes she wore were also breathtaking. "I was discussing matters with some subordinates last night and forgot the time. I drank a few more cups today. Fortunately, there is a lady in the mansion to take care of things. Yunyang has worked hard. I am lucky to marry Yunyang." Lu Yuanzi's eyes are full of affection even when he looks at a dog. Su used to indulge in it. Now it is disgusting. "Your Majesty, you should go to see the elders first. The elders will return to Qingxi tomorrow." Qingxi said that they want to repair the ancestral hall. The old lady spoke quickly and agreed to pay for it immediately. "Your Majesty, please give it to me as well." Su smiled and looked helpless. "I think it is the repair of the Lu family's ancestral home after all. It is not easy for Yunyang to take the dowry. In order to avoid gossip from outsiders, Lu Yuanzi is very proud." When he heard about the dowry, he immediately said, "How can I let Yunyang pay for the dowry?" He was a little annoyed. In the past, Yunyang always said that hers belonged to the Lu family, regardless of you or me. Yunyang even begged him to use it, and he felt at ease using it. But now she is talking about dowry. How can Lu Yuanzi lose face? "I will give it to the elder later." Lu Yuanzi turned around and went to find the elder. He was still a little irritated. The Lu family was poor, and they could use Su's dowry to support Jinghuai and the Marquis mansion in the past. Now they are stretched to the limit. When he heard that he had to give the elder 3,000 taels, Lu Yuanzi's face turned green. 3,000 taels? Lu Yuanzi's face was ashen. "In previous years, your wife gave 1,000 taels. This year, we need to repair the old house and the ancestral hall, and 3,000 taels is not high." The clan leader frowned slightly. "Why is Lord Lu so stingy?" The old lady sighed. "Your father is also buried in Qingxi, and your ancestors are all in Qingxi. Yuanzi, this money cannot be saved. Let your wife take the dowry." The old lady still hoped to take Su's dowry as before. Lu Yuanzi tugged at his clothes in annoyance. "Using my wife's dowry to repair the ancestral hall? What kind of talk is that?" Usually, it was Su who paid the money, coaxing all the elders to go back to Qingxi happily, and he never thought it was a big deal. But he felt a little annoyed when he paid the money himself. He only received a few hundred taels of salary throughout the year. The properties of the Marquis mansion were all managed by Su, but it certainly could not support such a large marquee mansion. Most of the money came from her dowry shop. Chief, why does the clan school cost 1,000 taels every year? For 18 years, not a single Jurin has passed the imperial examination. Lu Yuanzi frowned. The chief raised his eyelids. Didn't you say 1,000 taels every year? Lu Yuanzi's heart choked. When Su just came in, the elders came to ask for money, and Su paid the money, and he deliberately said it was high. Okay, I'll send the money tomorrow. Lu Yuanzi waved his hand. Several elders were so angry that their faces turned red. Every time they came, Su was respectful to them. They even gave them a big red envelope when they left. He said immediately, "Your wife is not as good as me." If it wasn't the first day of the new year, Lu Yuanzi would have hated to drive them out. After the elders left, Lu Yuanzi's face fell. Why are you reacting so much? Anyway, Su is convinced by you, you can coax her and take out the money. The old lady looked indifferent, as if she didn't care. Since Su married into the family, the food and clothing expenses of the Marquis Mansion have been raised by several levels. The Lu family has no foundation. Before Su married into the family, the Lu family lived a frugal life. By the way, when will Jing Huai come home? I really love my eldest grandson. The 3 top scorers must come from my Marquis Mansion, and we can't let him wander around. The old lady couldn't help asking when she saw him. Lu Yuanzi was irritated. Mom, I have a plan. By the way, your sister hasn't returned to her parents' home today. Why don't you go and see what's going on? The old lady had been waiting for a whole day, but she never saw Lu Wani return to her parents' home. Mom, Wani has been spoiled by you. Don't spoil her all the time. Lu Yuanzi waved his hand and walked out the door. The old lady sighed in anger. It was not until it was dark that the Lu family set up the reunion dinner. The Gu family's carriage appeared. Lu Wani had been married for half a year and had lost a lot of weight. Standing beside her was the elegant champion Gu Ling, who had a gentle face and looked at Lu Wani, and Lu Wani shuddered violently. The two walked into the gate of the Marquis Mansion hand in hand. Lu Wani shrank her head and kowtowed to the old lady to wish her a happy new year. Lu Wani knelt down. Swish! Tears burst out of her eyes. Mother! Mother! Please save me! Please save me! She knelt forward and pulled the old lady's trouser legs, her voice trembling and desperate. Gu Ling's face suddenly sank. Inside the house, the atmosphere was a little cold. Chapter 0071 Falling into Hell Forever. The old lady hadn't reacted yet. Lu Yuanzi's face sank. Wani, what's wrong? Gu Ling looked a little hurt. Wani, did I do something wrong? He wanted to reach out, but Lu Wani panicked and turned back. He dodged his hand directly. Brother, Gu Ling hit people. Gu Ling hit people. I want a divorce. I want a divorce. Lu Wani cried out. She has been living in hell for the past 6 months. She was just married for 3 days, and Gu Ling was gentle and considerate. She was so happy. She even secretly hated Su for blocking her from marrying a good man, who knew that only half a month had passed. Gu Ling came home drunk one day. That day, he asked her to take off all her clothes and beat her with a cane. He beat her to death. After she sobered up, she hugged him and admitted her mistake. Later, she came home to ask for help. But Su asked Gu Ling to pick her up, and after that, Gu Ling stopped beating her. But, did he beat you? Where are you hurt? Lu Yuanzi frowned fiercely. Lu Wani's crying stopped. She bit her lower lip tightly. Since she was taken back to the mansion that time, Gu Ling stopped beating her, but she couldn't speak. Her injuries were all in places that could not be shown to others. It was all because of Su's words that her face was the face of the Marquis Mansion, and the top scholar was still a little cautious. It was all Su's fault. Brother, it's all Su's fault. It's all her fault. It's her. She told Gu Ling to beat me. Lu Wani cried and shouted. Su stood aside, looking confused. Wani, what you said is unreasonable. How can you throw dirty water on me? I love you like a pearl and a treasure. No worse than my own children. Mr. Gu is talented, but his family is poor. I am afraid that the Gu family will wrong you. When you fell in love with Mr. Gu, I stopped you. You and your mother insisted on getting married. Now, why do you blame me? Mrs. Su held her handkerchief and lowered her head to wipe her tears. I have loved you for more than 10 years, but you wronged me so much. Mrs. Su's eyes were red, and she looked heartbroken. Lu Yuanzi remembered this incident. And at this moment he looked at Lu Wani with extremely unhappy eyes. Wani, what are you doing? You fell in love with Mr. Gu yourself. Why don't you say where he hurt you? Lu Yuanza couldn't help getting angry. The old lady saw Lu Wani injured last time, and she knew that Lu Wani was wronged. At this moment, she hugged her and cried, My lord, I really have never treated Wani badly. Wani has been in charge of the household affairs since she married into the family. She is the one who makes the decisions for the entire Gu family. Even if I make a mistake unintentionally, I will be punished to kneel. The entire Gu family knows it. Gu Ling looked embarrassed and sighed deeply. Wani married into the Gu family, which was wronged. How could I bear to hit her? Even if Wani is a little spoiled, I still love and pamper her. When she made a mistake, Wani asked me to kneel and I knelt. I have never disobeyed her. Gu Ling looked hurt. When Lu Yuanza heard this, he got angry. I asked you to tell me where you were hurt, but you didn't say anything. It's okay for you to be spoiled at home, but why are you so ignorant after getting married? Gu Ling is an official appointed by the court. He kneels to his parents and the king. How can he kneel for you? Lu Yuanza scolded immediately. Lu Wani sobbed and said, Every time he hurt me, I kneeled down, but she couldn't tell the injured part. Su looked at her and said, Why don't you hire a female doctor for your sister? Lu Wani took a step back suddenly. No female doctor. How could she dare to show the female doctor the place where Gu Ling bit her madly? Once this matter got out, she, who was so proud, would be more uncomfortable than death. Su shook her head and said, Sister, we love you and pamper you, but you can't throw dirty water on you. Lord Gu is an official appointed by the court, and you will hurt him. You said he hit you, but you didn't tell me the injury, and you didn't allow the female doctor to see it. You want to divorce. Where do you put the face of the Lu family? Su said with a bit of severity. The Marquis is trying to get promoted, so don't ruin the reputation of the Marquis mansion.
Su sighed.
Lu Yuanza's eyes changed a little bit immediately. He personally helped Gu Ling up and said calmly, It's the Lu family who didn't teach their daughter well, and you've been wronged. The old lady wiped her tears and cried. The last time Wani came back, she was injured. Yuanza. That time, Wani was unfamiliar with the Gu family and fell accidentally. Gu Ling hurriedly explained. How could she fall like that? The old lady glared at him, and only regretted that she didn't leave any evidence at the beginning. So she asked Gu Ling to take her away. That's enough. Lu Yuanza scolded. Mother, don't indulge Wani all the time. Wani has been spoiled by you. Look at what she looks like now. Lu Yuanza pointed at Lu Wani. More importantly, with Gu Ling's help in the court, he had the opportunity to be promoted to the 3rd rank. Su frowned slightly. She knew Lu Yuanza best. What's selfishness? Sacrificing his sister for promotion. In his eyes, it's good to make the Lu family prosper. Brother, believe me. If he hits me, I won't go back. I won't go back. I will be beaten to death by him, brother. Sister-in-law, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I should have listened to you. Gu Ling is really not a good guy. Sister-in-law, I know I was wrong. Sister-in-law, please save me. Lu Wani knelt on the ground and admitted her mistake in horror. Come on, take Wani away. It's really nonsense. Marriage is not a joke. Lu Yuanza smiled and sat down with Gu Ling, and even said, Wani was spoiled by us. I didn't expect that she would marry you and torment you. If she makes a mistake, you should teach her well. Our Lu family has no objection. Gu Ling's eyes moved slightly and nodded gently. This girl actually wronged you. It's really confused. At the wine table, Su went to the next door. Lu Wani was locked in the house, and she smashed everything in the house. Seeing Su coming in, she said with a look of resentment, Su, you hurt me. You hurt me. You sent me back on purpose. And you let Gu Ling beat me without leaving any traces. Su said indifferently, Sister, what you said is really unreasonable. You said it at the beginning. Men hitting women will never be without reason. It must be the woman who made a mistake. Women should reflect on themselves. You should reflect on yourself. What did you do wrong? Didn't you serve the man well? Didn't you take good care of the old lady? You should reflect on what you did wrong. Su's face was full of concern. Didn't Wani tell my sister-in-law? Lu Wani was so angry that he trembled all over, pointing at Su and shivering constantly. You will not die well, you will not die well. Do you think you are happy? Ha 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 ha. Idiot, Do you think you are happy? Lu Wani's eyes were crazy. Su Shiryun. I'm waiting for the day when you fall into hell. Su's heart was calm. Look, this is the sister-in-law she has loved for more than 10 years. But behind the scenes, she is as close to Pei Jiao Jiao as mother and daughter. You all deserve to die. I want you to go to hell forever. Chapter 0072 Exine Chow Chow gets eternal life. The atmosphere of the reunion dinner was a bit weird. Su looked indifferent, and the old lady had a gloomy face. Only Lu Yuanzi and Gu Ling were toasting and drinking, enjoying themselves. Drink, drink, drink until you die. Why don't you get off the table? Why haven't you finished drinking yet? I want to go to the Lantern Festival, the Lantern Festival, the Lantern Festival, the Lantern Festival. This old bidden, he peed after drinking too much, and he has endless things to say. Lu Chao Chao kept complaining in her heart. The three brothers Lu Yenshu, Lu Zhengyue, and Lu Yuanshao raised their hands and touched their ears silently. Hearing the word old bidden, Lu Zhengyue choked and coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. Old bidden? I don't understand, but it looks dirty. Su's mouth twitched, and she saw that the little guy had begun to grind his teeth, as if he could no longer bear it. I'm going crazy. I'm going to throw a tantrum. If I don't throw a tantrum, you will think I am a toothless cat. Although I have no teeth, I am very powerful. Su's eyelids jumped and she waved her hand. Let the children go down and rest first, so as not to disturb the mood of the Marquis and the son-in-law. Su smiled and pursed her lips, and Deng Ji picked up Lu Chao Chao, who was about to throw a tantrum. Lu Yenshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing that Chao Chao was going to throw a tantrum, his heart was lifted. Do you know how Chao Chao throws a tantrum? He was lucky enough to see it. With a mouthful of rice in his mouth, he mumbled, and the food in his mouth spit out saliva, covered his face. Lu Chao Chao smiled and said, "Hee. My mother really has a tacit understanding with me. I love my mother." He swallowed the rice in his mouth slowly. Daddy, uncle, Yenshu will take my younger brother and sister down. Lu Yenshu sat in a wheelchair and said calmly. When Lu Yuanzi's eyes touched him, they froze for a moment. The joy in his eyes faded a little. I'll go see Wani too. The old lady left on the pretext of something. When everyone left, Gu Ling's eyes followed Lu Yenshu as he walked away, and he sighed and said, Brother, if Yenshu had not been disabled, it would be great if the Marquis Mansion was handed over to Yenshu. It's a pity that the Marquis Mansion was handed over to a paralytic. Gu Ling took a sip of wine and then said, Brother, don't blame me for being too talkative. I drank a few more glasses and I spoke without thinking. Lu Yuanzi waved his hand, and the coldness in his eyes made him sober a little. You're right. Such a big Marquis Mansion cannot be handed over to a paralytic. His Jinghuai has grown up and is enough to support the mansion. His Jinghuai is comparable to 10 Lu Yanshus. At this moment, Lu Yenshu was leaning on the windowsill. The tall and straight young man was holding a book in his hand, studying hard. Lu Zhengyue and Lu Yuanshao carried Chao Chao out of the house. On the first day of the new year, the capital was brightly lit. There were festive red lanterns hanging everywhere. Paper cuts were posted on the windows, and small stalls were set up on both sides of the road, with people shouting loudly. Today, boys and girls, regardless of whether they were young or young, all walked out of their homes with smiles. Lu Chao Chao's eyes were almost straight. Tang tang, tang tang. She pointed at the candied haws. There were orange slices and hawthorn candied haws, and sesame seeds were sprinkled on the crystal clear sugar. Lu Yuanshao bought even the big stick, carrying a full stick of candied haws, and Lu Chao Chao was so happy that she kissed him hard on the face. Lu Chao Chao was a master of keeping things balanced, and immediately gave his second brother a bite. Ah, buy it! Lu Chao Chao pointed at the shiny nail polish in the store, and her eyes lit up. Lu Zhengyue was stunned. You are still young. How can you apply nail polish? That is for women to paint their nails. Lu Chao Chao pouted and looked at him pitifully. How could Lu Zhengyue resist such a request? And immediately bought her a small bottle of bright red nail polish. Lu Chao Chao put it directly into her pocket. Perhaps it was her nature. She, who was 1 year old, liked these bright things very much. Turning around, he saw a graceful girl choosing jewelry next to him. Lu Zhengyue suddenly buried his head in front of Lu Chao Chao. Lu Chao Chao was stunned. Turning around, he saw his second brother's fiancée, Wen Ning. The Wen family returned home from exile and had come to the Lu family to send a visiting card in the morning. Lu Zhengyue saw that the one family was guilty and avoided them. Second sister-in-law. Lu Chaochao wanted to speak, but was covered by her second brother. He buried his head and secretly hid in the next shop. Lu Chaochao was so angry that his face turned red. Hate! Hate! The little guy's eyes were about to spit fire. Why don't you see my second sister-in-law? Why do you avoid her? Lu Xingyue's eyes were dim. Chaochao, I once liked Su Jiqing, and I betrayed Wen Ning. He once liked Su Jiqing even though he was innocent with Su Jiqing, but he finally wavered in this engagement. He was not worthy. He didn't understand why. He had a very good relationship with Wen Ning, but when he saw Su Jiqing, he was like crazy. He could only see Su Jiqing in his eyes and heart. There were only her smiles and frowns in his mind. It was like being forced to fill it. His brain could no longer make room for others. Until Chaochao, he saw the truth, as if he suddenly broke away from a nightmare and gradually became sober. Now that he saw Wen Ning, he felt guilty and guilty. He couldn't face Wen Ning's feelings. Lu Chaochao tilted his head, not quite understanding. But, second brother, it's not your fault. You abandoned your sister-in-law, shed your blood for Su Jiqing, and fell in love with Su Jiqing. It was the will of heaven. At that time, you couldn't get rid of your fate at all. The power of heaven is terrifying. It will push fate forward and deviate from the original intention. How can a mortal like second brother fight against fate? Lu Chaochao raised his face. Now there is Chaochao. Chaochao has cut off the trajectory of your control. You can live the life you want. Lu Zhengyue was slightly stunned. Labusu, or Guoguo, the real GG. If you miss your sister-in-law, then Sister Wen Ning will be sad for 2 lives. Do you really not want to protect her? Lu Zhengyue took a deep breath and didn't dare to think about what Wen Ning had encountered. But, I don't dare, he stammered. I still don't understand why he dared to fight his mother for Su Jiqing like crazy when he saw Wen Ning's face turned red. At that time, he was completely confused. Now, he knows that he is sober. He also knows that he likes Wen Ning. His heart is beating like thunder. He likes her, but he dares not get close to her. Lu Chaochao blinked. Chaochao, help me. I will dress up my second brother beautifully and make Sister Wen Ning's eyes light up. Let Sister Wen Ning fall in love with him at first sight. Lu Yuanshao also widened his eyes. His sister actually has this ability? Lu Zhengyue didn't believe it, but think about it, his sister is a girl after all. Although she is only 1 year old in a month. But she is more reliable than himself. He is very confident in his sister's ability. He took out the money in his pocket and watched his third brother buy a bunch of things with his sister in his arms. First, we need to show Guoguo's talent. Scholars like to hold fans. Lu Zhengyue held a fan in his hand, looking elegant, and nodded slightly. He is indeed quite capable. But holding a fan on a snowy day looks like a psychopath. Well, the next step is to let the second brother attract her attention. Lu Chaochao handed the long gown with gold edges to the second brother. Lu Zhengyue doubted for a moment and went into the inner room to change. When he came out, everyone was stunned, and all eyes were on him. Kong Kong, is it useful? Lu Chaochao patted his chest with a proud face. Lu Zhengyue was skeptical at first, but when he saw everyone's eyes on him, he nodded. Then, we need to show the financial strength of the Marquis's mansion. This is the most important thing to get a wife. Lu Chaochao seriously took out a big gold chain and a big ring from his arms and put them on Lu Zhengyue one by one. Well, she has already put all the good things on the second brother. The second brother will definitely dazzle the sister-in-law's eyes. The sister-in-law will definitely be surprised and cry. Chapter 0073 Chaochao Fights. Is it really beautiful? Lu Zhengyue doubted himself a little. He looked down at himself. The golden thread was shining, and it pierced his eyes so much that he couldn't open them. Lu Yuanshao went from being excited to being stunned. He shut his mouth tightly and said nothing. In the future, he would never let his sister match him. They are all in Kong Ergua. Lu Chaochao pointed around, and sure enough, everyone looked at him. Even everyone was smiling and looked very kind. Lu Chaochao pushed his second brother's foot and asked him to go find Wen Ning. Lu Zhengyue's heart was beating, and when he turned his head, he saw the little guy raising his fist and cheering him up. He nodded heavily. I'll go. He strode towards Wen Ning. He didn't realize that as soon as he went out, the whole street was quiet. Under the light, the gold thread on his body flashed a dazzling light, shining brightly, just like a walking god of wealth. Lu Zhengyue walked to the door of Wan Ning's shop. Holding a fan, he posed and gently opened the fan. Everyone in the shop looked at him in unison. Lu Zhengyue gritted his teeth. Why was his eyes not right? The little maid beside Wan Ning widened her eyes, tugged at the corner of the lady's clothes dully, and whispered, "Little, miss, look quickly." Her tone was almost crying. Wan Ning raised her eyes and looked over. Even though Wan Ning was knowledgeable at this moment, he was also in a trance for a moment. "Miss, where did this madman come from? Fanning in the snow? Wearing a lot of gold chains? I always feel that he doesn't look like a good person." The little maid was about to cry. Why was he staring at the lady? So scary. Stars flowed in Wan Ning's eyes, gathering a faint smile. The originally reserved girl's eyes froze for a moment. She took a step back suddenly. She then saw Lu Zhengyue's hurt look and took another step forward silently. She couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. Zhengyue brother, is that you?" Wan Ning almost laughed so hard that tears fell from his eyes. "I don't dare to recognize him. I really don't dare to recognize him. Will everyone laugh at me?" Lu Zhengyue coughed lightly, feeling that something was wrong. "Sister Ning." His eyes sparkled. At this moment, he was extremely sober enough to remember every bit of his time with Wan Ning. He didn't have the madness he had when facing Su Jiqing, nor did he have the muddle-headedness he had when facing Su Jiqing. Lu Zhengyue's eyes suddenly turned red. He thought he really liked Su Jiqing. He betrayed Wan Ning. Wan Ning was startled. "Brother Zhengyue? What's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Don't cry. Aining didn't laugh at you, Aining." Aining hurried forward. "I'm very happy to see you. Although, second brother Lu seemed to be stupid."
Wen Ning plus head.
The little girl who always chased Lu Zhengyue has now grown into a big girl. Lu Zhengyue thought of the ending in Cao Cao's heart. He was so distressed that he couldn't help himself. Eyes were red and lips were trembling. He wanted to hug Wan Ning, but he was afraid of scaring the other party, so he tried his best to control himself. "I miss you too, Aining. I miss you very much." Lu Zhengyue thought. He never said to Aining, "I miss you very much." Aining pursed her lips lightly, with a smile in her eyes. Lu Cao lay at the door, showing her little head, and saw that the second brother and the second sister-in-law were chatting happily, and she was immediately relieved. When Ning saw her, she was very kind and smiled gently at Lu Cao. "Ah, the second sister-in-law is killing me. So gentle, so gentle." Lu Cao sighed in her heart. Lu Zhengyue hurriedly hugged Cao over. "This is my sister, Cao. Cao, call the second sister-in-law." "Ah." Lu Zhengyue blushed and followed Cao's way of calling. "No, call Sister Aining." When Ning blushed, "Sister Cao." She took off the green bracelet on her wrist and handed it to Cao. Sister Aining didn't bring a suitable gift for Cao. Next time, Aining will make it up to Cao. When Ning kept looking at Cao, "This child is so cute." Lu Cao grabbed the bracelet and called sweetly, "Second sister-in-law." Both of them blushed. "Miss, it's time to go back. The master is still waiting." The maid pulled Wan Ning's sleeve, wondering how a good boy like him could grow up to be a rich man. "No, I have to persuade Miss about this marriage again." After Wan Ning left, Lu Zhengyue reluctantly withdrew his eyes. Cao. I think everyone looks at me in a weird way." Lu Zhengyue pulled his clothes. Why did everyone look at him? Then cover their mouths and run away. They looked back at him from time to time. Lu Cao was also curious. "Because Ergua is a good deal." She raised her thumb without hesitation. "It must be good-looking." Sister Aining laughed, how happy she was. She laughed so hard that tears came out. She must be very satisfied with her second brother, right? When Lu Zhengyue turned around, he saw Lu Yuanshao far away. "Yuanshao, why are you walking so slowly? You are so far away, people think we don't know each other." Lu Yuanshao came back to his senses. "Oh, I wish I didn't know you. It's my blessing to know you." Lu Yuanshao muttered softly. This is probably the most eye-catching day in his life, right? At this moment, all the thieves in the city were led to the street. They all wanted to see this group of show-offs. In the crowd, several people looked at his gold chains with shining eyes. Several people looked at each other and were about to get closer when they saw a man with no beard and a smile on his face saying something. The two young men were a little surprised, so they hugged the little girl and followed the man. Eunuch Wang spoke very respectfully. Today, His Majesty ate a dish of 8 treasure duck. and he thought of Lu Chaochao who loved sweets. He deliberately didn't alarm anyone and asked him to come in person. He was a senior eunuch serving in front of the emperor, and court officials were polite to him. To be frank, Lord Lu had to bow his head and smile apologetically when he saw him. Now he was facing his daughter, whom he did not value, with a flattering smile. Lu Yuanzi, this fool. At this moment, the emperor was sitting in front of the palace, and the prince was frowning. Lu Jinghuai has a bad heart. Even if he is the top 3, I am not willing to respect him as my teacher. He has talent but no moral character. I despise him. The prince has heard the news. If someone is the top 3 in this session, he is very likely to be appointed as the prince's tutor. If the prince ascends the throne in the future, he will be the emperor's teacher. A great opportunity. The emperor put down his wolf brush. He? A top scholar. He is a young man who has never left the capital and has never suffered any setbacks. Instead, he sucked the blood of the Su family and lived like a fish in water. How can he write such a heroic and magnificent poem? The emperor sneered in his heart. If it was Master Su, he could still believe it. But for a young man who has just started out, he would have to be crazy to believe it. He plagiarized? The prince stood up in shock. This was a scandal for scholars. The emperor waved his hand. There is no evidence yet, so don't mention it. But he is Lu Yuanzi's biological son, which is an unchangeable fact. The emperor sneered. What a Lu Yuanzi, he really knows how to enjoy the blessing of having 2 wives. A concubine's son still wants to be on par with the legitimate son and step on the legitimate son to ascend to the throne. The emperor is the legitimate son, so naturally he can't stand this. Mrs. Su seems to be willing to divorce, but the prince paused. He could vaguely guess that Mrs. Su wanted to take a few children with her. But since ancient times, no woman has been able to take her children with her when she divorced. What's more, there are 3 sons and 1 daughter. The emperor did not comment. The world is bustling. All for profit. The world is bustling. All for profit. Chang Shi, if the benefits are big enough, he can give up everything. For example, he said that he would be the prince's tutor after passing the imperial examination. It was enough to make Lu Yuanzi dizzy. Compared with a paralyzed prince and the prince's tutor, which one is more important? As he was talking, he heard Eunuch Wang coming to report in a hurry. Eunuch Wang served in front of the emperor and was always calm and steady. But at this moment he was a little flustered. He knelt in front of the palace with a plop. "Your Majesty, Miss Cao Cao is fighting." The emperor and the prince stood up suddenly. Fighting? With whom? Who is so bold as to attack Cao Cao? The prince asked repeatedly, his expression showing a hint of anger. The emperor's face was also as dark as ink. Eunuch Wang said bitterly, "Miss Cao Cao. She fought with the dog of concubine Xian." Fighting with a dog. Chapter 0074 Stealing Dog Food. When Lu Chaochao was brought over, little Chu Kei drooped limply on her head, looking dejected. The little girl had a lot of tears in her eyes, but she was trying hard not to let them fall. Boo, boo, boo. She kept spitting out dog hair. The virtuous concubine entered the palace with a panicked look on her face. Seeing the emperor's livid face, she knelt decisively in front of the palace. During the sacrifice to heaven, she saw with her own eyes that the emperor let Lu Chaochao ride on his neck. She dared to target Lu Chaochao when she didn't get the treatment that the prince didn't have. Lu Chaochao was just a baby, and she didn't need to offend the emperor's favorite. "Your Majesty, I am wronged. I didn't do anything. I didn't let the dog bite her. I really didn't let the dog bite her." The virtuous concubine cried in grievance. It was wronged, really wronged. The emperor kept a gloomy face and didn't speak. The prince was also panicked. He stepped forward and took Lu Chaochao from Lu Zhengyue. "Are you injured?" The prince asked in a gentle and cautious voice. When someone asked, the tears that he had been holding back could not be contained. "Woo-woo-woo." Nodding his head frantically, he was hurt, he was hurt. The emperor was shocked. "Where are you hurt? Why don't you call the imperial physician quickly?" "Damn it!" The virtuous concubine shuddered in her heart. She was the biological mother of the 4th prince. The 4th prince was born weak and sickly. He was a young monk in the Hugua temple to recuperate. If something happened to her, what would her son do? Lu Chaochao cried and patted her chest. "Did the dog bite my heart? Where does it hurt? Tell the emperor, uncle." The emperor was distressed. Will the ancestor come into his dream tonight and beat him to death? When the virtuous concubine saw the emperor like this, she was even more panicked. Lu Chaochao shook her head. Whoa whoa. My heart hurts. My heart hurts. My heart hurts. I am hurt in my heart. Don't I have any face? Cough, cough, cough. The prince, who heard the inner voice, coughed violently. Lu Zhangyue regretted all the way, regretting that he didn't protect his sister and let her fight with the dog. I thought she was seriously injured, but now he heard, I felt relieved. The imperial physician came over and checked her everywhere, only to find that she was not injured at all. She cried so loudly that I thought she was injured. The virtuous concubine raised her hand carefully. Imperial physician, can you take a look at my dog? The virtuous concubine was about to cry. Let someone bring the bald dog out. The dog with shiny and moist hair had bald patches here and there. Seeing Lu Chaochao at this moment, he was so scared that he screamed and hid in the arms of the virtuous concubine. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. She won't pull your hair. She won't pull it anymore. The virtuous concubine looked embarrassed. The emperor stroked his forehead. What happened? Second son of the Lu family, you tell me? It was the first time for Lu Zhangyue and Lu Yuanshao to meet the emperor in private. Originally, they were afraid, but when they saw their sister, he wiped his nose on the emperor's dragon robe with both hands, and the awe was diluted in an instant. Lu Zhangyue was a little embarrassed. When I entered the palace, I passed by the door of the palace of Concubine Xian. I happened to meet Concubine Xian's palace servants feeding dog food. Lu Zhangyue covered his face. He was too embarrassed to say. Concubine Xian hurriedly said, dog food is specially made by palace servants with chicken sausage, fish mince, and so on. It smelled a bit fragrant. Who knew that this guy was invited here? No one could stop her. She stretched out her hand and grabbed a handful of dog food and stuffed it into her mouth. After eating, she found it tasted good, so she had to fight with the dog for food. The dog must have scratched her, right? But he didn't really scratch her. He just howled to scare her. She fought with the dog to eat a bite of dog food. She scratched my dog bald. Your Majesty, you have to, Concubine Xian paused. You have to decide for my dog. Unprovoked disaster. The emperor's mouth twitched when he heard it, and asked again. Then she cried so hard, did she lose the fight? Concubine Xian looked aggrieved. No, I don't know what happened to the dog. It was extremely afraid of her. It only dared to protect the food, not to scratch her or scratch her. Miss Chaochao won the fight. But they knocked over the food. I won, but I didn't eat it. Isn't she crying in anger? As she listened, Lu Chaochao became even angrier. She didn't act recklessly, but just raised her hand clumsily to wipe her tears. She sobbed softly. Dog. Swear. Hiccup. Swear. The scolding was so ugly. The emperor laughed. You still know that the dog scolded you? Lu Chaochao's little face was furious. Yes, it was scolded. The scolding was so ugly. Coincidentally, in the hall, the dog in the arms of the virtuous concubine barked twice again. Lu Chaochao was immediately furious. Standing up, with 2 bubbles of tears hanging. Swear? Scold again. She was so angry that her eyes were wide. The prince couldn't hold her, and saw her rushing to the dog. Ah! She raised her little fist in anger. Her mouth opened. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Lu Chaochao imitated the dog's barking fiercely. Barking at the dog fiercely with her teeth barked. When the other dog heard it, it immediately started howling in the arms of Concubine Xian. Woof, 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 woof. Woof, 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 woof. Concubine Xian couldn't hold the dog. The prince couldn't hold Lu Chaochao. A baby and a dog started cursing each other in the hall in front of the emperor. Emperor, although I don't understand, I can see from their faces that they are cursing very dirty. The barking was everywhere. The emperor's face turned dark. It's fine to judge the court officials every day, but now he has to judge Lu Chaochao and the dog? For some reason, he had a bad feeling. Such days won't come often, right?
Ah, impossible.
She's not even 1 year old yet. Hurry up, take the dog down. What are you still standing here for? Eunuch Wang shouted, and seeing that the emperor looked unhappy, he quickly winked at Concubine Xian. 2 maids came and took the dog away. Lu Chaochao's cheeks were red with anger. Swear. Humph. Call me a toothless little thing. Call me for stealing the dog's food. Call me shameless. Everyone thought she and the dog were just arguing. But who knew that they were really arguing? Except for her, no one could understand that. My beloved concubine, take the dog food recipe to the Imperial Kitchen. Let the Imperial Kitchen study it and see if they can develop baby food. Today is the first day of the new year. Let someone pass a message to the Hugua Temple. Bring the fourth prince back to accompany you for a while. In order to compensate concubine Xian, the emperor asked someone to bring the fourth prince back. Plop. Concubine Xian's knees softened and she knelt directly on the ground. This time she was willing and full of joy. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, your majesty. Concubine Xian looked at Lu Chaochao happily, as if she was looking at a piece of gold. This dog food was well stolen. Well stolen. Last time she was seriously ill, the fourth prince only came back for 7 days. She missed her child so much that she became sick over the years, and her dreams were filled with the child's shadow. Unexpectedly, he could come back for half a month this year. Outsiders said that the fourth prince had a bad fate and was born weak and sickly. In fact, she understood the truth better. It was the fourth prince's bad fate that would hinder the fortune of Beizhao. When he was born, the imperial master, who was the abbot of the Hugua Temple, said bluntly, "This child has a strange fate, and I'm afraid he can't be controlled, and it will be a hindrance to Beizhao." Sure enough, the day he was born, the previous emperor passed away. In the same year, Beizhao suffered from drought. This forced Emperor Xianping to send him to Hugua Temple to be a novice monk to control his fate. Fortunately, Emperor Xianping was not incompetent, otherwise, his life would be sacrificed to the fortune of Beizhao. Chapter 0075. Do not spread rumors. Woo woo woo. Stop crying. Stop crying. Bring the imperial meal. The emperor saw that her eyes were slightly swollen from crying, and was afraid that the old ancestor would fall asleep in the middle of the night. So he asked the imperial kitchen to bring a lot of food. Father said that you must like the sweet 8-treasure duck, so he specially summoned you to the palace to taste it. Seeing that the Lu brothers were reserved, the prince invited them to eat next door. Lu Yuanshao guessed. Maybe it was because the second brother was annoying. The prince personally picked up food for Cao Cao. Cao Cao's little face was red from crying. The prince served her and shared her life, so he could naturally feel Lu Cao Cao's emotions. Alas, for adults it's not worth mentioning. For children it's a big deal. She really missed that dog meal. The prince picked up the silver chopsticks and personally fed it to Cao Cao under the shocked eyes of Wang Gonggong. Ah? Crying while eating will easily cause choking. Try the imperial meal. The prince coaxed her with eager eyes, speaking softly, not as serious as the rumors said. The emperor didn't even frown at this. The queen mother recovered, and the imperial doctors called it a miracle. Even the queen mother secretly told him that she could eat 3 bowls of rice in one meal, and she felt that she had endless energy. The emperor kept the news a secret. Alas, he was so envious. Lu Chaochao hiccuped and ate while sobbing. Good. Lu Chaochao pointed at the duck. The emperor didn't even raise his eyebrows. Bring a portion back to Cao Cao when you leave the palace. After thinking for a while, he said, Give it to the chef of the 8-treasure duck. Eunuch Wang agreed with a smile. He knew the chef of the 8-treasure duck. He was from the same hometown as him. He was good at making sweet dishes. He was dull, but his cooking skills were good. He was excluded in the imperial kitchen. Every time he cooked, he would put the food as far away from His Majesty as possible. Now, I am afraid he will ascend to heaven in one step. His cooking skills have won him a kindred spirit. Go to Chengtian Hall and see if the sacred flower has bloomed? The emperor looked gloomy, with a hint of anxiety between his brows. Eunuch Wang knew that this matter was important, so he said, I will go and see it myself. Lu Chaochao tilted her head and asked curiously, What is Fafa? The prince touched her little hair. It's flowers, sacred flowers. The gods worshipped by Beizhao. There are countless gods in the 3 realms. Beizhao can only pray for the gods' protection to resist evil spirits, have good weather and good harvests, and be peaceful and prosperous. Every year when the sacred flower blooms, the country will prosper in the next year, and natural disasters will not occur. Last year, the sacred flower did not bloom, and Beizhao suffered from earthquakes and floods, and the people were displaced. The prince looked lonely. Lu Chaochao seemed to understand. The blooming of the sacred flower means that the gods will bless you. The prince saw that she didn't understand. Above Beizhao, there is a country dedicated to the gods. It is called the Southern Kingdom. They come to Beizhao every 3 years to pray for Beizhao. Beizhao, every hui must hold them. Lu Chaochao said. Oh, she didn't understand. The prince stopped explaining. You are not yet a year old. You have eaten too much greasy food and your stomach hurts. The prince asked someone to take away the 8 treasure duck. Lu Chaochao was so angry that her mouth curled up. She snorted. Crawling with her hands and feet, she crawled to the emperor's desk. The emperor was reviewing the memorials when he saw Lu Chaochao sneakily taking out a bottle of nail polish from his arms. The color was bright red and extremely eye-catching. Children can't wear nail polish. You often suck your fingers. Nail polish is poisonous. The emperor reached out and took it. Lu Chaochao was anxious. Return wa. The emperor shook his head. Kudin is made of flour, mud, and alum. It is natural for children to suck their fingers and they are easily poisoned. I want to play. Lu Chaochao hugged his thighs. Uncle Emperor. The little guy mumbled and purred. Hey, let's open the hair, paint. Her eyes were slightly bright. The emperor was stunned for a moment. I will open the magic flower for you, and then you can paint my nails. The prince stood up suddenly. Father. Chaochao means that she has a way to open the magic flower. The emperor's eyes fixed. Are you serious? The little guy raised his chin. Holdwa, come over and see. The emperor personally bent down and picked her up, and took the prince all the way to the sacrificial hall. There were many palace guards in the hall, and the minister of rites and the minister of Taichung Temple were even more tired. I saw His Majesty coming with a great force. Your Majesty, the divine flower has not bloomed yet. I have tried every method, including sacrificial dances and offerings, but there has been no response. I slaughtered pigs and sheep, but there has been no response. The divine flower did not bloom, which meant that the gods of Beizhao did not respond to their prayers. Do you really need boys and girls? The minister of the Ministry of Rites said with difficulty. The emperor frowned. Impossible. Beizhao worships the righteous gods, not the evil gods. They must not use boys and girls. The prince rejected it outright. But the gods are unwilling to respond. What can we do? The old minister frowned. I should have learned from Master Su to retire and return home. I don't have to face the mess. Lu Chaochao looked at the temple worshipped by Beizhao with tears in his eyes. In front of the temple was an offering table, on which chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep were placed. A green flower branch without roots or leaves stood in a glass bottle. The flower branch was tightly wrapped with flower buds, and the color could not be seen. It was obviously rootless and waterless, but it still stood upright in the middle, which was quite magical. The emperor waved his hand. I will bring my son to pray in person. My dear minister, please go out. The emperor waved his hand, and everyone withdrew one after another. After everyone left, there were only 3 of them left in the hall. The prince said, Beizhao worships the justice god Zongbai. He is in charge of the laws of the 3 realms, and he is the most strict in abiding by his own discipline and strict justice. A ray of his light can make Beizhao prosperous and everything goes smoothly. The prince sighed. But he is also the most difficult to worship. There are many people who worship him, and Beizhao is rarely responded to and blessed. Zongbai? Such a familiar name. Why is there no statue of him? The statues of gods are all in the south. The south is the country closest to God, and it is God's servant. Mortals are not worthy. The prince rubbed her head. Lu Chaochao kept thinking about Zongbai's name in her mind. Blinking. Abide by the law? Fair and strict? Law enforcer of the 3 realms? It sounds solemn and serious. Tribute wrong? Lu Chaochao said crisply.
Impossible.
It is said that Zongbai is a god who values rules very much. His hobbies are praised by the people. He has always abided by the rules and offered tribute. The prince shook his head immediately. The emperor couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was really desperate. Lu Chaochao slowly took out a handful of candies from her arms. After thinking about it, she took out another one. The little face hesitated for a moment and took out another one, holding a candy in the palm of her hand. She took out another leftover candied Haws, which had a small bite on it and a tooth mark. He loves to eat this. She tiptoed and wanted to send the tribute up. But she and her hands were not as high as the table.
No.
Every year, the tribute is carefully selected, and the treasures are sent from all over the country. If it offends the gods, I'm afraid it will be punished. The prince was frightened. A stingy candy. A half-bitten candied hawes. What kind of tribute is this? The emperor's eyes showed a trace of doubt. Believe me, he loves to eat. Lu Chaochao's eyes were firm. Zongbai? The Zongbai she knew loved to eat the most. The prince pursed his lips, glanced at his father, gritted his teeth, and presented the two things to the altar. God of justice, if there is any guilt, it will be imposed on the believers. The prince bowed respectfully. He hadn't finished bowing yet. Then the flower buds floating in the glass bottle slowly bloomed. The emperor, the prince, the gods responded? That's not right. The God of justice who abides by the rules of heaven likes to eat snacks. It's been thousands of years, and it's not written in the divine book. Everyone worships according to the divine book. Lu Chaochao, don't make rumors or spread them. What you believe are rumors, and mine are the truth. Chapter 0076. The victim is the emperor. The divine flower has bloomed. My dear, please go back and celebrate the new year. My dear, you have worked hard. As soon as the emperor left the sacrificial hall, he couldn't help but smile. The minister of rites was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He took small steps and hurriedly looked into the hall. A delicate and beautiful divine flower had already bloomed. The blooming posture was more beautiful than in previous years. The minister of rites widened his eyes, trembling all over, and knelt down with the minister of Taichung Temple. It is a blessing for Beizhou, a blessing for Beizhou. The people will be grateful to the gods. Thank the gods for their grace. Several people prostrated themselves and worshipped devoutly. Your Majesty, how did you make the flower bloom? How did you make the gods respond? The minister of rites had a burning look in his eyes. The emperor waved his hand. We'll talk about it later. Mr. Zhou, go back for the new year. You can still go to the Lantern Festival now. After saying that, he personally took Lu Chaochao and left with a smile on his lips. All the way back to the imperial study, the emperor didn't stop smiling. Send some snacks that don't take up space, suitable for babies. The emperor put Lu Chaochao on the dragon chair. How can others snore beside the couch? No, but Lu Chaochao can. The emperor dismissed his attendants and personally brought out an ancient book. The ancient book was painted with mysterious pictures and texts, and it looked quite old. This is the divine book, sent by the South Country to worship the gods. The South Country worships the gods' servants and knows the gods best. This is a treasure that has been passed down for several years. All countries worship according to the rules above. The gods' preferences and taboos are all in this book. The emperor placed it solemnly in front of her. Lu Chaochao stared at her with wide eyes and pointed at herself in confusion. She sat on the dragon chair. Her head couldn't even touch the table. She stood up with the help of the table and was barely level with it. The emperor had no choice but to carry her to the table. He used her father, the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery, as a cushion. Anyway, your father's writings are all bullshit. Lu Chaochao looked at the emperor blankly. Wow! She patted her chest. Illiterate! She shouted. Serious and righteous. The emperor was startled. Puff! The prince couldn't help it. Illiterate? Why are you so proud? Let's ask, why are you so proud? The prince had no choice but to take the book and explain to her. Zong Baitian is in charge of justice. He is serious and rules-abiding. His sacrifices are the most difficult, but the luck he brings down is also the most impressive. His sacrifices must be meticulous and there must not be any mistakes. In the divine book, every year's sacrifices must include slaughtering pigs and sheep, and the incense must be kept burning. Only in this way can we show respect for the gods. Lu Chaochao was so angry that she slammed her hands on the table, but her little hands were soft and painful, and her little face was twisted. Fu said, it's all rumors. He used to steal my pea yellow. He also stole the spiritual melons I planted, secretly dug a hole in the spiritual melon, scooped out the flesh with a spoon, and then peed in it. When she picked the fruit, Nima, Lu Chaochao's face turned green. Rules abiding? Bah, he is the most naughty one. There is also the spring god who is in charge of the changing of the 4 seasons. She loves the breeze, rain and dew. Every year, the offerings to her must be prepared 1 year in advance. You must pick the rain and dew according to the 24 solar terms, including the beginning of spring, rain, awakening of insects, spring equinox, Qingming, grain rain, beginning of summer, grain filling and grain in ear. She is the most transcendent and spotless fairy among the gods. If the order of the solar terms is wrong, the harvest will be very poor that year. Lu Chao looked disgusted. Transcendent? Rumors, all rumors. Obviously. She likes pornographic books the most. Humph. I don't want to listen. It's just a turtle chanting sutras. Lu Chao covered her ears. All of them were fake. The emperor had no choice but to let the prince take the divine book away. Lu Chao got excited. Tu. Spread her hands to the emperor.
Tu.
Seeing the emperor pretending to be stupid.
Tu, Jia.
Touching the pink little nails. Children under 1 year old cannot be painted with nail polish. If you chew your nails, they will be poisonous. Seeing that Lu Chao was about to cry, the emperor hurriedly said, "You can paint for others." Lu Chao's tears stopped. Looking at him in surprise, the prince felt creepy all over, as if he was stared at by a terrifying beast. He quietly took a step back. Sure enough, the emperor raised his hands silently. "Although you can't paint, there are people who can. Chao, if you paint him, you can't paint me." Click. The prince's legs softened. "Father, my life is also my life." The prince knelt on the ground. "Father, your son is your own, and you are also embarrassed." "Father." Lu Chao held the bottle of nail polish, her mouth grinning to the back of her head. Good deal, Red." How beautiful, she picked the brightest one. The prince said with a stiff face, Chao, how about we change someone? Let Eunuch Wang apply nail polish." Eunuch Wang's calves trembled. "Your Highness, I didn't offend you. Please forgive me." The bright red nail polish made his scalp numb. "Uncle Emperor." Lu Chao pursed his lips. "And I, together with Taiji Guogua." The prince suppressed his smile and thought about the sad things 10,000 times. Although he couldn't avoid it, as long as his father applied nail polish, no one dared to laugh. Chao dared to offend his father. Chao was his father's favorite. He was not. Father beat him, really beat him. Uncle. Next time, we can't make money." The little guy said softly, and the emperor stretched out his hand directly. "For the common people, for the ancestral foundation, for the people." The emperor's eyes were red with anger. Lu Chao opened the bottle cap, took out a small brush, and selected the emperor to die first. The emperor closed his eyes the whole time. Spreading his fingers, he let Lu Chao dye his hair with the cool nail polish. The fingertips were cool, and his heart was cool. The emperor felt that today was particularly long, and that he shouldn't eat the 8-treasure duck today. "Oh, my ancestor, it's so hard to make her happy. What a devil." The little guy waved his hand. "What a good deal. Brother Taiji, it's time to get wet." The prince trembled and stepped forward silently. In his memory, Emperor Shenping was serious and old-fashioned, and never smiled. Even his mother didn't dare to act rashly in front of his father. None of the concubines in the harem, and his dozen brothers and sisters, had been hugged by his father. TSK. Looking at his father in a dragon robe, blowing his nails with a doting look. If outsiders knew, it would be shocking. Before Lu Yuanzi divorced, the emperor would not expose her. The prince willingly spread his hands and let Chao paint his nails. "Slippers," Lu Chao said. The two of them silently took off their shoes and socks, exposing their toes, and lined up to wait for her to paint the bright red nail polish. Eunuch Wang looked up at the sky. How shocked would outsiders be if they saw this scene? "Lu Yuanzi, you didn't accept this overwhelming wealth, and you threw it out with your backhand." The emperor sighed quietly. "I still don't understand it." Lu Chao fought with a dog. Why did he and the prince become victims? Chapter 0077 Angry and Crying Cheap Father. On the first day of the new year, the emperor and the prince were happy to get red nail polish. It snowed heavily again, and the palace gate was about to close. Lu Zhengyue hesitated in front of the hall for a moment, and then saw the prince holding a baby out of the door. The little guy was hanging on the prince like an octopus, holding a small hot milk bottle in his hand. Long and thick eyelashes covered her eyelids. Lu Chao was almost asleep, but she was still talking. She had not yet stopped drinking milk at night. "Your Highness, give Chao to me." Lu Zhengyue lowered his voice. The prince shook his head and said carefully, "Chao is not asleep yet. Be careful not to wake her up. I will take you out of the palace. Take my sedan chair, You will not be able to catch up with the closing of the palace gate. Chow Chow was covered with a white cloak on her back. The little guy was warm all over and slept very sweetly. Lu Zhengyue was suspicious. The prince's attitude towards Chow Chow was really polite. The loyal and brave man's mansion. Do you have such a big face? Chow Chow ate a lot tonight, so don't give her food anymore. Just go back and drink some hot water. After the prince gave instructions, Lu Zhengyue waited to pick up the child. But the prince still looked at him steadily. Your Highness, do you have anything else to say? Lu Zhengyue asked. The prince seemed a little embarrassed, and after a while he said, Do you mind changing your father? The prince was serious. This was the result of his discussion with his father. If you want to make Chow Chow legitimate, kick Lu Yuanza and marry Su. That's not right. Bang! Lu Yuanshao fell in the snow. Lu Zhengyue looked like he was struck by lightning and couldn't react for a long time. With a head full of snow, he looked at the prince in horror. The prince waved his hand. Forget it. I was confused. I'll just pretend I didn't say that today, he said seriously. But Lu Yuanza is not worthy of being Chow Chow's father. Lu Zhengyue nodded. Mother thinks so too. The prince couldn't help but smile. It's great that Su can get rid of her love brain. The prince reluctantly returned Lu Chow Chow to Lu Zhengyue and watched them get on the carriage, disappearing into the darkness little by little. When he returned to the mansion, he happened to meet Lu Wani crying and leaving. She looked back every few steps, not wanting to leave the mansion. Mr. Gu, you must teach Wani the rules. Now she is the top scholar, and it is the face of the Gu family that is lost. Su looked indifferent and smiled at Gu Ling. Gu Ling is not a good guy, and Su will deal with him sooner or later. But through his hand, Lu Wani was dealt with, and the best of both worlds. After the Gu family's carriage left, Lu Zhengyue took his sister back. Is everything going well? Su knew that Chow Chow was invited to the palace, and she also knew that she saved the Queen Mother, and the Emperor might like her a little. But Su had no idea how much this preference was. It's going well, except that he had a fight with the dog of the virtuous concubine. The few of them talked quietly for a while, then took Lu Chow Chow to wash and put her back to the bedroom. Lu Zhengyue fell on the bed, thinking of Su Jiqing. She became the legitimate mistress of the Lu family. Thinking of Wen Ning. His eyes were slightly bright, and the tenderness in his eyes was not noticed by himself. As the night fell, Lu Zhengyue seemed to fall into a dream. He could vaguely hear pleading and crying, Please, please, please save the Su family. Save Zhengyue. The Su family will not rebel, and the descendants of the Lu family are also full of righteousness. They will not rebel. They are wronged. Please investigate this matter thoroughly. On a snowy day, when Ning, who was thinly dressed, was seen kneeling in the snow in a mess, stopping a passing carriage. At this moment, when Ning's eyebrows contained lingering fatigue, and he stopped carriages again and again. Unjust? How can it be unjust when Su's own daughter reported it herself? Miss Lu Jingyao killed her own family for the sake of justice. This is a great justice. The whole family of Grand Tutor Su was plotting a rebellion, which implicated the loyal and brave Marquis's mansion. Fortunately, the prince was kind and righteous, and only killed the Lu family's direct line. Everyone pointed and talked about it. Someone secretly found Wen Ning. As long as you crawl under the young master's crotch, the young master will submit a memorial for you. How about it? A servant said with a smile. Wen Ning's hair was scattered on his temples, and he bit his lips, not knowing whether it was because of the cold or hatred. Are you serious? The Su family is wronged. Please save the Su family.
Ikrol, Ikrol.
Wen Ning knelt in the snow and crawled under the humiliating crotch amid the laughter of the crowd. A series of light yellow warm currents flowed down from the top of his head. With a burst of stench, everyone laughed more and more wantonly. That's it, you still want to submit a petition? Brothers, drag her down. Miss Jingyao has said that the one family will be exiled to Lingnan tomorrow. Everyone laughed happily, dragging the terrified and screaming Wen Ning into the alley.
No, 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 no.
No, you will not die well, you will not die well. Wen Ning's piercing and sharp voice rang out in the alley, and countless bad laughter came from inside. Lu Zhengyue was like a figure, shaking his fist at everyone like crazy. Let Wen Ning go, let Wen Ning go. I heard Wen Ning's desperate cry and watched them tear Wen Ning's clothes apart. Ah! Lu Zhengyue woke up from his dream with sweat all over his head. His heart was beating like thunder, and his whole body was in sadness, anger, and despair, and he was shaking uncontrollably.
Vending. Vending.
His Wenning. It was not a dream. All of this was not a dream. It was the original fate after he chose Su Jiqing. This was his original fate without Cao Cao. Lu Zhengyue's tears fell. How much suffering did his Wenning endure? He was not wearing shoes or socks, stepping on the snow with his hair loose and only wearing a middle-length shirt. He ran to the next door. The Lu family and the Wen family were neighbors. When they were young, Wenning chased him and secretly left a small door. But later, the Wen family was exiled and the small door was locked. At this moment, he nervously found the key, opened the small door, and ran towards Wenning. This time, he would hold Wenning's hand tightly and never let go. No matter what heaven or fate, it would not let go of Wenning's hand. He would spend his whole life to repay Wenning's love. Lu Chaochao was unaware of this. She was just a baby who ate and slept. On the second day of the new year, Lu Chaochao went back to her parents' home with Su. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery changed into his official uniform early and prepared to attend court. The Beijiao New Year only lasts 5 days. 3 days before the New Year, 2 days after the New Year, and 3 days for the Lantern Festival. Emperor Xianping was diligent in his work and was considered a good emperor. Lu Yuanzi walked on the snow and entered the palace in his official uniform. When he met colleagues along the way, he would stop and say to each other, "Happy New Year, congratulations. Auspicious New Year, congratulations." To get a good start, Lu Yuanzi wondered in his heart, this time, will it be his turn to be promoted? He had a faint smile on his brows. Standing outside the Golden Palace with all the officials, waiting for the eunuch Wang to announce him into the palace. "Lord Lu, you are going to be promoted this time. I congratulate Lord Lu in advance." Some even congratulated him in advance. Lu Yuanzi, you still have to wait for the emperor to promote you. Humble on the lips, but happy in the heart. Everyone entered the Golden Palace in an orderly manner according to their official positions. As soon as Lu Yuanzi stepped into the Golden Palace with his left foot, he heard a majestic voice on the high platform saying, "Loyal and brave Marquis, go stand outside the palace?" Lu Yuanzi was at a loss. He was caught accepting bribes. He was exposed for keeping a mistress. Loyal and brave Marquis went over the mistakes he had made in his mind 100 times. He was anxious and uneasy. The emperor looked at the red nail polish on his hands that could not be scraped off, and he was furious. "Beijiao is the right one. You entered the palace with your right foot. What? Are you still counting on me to respect you?" On the third day of the new year, Loyal and brave Marquis was reprimanded by the emperor for entering the palace with his right foot. His promotion was gone.